Well, welcome back to the Montreal Major. We're over here with the B Stream. Welcome to today's games. In case you missed what's going on already, we've had a few games taking place already, Tim, but here things are about to get underway with elimination. Alpha coming up against FearX very shortly, Tim. Depending on how that game goes, one team goes home, one team has a chance to fight on.
Yeah, exactly that. It's getting to the real Jeopardy stage of things now where we're getting answers. Of course, we covered the Falcons game earlier where it was more about who goes through, but now it is about who is done and dusted. All that work through stage 2, all that work to get here comes down to essentially this.
Oh, we'll talk more about that game in just a moment. First, we'll go through a few graphics for you to give you a show in case you're missing what's going on. Maybe you missed on it on the A stream and you're only just tuning in for the first time. But when we're ready, we'll bring up our schedule. We'll take a look at everything else that's going on, the schedule for today, the bracket, the two teams that we'll have a rifle through as well. Lots to look forward to, as mentioned. And for these two, again, the loser does go home. Here's the schedule, though, in case you are only just joining us today. Things are going on over on the A stream at the same time. But here on the B stream, as mentioned, this is our first of 3 games today. If you're in Europe, it's set to be a long day, Tim, with that last one starting at 2 a.m.
Yeah, it's always the way, isn't it, for Phase 1 and a bit of Phase 2 as well. There's
Bit
so
of
many
scrapping,
games.
love
That's
it.
There's so many games for us to get through, so much wall-to-wall entertainment, Des. Sometimes you've just got to put the hours in.
You do indeed. And we've started a little bit sooner here as well because we're very aware that the previous series, which started over on the A stream, finished off incredibly quickly, which means we can now get ourselves moving with this one. Here's how our bracket currently shapes up. Obviously, earlier on, we saw Chiefs fall to Team Falcons. The Team Falcons are our first team to qualify. But really what we're focusing on here is down on that lower bracket. We're starting things off with Alpha Team versus B&K, Fear X, but we'll also have CL4L versus CAD going on very shortly as well. And as mentioned, it's kind of crazy that after just really a day and a half of play, just a couple of series, one team's got to go home.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, the way that it goes. It's the way that it goes. You get your opportunity for Phase 1. You got to remember, these are the teams generally, that come from places like last chance qualifiers.
Yes.
They're not necessarily top in their league, winning the playoffs. This is their opportunity to get themselves into the sort of meat of the tournament, really. So, yeah, it's a fleeting opportunity. It passes them by quickly if they don't deliver.
And we'll find out if they do very, very shortly. And as mentioned, the game we're focusing on here and now, where we're starting things off on the B stream, is with Alpha Team coming up against B&K Fear X. Two teams I think it's quite fair to say. Fear X, it sounds bad to say, but for the longest time have kind of been the meme of International Siege. Like, teams have been like, yeah, they can't win anything internationally. They're the team you want to be beating. Alpha Team have come in being dealt a bad hand as well, missing a couple of their main players, making a couple of subs. This will be a hard game, I think, for them to overcome Fear X as it stands.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say we're maybe not going to see the best form of Alpha Team at this tournament.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Realistically, with Martin and Gaspro missing, it makes it difficult. Of course, they've had a couple of players step in. We can see the stats from yesterday, but the honest truth of it, Des, it's always going to be a rough ride when that happens. It's not the first time, that we've maybe seen this sort of situation where teams have to play with a couple of subs. It's always difficult for them. The question is, how quickly can they get running as the 5 that they are? In Phase 1, you don't really have that much time to do that.
I mean, Roby had a good day as well, but as you can see in the middle as well, Clive didn't have the best day yesterday either. It was quite a rough one for him at 9 and 25. Was playing the more supportive position, so you can kind of forgive that. But again, the problem is, as you say, you've got to play the hand that you dealt here. You're coming up against other teams who really want to fight on through, have got their full 5s. Some have had the chance to have full boot camps as well. But even from speaking to Alpha Team's coach, they were speaking and saying, look, we know we haven't got our normal 5 here. We've done all we can to prep for our opponents that we're against. We're coming in prepared tactically. We know what needs to be done. We're still confident we can deliver. This is the last chance saloon for you to do just that.
And in all honesty, I feel like it could be a difficult one up against Fear X. We've spoken about maybe their lack of success, but Fear X are a team with a lot of experience and knowledge, and you just know that they're going to be, making it as difficult as possible. They're not going to give them anything easy at all here, Fear X. Even on, a bad day, they are still a team who can turn out and get a result when it matters. They've got some big game players in there, as we can see. All of those names, if you've, watched any International Siege for the last few years, you're going to be familiar with all of them. And it's for good reason. They've, all got the ability to have those big moments.
The one that always jumps out for me when you see this roster is Nova being back in. Of course, he stepped back and became the coach for the longest time. We were very much used to this front line of Meffy, Good Boy, and I think about MB Taylor back in the day as well. And obviously a couple of changes are coming around this team. And they're in a spot now where, surprisingly, when I asked a few of the other teams and the coaches of those teams, who do you think would be a dark horse at this competition? At least 2 teams turned around and said Fear X. And I was like, really? And they said, yeah, from what we've seen, they're looking pretty good. And yesterday might not have been the best showcase of what they're capable of. That's why they're down here in the lower bracket. bracket, but they're certainly not a team that you can just dismiss and write off and say we don't expect to see them doing anything at this tournament. This is the kind of game that you look at and say, realistically, they should have one up over Alpha.
Yeah, absolutely. You look through the team, and like you say, there's some great individuals there. It's, I think, sometimes just getting that all to gel as a team. You know, like you said, they're always there or thereabouts. They've spent so much time at various international tournaments. They just really need to have that standout performance. But we can have a look at our map bans as well. We will see them coming on through. And no surprise to see Alpha Team maybe just taking out something like Lair, a little bit more complicated, bigger map. You know, I'd expect to see them trying to avoid things like Lair, like United and Labs, where it's going to be trickier to amalgamate new players into that roster.
I want to try and keep it nice and simple.
Yeah.
The one thing that I see when I see Consulate coming up here really surprises me is for Alpha Team, that has been their like go-to ban for the longest time. They hate playing Consulate, yet have let themselves go here, and they start on the attack. Not too sure about that, and then you get Fearx going to one of their favourites in Bank. Like, Consulate I'm confused by is all I'll say so far. I'd love to say they've come in here with like a counter like analysis done ready to bring against Fearx, but Fearx last played Bank like 50 days ago. They haven't shown it recently, so I'm a little bit concerned about how even the first two maps will go, but it will leave our decider up to being, drum roll please, production please.
Kind of as expected as well. I said that, Alpha Team, take away Labs, really, as I'm saying, the big maps, difficult to cover, difficult to hold everything. So, yeah, seeing Lair and Labs go for them, absolutely no surprises. Clubhouse is going to be the decider if we get there. Could be a good one. Everybody knows what they're doing. It should be, a pretty level playing field for the two of them, I would expect. And if Alpha Team can get there, Clubhouse might not be a bad roll of the dice.
Almost in a way would have rather said let's start there. The only reason and rationale I can think for them starting on Consulate is the two players that are subbing in for them really like this map, and the rest have gone, yeah, we can make this work, why not? And that's why they're choosing to go there. But again, for me, at least on paper, it doesn't make a lot of sense for it to be the map they choose to start this series on.
No, and they need a good start. That's the top and bottom of it, because that second one, it's not going to get any easier when they're going on into Bank. That's going to get pretty tough for them. So it's one of those, you feel like if they don't win the first map, it could well be a 2-0.
Yes. Again, that's why I'm nervous with that second one being Bank and the first one being one that they don't look particularly confident on. We were speaking about like our strat books earlier on that we saw from our first series on camera earlier on. Here, there are plenty laid out for the players. However, I don't speak Korean, so I can imagine I'll have no idea what the hell those strat sheets say. Neither will any of their competitors.
Yeah, that is definitely something. Not going to be able to pick up any secret information from that. Like you said, maybe a level above the little A5 notebook that we saw earlier.
Yeah, just names like Strat Book on the front. It's like, come on, you bought like a £1 binder, and I'm just like, come on. It was good though. It was good.
It was a good joke. Well, we're going to get into this one pretty shortly nowadays, so I don't think we're too far away from having everybody prepared. Just a reminder, anybody who's sort of joined us over the last 5 minutes or so, what's at stake? We've got Alpha Team versus Fearx. This is a lower bracket matchup. It is the first of our matchups that will decide somebody's fate in terms of whether they stay in the tournament or not. We, of course, had Falcons qualify through to Phase 2 earlier on. Chiefs dropped down to the lower bracket. That was our first A-Stream game. This one on B-Stream will determine now whether these two teams stick with us in Montreal for another game in the lower bracket or whether they go home.
I'm just really enjoying reading the two teams chatting in the lobby. Slater's been like, you guys are Korean, right? And I'm like, well, I'd hope you know this by now. But he's like, how do you say hi in Korean? And then Mephi's been like, Annyeong Haseo is how you say it. And he was like, I'm sorry it's so long to say. And Slater was there like, wow, that is a mouthful, isn't it? Just to say hi to someone. But of course, getting ourselves loaded in, we've got 9 players in so far, so just waiting on one more. And when they're in, we'll be able to get underway with that first map of Consulate, which very excited to see how it plays out. But I think we will have certain expectations, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think so. I expect, in terms of Consulate, what do I expect from Fearx? I expect them to play with some confidence and to control the map very well. Consulate, there's plenty of room for roaming. There's plenty of room for getting out there. Other than your top floor, if you play basement, if you play piano, you're going to have plenty of opportunity to get on that top floor, get on that mid floor, make a nuisance of yourself. I'm looking at players like Rin. We know that Rin loves that chaotic play style of trying to get the entry, trying to be unpredictable. And so, yeah, I'm expecting to see a bit of that from Fearx, and it's going to be really key that Alpha are able to control that. But the difficulty for Alpha, in my mind, the more chaotic the game, in a way, the more difficult it becomes for Alpha, because then they've got to start reacting. They've got to start going to plan B, plan C. And with subs in, they might not have those plan Bs and plan Cs.
I knew Slater was going to do that. We just got into operator bans, and the first thing he said was, Anyang, Hasayo, good luck, have fun. I was like, yeah, very, very good. You're straight in there on that one. So we've taken that one to the bank, remembering it, I'm sure, for a good while more. And game is now pretty much ready to start. So let's jump ourselves in. Bans are just getting underway as well. The first one taken away, surprising nobody, is going to be Ying coming out from FearX.
Yep, like you said, no surprises there, especially on Consulate. We know the power of Ying to provide cover, provide opportunity to get the diffuser down. We will have the Alpha attacking ban coming in, and that'll be followed by 2 defender bans. So they're taking the time to think about this one. Not an immediate strategy there, but not too much of a surprise. We see that Monty go. We said earlier, Monty creeping his way up to the top of the ban rates at the minute. No surprise, we saw Falcons with some fantastic shield use on border that really powered them through to a 7-0 victory amongst, many kills against Chiefs. But a lot of it was built on the back of the shields and using them to create space. So no surprise to see one taken away. We're going to have Mute gone, and that'll leave us for our last defender from FearX.
It feels weird to say that a Mute ban feels like a target ban, but I imagine it's going in towards Mephi. It's one of his go-to defensive operators when he's not playing on Warden, so I think it's more towards him, and somewhat towards Demic as well. When he's not on Smoke, he's playing on the Mute. Mute a very popular operator for this FearX side, so target bans galore coming in somewhat. The shield's definitely also leaning in that way, because Nova, as you might expect, is a shield merchant, is the only way that I can really describe him, Tim. So I imagine we get into that second half, all you're going to see is him running around on Blitz, Monty, or Thermite. Well, obviously not the one of them in this map because it's banned away, but that's what he likes to do. He likes to be that supportive player. For Alpha on the attacking side, though, it does mean they can lean into that Blitz themselves. You can see Ragnar currently hovering over that. Also, the Doka being tow, so immediately you can start seeing the machinations of a plan coming together here as well, where it's about trying to get someone isolated out with the Dokubi calls, making sure there's no support nearby, and just running that poor sod down once the call, or in this case the scan, comes on through.
Alpha yesterday struggled a lot with the entry. FearX weren't fantastic, but they were neutral at least, 0 overall. And by that I mean they weren't sort of negative or positive in terms of the overall net deaths. But Alpha, they were -6. They really struggled to get themselves in the early round. They really struggled to give themselves those early opportunities. Looking towards Slater and Ragnar, they were the 2 players that had really big days. Rovi as well, getting those kills. They need them getting in there and improving on their entry. They need to be finding these early kills. As I said for FearX, they start on the defense. I expect to see them around the map. I expect to see them having little fight, trying to make a nuisance of themselves, and that's something Alpha need to do it until game 4. They need to make sure that they're on top of the droning, make sure they're aware of where all these players are, and then they need to go in and get those kills and give themselves the advantage.
It's also worth noting the Mozzie that's getting brought along here. Don't really see Mozzie all that much. Of course, had a recent buff, which may see his pick rate start to increase throughout the competition. But if nothing else, without the Mute on side, I think you're going to see a lot of Mozzie on this map, purely because slowing down a, dare I say, a relatively uncoordinated side here, where you've got those 2 subs stepping in, getting rid of drones is 100% the way to make them really struggle and run a little bit too slow. So I like what FearX are trying to do in terms of leaning in towards that, and it's Slater here, the first one to fall. Rovia trade back the other way, and just like that, Ragnar's found himself down. Not really the ideal spot to be in, however, it's down to Rovia against 3. No idea where the man is. He's found himself a 3rd here too with the pistol, and has now got to try and march onto 2 more. Just Nova and Good Boy standing between him and a round 1 win.
Doesn't have diffuser enhanced, so that's not going to be an option right now. Red Pink's coming out, battling to stay alive at the minute, Rovi. 8 HP, taken down close range with the shotgun by Nova. Fantastic stuff to kick things off from FearX. Alpha not getting enough out of that blitz. That's one of my pickups from that round particularly. Yeah. Wanders in, gets himself killed. If you're bringing a blitz at the minute, if you're bringing a Monty at the minute, your attack pretty much revolves around it. That's going to be the focus. They're the ones taking the attention. They're the ones trying to generate space for you there. And they just didn't make enough use of it. Don't panic, Des. There isn't 2 blitzers. Just Blitz and IQ's pictures are quite similar on the same background there. For a second, I did. I looked and I was like, what?
So you had to reassure yourself by telling me not to panic.
Exactly that. I was like, what? But the character profile...
Wake up, Tim. This is a nightmare, I promise.
Just quite similar. I thought, we can't deal with one of them, let alone two.
No, I mean, clearly they did deal with it pretty damn well, to be fair.
They did. Fearex stood up very well to the shield.
Was very much put down incredibly quickly. And, for all it's said about Nova being a bit of a shield merchant and, former coach, well, was a player, became a coach, now back towards being a player again, there'll always be that question marks around just how much he can contribute. But with 3 kills in the first round, you're certainly not going to be complaining anytime soon. Fearex up 1-0, and we'll see how Alpha fare here attacking into the basement.
I think this is going to get more difficult for them, if anything, to be honest with you, Des. I think the entry kill, as I mentioned, is now going to become even more important. They need to get that early man advantage to be able to sweep from top floor down. They need control of Piano, because we've just seen Fearex opening up vertical lines, which is going to make it difficult here for Alpha to breach and to move on in through that breach, but then also to plant, because there's going to be that vertical cover to prevent anybody getting into default plant spots. It looks like the push is potentially going to come. Are they going in through secret, or no, they're going to go in and look to clear any roamers out, which I like this. Use the blitz, get aggressive, move your way through. Instead, though, they're just going to try and hold the back half of the map and push in from there. Could still come undone from a top floor flank, so they need to make sure that they've got that on lock. It's very typical that you want to try and get control of Tellers and Archives, but this electrified reinforced wall that sits in between Archives and Lobby kind of tells you where Fearex want to hold here. They're doing a lot of vertical holding here and trying to keep that control away so that they can't play around the main wall. That's all well and good, but if you can't clear out these vertical players, you're going to pay the price. They found themselves 2 at least, with Demic and Rimbo falling down. Now just 3 left standing and already having to chew through a few of these smokes in the back pocket. A C4 up over the top. Nova cannot be stopped. 2 kills in the round, 2 left standing. I'm sure he fancies himself another one here. Beautiful stuff from Nova there, exactly what they needed. Good boy on the swing, manages to take him down. 3 versus 1, and it looks for all the marbles like it's going to be another round heading to Fearex. Nova able to just take the pistol headshot onto the blitz. Look at this, absolutely beautiful. One tap with the revolver. Good night. Well, Nova is running the show. That's the only summary you can take from those first 2 rounds. He's got 6 kills across the pair of them. He is the final boss that apparently Alpha Team simply cannot bring down as it stands. I didn't hate how they started that round either, Alpha. I think getting the blitz into server nice and early will start to cause a bit of panic, because for Fearex, the players that want to drop back through hatches, for example, are no longer able to do so. You're then going to be exposed to a player that will be holding you on these train angles, waiting for you to drop through, or potentially pushing into your backline, who aren't going to have enough support there from those vertical players. So, I don't want to say plan, but elements of a plan look nice. It just really didn't come together in the end, though. We've got to see him doing better here, though. Fearex already getting started with a 2-0. Yep, good start from them. They've looked very, very solid so far. To look at the opposite side of it, Alpha have done some good work here and there potentially, but Fearex have just looked solid for it. They've had the answer every time. Yep, they've lost a couple of bodies along the way, but they keep themselves ahead in terms of man count. They keep those kills flowing and make sure that they're ahead at the end of the round. So good stuff from them. This time it's going to be a piano hold. We're going to have a top floor presence again, which is not too much of a surprise. As I said, I think that was how Fearex would always stack up to try and control Consulate here, is make sure that the extensions are in place, make sure that they spread far enough around the map to cause repeated problems for Alpha. You don't want them being able to play a default game, because that's pretty much probably all they've had time to prep for. What you want to do is throw a weird problem in here. Oh, there's an operator in copy. They wouldn't usually be somebody, and just give them problems to solve, give them difficulties, and that's what's going to slow them down on the attack. Well, at this point, even Nova's finding himself right up against the window. Obviously, sight being right adjacent, no surprise that he's hanging around here, but just enough to make sure they've got that sound. You knock out the glass, you can still hear through the barricades quite comfortably. And that's what to know if someone is trying to play on that window, they'll get a little bit of an earlier indication. Still trying to make this I said blast then, what am I on about? Trying to make the blitz work here as well, Ragnar. Obviously 0-2 so far. It has not been the dream start that you see many teams employing or getting out of a blitz. Really, everything's been on Brovy's back so far, but you can't keep him relying on the one man to get things done for you. But clear towards top yellow, they're in a good spot to be able to start charging on forward. It's cleared out all the barbed wire on the way up as well, some lower down, some here at the top, as you can see. Now it's about finding a target, and Rin going to find himself deleted by Bastion on the reverse repel. Yep, great start from Alpha. Let's see this time if they can take advantage of the man count that they've got. That gives them a little bit more freedom with the blitz here, potentially. Ragnar can get a little bit more aggressive. They seem to have the right idea with the shield operator. They're just not really getting the right delivery a lot of the time. They're going in, trying to force people out of position. position, but never really managing it. It still seems to be on FearX's terms that they're dropping back and fighting. As we can see, all this fight is still going on over the top floor. They haven't dealt with him, but I don't know if Demic is aware he's being pushed on that door. As it is, they just have to drop back a little bit, but Alpha managed to stay on top. 2 versus 3, though. FearX keep fighting.
Well, Demic's found yet another. They basically conceded the entirety of the control of the west side of that top floor. In a spot now where Alpha's still got control somewhat. There's 3 of them against 2 here, but another one's been brought down. It's over the last 2 rounds. It's Demic in this one. Finds himself onto a 3, and now we're into a 2v2. Still have a smoke canister to play behind as well. Still got those 2 alarms out on field as well from the Oryx. Looking pretty set here to deal with the aggression coming out of Alpha. It's going to become a matter of patience now, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. There's only 30 seconds left to go, so Alpha are going to have to make a move here. And the question is, can they keep Slater alive? Fairly low health, 45. It's only going to take a couple of bullets, and they've got the vertical back. This has just become a big, big problem, potentially. Bailiff in hand, able to open up the angles, just preventing them moving around. They're just burning so much time, but there's the opportunity. Alpha, they need to take it now. They need to strike, get themselves into a position to plant. That's exactly what they're going to try to do. Can he stop it? Yes, he can!
Demic!
What a win from Demic! Beautiful finish. Hits the 1v2 at the end. Multiple kills through the round as well. He's just absolutely dominated Alpha.
Like I say, all 5-to-1 player there collecting those final 2. It's been Nova for the first couple. It's Demic in round 3.
Brilliant stuff.
I mean, fair play on the individual level, but it's a bit weird that rounds are having to play out in the fashion they are so far. Right recognition, I think, by Alpha on where they had to try and get a plant down there where it was going to be most secure to play against an Oryx on the vertical. And it was great by Demic to win the initial fight on the flank that let him make that play up on the top floor. But realistically, Alpha, I think, just found themselves getting a little bit too overzealous, a bit over the top. They were trying to force control, but we saw them get control of the cubby inside of one site. They had 3 players pushing in towards office itself. They had all the control they needed to make a plant happen if they wanted to on the window. I'm sure they were a little bit concerned about what's going on downstairs as well, but I don't know. They had what they needed. They forced players out of sight. They were able to get a drop in. I think actually they've now thought about it. They were lacking the hard breach to get that hatch open inside of the lounge room. That let's open up. They could drop in and get a plant down. Less of a concern for them, but again, did all the right steps, just didn't quite have the final tools to get open what they needed to actually make a plant stick, and that is unfortunate.
I think FearX are doing a good job of keeping the pressure on Alpha as well. So Alpha get a kill, but FearX are then biting back at them, and they're taking challenges on, and they're getting kills themselves, and they're bringing that man count back level a lot of the time. And the thing that it's doing is it's just grinding Alpha down. They're just not getting themselves into sort of confident control. So yeah, like I said, they used the blitz, they forced FearX back on the top floor, but they never really had confident control of the top floor. They started losing manpower up there, and by the end of the round, who's in control of top floor? Still FearX. And I think that's part of the problem for Alpha. And like I say, FearX are kind of creating that by, yes, they'll drop back a little bit, but really I feel like it's more about what FearX are willing to give up than what Alpha are actually taking away from them. And when FearX get to that line in the sand where they're kind of like, no, we're not willing to give up any more than this, there's a kill. There's another kill. There's another kill. And all of a sudden that situation is now a 2v2. And it's winnable for FearX. And so I feel like it is very much to the beat of FearX's drum at the minute.
Yeah, they very much looked like this crossfire at top spiral as well, which meant if they were going to try and push in there and stop them getting, the top floor retaken off them, they had to go and fight for that. But we're just a little bit confused. The fact that a blitz steps into long desk and isn't aware there's a player in behind long desk kind of tells you the whole story. They just weren't aware of what they were coming into there. So it's kind of like, cool, we got the vertical. Now what? We've got to fight the perimeter rooms. Oh, we can't do that because we haven't got any information inside of there. And it's just like, it was a step too short, like I mentioned, in terms of not having hard breach as well. They could have had 2 or 3 players hang on the upstairs and try and make this plant happen once they've got that vertical control, but just couldn't quite pull it fully together. Maybe this tech timeout here, although the players obviously can't talk during this, they have to stay quiet, just wait for everyone else to get reconnected and back in towards the lobby. It'll still be a case to sit and pause and think about what needs to change here, because 3 rounds, 4 rounds in a row now, obviously we've seen FearX really being the ones fully in control.
Yeah, they are. Nova, Good Boy, Demic, all going very well in terms of their ratings and performance at the minute. And FearX feeling and looking, I think, very, very confident on Consulate. And that's a big problem for Alpha Team, of course, given that it was their map choice. And, you picked up on it at the time, Des. You voiced your concern, your wonderment at their choice to go here. And we're starting to see exactly why. Because, let's remember, it's their map choice, so it's not their side choice. You know, attack is not their side of choice. We would expect them to do better on the defense. But I fear that they're in serious danger over the next couple of rounds of this one, just getting too far ahead of them to be able to come back into it.
I do agree. Like I said earlier on, I've mentioned this back over on the A stream actually. It's like a little bit of a raising of the curtains, so you know what's going on. We have to wait for players to join back in order, so we'll work our way through all the alpha players first, then the VRX players, but you have to join in order to make sure all the player cams and so on line up. So just bear with us for a couple of moments while we get everyone back in. They are starting to join through. We should be able to get underway with things again very, very shortly.
Well, we're going to be getting more and more settled in Montreal as the day goes on, Des. Of course, only arriving yesterday. I haven't had a chance to have any poutine yet. A little bit of a disappointment on my part. I'll try and get some lockdown later on today, maybe.
I was talking about this at work a few days ago, and I mentioned I was going to Canada, and I have some poutine, and someone was like, poutine is overrated. Like, I don't understand why they don't just melt the cheese fully. Like, why do they leave cheese curds on it?
I do really like the... I'm not a big fan of, like, melty cheese.
Yeah, I like
so
both.
I really like the way
I'm just a cheese fan full stop. I love it melted, I love its curds. I don't particularly care. I'll just have it. And they were like, oh, it's just like
roll off the block.
They were like, it's just like glorified like chips and gravy then, isn't it? I'm like, well, yeah, but you put loads of stuff on it as well.
This is the thing. Dish. When you look at it as like a basic, yes, you know, it is just straight up chips, cheese, gravy, easy done. But here in Montreal, there's so many variations. There's so many. I've seen and like they bring in loads of different international cuisine ideas as well, so you can get like sort of. I don't want to say themed poutine. It feels like
it is. Themed
it is
poutine.
Essentially, yeah. I don't. It felt like I don't know if I was cheapening the dish by saying that it was themed. You know, rather I don't know what else I would call it. But yeah, they use like inspiration from other like
you
cultural
can
dishes
get
and
anything
stuff.
on top of poutine.
Really, really good. And there is some really good variations. So I'm looking forward to a bit of poutine. You know what else I'm looking forward to, Des?
More Siege.
I'm looking forward to a bit more Siege, and I believe that we've got everybody in our lobby. Flawless. Absolutely flawless.
Honestly.
We've got everybody in our lobby, so let's go. Right, VRX, if you're just joining us, this is Alpha Team's pick. It is the first map. The loser goes home. They will leave the tournament. This is for, as I would say, all the marbles. It's to continue on. Whoever wins will go into another elimination match later on today. It's not going to be an easy day for either of these two teams. If they want to survive and go through to phase 2 on the basis that they lost their opening game yesterday.
I mean, they're against the loser of Black Dragons or G2. And knowing how Black Dragons played during playoffs, or G2 being, well, G2...
Shall we have a little update on the old G2 Black Dragons?
I haven't actually checked what's been going on.
I mean, it's not going to be. I can give you one, Des. It's not going to be completely live. If you don't, I mean, we've been talking about it for long enough now. So just mute us for 2 seconds if you don't want to know what's going on over there. But it's currently 6-5 on Lair to Black Dragons. It may be slight that I may be a round behind there. But we are reaching a bit of a conclusion with Black Dragons kind of ahead at the minute.
For now. May not last forever. And, of course, we'll keep you updated on how that game continues as time wears on. This one itself is now, of course, as we said, back underway. So let's look at what's starting to change here. Immediately my eyes jump towards the Grim coming in for clip here as well. Is that going to be a massive game changer for them? Maybe not. What it will do, I think, is let them take control of areas of the map a little bit better because they've got a little bit unstuck, I think, at times outside of course, Demic's amazing round last time round has been trying to deal with players that sat inside a difficult position, sat in behind long desks, for example, or have got themselves tucked in on a corner. The Grim helps you out with that sort of thing, but also helps you flood rooms if you want to with those mechanical bees to instantly start tagging whoever may still be present. It's very good for taking map control. So I think here having that as a piece on side is a really good call on their side. Of course, joined up by the Dokkaebi for getting the map cleared out early in the round. More looking towards the Grim to be their execute focus operator.
I like what we were seeing there from Bastion, drawn just ahead of him. So they're trying to work well as a team to get those entry kills. It's just not panning out for them though. As Mephi manages to take down Rover, the answer is there though. Bastion, as he was being drawn in, does manage to find Good Boy. Takes down the Kaid and levels things up at 4 versus 4. Looking to have a little swing potentially onto Longdes. Does manage to take down Demic, and that's the Warden gone, Des. That could be an important part of the puzzle removed for Alpha to get a successful attack.
I was about to say Ragnar there was getting pushed by 2, so he was guaranteed to get traded, and that's exactly what FearX secured. But is that really what you want? A trade in this spot when you're now down in numbers? It's a 2 versus 3 with about 75 seconds still to play. All smoke canisters on side, including Keepers, but Nova's going to carry on how he started. Tim finds clipping himself here. No trade guarantee on the other side, and now it's a 2 versus 2.
Yep, the final boss has shown himself once again. As Nova says, 4v2. Let's make that 2v2. That sounds a lot fairer to Nova. And so we now find ourselves. Need to be careful there. Just taking the flash out. The utility could have been his undoing. 45 seconds left. So Alpha have got plenty of time to work with. They've got 6 active drones. They have got them in their control if they want to take it.
What is going on? That is the most ridiculous fight I think I've ever seen. Either way, it's Bastion who walks away with the kill off the back of a knife and then rounds for the long-range kill. It was his time in the spotlight, and surely has found it, but maybe not in the fashion they would have liked.
Not sure about the end of that one, Des.
No. No.
Not sure about the end of that one. But Alpha, one way or another, they managed to get themselves a round on the board, and that's important for them. It was a nice attack that got themselves in. Like I said, I like what I was seeing from Bastion. Drone at his feet, going in, aggressive entry. A way to look at entry and drone, and it's an important synergy between a support player and an entry player, and that is how far ahead is that drone. So the further the drone is ahead of your entry player, the less aggressive that entry clearance is, because more time that you're going to have to take to react to that information, more time for defenders to move, to drop away, to not have that fight coming their way. So the drone was right at Bastion's feet. It was about 6 feet, 8 feet in front of him. So, it just shows that Alpha are playing with some confidence. Get in there and get really ready for those fights. And hopefully that's just going to build a little bit of momentum for them.
Going to have ourselves another rehost here in a second as well. As you can see, Demic has crashed out again. So we'll get that sorted and get ourselves back into it once more. The chance to see the 1 round play out, Tim, but at least for Alpha, after the last tech timeout that we had, we did see them walk away the round. So you can't complain all that much, I don't think.
No, I'm sure they'll be happy enough to. They can't talk, they can't talk to each other, but mentally they can consolidate at least. Take the positives from the round that they've won. It was wobbly at times, but you've got to be able to win those scrappy rounds as well. It's all well and good having the flawless rounds, but you've got to be able to win the tough ones as well. And Alpha were able to get it done. The big thing for Alpha at the minute, like I say, is making sure that they start to manage these 4v2 situations better. We've seen it quite a few times where they sort of 4v2, 3v2, and FearX are able to claw things back. But the big problem is that FearX don't seem to be having to do very much to claw it back. We haven't seen a huge flank. We haven't seen, some crazy play. Generally what we've seen is Demico and Over holding a long angle and just getting 2 kills as people stray across it.
Yep.
And so that's something that Alpha need to be careful of. Oftentimes, these 4v2s are coming along with time on the clock as well. They had a minute that time. They had 6 drones on the field. They had a number of 3, 4, maybe even 5 in the hands of active players who could have used them and droned. So in a 4v2 with a minute on the board, I want to see another little drone in phase. I want to make it as difficult as possible for those defenders. Get drones in there. Let them know that you know exactly where they are. And then push together. Put them in lose-lose situations. If you recognise that Nova's on that window, you've got time to rotate somebody. Put him on the window. Then challenge him from the front side and the window simultaneously. You're going to create those lose-lose situations, and I think that's what Alpha need to be looking towards.
It doesn't feel the most adaptive to what they're being faced up against is the best way that I can describe it. But as a quick update on our other game over on the A stream, Tim. G2 were up 6, were down, 6-1. It now is 6-6 and they're going to overtime.
A little bit of overtime.
That is proving to be one hell of a series, to be fair. Like 7-5 the first map, now it's overtime in the second. May well demand the third map. Or G2 close it out in 2?
I mean, could we expect any less? We know G2 have had their issues against Brazilian teams in the past. It's not always smooth sailing for them.
Yeah.
To be fair, Black Dragons, if you're unaware of Black Dragons, if you didn't get a chance to see too much of the Brazilian stage, Des and I cast a lot of it. We were very fortunate to cover it. It was some great Siege played over there. But Black Dragons
1 point from the regular season.
Were terrible. They were terrible, Des. Through the regular stage, they didn't play very well. It was kind of like you had these 2 teams. You had Ask and Hornet, and then you had everybody else. And that's not to say that everybody else was playing badly and Ask and Hornet were playing great. What it's to say is they just didn't feel like they were sort of contributing to each other's game. You know, Guto had great moments through the stage, but they just didn't seem to be gelling as a 5 fantastically. And then a switch was just flicked for LCQ, and all of a sudden Black Dragons come out looking fantastic, absolutely dominate everybody in LCQ, including current world champions Furia, to get themselves here to phase 1. So it's been a fantastic story for them, and it's no surprise to see that they're going the distance with G2.
That in itself is a crazy story that Furia aren't even here at this major.
Yeah, it's because of Black Dragons. You know, they dropped out. Well, it's not just because of Black Dragons, it's because of, you know, Furia's performances through the stage as well, is the reality. They lost a lot of matches that really they shouldn't have. They should have been picking wins up, and they were just unable to do it. They really didn't, you know, look like themselves through stage 2. You know, not to sort of call out individual players, but there was 2 or 3 that really, you know, weren't delivering the sort of performances that we've come to expect from that side.
Yep. Well, as you can see, I think we were going through a little PC assessment there of Demic's PC to make sure it's okay, but by the looks of it, things are starting to just now come back together.
Quick spin on the mouse to make sure that's okay as well.
I mean, always. It was the bolo spin that always used to get me back in the day.
Spin, of course. You know, you need a quick bolo spin. Just make sure that everything's in place with the mouse as well.
That it can survive a spin.
Yep, absolutely.
In case you flick too hard and try and take someone's head off.
Love to see it. I tried it once. I put my mouse through the wall.
Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah. Still in there these days. Lodged him.
Just left it.
Made it a feature piece.
Just left it, didn't I? Just painted some cracks around it.
Make it look like you've really gone for a big flick.
Put some LEDs on it.
Well, Alpha are all back in the lobby, so we'll just hold on for FearX, and then hopefully we should be... Are you just really laughing at the thought of...
The thought of me ploughing my mouse into my wall by trying to do a bolo spin, which, to be fair, would probably be about accurate. I don't have the skates on it for that sort of action.
The thing is, mice are so light these days, though, that you wouldn't be able to really do any real serious damage with them, to be honest, though.
Oh, that's true.
They'll do like the light mouse age that we're in. I got like an old wired mouse one the other day. I was cleaning through all my stuff, and I got an old mouse, and I was just like, I haven't used that in ages. I put it on my desk, and it felt like trying to move like a 2 kilogram weight. I was just like, this is so heavy. Yeah. How did I ever use this for gaming before?
Well, I've got different mice for different games.
Oh, here we are. You're the worst kind of person.
I'm not. I've just got...
Go on then. What do you use for what then? What do you use for what?
I've got 2 different mice. I've got a light one that I use for FPSs like Siege. Yeah. And it's very uncomplicated. Just a couple of buttons. That's it. And then I've got a heavier one that I use for like RPG games. That's got a few side buttons and obviously. No, I use my light one for that.
I do, yeah. Okay.
I do. But yeah, it's just got, you know, it's got a few more buttons on the side, so I've got, I can do a little bit more with it without needing my keyboard.
Do you leave them both plugged in at all times?
What's my system? So, no, they both pretty much. I mean, they're both active.
Yeah.
Like the wireless dongles are plugged in for both, so
but
they are both active. But yeah, I just turn them off. I try to remember. I'm not very good with it. I try to remember to charge them whilst I'm using the other one. But frequently when I'm on Siege, my light one will sort of run out of battery, and then I have to be chained to my desk with the charging cable, and it just all goes. I go from like a 0.8 down to like a 0.6. Then
I was about to say, do you change over to using your heavy one, and then everyone knows why things start to go from bad to worse? Yeah. I feel like this is information the stack needs to know.
I don't feel it is. I feel like I'll start getting targeted, and I won't get asked to the stack anymore. I'm there for the vibes, Des. I'm there for the vibes.
You bring the vibes, mate. That's your job. That's your job. Well, the job behind the scenes is done. The crash has been rectified. We are back into game. Round 5 then. Let's get into it. After our last free host, that's when Alpha managed to win the previous round off the back of Bastion, doing a little bit of magic. Otherwise, it's been all FearX. Mainly, though, that's been down to Demic and down to Nova, working all the magic they have across those first few rounds. 2 3Ks and a 5K coming out in those rounds. So, yet to really see, I'd say, an emphatic team victory for FearX yet, which makes me think that this tale is far from over.
Well, let's see if there are any more twists in the tale. That is going to be the question. We're going to have the split sight, interestingly, coming in from FearX. We don't see this one too often. Not to say that we never see it, but Teller's Archives is going to be our battleground. Couple of ways that this could be attacked. I think it's actually a good choice from FearX. If you're playing against a team, it feels a little bit ruthless. You're playing against a team with a couple of subs. You know what? We're going to go to Tellers and Archives. Let's see if you know how to attack that one. And I love it. I'm here for it. You know, at the end of the day, you need to get the wins. You can only play what's in front of you, and I'm here for it. It's going to be a tough one. So multiple ways to attack. Alpha have got a choice of potentially taking top floor, take over top floor, try and get control of admin in particular, use that verticality to get down into tellers and get a plant inside of there, but then they need to worry about what's going on underneath. Alternatively, there is a push, arguably, just going in through garage and sweeping across the bottom floor, not really worrying too much about what's going on above, and try, again, maybe get a little bit of admin and visa control if you can to prevent that verticality and get a plant down inside of archives. That's another option that you've got. So we'll see which Alpha go with. At the minute, it looks like they're shaping up towards maybe a little bit of top floor, although saying that, no, they're stacking up on secret here, so they could be looking to just go straight down the stairwell and a little bit of sort of route one in towards side.
Not too, I mean, I get it, but by the same token, I'm not too sure about this one.
I don't think it'll work, but I get it.
The thing for this site is you have to be so adaptive to what the defense brings to the table. And like I said earlier on, with 2 subs in there, maybe being adaptive in the middle of a round isn't going to be Alpha's strongest point.
No.
At this point, it kind of feels like, okay, we're bringing along what we brought along. It's not really designed to counter what we've seen. It's just we feel we can really just kind of slam through a brick wall here with this comp that we brought along. But it feels like they sort of stalled out a little bit. They looked, like you say, sort of fixed up for a rush or a really heavy push all of a sudden. But you look at the lineup they've got here. Nomad wants to get ground and make sure it's safe. The Ram wants to get in above. You've got the execute capacity coming out from the Glass and the sort of backstab potential of the Nook here. A lot of different things all going on that don't all make a ton of sense. So I'm still really waiting to see what happens. If nothing else, it feels like you might see a server-based execute coming in from Blue.
Potentially. It's going to be a brute force push if that is the case. That's just about grabbing as much space as you need, and no more, really, I think. Although the Ram on side suggests that you're maybe going to go for a little bit of verticality.
Why are we still top floor at this point in the round? Like, it's been ages. It's been 2 minutes, and no one's looking anywhere near sight.
This is what I mean. I don't think they're really confident themselves in exactly what they need. I think this is kind of a, you know, just sort of chuck it at the wall and see what sticks. You know, yeah, we've got this top floor now, so let's just see if we can get a bit of verticality. Is there an option for us to put the diffuser down? To be honest, though, FearX are not really challenging too much here. The diffuser's going to start going down. They're tickling it inside of tellers, and in all honesty, I'm not sure that FearX are in control.
I mean, they've got zero idea what's going on as they're rounding the corner and just slamming them in the head at this point. Only finally does a C4 kill come off, but this has been one of the weirdest rounds that I've seen in a while, where it feels like for 2 minutes nothing happened. And then Alpha have started picking up individual kills here half the time with FearX not even shooting back. That was just odd.
I think that FearX might have picked that site on the basis that I said that Alpha have got a couple of subs. Let's just chuck a weird site at them, see what they do. But I don't think FearX were ready for the site. In all honesty, no. I don't think they had a plan. Really, you know, it was very easy for Alpha to take top floor and to take blue. They were then able to pretty much walk down into Visa. They had tellers. FearX never put up any challenge against them. It was like you said, there was the longest time of nothing happening, and then Alpha had just kind of able to walk into space and take it.
It was the push down blue and that free kill onto the player that was sat watching in towards server that I was like, what? Why is this even a thing? Because you've got the Pulse on side who was watching for a plant attempt going down, which they did see coming through, but the Pulse also helps you know when someone is heading towards stairs inside of archives and then be able to come running down into towards server, and that is when you spin and go for a challenge. But almost like without that being a call or any kind of information that a player was pushing down those stairs, he's looking completely the wrong way and gets blindsided by the player coming in from blue. And opening up that wall, okay, sure, you've got a Maverick on side, it's pretty quiet. You should still at least have an inkling when that might be getting opened up here and not be completely oblivious to the fact you're about to get shot in the head for no reason. So I think FearX were just completely unaware in that round, or at least that's how it looked, to what on earth Alpha were trying despite having a blitz on side. It was just very weird.
Well, let's see if we go back to sort of business as usual in round 6. Going to be our final defensive round for FearX. They need to win this, to be honest. You know, they've come in here. They've had the choice of side start to begin with. They've gone with defense. So they need to be coming away with a 4-2 and giving themselves an advantage. They've got the castle this time, which I like. I think, again, you know, as I've said, it's about creating problems for Alpha. It's about creating situations that they have to think around, that, you know, maybe their initial plan now goes out of the window because they have to deal with the castle, because they have to, you know, rethink that. They do have the Zafir on side, so Rovi is going to be particularly important here, I think, you know, in just enabling them to deal with that quickly. in lieu of that, they could use the Rotero drones, of course, but just a little bit more risky when you're sort of reliant on them to take a castle out. They can be shot out quite easily if somebody's watching them.
I'm just hoping that now we're a bit more dug in, and we've got, looking at the comp coming out from FearX, it really is lockdown, right? Like full, no one gets in, you've got to get past the Clash, you've got to get past smokes, you've got to get past Goyo canisters. They're really playing hard in the denial game here rather than trying to open anything else up for the other side. And I think Alpha at least have respected a little bit of fact there's things like the Castle on side. You've got the Goyo here, you've got the Zofia too. No Twitch, which normally you'd see a team leaning towards if you're seeing a Goyo on side. Especially when you've got targets to also bring down like the FNATs. There's a lot that a Twitch could do in this round, but not brought along to the party or so as it stands. So I expect a lot of map control to be available to the attackers here if they want it. FearX again are playing quite dug in behind this very, very entrenched defensive lineup. So we'll see how things go over the next 60 seconds or so, but please to God, let's not get shot in the back by something random.
Doesn't look like it'll be the case for now, at least. Bastion's just going to be looking to try and walk up those Visa stairs potentially, but I just don't know whether Alpha have got a solution to this position for the time being. It's always sort of the linchpin of any attack coming through is to try and clear out that vending machine position, and just playing in behind the shield is of course going to make that difficult. They're looking to try and get themselves pushing forward in towards meeting. There's the first challenge. Click manages to take down Mephi. And Alpha are really waking up into this, Des, over the last couple of rounds particularly. Starting to win more of those gunfights. Starting to give themselves the opportunity inside of rounds.
I mean, it's a bit too easy for Clip to step in there and just turn around and win a 1v1 quite comfortably. Yes, loses about half his HP in the process, but no trade attempt, no response coming out from the other side. Sure enough, the right target being found, and that's your Clash gone as well. Good Boy at least steps up and secures what I'll call a very, very delayed trade on towards Clip here. But can they hold off? Demic finding one more for himself as well, down to a 3 versus 3. But for now, at least, the numbers advantage is with Alpha. 3 versus 1 breaks out, and Demic has got it all to do by himself.
Alpha have dealt with that position in Visa Hall fantastically well down by Vending, enabling them to get on into site, hold that position. They've then got kills from inside of site. The last couple of rounds have been particularly better from Alpha because they've taken control of the map. If you remember in the early rounds, I said they just never had any confident control. They were only sort of taking what was given to them. That's not the case any longer. We see that difference in that round. They've come forward. They haven't been given Meeting Door. They haven't been given Vending and Visa Hall. They've gone in there and taken it. They've gone in there and removed it. And that has been much, much better from Alpha.
Another rehost to come in here, I believe, as we have not seen the side swap. So I believe we'll need to see the changeover come through in a second, which will be another rehost at the 3 points in the half. So, if nothing else, we saw FearX, as we mentioned. I said earlier on, we've seen them play well as individuals. We've seen 2 great rounds from Demic, from Nova, and 1 really good round from Demic with a 5k to himself. Outside of that, not really seen team play being a part of their game, and I think that was really evident in those final 3 rounds of the half. Alpha have kind of woke up into things a little bit, figured themselves out a little bit better, and it feels now they've got that edge, that little bit of extra sharpness than what FearX have brought to the table so far. And I know now we're about to switch sides and see how things play out. I'm just a little bit nervous that FearX on the attack have really got to come in sharp, and with one of those shield operators banned away, Nova slightly handicapped there. Are they going to be able to do that? We'll see.
Yeah, I think the first sort of round 7 and round 8 particularly are going to be key to this one. They're going to be really important. If Alpha, let's remember, attack would not necessarily have been their chosen side start. They picked the map, and the defense was chosen by FearX. So getting themselves onto the defense of their own map now, if they can pick up 7 and 8 and go 5-3 up, then all of a sudden you start looking at it and you're thinking it's going to be pretty difficult for FearX to get that locked down. So I think, this tech pause, whilst they can't speak to each other or anything, Alpha probably, it's just a nice little reset for them before they go into that second half.
Absolutely. And for them, I think for both teams, it's a good chance to have that pause. You're changing sides as well. Like, yes, you can't talk about it, but at least it's a bit of a reset. As you can see here, dead silence. You can't say a word, Tim. Everyone has to be very, very good. And I'm wondering, given where the admin was currently hovering around Demic, there's no issue with the PC potentially. I think we're okay, though. As everyone's getting back into lobby, and we've got 1 more player left to join, and then we're good to go.
Yeah, that's it. Should be quite a quick one. We just need to get everybody fired in, and off we will go. So we've got a situation where we are 3-3 at the half. Of course, whoever loses this best of 3 will be going home, will be leaving the Montreal Major. Their job here will be done. There will be on their way despite all that hard work through stage 2 to arrive here. So both of them going to be giving absolutely everything to it. Reminder for everybody as well, Alpha of course playing with a couple of substitutes at the minute. They don't have their full normal lineup. Martin and Gaspro are missing from the lineup and have been replaced just for this tournament. So it's not an easy one, and to be honest, anything we've got to be sort of fair to Alpha. Anything that they get is a bonus, realistically. Coming in with short notice, having to change things up, as we've said, I feel like they've actually. It didn't start well for them at the beginning. It looked like FearX were going to run away with things after they picked up the first 3 rounds, and FearX seemed to have the key. You're playing against a team that have got substitutes in there that cause them a bit of chaos, get out on the roam, keep the pressure on them, which is what FearX were doing. But then they seem to have switched off from it in the second 3. And Alpha, by contrast, have really grown into the game. They've started, as I've said, taking space rather than just being given space. They've, started using utility better. We saw it was a little bit of a random round, but we saw the use of the air jabs and the boogie drones on the ram to try and just, push FearX around a little bit on that split site of Tellers and Archives to be able to create the space to move down and to move into and think about getting a plant. And it's definitely been better in that sort of second quarter from Alpha.
Well, now we're going to see how they do things on the defensive side. And this is where I get a little bit nervous for FearX. I think I know by the numbers, at least in the stage, they looked good on the attacking side, but what bothers me is when you get to the international stage, as we so often see, it is a completely different ball game. You can come in being top rated around the world for entries, for number of plants that you're getting down on average. All these kind of things work wonderfully when you're in your national league. When it comes around to playing against the big boys on an international stage, things can turn around entirely. So what we really need is a solid half coming out from FearX on the attacking side here. Something tells me, Tim, Alpha are not going to make that easy for them. Not with how much confidence they built over those last 3 rounds.
No, I think Alpha are going to look at this and think there's an opportunity to get a map here. And then, who knows what happens. Kind of all bets are off at that point. Like I said, for me, it was essential for them to get this first map. They're going to be looking towards a decider on Clubhouse, which even with substitutes coming in, Clubhouse is pretty much as default as it gets at pro level. Every team needs to have a good Clubhouse. And so players that are stepping in, whether it be in scrims, whether it be in ranked, whether it be in, the bits of practice and planning that they've been able to do before the tournament, are going to be aware of Clubhouse, are going to be aware of what he's doing. So there's a real opportunity if Alpha can get themselves to that. And in order to get to Clubhouse, they guarantee themselves that opportunity if they win here, regardless of what happens in map 2. Maybe they win it in map 2, but even if they don't, they get that opportunity on Clubhouse. So, next couple of rounds, really, really big for Alpha. And they've got a blitz going against them. It's not ideal.
And really big for FearX as well. It's been for both teams. It's very deciding, I think, is the way to describe it. How they get started in this half will impact a hell of a lot. Immediately then you see the Flores Rotero drone came on through. Immediately matched out, though, by a smoke from the other side, aware that top yellow is where the action is going to start kicking off. Now, at this point, really, is where you can start to delay more if you want to. Ragnar here, of course, got 2 of those smoke babes still to play behind. If he uses them now, there won't be any around for the actual execute itself. They have to be very careful of the timing and when they actually use these. Second one has already been deployed out here, and here comes the march on forward, and a run out comes on through. It's Rovi roaming around, brings down Demic, and the blitz tries his best, but Ragnar is there for the assist and make sure that Alpha can hold on.
Yeah, that was really good stuff for Alpha to be able to hold on, take down a couple of key operators. Rovi is roaming around and just causing an absolute nuisance of himself. Picks up one on the run out, then one on yellow stairs, and you feel like it's been a big part of breaking the attack of FearX, taking away that window play, taking away the blitz, but Nova just being able to remove that shield. It's just going to be a tough one for them now as Bastion able to take down Good Boy 3 versus 1. Alpha likely to hold on, and Nova's going to have to try and find in the next round that form that he had through the first half.
I've got to say, Rin has been invisible so far this game.
I don't think I've said Rin's name once,
actually. That's what I mean. I just thought then as I saw on the end as he was the final one left against 2 or 3, I was like, I haven't actually said Rin's name once, outside of a couple of times when I've watched him die to something random, like being killed by a buck through the floor when he was playing on the Clash. But again, for a player that when we look back at it was the epitome of Korean siege. Everyone was really excited by Rin. It was exciting. He would just charge on through and pick off 2 or 3 players by himself. He was in that 1v1 against Souls that we often refer to back in Sweden in 21.
Amazing.
Ultimately lost it, which would have seen them going through to the final, which would have been absolutely crazy. But I don't know. Very much a shadow of his former self, I think, is my main concern with Ren.
1-7 at the minute.
Yep.
I know that we don't have because of the rebuild of the lobby, we don't have the updated numbers on screen, but I can tell you, 1-7, 0-2 on the entry for Rin. Very, very difficult game for him so far. And like you say, you just feel it could be the difference maker for FearX. Somebody like that to step up and really catapult themselves into this one. Couple of big rounds. We always expected something from Rin in the mid round. It was always those important 2 and 3Ks that had just turned the round on its head. Or maybe just a big flash on the entry, a couple of kills, and all of a sudden the round is just going in favour of his team. So definitely need to see a little bit of a repeat of that. I tell you what, they're getting cheeky there. Rovi, after that last round, couple of kills, really starting to feel himself.
Warden, no less, as well. One of the ones that you'd expect to be able to hold on, like for later in the round when the flashes start coming on through from the blitz shield or smokes start going down, but nope. Wanted to chance it quite early on. Of course, knows that he was safe in that position. So if he were to catch someone, hey, whole new conversation we're having at this point. Some more trying his luck more than anything else. The FearX, once again, you've got Nova sitting on this blitz. You know full well that if he doesn't have the Monty available, he's playing blitz. He ain't got the Monty available. Ain't got the blitz available, he's playing Monty. If neither are available, he's playing Thermite. That is his go-to bread and butter, and it's pretty much all he does. So Alpha will probably read into that and know that they are going to see blitz every single round here, and probably feel they can deal with it quite comfortably. Otherwise, why ban the Monty away, and why not instead ban the blitz?
Yeah, I mean, they dealt with it fantastically last round, and they're just going to be looking for more of the same. For the time being, FearX have kind of got themselves into some initial positions, and they're just going to be holding angles now. I'm not seeing any droning going on, just the 1-2 now out there. So I was just going to say, it's kind of like they've reached that point of the round. They've hit that pause. We've got into position. Need to do a bit of droning. They've now done that, so they can start working the verticals. This is going to help them to get this opened up. I'm just interested to see everybody. I think, no, there's one on the mid floor at the minute from Alpha. So the real question is, at what point did they maybe make a move and see if they can get themselves into piano and maybe find a kill onto the ram, maybe make things a little bit difficult from above.
I think they really want a bit of pressure to come in here from the blitz on the other side to be able to suppress any kind of attempted tricking coming onto the wall or anything of the sort. And sure enough, they'll be able to get the wall open at this point. But the freeze comes on through. Maybe not quite the ideal place to chuck it, mind you. It's too easy to shoot away, as we've just found out. C4 unfortunately wasted, even with the projectile lines. Like, being chuck on top is not the ideal place for it to be. And that means the C4 is offline for them. Not the best start to the defense for Alpha, but for FearX, they've only got 60 seconds on which to pull off and execute here.
Yeah, a little bit of a struggle for him. Alpha could just really do with, something happening on that upper floor. Good Boy has already managed to take one down, and he's just going to now be roaming around. He could even go for a little backstab, get down spiral, cause a little bit of a problem down at the bottom there. As it is, we're going to have the utility pouring in. The Warden in key position to try and prevent anything happening with the blitz. The flash will not be successful. Just getting hung up on the deployable, but somehow goes over the top. Manages to find one. Also one down. Bastion has been put on his backside outside of security. Demic taken down by Ragnar as they start to fight back, but it leaves them effectively 2v4. Bastion is finished off 2v3. So that's something to say about it, but Nova is getting the diffuser down.
And just the one left standing here in the form of Slaters as well, which I don't think he'll be able to get away with. They've got the vertical, they've got the breach itself, they've got a shield on side, everything going the way of FearX. At least here they've managed to find the pieces they need. So he may have lost a couple of players in less than spectacular fashion, but it's at the very least managed to get the job done. And as Nova watches on, feeds across that information back and forth, all you're really going to see here is this time tick down until someone steps across and picks up the closing kill.
Yeah, that's it. Nova's just, using that shield lean, really smartly to just feed that information in, not exposing his legs or anything else, just lean around that pillar, give the information. He's coming from security, and then as soon as he's within range, bang, hits the flash, gets himself the final kill, and that was a much better round from FearX on the attack, much better round from Nova as well on the blitz. They used that shield well. I don't feel like Alpha maybe did enough to challenge on those upper floors. They did have one roaming up there. Good Boy was able to get the kill, but it just kind of felt like they'd given it over pretty easily. We saw FearX move in quite quickly, round about the 2-minute mark. They had that pause, the drones went out. 15 seconds later, we see the ram working above. There's no real challenge into piano, and Alpha were just kind of holding on inside a site, waiting for those fights to come to them, and it was just far too long for them to try and hold on. Ultimately, they were just ground down, and then in goes the blitz, and We had a little bit of a wild ride over the shield, managed to get the kill, and yeah, FearX doing really well with the space that they were given.
And in case you want another update on what's going on the A stream, well, G2 have now won 2-0, winning that second map of Lair 8-7. Lawyer himself going 18-11 and then 5-1 on entry. Really giving it to his old teammates there and just saying there's a reason why I left you, and now you're seeing why that is. A good performance from them, and of course, that now pushes Black Dragons down into this lower bracket to face off against one of these two teams. So at least we know who the opponent's going to be.
I mean, if you're one of these two teams, they're obviously not going to know.
And you're against Black Dragons.
It's not ideal, is it?
No, it's not.
You know, I mean, neither was going to be. You know, G2 or Black Dragons were always going to be a difficult next option. But are we going to have a little jump out here? It's we've just got one of Alpha sat on a window at the minute. Rovi seems kind of keen, but I think he's just gonna. I think he was more waiting to see if there was an opportunity came his way, maybe on the rappel or anything else. But as it doesn't, he's going to dip himself away. I think that's absolutely fine from Alpha.
Gets himself rid of a drone. That's the most important part to look for. To keep denying the information away from the other side of FearX, who, as we remarked earlier on, they love playing mute. That was taken away from them. It definitely factored into that first half, and Alpha themselves have now got to adapt to not having it in their lineup in this second half. It's why, again, you're seeing the Mozzie brought along. Not just because he got buffed, but also because of that mute on side. Well, is the next best thing that you can afford to bring along into the lineup. For now, at least largely untroubled, though, as FearX is still getting themselves set up and trying to look for a way in towards the building here. Burning through a lot of their utility as well. Smokes have come out. Sense lines coming in as well. Charge comes on through, but you're against the Warden here. Of course, he's not too affected, and he's giving him the run around there, Tim. Slater bringing down Nova, instantly traded out, but look at it. It is trade central right now. Call it the stock exchange. Back and forth between the two, but it's Alpha with the man advantage when all is said and done.
Yeah, I don't know if that was purposeful from the Blitz, you know, the push in there, finding the Warden, or is it just who it happens to be that you've come across? I would hope it was the latter, because it really didn't work out. That's going to be one of your direct counters when you're playing on the Blitz, and we see exactly what can happen. 3 versus 3 though, as Slater and Bastion have now been taken down. 1 minute 10 left on the clock. FearX don't need to get carried away here. They've got a couple of drones that they can use between Mephi and Demic. Ragnar, however, manages to find one, but as always, the answer is there. FearX keeping this close.
Close enough that they can get it over the line, though. Pulled themselves in the lead. Still TBD. 50 seconds to play is a lot of time to work with here as well. Only problem is, not tons of information. Still the 2 drones on side. No secondary utility to work with, but a lot of noise that can come out of that ram if they get it in the right position. Klipster drops himself away, rounding back in towards side to join his teammate. The most important thing I feel to guarantee here is trades if it comes down to that. And here's that noise I was on about. Look skywards. He just misses his man. Not going to have a chance to pick him off here. It's going to have to come down to a straight-up shootout with about 10 seconds on the clock, Tim.
Yeah, the movement just not kind to him there. There was definitely an opportunity. He's getting those pings in. The util's being used well. Demic does manage to find him eventually. 1 versus 2. Clip with 15 seconds left to hold on. He sees the drop. He gets the drop. He takes down Demic 1v1. Mephi decides it's time to try and put that case down. I think he can stick it here potentially, but the challenge is going to go very quickly, but it doesn't matter. It's not too quick for Mephi, who spins on a dime and finds his man.
That was a massive risk from Mephi as well. If Clip backs away there, doubts himself for half a second, they lose that round. There was no time left to play with, and the diffuser itself was, what, a second away from being complete? Definitely I want to say an experience call there. Mephi, I know he's still quite young, but been around for a couple of years now and knows all too well in those situations, you've got to make your shots count, and does just that. FearX up to 5-4. It still feels too difficult to call which way it goes, and God knows what happens on map 2 when we get there, Tim.
Absolutely anybody's at the minute. Like I say, I feel like it's a difficult one to call, but I feel like this first map is a real big determining factor in this matchup. You know, it's not to say that whoever wins it wins the game, but I feel like if Alpha win it, we probably see a third map. I feel if FearX win it, it maybe wins them the game, because I feel like Bank's going to be very difficult for Alpha. It's, you know, an even bigger map than Consulate in many ways. There's lots of work to be done there, you know, particularly when you're attacking. I think it's going to be a tough one for them. So, you know, they don't have the sort of small, twisty little spaces to deal with like they do on Consulate. You know, all those little corners that they can hide in, all those little sort of tricky movements that they can make. That's really not the case on Bank. It's big, it's open, there's long lines of sight, and we've already seen FearX benefiting from them, particularly in the first 3 rounds of this one. think it'll be more of the same on Bank, so Alpha, I still remain with the same opinion. They've got to get something going here, and they try and clip. He's wanting to get aggressive with that T5 on the admin windows, just looking to get himself a little pick if he can. Takes down the drone. He knows where the push is going to come towards now, so he can call that out, and his team can potentially adjust if they weren't already facing up towards that side of the map. But FearX certainly taking their time about getting on in.
And why not? Drones up again through the window. I've seen this a couple of times now where quite early on they'll shoot the window open, chuck a drone up there, and immediately there is an Alpha player there ready to collect the drone for free. Yeah. Whereas other teams might wait, get someone on rappel, for example, trying to capitalize on any information that comes off a drone being shot. You haven't seen that coming out of Alpha so far, outside of FearX, sorry, on the other side of things. Not that it's like a massively significant problem, but just want to be aware. Please. Third time lucky, he manages to get his man. Clip at the same time, gets rid of Mephi, and Alpha already into a 5v3. They were like, right, enough of this droning nonsense, enough of this rappel and playing slow. We're coming for you.
How many times are they going to let Rovi run out on them is the question. You know, that's not the first time that's happened, and it's something that they need to be dealing with here, whether that be through drones, whether that be through, you know, physically having somebody watching. If anything, they could potentially bait that out. Get on the rappel. You know, Rovi might come out of a door. Have somebody watching it. Get yourself a free kill. They need to be learning those sort of player tendencies that are coming out of Alpha and making sure they don't allow it to continue. 3 versus 5, a minute 15 left to go. This is going to be a tough round for FearX, and I think we might just see this going to 5-5 and a guarantee of all 12.
Double Frostbite being hit as well. Good boy on Rin. At least now their location given away. Of course, back in the day when you used to get the indicator on where those goo mines were, they served as very good bits of information. Now it's purely a sound call that you can lean on, but here we go. 2 players pushing on forward. Forced to come out from behind the shield as well due to the nade, and Rin will collect his man. Goodbye going to be recoverable, at least for a second here. For Alpha, 4 players still stood up here on full HP. On the other side, 2 on below 100%. It's not looking too good for FearX. Only 30 seconds left to play.
No, going to be very difficult for them to brute force this. We've got Rovi just looking to get another challenge. Will do so successfully. Started things off with the run out. Manages to get another one up there and retake that vending machine area. How about that though? Demic over the top rope down into the yellow stairwell. Manages to find Clip, but Slater's there for the trade. Last one comes in through bathroom window. Has to take out the frost mat, and that means it's all she wrote in the round as Slater's managed to take down that last man, and that is going to see us getting at least all 12 out of this one, and it's really heating up here in these final rounds, Des.
It's so back and forth between the two, you just don't know round to round what to expect. Like, for Alpha in that round there, it was the response, I think, to realising, right, they've got 3 or 4 players sat on rappel, trying to get control of admin. Jump out, boys, let's try and make some magic happen. Well, jump outs, run outs in this case, and managed to find 2 early in the round. And this is the thing for FearX, like I remarked on the whole droning thing, they are so slow at the start of these rounds. There's no instant enablement of one player to go charging in and make something happen with a drone at his feet or pre-droning already done for him. They have to take everything kind of slow right from the off, and their drone preservation has not looked particularly good across these rounds either. So I think Alpha have got the right idea by trying to be disruptive and really tripping FearX up before they can even start to walk in these rounds. If if I had to back either of these teams to get this over the finishing line now, it would be Alpha, but FearX have already shown at least a couple of times how they can get rounds over the line as well themselves.
Let's see who's going to get the advantage then. Only one of these 2 teams is going to get an opportunity to get this one done in regulation. It will be whoever wins this round. Coming up towards the action phase, we're just having those final reinforcements being done. We'll have the Bandit there just managing to get Secret done in time. And also putting the Bandit battery on there, so just showing us, signalling that they're very cautious of the potential for a backside push. You know, we saw a little bit of noise, a little bit of an attempt over that side previously from Alpha themselves, so they don't want to be caught unawares with it. But FearX, for the time being, they're going to be relying on the Maverick just to create a little bit of mischief, a little bit of a nuisance down in Garage.
I was like, please don't expose yourself. I was just trying to run away from the wall at that point. If he Mav burnt himself out too far and lost his life to it, it would be catastrophic, quite frankly, because otherwise, outside of that, they've got the Headbanner to lean on. All right, you can get through a wall still, but it's going to take you a hell of a lot longer, and given how slow things have been to date, yeah, that could be a bit of a concern. At least things are moving a bit quicker here with the Blitz on side as well. Nova working his way down towards server. Remarked earlier on, all you're going to see is him playing on either the shield operators or Thermite throughout this series, and really throughout most of the tournament I'd come to expect. He's putting it to some good use so far, but they've really got to get more out of it.
Twitch drone is just going to be held back by a Mozzie Pest. I don't think they could get a view on it to be able to take it out, so it's going to mean that they go back to sender. The Mozzie Pest doing a really good job actually at the minute of just removing intel from the attackers when it comes to the actual site. They don't know what's going on in there because every time they try to send a drone forward, it is blocked out by one of those Mozzie Pests, and they have to turn around, they have to head the other way. Now then, Nova needs to get in here aggressively, looking to do exactly that. That's beautiful. That's what you want out of your shield. Just acting as that magnet so that Good Boy can step round and get the kill. Bastion does pick up Demic elsewhere. That's the Hibana gone, so no more breaching going to be possible outside of the Maverick, which takes time, and we're down to a minute, so they need to consider that fact. Rovi, once again, Des, in a tricky position and not being dealt with, though.
I mean, 15 HP is not great for him, admittedly, but it's more than the 3 players that I'm keeping an eye on here, like Good Boy, Rin, and Mephi, all still up on their feet and able to work a bit of magic themselves if they can, capitalise on the distraction that the shield's going to be causing for them. Got to be careful of Rovi. He's also managed to get himself up above here as well. Gets himself down through a hatch. This could be a little bit problematic. Nova's going to find himself down. Shield now removed. Once again, Alpha are in a 4 versus 3, Tim.
Rovi just needs to...
no!
Oh, Rovi.
No!
Not
like this.
I was just about to say Rovi just needs to play patiently. He just needs to wait for his time. He should have waited, I think, till 15-20 seconds left and then just dropped one of the hatches and just been amongst them, just been in behind them. It had been an absolute nightmare. Now they've been able to mop him up. 3 versus 3, 3 versus 2 as Bastion finds another in the round. That makes it 3, taking down Rin. 10 seconds left to go, 2v2. And FearX, they might be able to get something done, but it's going to have to be an insane last second push. 3 seconds left to go, and it looks like Alpha hold on, and they do. That gives them the match point opportunity. They might just be able to hold on to Consulate yet.
Like I said, if any team was going to get this one over the line, I would have imagined it would have been Alpha, and well, that's exactly how things stand. 6 and 5. FearX really struggling to get a complete attack together at this point. Yeah, again, they've had a couple of high moments throughout the half where they've made good use of the blitz, I feel. And that round there, they had some of the right ideas coming together. Yeah, Good Boy looked like he was on for an absolute tear there to clean things up, but even when he's finding a 3K, no one else on his team managed to contribute to that round. And as we saw back in the first half, those first 3 rounds, sure, you can rely on Nova getting a 3K twice. You can rely on Demic getting himself an ace. You can't always rely on individual players to be the ones carrying you through these rounds. The team performance out of Alpha is looking far better than the one that is coming out of FearX, even if a couple of players on FearX have had good individual performances across multiple rounds.
Right, let's see if Alpha can do it then. Let's see if they can get this one locked down and get themselves a map on the board. It's going to be a big step for them towards that phase 2 position that they're going to be desperate to try and keep a hold of. And what a bonus it'll be for them coming in here, of course, with 2 substitutes. I'm sure it will have been more than they dared to dream of to be potentially pushing forward. They will have a very difficult matchup after this one as well, of course, in order to keep themselves going in the tournament. But, what a road it would be to set themselves on. For the time being, they still need at least this round and another map. There you go. That's what I've been talking about. FearX, you can't keep letting him do it. You've got to bait it out. You've got to punish him for it. And that's exactly what they've done. And honestly, I think that might have been a badly timed risk for Alpha. You need this round to get the map, and you throw yourself out of the window and leave yourself 4 versus 5 early in the round. It's not ideal.
A little bit of a Hail Mary, really, wasn't it, unfortunately.
An unnecessary Hail Mary,
you say that.
You're in the lead.
If you get rid of Good Boy, the only player who's doing anything of particular note, and you have a Valkyrie who's already got the black eye cameras down, then, okay, you'll take it. You never know who you're going to find on those kind of jump outs. It could be the Blitz. It could be something like the Deimos being taken off, in which case, fantastic. Just unfortunate for him, he gets nothing.
If it was his first attempt at a jump out, I would be saying, yeah, if it works out, we call him a genius there. But given that it's the third time now that he's gone out, I think you've got to get to a point where you're expecting that. We're going to see the kills coming in. It looks like FearX are going to do the job here, one after another. Nova in with the latest. 3 versus 1 now as the plant is going down. We've got Clip just trying to hold on from above. He doesn't know exactly where that plant is. It's going to be stuck. There is 2 on low health here, so when you look at this as a 1 versus 3, you look and you think maybe it's doable, but with only 22 HP to his own name, it's going to be tough for Clip. He's got a bit of information. He's got some red pings coming out. He's trying to work his way through Lounge, takes a spray through the wall. It's not going to be lucky for him. He's just unable to find that final bullet on any of these operators.
And even if you do find one of these ones on the downstairs, there's still someone waiting upstairs to play the reverse denial against you as well. So this one is cooked. It's going to end up being 6-6. I think we may have to go for a rehost here to get this configured, but the FearX, they get enough done to send us through to overtime.
There we go then. We are going to overtime. Des, it wouldn't be day one at a major without us going to overtime at least once. And so we'll kick it off here with our very first map in this one. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me to see more overtime from this game as we continue to go. I feel like this one is going to continue to be hard fought and is going to continue to be pretty close between these two. But who is going to be able to get Consulate locked down is anybody's guess at the minute. We're heading to Piano this time around by the looks of things.
Indeed.
And that's going to be FearX on the defense for the first overtime round.
And think about last time we saw this, right? Alpha were really, really good at getting control of top floor, mainly pushing their way up yellow, but also the player coming through Cubby inside a meeting. And with that, got control of this kind of like west side of the top floor very easily. FearX admittedly did step back and say, you want it, you can have it. They had to then go and try and push into them in long desk, and that is when things started to fall apart because FearX had a couple of crossfires set up, and Alpha just knew they couldn't comfortably try and make a plant happen on site itself if they had this threat coming in from the vertical, where if a retake from FearX came on through, they're back in square one. They've got to then go and retake top floor again. So I think that's where they'll be looking for an improvement this time round, is not letting FearX really stonewall them out of the perimeter rooms, and in fact, going on to push in and try and kill a couple of the FearX players before you start thinking about going for a plant inside a Piano or Exposition.
Yeah, this was the round that round 3 was the one that I spoke about where I said Alpha took lots of ground but only really took what was given to them and never had confident control was the phrase that I used. They were in there but they weren't able to find any kills based on it. They weren't able to really do anything that helped them win the round because when it came to planting, FearX still had top floor control. They were still above them. Demic was able to win out the 1v2 to finish his ace for the round and to close things off. So, it was a tough one for them, and that's something that they need to learn from, definitely.
I've had a really, really terrible line that I've been told that I need to say if Mephi really starts popping off.
Okay.
I'll save it. You'll love it. I know you will, because I know
I'm
what you
excited
like as a person.
for that. We just need Mephi to do the business now.
That's the problem, because he's not been doing the business, Tim. Every round since I got told about 3 or 4 rounds ago, I was like, all right, we'll hold on to this one. We'll watch Mephi. And often he's the last man walking in on like a Maverick or something and just being shot in a 1 versus 3. I'm like, mate, this doesn't give you a chance to get the shout out you deserve. Unfortunate, but we'll see if they can keep on cooking here on the defensive side. At least for now. Alpha, as I mentioned, I want to be careful about this top floor. Get control. And this is where they really got stuck. Last time was on long desk, and this time around, as you see, FearX aren't even playing around this part of the map. They're not playing for that vertical denial. Instead, holding their way around top yellow inside a bathroom here. And here we go. In comes the push. And Ragnar, 14 HP feels like a very magical number for Blitz, because I've seen so many Blitzes down to 14 HP on this game. It's ridiculous.
Clip does manage to take out Rin, so that's going to be the opener for Alpha, an advantage to them. But we have seen FearX, very, very capable on the defense, specifically to be able to play from a man disadvantage and still get rounds won. We're going to have a lot of damage now done to Clip and to Ragnar. So that is 2 operators that are on the cusp of death. Only 25 HP between the pair of them. Alpha really need to be finding themselves another kill here to just cement this advantage before the tide starts turning.
2 down to a fraction of HP, so that Blitz is only so much use to you at this point, unless he can get in and get a clean kill onto someone. Or potentially try and make a plant happen, but he's not really the go-to operator you want in that situation when he's only got 9 HP to his name. 4 versus 4 breaks out here with 30 seconds still to play. No C4s to play behind. Nothing really too disruptive to the side of Alpha if they want to push in to make this happen. Nova finding himself finished off and down here. And there we go, finally. Mephi does strike and get rid of Ragnar.
And puts the diffuser down on the ground. If FearX are able to maybe just defend that area a little bit, there's only 15 seconds that they need to hold on for. Good boy misses his opportunity. Dares, he sees his man, but he cannot find the shots. He's taken down. And Demic as well. FearX have almost given this away. 1v2 now. The opportunity was there, but no. Mephi just can't find it. Rovi picks him up. And FearX, what a round of missed chances from them.
What a bottle job by Mephi, man. Oh, When you see a man stood still picking a goo mine out of his foot, like that's the freest kill you'll ever find. He can't shoot back, but doesn't quite find the opportunity and pays the price for it. Very unfortunate, and now I do think we will find ourselves going into a rehost because it says round 8, and it's not round 8. We're in overtime, so I have to do the side swap and Alpha go on to defense instead. Yada, yada, yada. We'll get that sorted for you guys in just a couple of moments. At this point, does Fresh have on his bingo card about the number of rehosts per map?
Does he have K's in the chat? Because we've just had that there. Ringe just put K's in the chat.
Okay, well, there we go. If not Fresh, get it on, get it done, get it crossed off.
I know it's one that's been on there before.
It does
so, yeah.
What about our map 3 OT? Is this the series, Tim?
It could be.
Kill me, please no.
FearX there. Demic, Mephi, Good Boy, all missing opportunities. I won't say to win the round, but honestly, I think they probably win the round if they get any of those kills. Because it would have just been that swing in man count. It would have been about control particularly. But Good Boy misses shots and then turns his back to run down yellow and dies. Demic misses his shots and gets taken out. Mephi misses the man that's taking the goo mine out of his leg. He can't react quickly enough. That leaves him then in a 1v1. It becomes, a lot more winnable. A real tough round for FearX where there was some serious missed opportunities.
I feel like I need to reel the line off and tell you what the line is.
Des is so excited about this.
You know what? I feel
like you should hold on until the end of the game.
I will. This is what I'll do.
If you can't do it naturally,
by end of series, I'm
then you can tell us.
It is good creative, and I'll tell you what, I'll hold to this forever. It is great creative genius by Tristan who came up with the line.
Okay.
You can imagine it's to fair for a match, it's quite a sensible and safe one.
Okay.
But it's a good one. I'll hold on to it, and if not, I'll tell you at the end of the series. It does deserve airtime.
I'll look forward to it.
Because otherwise, FearX are going home and there's no chance to ever say it again, and it just goes into the annals of history.
Well, I'm sure there'll be chance again.
Yeah, but I'll forget about it in
the future.
I'll have forgotten about it by then. It'll be long gone.
We're just getting everybody back into the lobby. Don't worry, it won't take too long. This one is just a very simple rehost.
You ever play with a sleeve, Tim?
Technical issues. So it's an interesting one. I'm
about to get like a 10-minute story about how you've tried some on Amazon now, and then you've got like all these different things going on.
No.
Go on, then. Why is it interesting then,
It's just interestingly timed because we had a discussion about sleeves the other day because we were playing in the stack, and I was a little bit cold, so I went to put a hoodie on, and then there was a whole discussion about people couldn't play with sleeves. And
not like a gaming sleeve though, not sleeves.
No, I know, and I said, to be honest with you, I'm nowhere near good enough for any type of sleeve to impact my game either positively or negatively. I could wear a dinner jacket and it really wouldn't make any difference. If anything, maybe I'd get more kills. I'd at least be classy whilst doing it. But no, I've never tried a gamer sleeve. It's not something that I've gone for. Maybe I should try it.
If you try one,
if I'm already flicking a mouse at the wall, imagine the speed I'd do it with if I had a sleeve on.
Like Back to the Future all over again, this time with the mouse mat instead.
It'd be crazy.
Can't believe we just done that. What colour would you get if you had to get a gaming sleeve, though?
Do I get a colour or do I get a team?
You can pick anything. It can be team, it can be colour, it can be gradient, it can be a series of your choosing on TV. I don't really care. You choose anything you want.
What do I do? Realistically, I feel like the sleeves that BDS use seem pretty good.
Yeah.
They're all doing quite well, aren't they?
Yeah, they're doing all right.
So maybe I could have a look at what BDS use.
That's one of them. Borrow one of theirs or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Would you want Shaiko's old one, though? Would it make you feel better if you had that? Just feel like the power surge through you as soon as you put it on.
Can you imagine?
Worn Shaiko sleeves on eBay?
I'd be up to a 0.9.
Going for a few hundred
I'd be up to a 0.9, Des.
What are you on now?
Dizzy Heights. I don't know. Not a 0.9. I'm a support player, all right.
Mate, you've had that excuse for
Get off
years.
my back, I'm a support player.
I've seen you playing support less and less
How
lately
many
anyway.
plants have I got? How many plants have I got? Yeah.
Lately?
That's what I thought.
Not many.
That's what I thought. No, that's what I thought.
You are insufferable. I thought it was me who was bad, and then here you are, giving it full beans.
Shall we go back to some Siege? We've got everybody loaded back in. We continue in overtime between Alpha and FearX. It is 7-6 at the minute. Alpha have got another opportunity. They had the opportunity to close it out in regulation. They failed. FearX were able to hold on, take us to overtime. This time, Alpha will have the opportunity to close it out in overtime. This is their map pick, and they are now on the defense. You would have to expect it gives them a reasonable advantage. If we have a look, they have defended Console Office twice. They have won Console Office twice. Great opportunity here for Alpha to get this first map. I feel like if they can do this, we start looking down the road towards potentially that clubhouse decider. I'm not writing Alpha off when it comes to Bank. It is a map they could potentially win, that is for sure, but it's FearX's pick. It's really open, which I think is going to suit FearX down to the ground, and it could be a tough one for them, but it just gives Alpha that little bit of sort of wiggle room, that little bit of comfort that they at least get a map 3 minimum out of this.
Minimum. And the big one for me is, like we've already said, Alpha, it just felt like as the game has worn on, they've sort of grown into things a little bit, started to look really, I don't want to say convincing, because that's a very strong word to use for either of these teams, given how this performance has gone.
Too easy.
I mean, that's a great example. You know, Rovi kind of reminds me of Sloth. It'll just appear anywhere around the map, not always aware of its surroundings.
Either get a 3 kill,
either kill 3 people or die in the stupidest way. And I just feel like I'm watching that all over again. How you doing, well, Sloth?
Been playing in Korea, of course.
He has, yeah.
For Mia.
Questions to ask, that's for sure. Rovi being offline, again, one of the more frustrating points for them because he has been a big part of this game for them too. Like, as it stands, currently 14-9, well, 14-10 now, I suppose. He's been up there with Bastion as being one of the 2 players that has made a big difference. Not the end of the world to have him offline, as said, but still big to lose one of the guns like that. For me, all eyes, though, will turn towards Nova once again. The number of times that he's gone down early on a blitz, no less, as well, is a little bit like, yeah, guard the HP a little bit better, my son. Like, you're feeding the information, that's all well and good, but it's also about being able to put this operator to good use, which you can't do when you're down to single-digit HP.
No, exactly that. You need with the blitz to be able to be aggressive. However, Demic manages to get in. There's no challenge coming from underneath. I'm not sure they're even aware here. Beautifully timed. Mephi manages to take down Ragnar. 5 versus 3 now. Diffuser planted. Alpha on the back foot. Clip able to find Good Boy, but that's about all they can get going at the minute.
There's questions to ask. There are questions. Yes, Rovi went down early. Yes, there was some threat inside the piano itself, but that's a bit of a messy start and not quite the ideal kind either. Down to 24 seconds left on the clock, and Nova sat here at range with a pistol, bringing them down to try and push them forward, and nothing's going to come off the back of it. FearX, by hook or by crook, have managed to get themselves over the line and get a plant down here. It looks like, Tim, it's going to require that 15th round to see who walks away with Consulate.
Yeah, we're definitely going all the way here. Shield comes out, Nova manages to pick up the final one, and it was a great opportunity spotting round, really, from FearX. They saw that the space was there. Even though the floor was open, there was nobody down in piano. You know why? Because Good Boy had already killed him. That's where Rovi was playing. He was on the Legion. He was going to be the one to try and hold that position, but the problem had already been removed by FearX. It created the space for them, and boy, did they take it. Absolutely great stuff from them. Get in, get the job done, and just hold it from the rappel. They know where the jump outs are going to come from. They know when they're going to come, and they just had that on absolute lock. So 7-7, we go to round 15. It's going to see Alpha on the attack this time. It's going to be top floor again. And if we have a look, Alpha were able to win that attack 2 out of 3 times there's back in regulation.
Can they do it in overtime? There was such a strong temptation to say on a Wednesday rainy night in Stoke, but in here it's in overtime. You'd hope so. You'd trust so, given the stats you just reeled off there. And let's be honest, that last round there, it felt more like FearX managed to catch Alpha completely off guard. I think once they got rid of Rovi downstairs, they realised, oh, there's no one else really playing downstairs. It was only actually once the diffuser was already down that we saw someone try and move underneath. That's where I think we saw Clip step across and find someone who was working their way back into X position. So a little bit light on the vertical denial, and if your whole game plan revolves around being able to hold into different parts of the map there, but also then have the vertical denial on towards the default plant spot itself, you've got to make sure you've got a backup in case one player goes down. But I'll also give it to FearX. The fact that they charged in so quick and Good Boy found Rovi inside of Piano so quickly, that's what really turned that round on its head. And it goes to show that sometimes an early kill in the game, you kind of think, oh, okay, then cool, he's died to the entry, not a big deal. It can affect the outcome of the round entirely, which I'd wager just there it did.
100%.
A goo mine on that window would have saved him as a great
100%.
example.
100%. Yeah, it would have done. You know, like you say, it's just that opportunity spotting from FearX of, you know, saying, look, we've got a chance here. We can get the piano player. We've got the air jabs. We've got everything we need to potentially put this diffuser down. And they did fantastically well with it. So we will see whether they can hold on to the top floor. So what have Alpha done that has worked 2 out of 3 times when they've attacked onto this site previously? A lot of pressure has come from the admin side. One with their attacks that stuck with me from that side particularly was they cleared Vending fantastically well. They pushed into take ground inside a meeting, and then they just had somebody operating inside a meeting the whole time. And as the defense kind of rotated around them, trying to fill positions like Vending, the player from Alpha inside a meeting was able to just pick up a couple of kills, and it really swung it in their favour. So again, I'm not sure whether Alpha go with that admin-sided push again. If you fear X, you've kind of got to expect it this time. So, maybe a little bit of pressure from elsewhere as well will be helpful for Alpha, but it's one of them. If it's not broke, you try and fix it.
There's quite a bit to fix here, unfortunately, I believe. I think we're trying to figure our way through to this one because there's a bug at the minute apparently where when you go for a rehost, the round count doesn't then resume at the correct number. Like, for example, the score has been input as 7-6 as it was, but the game reads that as round 1, so it doesn't read it as a fully complete game when you then get over the finish line. So that's what's currently being investigated, I think, while we get that one addressed. You can see at the top of our screen right now, it's 7-7. It says round 2. It is absolutely not round 2. We are indeed in round 15. And just to confirm, the winner of this round will win Consulate and will then progress forward into map 2.
Yep, that's it. We've got plenty more Siege coming for you, not just in this one, but today in general. Of course, we've got A and B stream running, given that we're in Phase 1. Plenty of games going on. We have 8 teams that have started out today. Only 4 of them will still be surviving in the Montreal Major come the end of the day. We will say goodbye to 4. So far, we have had G2 and Falcons both qualifying through into Phase 2. They are done. They are locked in. We have had Chiefs and Black Dragons accordingly drop down into the lower bracket, and they will play the winners of this game, and they will play the winners of CAG versus CL4L. And then 2 of those teams will go through. The other 2 will, of course, go home.
It's kind of a sad day. We always say it like so early on in the competition when you played a couple of games and you've already been finding yourself cast back home, right? But this is why we had this play-in phase introduced where it was teams that were kind of like outside of the norm, those that have qualified sort of late last minute have battled their way through LCQs. For example, it's why G2's in here. It's why we've seen Black Dragons in here as well, with a chance to prove themselves and then qualify for the main tournament of 16 teams that does commence on the 10th in a couple of days' time. So check it in your calendars or your diaries or whatever you might use to track your time these days. But on Sunday, that's when the real action gets underway, when we start off that run towards that final on next Sunday to see who lifts the trophy.
Oh, I absolutely can't wait. The thing is, I love all the different stages of majors. I love Phase 1 and 2 for kind of like the chaos, particularly, Phase 2 when we get into the Swiss and you've got everybody's just battling against everybody, and I just absolutely love it. You've got like 2 streams running, loads of games going all day, but then, of course, when you get to the spectacle of the main stage, and that's where the teams, are really sort of rising to the top of the pack at that point when they get there, and absolutely love that as well. Of course, having the community present as well with everybody there to watch it is always a wonderful part as well, just getting to share these moments with everybody, and I'm sure there's going to be some absolute belters coming here in Montreal.
Well, players are all back in the lobby, so we'll be able to get into game in just a moment, and this time around, hopefully no issues to see us get over the line and finish off round 15. I almost forgot what our other 2 maps are on the series, actually. Remind me.
Bank and Clubhouse.
The Bank and Clubhouse? Yes, indeed they are. Yeah. That's one being that Fear X pick, which you'd obviously hope if things go against them here, they turn it around. We had these concerns coming into Consulate that it was a map Alpha don't really play, as mentioned. I think looking back over the last 6 months, they've banned it away 10 times. It's been banned against them twice. They haven't played it at all. They refuse to go to it. If it's not banned by someone else, they'll always ban it themselves. Whereas I think for Fear X, it being a map they're slightly more comfortable on, you'd expect to see them performing arguably better than what we've seen so far today, because it does feel like it's been one of those games that's been very riddled with small mistakes or missed moments, as you referred to earlier on as well, where really that shouldn't really be a thing. Oh, great. Okay. We're going back to the rehost, I think. Woo! As many rehosts as rounds, unfortunately. So I think we'll sort that out in a second and get ourselves started again. Okay.
We'll be in as soon as we can. Have you ever tried any other sort of gaming equipment, Des? We're talking about a sleeve there, like a little mouse bungee or maybe a hand warmer or...
I don't get... mouse bungees I understood during the era when it was like wired mice, but now we're in the wireless era and I'm just like,
I could do with an emergency bungee, really.
You could.
As I was saying earlier, I often forget to charge mine and then I end up chained to my desk.
That is true. That is true.
By the charging cable for.
You know what we need to do while we're actually, Tim? I want to go and ask someone later. We need to, when one of these teams go home and they don't have a practice booth anymore, we need to go and commandeer it.
Oh, it's so good in Sweden.
And get in some ranky.
Yeah, we did that in Sweden, and we were able to set up some customs amongst the talent.
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
It was really good.
I remember walking into the little booth that we took over, and there were just like 2 separate games of ranky on the go at once, and I think Demo had ordered sushi as well. I was just sat there munching that and watching everyone play. It was brilliant.
It was a vibe.
It was a vibe.
But yeah, it's a tough one for me to admit. I've lost a couple of rounds recently because I've had my mouse charging, and I've genuinely tried to flick onto somebody, and the cable has held me back. That has happened. Yeah, no, nothing like a hand warmer or anything. I don't really have any problems with cold. I can't say that I've ever sort of thought that my hands were too cold to play or anything. I know that's another popular one. We often see the players with, like the little hand warmers that they just hold in the hand, and it just heats things up.
Yeah, I've actually found one of them at home, I don't know why I've got one, but I've got the hand warmer things.
Yeah,
I found one, I was cleaning out my room the day like I mentioned earlier. I was just trying to real stress. I'm a clean person, I promise. And I was just like, I should try that at some point. We're coming up towards winter, and my hands do get cold sometimes during the day. So at some point during a session, I might have to just give it a go. See if it keeps me going.
See what happens.
Because I've been playing a lot of games with Fresh and XR Troika lately, and that's been those are the sweaty sessions, as you can probably imagine.
If you've got Fresh and X in the start, you're locked.
Oh, it's not even a siege stat. That's the thing though, so it gets a bit more intense. Is the problem.
You're locked in at that point. You're properly locked in.
And so when your hands are cold and like you're not hitting your shots, and you're just like, I need to change this now. That's when the hand warmers are coming out. Might try sleeve as well. What else would you try? I mean, look now. What in-ears? In-ears, I'm not really a fan of. I hate like in-ear headphones anyway.
I've got in-ears because over-ears give me headaches. So I do use in-ears just because it's more comfortable, and basically it allows me to play ranky for longer. If I have the over-ears on, I tend to 3-4 hours.
You need to get a better headset.
Obviously,
mate.
take regular breaks. Your safety and your health and safety is important.
Stand up for 5 minutes every hour.
All that sort of stuff. But yeah, after a few hours, I get headaches with over-ears, whereas in-ears, I can play through that and stick in the rank stack. To be fair, on the ranky side, I've had a heck of a season this.
How many games you at?
250 plus.
That's impressive. Fair play.
Yeah, I've had a heck of a season.
I think I'm at 54 or something. But you're a demon. Honestly, I wake up to messages in the morning of all of you being like, right, rank stack assembled. I'm like, I work. I can't.
Every day.
It makes me jealous. You know that meme like the guy from Les Mis and the guys at the window looking down all sad? That's me every day that I wake up and to see messages in the WhatsApp group chat. Rank everyone. I'm just like, I can't.
No, I've got to work. Right, let's get into this. Talking numbers. 7-7 it is on the scoreboard. We are in round 15, and this one is going to decide it. We've got Alpha versus FearX. This is map 1 in our best of 3, and it feels like it could be a real strong advantage for whoever takes it. We go into FearX's map choice next. Certainly not writing Alpha off, but they are playing with 2 substitutes, let's remember. So going into somebody else's map choice, 1 down, is surely going to be a big ask, you would expect. So FearX, they're going to be doing everything they can to try and lock this one down here and get it won in the final round. It's going to be up on the top floor. We've got FearX on attack, and we'll see whether they can lock this down.
Oh, almost too much. Sorry, I was really laughing there with one of our production staff.
I could tell.
Yeah. We're all well and good. Right, Mephi. We've got this line prep, my friend. If you're going to pop off, it feels like the round to do it. Playing a pretty critical operator, assuming you get in the right position. And like Glaz, once again, that we've spoken about so many times over now as well. Like, Glaz been one of those really interesting ones where we've seen a couple of good use cases for it. In fact, we had it back on Consulate in our first series earlier on today. Really good use in the mix of the blitz, but also getting control of library at the same time to make a plant happen inside a bar gaming window. It was really good to see. But don't see him used the way that he used to be, I think, because of the advent of Warden. Obviously, it means that he's not quite as effective and you aren't quite as free to play in aggressive positions as you might have done back in the old days before Warden was a thing.
Droning phase continues before they start going on in here. FearX not going to want to overcommit to anything and cause themselves a problem by losing that entry death. We've seen an awful lot of the rounds so far being converted in terms of the entry kill then leading to the win of the round. It is 9 rounds converted, 5 not converted, so a definite advantage in picking up that first kill. Now then, where have we seen this before? Nova is going to drop the stairs and is going to look to push forward once again.
Normally, the immediate response has been a smoke being tossed at top yellow, though as soon as you hear that drop, you're just trying to keep them at bay, because now the problem is you're going to see them start... Okay, then Glaz is gone. Of course it is. Brilliant. Well done, Mephi. Really, again, keeping an eye on the blitz, though, for Nova. I said it so many times over. That's the thing I'm really watching out for here, is being quite impactful for them. They've had a free reign at the top of yellow. No one's been there to really challenge them. There's been no smokes, no C4s tossed their way. But at least as it stands, nothing has really happened. And Good Boy is... All right, completed a kill and got a default cam and then been shot out by Clip, who's off around the map. Brilliant stuff.
4 versus 3, great advantage and opportunity for Alpha team to be able to get this done now. They just need to deal with Nova, you feel. The plant is being tickled. Demic just having a look to see if he can get it down, but he's going to have to pull off, get out of that window because the Toxic Babe canister comes out. Rin does manage to pick up Slaters though, but how about this? They've got the pulse underneath. It could be game winning, but probably not. We've been waiting for it all game, Des, and Rin just showed up. Triple kill in round 15, leaving us now 3 versus 1 with a shield, with a blitz.
This is a joke.
Nova able to get the final kill, and FearX, after all that, are able to lock down the first map. They take Consulate 8-7.
I'm not going to lie, it feels like they didn't overly deserve it, given how some of those rounds went, but
Did they win it?
They win it, but they win it. And again, when you look back across the history of that game, there were a lot of multi-kills that really built upon their side, especially in those first three. Goodbye had a big round back in round 11 as well. Just when it matters most, they've had these hero moments from players, whereas we haven't really seen that step up too much from the other side of Alpha. But let's not, put this any other way. FearX are a full team of 5. They play together a lot. Alpha are still playing with 2 subs here that they haven't had a whole lot of time with, yet have brought FearX literally to the brink there on that first map choice, on a map they don't play.
No, absolutely. It's like I say, you've got to give credit to Alpha. They've done well. They've really kept up with things. They've pushed them to the limit. It feels like it might now be a step too far to try and go and win FearX's map, but there's a lot they can take away from that first one.
I think they can do it.
There's opportunities. There is opportunities. FearX have looked far from perfect. I'll put it that way.
Well, there's a lot to see on Bank. That's all I'll say to that one. Let's go to a break, and when we come back, we'll see you on Bank in a few.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel it? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Oh, welcome back to this best of 3 series between Alpha Team and Fear X. Now, before we get into our next map, we'll take a quick look at stats. We're on a bit of a short time on this one, so let's get those stats up in a second, take a look at those. Tim, though, I think we look at how that last map played out. Really, there were a couple of heroes and a couple of anti-heroes, should we say, across the two teams. I think you can look towards Bastion, for example. Wonderful game that he had. Nova on the other side started real strong, had a couple of good rounds throughout, but Rin, except for that last round, really let us down, to be honest.
Yeah, I think overall, I guess, turned up when the team needed it. But
got it over the line, that's what counts.
You know, at the end of the day, the history books don't really remember anything beyond the win, do they? But, yeah, definitely going to be needing a little bit more from Rin on Bank. I want to give Rovi a shout as well. I think Rovi played a good game, certainly not playing with any fear, getting out of doorways, getting out of windows. I think pushed it a little bit too far in, I think it was round 12. It was the opportunity to win in regulation. Already had a couple of kills from runouts and decides to go out of the window. It's risk and reward. I get it. I think it was just a bit too big a risk for that round in particular. But yeah, great performances, you know, on both sides really.
And with all that said, like I say, Bank is pretty much ready for us to go into in just a moment as well. So we'll jump straight in as soon as our teams are ready. For the most part, everyone is in lobby. But the big thing for me coming into this one, talking about that last map, it was chaotic. It was all over the shop. And I imagine both coaches have stepped away the players and a little bit more lean given towards Alpha. As mentioned, they've got 2 subs stepping in. Fear X are a solid 5. They should be able to get this over the line and figure things out coming into this map. But realistically, we need to see a bit more composure, a bit more team play. And I think especially for Fear X, less reliance on individuals working magic.
Yeah, you know, we've got to be realistic about the opportunities for Alpha here on Bank as well. Alpha team yesterday, of course, played Bank against Falcons. It did not go well for them, Des. It was 7-1. They didn't win a single attack. I think it's good for them that they start on defense this time. You know, they were at least able to get a successful basement defense. That was the one that they got out of the 7-1. They're going to, I think, need at least a 4-2 on defence, realistically. They need to be locking down top floor and basement. Those need to be the 2. Top floor, I think, could be a tough one for them because any roam game that they might try to play with players like Rovi is pretty much going to be nullified when they're up there because you can't really do too much from underneath. So, could be a tough start for them.
And bands have flown on through, and the Monty was the first one taken away. It's worth touching on. We spoke about the allowance of the Blitz going through here. It's a similar attack once again coming out and saying, you know what, we feel we can deal with the Blitz coming out from Nova, which, although at times proved problematic, I'd say overwhelmingly they did have the answer to. You know, often, as I said, you'd see him put down to 14 HP. It was kind of weird how often we'd see a Blitz actually put down to that exact amount of HP. So I think you're going to see a similar thing here. A lot of bits being brought along, but they feel that's a lot more preferable to facing off against a Monty that they can't really do too much about.
No, I think that's a fair. Yeah, I think that's a fair choice. Let's head down to the basement then. No surprise to see Alpha pick this as their primary site. It's the one that they won the other day against Falcons yesterday, so they're going to try to repeat that success this time. They've got the Goyo on side, a bit of a staple operator for this side. You can see the canisters just being placed all over around server just to try and deny that plant spot. We know where the plant is likely to be attempted should the opportunity arise, but we do occasionally have, I'm looking at that switch towards the Hibana for Demic particularly, maybe get those hatches open. If you drop down the hatch inside of CCTV, for example, you sort of take away that necessity to deal with the Goyo canisters.
For sure. I mean, for me, Queen of Hatches, speak about the Hibana often. Sometimes even see it get banned away on this map purely because when you're attacking into the basement, there are so many hatches that you've got to worry about that you really need to bring the Hibana along. Some teams will often opt to bring along 4 of the hard breach canister gadgets instead, so in some cases even more than that, to make sure that these things can most definitely get opened up. Almost see what you got with the Buck is a little bit of an insurance in the back pocket in case the Hibana does go down early on. Otherwise, this round ends up being absolutely cooked. For the side of Alpha, though, looking at their lineup, super dug-in setup. Whenever you see something like a Smoke and a Goyo together, you know the plan tends to be how much time can we try and waste with those two in tandem. So expectation is that you're going to see a lot of focus on the server side of things here, and there'll be a very heavy stall game coming out from Alpha on the defense, but do FearX then try and twist that and say, forget that, let's attack him through main stairs instead, or try and make some other kind of execute work out?
Well, interestingly, the lineup for Alpha is pretty much exactly the same, apart from Slater, who's gone with Fenrir instead of the Legion this time around. You know, that might line up with the Monty ban particularly, but then again, Monty was banned out yesterday as well, so it's interesting in the fact that FearX are going to have been able to watch this defense specifically because it was done yesterday, and Alpha are going to be pretty much doing the same thing here with the same lineup. So I'd expect FearX to be well prepared for that. They've got Hibana in above. They're opening hatches very quickly. We're not even at the halfway mark yet. You know, this is potentially looking very good for FearX so far.
Yeah, getting themselves set up and getting the things opened up they need to, as mentioned with the Hibana being the main focus, charging around, opening up everything there is to be opened up. But it's all good saying, cool, they've got the clear, they've got the drones in, they've got themselves set up, they've got hatches opened up. The real battle on this site comes in the execute. My concern is we're getting towards already this kind of 60-second mark here, and there'll be questions around exactly how much have we done in terms of getting things cleared out. Are the Goyo canisters removed? The 3 smokes are still in back pocket, for example. That C4 was well placed, does not finish him off, but the second one sure does. Rovi collects a second, and this is the problem, Tim. You can do all the setup in the world, but if you're not able to collect the kills that you sorely need on the push forward, well, this kind of thing happens, and they've given Alpha far too much time and room. That slowness coming back to bite them once again.
Yeah, that was beautiful from Rovi there. I picked him out in the last game, and he continues in this one as he left off, managing to get Rin as well. But Demic does find the kill. 3 versus 3, and for all that good work from Alpha, this is still winnable for FearX. 30 seconds, slightly more than that actually left on the clock for the time being, and definitely work that they can do. The problem they're going to have is those smoke canisters. Still 2 left in pocket, so Ragnar can save the rest of this round if he saves himself and doesn't give away his death to this hatch. They do see him, shots taken, but it's going to mean that FearX have to run in through that smoke.
They've got the yellow ping on as well, so Slater absolutely had to go down there, and they've got away with it. Is the trade there to confirm? Yes, it is, as Clip brings him down, but a 2 versus 1 comes on through. Now make it a 1v1. Demic's got to be able to hold his man off, finds the vertical, and he'll do just that. FearX take the first round.
As I said, despite a great start from Rovi with the double nitro, it was still winnable. After FearX got those couple of kills back, went to 3-3, it was doable. They had 45 seconds. Yes, that could be held off by the smoke canisters, but as we saw, they just run in through there, make a little challenge onto the smoke, make it difficult for him to focus on his job, push main stairs. It was great from FearX, just multiple avenues of attack, multiple pressure points to make life difficult for Alpha. They get it done and force Alpha to move away to the top floor. They weren't successful in defending this against Falcons yesterday. Will they be able to have better luck today?
I was just pulling it up now, yes. I mean, that series, we were commending Falcons in the series we cast earlier on and saying, yeah, really, they've had 2 7-0s and a 7-1. They're looking really good. Outside of a Cafe that went to 7-8 against them, they'll take that if that's the only loss they've had here during the play-in stage here in Phase 1. But for yesterday, the only round that Alpha Team got away with was a single defense. It's already started out not looking so great here, and they've lost the opening defensive round because knowing they've got to go into attack in that second half, FearX might not be as good as Falcons when it comes to defending on this map, but it's still not a good showing that Alpha had such a bad time of it yesterday.
Get into the action phase then. We've got the Banshees being placed on the inside of the windows. Going to at least give notifications should somebody come on in. I think that's going to be the concern there, particularly for Alpha, but in all honesty, I would expect them to be aware of that if that was happening. It certainly, you know, in terms of controlling the site, needs to be something that they're they're aware of, that they know is happening. We've got Good Boy going in quickly here, straight up those blue stairs, looking to potentially push up towards top square and take that area quickly. Pressure towards ATMs as well, or at least the door being open to offer those options. Nicely placed bulletproof cam, just going to actually double down on that information so that they've got lobby completely covered. The bees do come in from Grim, not really going to be doing too much at this point, so need to make sure that they're saving at least a little bit of that utility for your X for when a point might come that they want to get in for a plant.
I'll say one thing I'm surprised not to see picked up by Alpha in this round is the Azama. You know, very, very effective with the Kiba barriers inside of sight to reduce the efficacy of the window play. Great response from Good Boy. You know, Rovi got a couple of shots off, but not enough to see the Dopey put down at range, and this is where you might start seeing, well, where you did just see those attacker guns, of course, generally superior scopes and higher damage, doing a lot more to the other side than what Good Boy could do. Sorry, what Rovi could do to Good Boy.
Especially with the UMP of the castle.
Tickle.
In terms of utility, not the end of the world. Obviously, all the castle's utility will be deployed by this point, but Rovi has been an instrumental player so far today for Alpha, so losing him early in this round is not going to be ideal. We're going to see the angle opened up from the windows and the top of square. It's always an interesting one. It does offer an opportunity for a retake if you manage to get the diffuser down there, but we can see the challenge is continuing in Janitor. It's a bit of a ring around the roses at the minute. Nova is just trying to get that flash coming on in, but the mute jammer was playing spoiler and he gets taken down by Ragnar. 4 versus 2 though. Surely FearX have got the numbers to get this one done, Des.
Well, Mephi's picked up 2 from the window as well, which really has opened things up for his team and should let them start going a little bit more aggressive here. As long as they're doing it as a team, which is the main thing that was missing on that last map, this has to be theirs for the taking. Flash is coming on through, but it might be a solo push coming on in here. Onto the door, no. Good Boy finds out his man. Clip may have got one back, but Mephi secures a 3K from the window here, doing all the work for his team and getting them over line again in round 2.
Starts to feel like it's slipping away from Alpha Team a little bit here, Des. The reason that I say that particularly, it's not just the fact that it's 2-0 to FearX, but it's the fact that they problem solving well. That's what FearX are doing to win these rounds. So in round 1, they lose 2 to a double nitro, but they still get the round 1 from a 3v5. Even when they've got 30 seconds left and 3 smoke canisters on the side of the defenders, they still manage to get into sight and get it done. And they're finding ways, and it was the same there. Despite losing the shield in Janitor, they still managed to find kills from elsewhere. They still managed to find pressure from elsewhere. So this is the problem. Even when things go right for Alpha, FearX is still winning rounds, and that's going to make it very difficult for them on bank of all maps.
Really frustrating as well. Like, you can't ignore again that this could be the last map that Alpha Team get to play, and they've already come into this competition knowing they haven't got their full regular 5. They've had to play with a couple of subs stepping in. There's a lot of frustration that builds up there, knowing that if you don't get this one right, you're going home when it feels like everything that could go wrong is, and it means so far you're down 0-2. It does start to weigh into things. They lose this next round. For me, again, it's an early tack timeout. You've got to have that conversation as a coach and get your players back on the right side of things in terms of the mental. Otherwise, the half just slips away and we get a repeat of the result that we saw yesterday when we saw Alpha lose 7-1.
Initial cams being taken out at the beginning of the round. FearX doing their due diligence, and that's what I think they're going to do very well here on bank. Is they're going to do the basics. All the boxes are going to be ticked, and I don't think we're going to see necessarily too many mistakes creeping out of FearX. So Alpha need to make sure that they're taking the opportunities when they are presented to them. Clip is going to head back in towards Elevator. Needs to be careful though, because he could well come face to face with the Blitz, and he's well positioned inside of open to say that it's an Archives Teller's defense here. They've got themselves inside of open. That gives them a direct breach on into sight. There's an opportunity there that Demic's actually going to miss to pick up Clip inside of lobby. It's a difficult place for him to play here because there's just so much space that he can be pushed. Look at how he's been forced back here. There's one on the rappel that's going to get the kill for him. Good Boy just teaming up well with Nova. He takes a lot of damage along the way, but it doesn't matter because 2 kills have been found, and it's again big advantage for FearX.
I like how they've tried to capitalize on knowing that Nova will go pushing towards the lone player there with the second man. I think it was Rovi actually, trying to give a little bit of support on that front as well. But FearX had already read into that and made sure that Rovi was picked off at the exact same moment that he sprung out to try and put Nova down. So FearX have just got a good read here on what it is that Alpha are trying to do. And with the size of the map, it feels like Alpha can't quite capitalize well enough and then get back in towards safety. It's starting to cause them a little bit of bother here.
Bastion just trying to hold down that top floor for the time being, but that means that you've got 2 on site. And if that's something that is recognised by FearX here, they could well look to just swamp, flood on inside a site, get those kills. There's actually 2 up on the top floor, and in all honesty, I think they could find some space inside a site to put a plant down potentially and just hold those vertical angles if they know that they've got 2 or 3 guns trained up there. But as I say that, we're going to see a little bit of a drop back down to this mid-level. I love that play, that attempt at opening a new angle, but it just does not pay off for Slate as Bastion manages to find one. Rin's there for the trade. 40 seconds left to go. 3 versus 1. Surely this is another round going to FearX.
Good team response by FearX as well, all close enough together that they could react to that shotgun hole being blasted open and then get the subsequent player that tried to get involved in that gunfight as well. 30 seconds to play with, and only Ragnar's left on his feet here. He has got a C4 in back pocket that they need to be mindful of, but surely with these numbers, you don't let this one slip away.
They're going to push in one at a time. They will. He drops
Oh
one.
my
He
God.
drops 2, and that is a big mistake from FearX. They can't give him 1v1 fights like that. The
That
yellow
is
pinks are
embarrassing.
constant, and out comes the nitro. You called it, Des. You said that he had the utility left in his pocket, and it closes out the round for him. Ragnar plays that beautifully, but I came into that round saying FearX hadn't made many mistakes and probably wouldn't, and that Alpha Team would need to capitalise on the ones that they did, and immediately they do exactly that. FearX just wandering in through that doorway one at a time. The mute jammers doing huge work there because the drone couldn't get in to see where the last defender was, so we're just going to have to run in and find out. But when the first one gets gunned down, that's when you've got your intel. That's when you've got your information. The second one cannot just wander in after them.
And being frank, Demet was off in Narnia. He was off by ATMs when this whole thing was happening. So you've got 2 of your teammates trying to execute, and you are not quite the other end of the map, but quite as far away as you can possibly be from the action at that point. You're not there to be able to secure a trade or really help your team in any other way. And I imagine that was out of the fear, as you say, of seeing that the drone jammed, trying to push into Wars, Tellers, and Archives. Maybe that's what held him back and made him a little bit apprehensive of what he could get involved with there. They had no idea where the mute was, but don't take it away from Ragnar. He's played out that 1v3 absolutely perfectly, but for FearX, you'll be kicking yourself there. That should have been 3-0 to them.
I feel like sure they must have had time, to try an alternative route to get that drone into sight, to, just find a different way in. There's plenty of doors, there's soft walls, there's drone holes, there's all sorts of stuff that go into Archives and Tellers, and there's only 4 mute jammers at the end of the day, and I'm sure some of them would have been positioned upstairs to try and help the players hold on up at the top as well. And I think FearX just a little bit guilty there of not taking the time that was available to them.
It's, again, more missed chances and opportunities like we spoke about on our previous map, right?
It is absolutely that, and sometimes you've just got to take your foot off the gas and do the legwork, get the information, and it guarantees you the round. For the time being, they're going to be attacking onto the basement again, getting those hatches. They did this very well last time around, so Alpha are definitely going to have to bring something different to the party. Looking at the lineup, it is exactly the same as it was last time, so I think the game plan is probably also going to be very similar. We've got Bastion on blue stairs, which is where he was last time. He was supported by Rovi down in server. I don't know if that's the case again or not, because that was dealt with quite easily by FearX. So I think, yeah, Rovi's just kind of more inside a sight this time, trying to keep that hatch closed. So I like to see that Alpha have at least adapted a little bit.
Flash, right sort of idea. It's a Warden sat here, though, so not too under threat from these flashes coming on through. Now they've got to face off against this problem. How do they force him away from this position when he can deal with the flashes, he can deal with the blitz, for example, of course, seeing pops with the Goyo as well. Seen teams before put pressure onto bottom of stairs, so you can't easily run down that way if it comes down to it. And I think that's what they're trying to look for, but for now, a couple of players rotating away to Marble instead and saying, forget about it, we'll go elsewhere.
Just trying to use that glass scope, get a thermal image on anybody. Not going to be able to, but Rin manages to swing and take down Slater, who's having a torrid game so far. 5 versus 4, as we see Glass actually downed effectively.
Okay.
4 versus 4 for the moment. But again, that shield is just like a magnet to these defenders, just always causing a problem, always a nuisance. 4 versus 4. Sorry, 4 versus 3 now as that kill comes in. It's going to be Demic that gets taken down, but there's an opportunity here for Nova to potentially put this diffuser down, and that kill will surely signal the time to do so, which it does.
They've got the cross ready as well. They can support him here as this goes on through. As long as they aren't losing players in this step up, then they're fine. Sure enough not. Mephi's found himself a couple in the round. This one looks to be closed and converted. Roby's all by himself. And once more, FearX resume control as they had back in those first 2 rounds and move up to 3-1.
And that's the point in a 4 versus 1 diffuser down where, of course, Nova is going to get aggressive on the Blitz shield and make it very, very difficult for Rovi to do absolutely anything in that situation. So another good downstairs attack. This time FearX deciding to go an alternative route, get themselves into lockers instead and still getting the diffuser down. Very, very good from them. Alpha kind of all at sea, really, just spinning on their heels, trying to take whichever gunfight was presented to them. But at the end of the day, FearX were absolutely all over them. So we move on to round 5. It's going to be up to the top floor CEO this time, and FearX, they're going to be looking for a 5-1 here. I think they've got the...
They should be. I mean, it should be 4-0 at this point, as we remarked,
yeah,
right? Outside of an
reality.
amazing Ragnar 1 versus 3, this is a 4-0 as it stands.
So it should be, looking at another couple of rounds for FearX before they head on to the defense. It kind of looks at the minute like Alpha, we've already said there was 7-1 on bank yesterday, so they've at least matched that. It feels a little bit at the minute like they're looking to just improve that performance on bank rather than to take themselves to map 3 here. Maybe things change in the second half. I don't think things are honestly going to get any easier for them. They've picked defense to start here. On attack, FearX's map, I really think things are going to get tougher as this goes on, not easier.
We'll see how things play out. We've got the sends on side, which normally indicates there's something spicy afoot. Very rare that you'll see a team bring this operator along unless they've got a plan in mind to make use of them. Normally through things like drone holes is the place that you do, but also through windows, of course, can be used for a similar purpose. And knowing that the site that we're on, I'm more expecting this to be an execute coming in through the windows. Try and lock off a lot of vision. You normally want something like a Thatcher though on side here as well to help out against something like the Warden. Maybe in this case the Dokkaebi will help out on that side too, but Bastion's the one they really need to unsettle, I think, before they can make full use of this operator.
That's a good flourish drone. The Rotero goes in. It's going to clear out that shield, which is just going to force the Echo of Ragnar a little bit deeper into stock. Although I'm not sure if I just saw that the shield was still standing there. We'll see.
No, it's gone.
It may have been collapsed forward.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
There we go. The debris has melted away now, so there will be no further confusion for me. But yeah, that's definitely good. Clearing out stock corridor. It allows them to move into stock, but it also allows them to maybe put a little bit more pressure onto that spot outside of elevators that's currently being held onto by Clip. They're going to have to deal with this because, again, it's going to prevent them moving across from stock. It's going to prevent them moving into Janet. How do you deal with it? You send Rin in to get a headshot. Absolutely beautiful stuff.
Good start as well. Yeah, having cleared him out, it's not the end of the world like Kate's Janitor. It's a Melusi that's gone. The gadgetry's still down and doing its work. But again, for me, the one I'm keeping an eye on really is the Ward, and of course also the Echo if it comes around to that later point in the round. Just keeping a close eye on that in case anything too crazy does go off here. But there's a little bit of a jump out, and Roby's going to get rid of Nova. That's Descend's gone. That, again, was one of their big operators in this round that they were relying on to get something done. They've got no smokes to play behind now. It's all about the flash play.
They've got to get this kill. They know exactly where Rovi is and where he's going to have to come back into the map. Rovi is essentially out of this one now. Demic picks him up. That was critical, and it's well played by FearX. 1 minute left to go. 4 versus 3. The loss of the sense, like you say, not ideal. It's going to be a big part of your execute potentially. But I've said already, FearX have been good at problem solving. They've been good at finding a way generally on attack. Well, now it's time to show us that again.
Final phone call rings out. I mentioned from this point on, those yokais are going to be effective for them. Can't take them offline or shut them down anymore. Warden taken offline. That was the big one I was looking for. And now they've got all these flashes still in the back pocket of 3 of their players to use and abuse the other team, essentially. Alpha going to try and hold down as long as they can. But in a 4 versus 2, I don't want to say it, but surely they don't give this one away, Tim.
No, that's it. You've got to see this plant coming in now, which is exactly what it does. All that flash utility is covering it, and so no challenge can be made. Again, really well played there from FearX. Demic manages to find 1 Slater. Surely meaningless kills here. He picks up 2, and a 1v4 becomes a 1v2 and becomes that touch more possible, that touch more believable. Can he find more? Absolutely not. He hits the deck, but he's going to be put there permanently as the kill comes through, and that's going to be another successful attempt for FearX. They lose that sense. They lose what would be a big part of the execute to get that diffuser down, and again they find a way, something that they have continued to do really, really well on bank.
Yeah, got to be really careful about when they potentially lose these man advantage situations. As we saw the 3v1 earlier, as almost there, it bled down to being a 1v1. Slater gets that first shot. It's a good boy. Suddenly, it's all up in the air as to how that one closes out. No matter which way you describe it, though, FearX are up 4-1 on the attacking side of Bank. Dreamstar, it is their map pick, and we are seeing them perform at the level that maybe we didn't get to see back on the previous map. Is it a major winning performance from these guys right now? Arguably no, but it's at least convincing and showing that they belong in making it further than they have got so far in this competition and having a chance at making it into Phase 2.
Open area then will be their final defense. We haven't seen this yet from Alpha Team, and it's going to be the last one indeed that we do see. They did manage to win the other mid-floor site, Archives and Tellers. It was due to FearX mistakes. Don't get me wrong, it was played well by Alpha Team in the 1v3 at the end of things, but the opportunity was presented to them. They played in behind utility like the mute jammers to prevent their position being known, but FearX gave them every opportunity to close it out, just going in one by one, and that's exactly what happened. But we will see whether they can find a little bit of a different outcome when it is indeed open area that they're going to be attacking onto. We've got the shield, the ever-present blitz from Nova, once again going to be coming through and looking to pressure, this time from the lobby side.
It's a reminder again that they've got a dance of Black Dragons waiting after this game. Whoever wins it has got to face off against them for that spot in Phase 2. And Black Dragons, I know they fell down to G2. They didn't play it badly. We had a couple of real close maps there. So it's going to be a little bit nerve-wracking for them going into that next game. So confidence in this series is paramount. A good chance to build up a little bit of, shake off the rust here. Get yourself in a good flow state for the day. Ready for when that next game does click in. Here they go. Ragnar's a little bit pinned in here on the Fenrir. The blitz is right up in his face. And we tend to know how this one ends, Tim. It ends up with Ragnar being dead.
Tends to end up like that. There was flashbangs going in as well. And then the blitz, of course, doubled down on that. With those 3 rows of 6 flashbangs across the front of his shield, just making it impossible for the Fenrir to fight back, leaving us now at 4 versus 5. Alpha Team, this one is unraveling quickly for them. This is why I said coming into it that first map was so crucial for them if they wanted to have an opportunity to maybe see the 3rd map of Clubhouse, and it is going as expected so far. The Deimos is not going to make things any easier either. Mephi just going to be making life a misery. If they can get up above and use that verticality, use those scans, there's going to be absolutely nowhere for the defenders to hide.
Yeah, still got one more to play around. Of course, I've got to be mindful of the mute jammers as well that are scattered around the map, which will help prevent and keep people locked away. In fact, that's exactly what you saw coming out. Valkyrie being tagged out here, but immediately I think they got denied away for half a second. No! Through the floor he is found. Clip's going to find one, but then immediately get traded out the other way. It's not the worst way to go down. At least you're taking someone there with you, but once again, it's FearX maintaining their man advantage.
Right now, Rover, he's just trying to get anything going, and he manages to do exactly that. Picks up a nice shot with the shotgun onto Goodboy. 3 versus 3, and the defenders continue to trade here, continue to battle to keep themselves in this one. They fight in tooth and nail. They know what's at stake. We've got them watching the hatch drop now. Slater's really struggled to get himself going here on Bank. They could really do with a big moment from him. He hears the man, but he can't find the shots. It's going to be Mephi to take him down with the pistol. Absolutely beautiful stuff. 3 versus 1 now, and surely this is another round going to FearX. Diffuser is going down. It's all up to Bastion. He had a great map last time around, but again has been quiet here on Bank. Is there anything he can do? He has to walk into the bees, and ultimately he's going to get stung by Rin for the final kill. That's going to be 5-1 on the half, and FearX, I think, getting there just rewards there.
Just a little bit, yeah. To be up 5-1 on the attack of your own map pick is somewhat expected because it's your own attack, but more of the fact that it's 5-1 on Bank, like that's solid. A really good performance, and now they're going to the defense needing to just win 2 rounds, whereas Alpha have got to battle their way back in with at least 5, and even then, that might only guarantee them overtime. Understandably, having themselves a little tack timeout coming in here as well, because Alpha, they've just had the half from hell is the only way that it can be described, and now they've got to try and come onto the attack of Bank and try and undo FearX. That is no easy feat.
It's always a good question for the tack time out at halftime, isn't it? Because I always wonder how much can you really do? How much can you really give? Because your team hasn't attacked yet. You're trying to fix things, but you're trying to fix kind of what you've seen on the defense. So I'm kind of like, maybe give it a round or 2. Let's see what happens.
I remember asking a few teams about this as to, what influences when you take attack timeout. And if you see it after 2 or 3 rounds, like if it's 1 or 2 rounds in, normally there is a big issue around communication. The guys aren't working together. All the plans that you've had have just gone out the window and everyone's playing like headless chickens. That's when the coach has to step in and say, right, whatever's going on, pack it in, reset, yada, yada, yada. After 3 or 4 rounds, it's because of the tactical issues. If you see it at half-time, it's more like the former, but arguably even worse. Like you say, you can only have that attack timeout once. You want to really use it after you've had a chance to see how the team fares on the attack. But here, clearly, the guys either aren't communicating very well, comms are low, people aren't talking as much as they normally would, game plans have gone completely against them, and their heads are just not in the server right now. And that's where the coach has got to decide, do I leave it and let it go 6-1 and then get involved at match point when it's too late? Or do I talk now and say, boys, calm it. Let's get ourselves back in the game here. And I imagine that's exactly what's just happened. Whether or not it has an impact, well, you're about to find out as round 7 is now getting underway.
We're going to have a bottom floor defense to kick things off from FearX. Have them hitting all the hatches. They're going to be looking to hold on to the entire map here, I think. Nice top floor presence from them. Just try and waste as much time. It's that same theory. You're against a team that isn't going to have plan B, plan C. They're not going to have this deep strat, but with the 2 subs in place, it's going to make it more difficult for them to adapt, and to overcome problems. So if you're FearX, waste 30 seconds on top floor. Just show them there's somebody up there. Reinforce a hatch. Make it look like it's... Exactly. Stick a bit of utility up there. Why is that there? Now we've got to drone it out. Now we've got to check. We're going to... we can't drop this hatch into open area now because we're going to have 20 seconds of fire to go through as well. And, all these things are eating away at the time. We're a minute into the round and they're not inside of the map yet because all these plans are being formulated. And all it's going to do is leave them in a situation where they've maybe got 20-30 seconds left to execute by the time they do get down there. If they lose bodies on the way as well, it makes it even more difficult again.
Like you say, it's a case of slowing it down, letting us waste a little bit more time here inside of Staff and Open, and already dropping away here at 1 minute 15. So far from the end of the world, but they've taken down 6 drones during that time, and again have slowed down the onslaught of Alpha, which I think again is only a good thing for them. The lower this clock runs, the more it starts to benefit the defenders, as you can imagine.
Mephis still in position, deployable shield, warden, shotgun, he's got everything he needs to stay there for a good while. Yeah, I'm just looking across at the side of the attackers as well, the utility they've got to hand. They've not really got anything, to easily deal with something like a deployable shield on the side of the attackers. How are they going to deal with that? How are they going to get through this Tuberite? This is all about wasting as much time as possible.
And tries they might here. They're looking and trying to think about how they get this hatch opened up. It's all well and good, but as said, we've got a Tuberal present who's still got 2 more of those that he can toss around. We've got 3 smokes to play behind. We've got Goyo canisters still around blue. We said it a lot, but there is a hell of a lot to chew through here, and I'm starting to get a little bit nervous for Team Alpha. Alpha team, all the way around.
They've sent the bees in, but they can't go in and challenge because of the deployable shield at the top, because of the Goyo canisters. They know that they're going to be running into a shotgun that's going to kill them with 1 shot at range.
Oh,
there you go.
Mephi.
Mephi knows that he can stay in this position. It's fantastically played, and it's wasting so much time. There's only 25 seconds left. They're not in a position to go in and plant, and they are losing body
Mephi.
after body after body. They had no answer to Mephi.
That would have been the great time to say Lionel Mephi strikes versus the Argentines and puts them in the dirt. What a round. 3 being held out there. And this, again, is the problem. Like we said it from minute 1. The amount of time-wasting opportunities that were set up there, just the struggle that Alpha had to work through. And even when you feel, okay, cool, we've got through a shield and 2 Goyo canisters, there's still a Warden that's still going to see you negated off. And I don't know, like they've played that really well, FearX, and Alpha again are just looking a little bit lost for ideas. They've had 1 swing of the bat, and I already feel like they're done.
Well, they've brought nothing to... I picked up on it. They brought nothing to deal with the deployable shield. You've got deployable shield, and I think it was 2 Goyo canisters at the top of blue. Why have you not got nades? Why have you not got nades? Because you've had a look at them. You're the attacker. You've got the opportunity to 6th pick. Change out and make sure you got the utility you need. Whether that's a Zephyr, whether that's nades, whatever it is, you can't... you've got a Warden with a shotgun who's going to play on blue. There's a deployable shield getting set up there, so the chances are, you know what? They're going to play behind that deployable shield, and that's just made it twice as difficult for you to push from stairs. So then you try and push bottom blue. But how do you clear him from bottom blue? Because you don't have pressure from top blue, because you can't go in because of the Goyo fire, and you're struggling because of the deployable shield. really what you need to do to clear the warden out of that position is you open the hatch so that they make a choice. They either choose to play their entire life there, or they can't leave because you take them out if they try to, and then you push them from top and bottom. You get down into server, you push them from top blue stairs. You might lose one, but you definitely get the trade. They were just unable to actually formulate that plan to create a situation where they had one on either side of Mephi, and Mephi's just dealt with it beautifully.
You see like Capital's being brought for that, Nades, as you remarked on earlier as well, but just did not have the tools to get the job done. All the time, being frank as well, it was always going to be working against them. Still, this could be the last round. It's a very, very tall mountain to climb now for Alpha Team if they want to fight their way back in. It's 5 rounds on the bounce. That is certainly a good way to start it. Mephi taken offline by Clip, but still a whole team to work through here and a hell of a lot of utility to slow them on the way through. That second kill, though, well, that suddenly opens things up, Tim.
Yep, Rovi manages to pick up Rin, attacking onto open area here. So this is actually a really good start for Alpha Team. They've got a lot of the top floor. I'm not sure if they're aware of that one more player. Good Boy is up here, and they do, I think they might have known, but he still manages to win the fight against Rovi. However, Clip is there for the trade, and honestly, that is the best play that I've seen on Bank so far from Alpha Team. It was just such a great top floor clearance. Now, FearX are in a position of having to make a move, having to roll the dice, having to take a risk, and that risk is Nova on the Azami up into square, but it looks like they know.
I mean, you're on flag watch. It's all you've really got to do. And yes, you see the slightest pixel change, and at this level of play, you just know fire and hope for the goddamn best. Nothing really becoming off the back of it, though. Neither team losing HP and falling away here quite comfortably. Down to that last 70 seconds. Alpha have got lots of time to play with. You do need a handle on these last 2 remaining players, I feel. One of them being Demic, who's now skirting around in the basement.
I think it's going to be a tough round for FearX to close out here, but I don't think that they'll mind too much. They've still got top floor to go to, and then, of course, back around to the basement. So plenty of opportunity for them to close this one out, and all Alpha Team can do is try to win one round at a time. They can only play what is in front of them, and the scoreline in front of them at the minute is that 6-1. Looking to drop down into sight potentially, Clip, as soon as everybody else is in position and ready. They're going to need to open up copy window. Needs to be careful. Demic just getting a little bit brave there, having a look up the hatch. Nearly finds his man, but Bastion does take down Nova, and it's almost certainly over for Demic. Man. He finds one. Surely not. No. Ragnar manages to get that final kill, and that's going to be Alpha Team keeping themselves in this for at least one more round.
Would have been a little bit ludicrous if he pulls off that 1 versus 4. Should never happen because they know exactly where he is. And sure, it looks a bit for a second when they nearly lose a player on the hatch and also lose a second as he steps in for the challenge, but they get it over the line. I feel like there's been so many times over the last 6 months where I said something like, oh, it's a 5-round climb. There's just no way they can do it. And then we see a team go on to achieve just that. In fact, it happened to G2
It's been done
earlier.
over and over again, to be honest.
G2 were down 6-1, and they managed to come back and win in overtime literally earlier on today. So it's very, very plausible. It's more how the game has played out so far that I worry for Alpha. FearX have only got to get it right once, spawn peak or just not being droned out, whereas Alpha Team, they've got to get it right every second of every round from here on out.
As you say, absolutely no more mistakes now for Alpha Team, and this time they're going to be attacking onto the top floor. Again, I think this might be an opportunity for Alpha Team to get around. FearX are not going to be able to, fall back on the same plan that won them basement with all them problems and all those issues to solve. It's not quite the same in terms of somewhere that you can just dig yourself in like blue stairs. There isn't really that sort of position here on top floor. Maybe elevators, I guess, but I don't know how effective that's going to be. So yeah, I think, a potential opportunity for Alpha Team here. Time shouldn't be a factor. Having to adapt and different, changes and rotations through the round shouldn't be a big factor. They know it's top floor. They should be able to come in here with a good plan, knowing they're going to be in janitor. They're going to be holding with probably 2 on site and 1 at elevators. This is our plan to create some space and get a plant down. And they shouldn't really have to change too much or work around too many problems. So definitely a chance.
Of course, being prepped out for any potential jump outs that might come on through. It always feels good to be prepared, Tim. We've seen plenty of crazy ones over the years. Not that I expect at this point FearX to go throwing themselves out of windows, to be fair. They haven't done it so far in the series. Why suddenly turn around and start now? For Alpha, it's going to be about getting this control of that top floor, these longer angles that we're so used to seeing. Of course, seeing the ASAT here as well, looking down towards Cantor, all the way through that white corridor. it starts to restrict the defenders and give them less options to be able to play around the site itself, really either constraining them to the site or off the site if they're not already playing on it.
Pressure will mount from the windows, of course, as soon as they are open. Good boy in a good position on the Azami here, just to keep popping those keeper barricades up and making life difficult. They've done well to get a Toxic Babe canister out there, because we're early in the round, and to make them feel under such pressure in Janitor that they need to be deploying that utility already is great, and it's taking it away from later on in the round, and I don't think they were looking at an imminent swing onto there at that point. The Blitz is kind of poised and ready, but Ragnar's happy to just sit and wait at this point until any potential problems in his way, like Toxic Babes, have depleted and gone. They don't need to rush this.
This is where Rin's got to make his move as well and try and come up the backside here and try and get a bit of a backstab on, and just that gets rid of the flank drones as well, and there we go. They weren't aware of what's going on, and he's taken down Clip at the back. It's not the end of the world, but still quite painful, and look at that. Rovi equally has broken this team open. And Rin's, yeah, maybe not quite the place to be. That'll definitely be a plank going down. And I don't imagine he'll have time to get back into through the entirety of this map and be able to stage a retake here, I'm afraid.
Not only is there time to get the plant down, there's time to choose a very specific floorboard on which to plant. I can have a good look round. This
Not
is
again.
where I think I will plant. He goes out the window, gets another, but will be shut down by Rovi. It was a really nice backstab from Rovi there. It was actually all going the way of FearX at that point. It was definitely looking dangerous for Alpha Team. It looked like it could be the end, but Rovi came in, as he has so often throughout this matchup, with a number of good kills to keep them in it, and FearX just a little bit unfortunate there, because they did stand up to the pressure, and Rin did fantastically well, and you've got to ask questions there, because Alpha Team had somebody dead. You've lost a flank drone's been shot out. You've got to be screaming at that point. They're on the flank. You know, you've got to be screaming, and if that did happen, you've got to be reacting to it. You've got to know that they are behind you, and Rin really able to, or nearly able, should I say, to get that round done, but still not quite the case. However, look at what's been brought along. How do we deal with shields, Des? We bring one of our own.
Well, maybe not one being brought by the other side at this point, but at a stage where Alpha have won 2 rounds, I'd say somewhat convincingly. I know it came down to a 1v1 in the previous round, but realistically, given the situation, the context at the end of that round, it was never going to be one that you saw Alpha getting over the line. Sorry, saw FearX getting back over the line the other way. So with 2 rounds on the bounce now, building in that confidence, we spoke about those potential communication issues that were addressed at the halfway mark of this game. And I'm just starting to worry that FearX will let this one slip away and just don't really manage to mount a fight against Alpha. They can try and slow things down, as they're doing in this round with the Clash, with the Smoke and the Subaru, but is it going to be enough? I don't know.
It's going to be a big ask.
I mean, the big one is this site as well, really, because this is where we saw them stall out previously, right? They wasted a hell of a lot of time, FearX and did a great job with Mephi also playing up on blue stairs. Alpha know they've got to change things around, and look at what they've got along as well. Got the 2 frags in the back pocket of the Deimos to help them if they do have to force their way past the shield, of which there is not one in this round.
I actually love the choice of the Clash. I think it's great. It's one of those, you need a round, okay, let's make it as difficult as possible for them on site. And, you know, we say it quite often, it's not necessarily, I don't want to really use the phrase cheesing the round, you know, but it is about just getting into that situation and thinking, right, what are they absolutely not going to be able to deal with? What's going to burn even more time? And they're going to expect the Warden set up on blue stairs, so let's give them something different to contend with.
Slowly does it to start things off as well, leading the Deimos on the way down. Normally you'd assume the Deimos can lead himself, given the gadget that he's got, but why use it when you don't have to? And of course can't track everyone in front of him, more just the operator that he selects out. Here we go, breaking their way now in towards open and Staff. Hatch is being opened up with about half the round still to play, and it's going to be that same old stall tactic coming out from Good Boy once more.
No entry kill to be found just yet. Rin's still in position.
Oh, Rin's gone. How?
Everything I was just about to say is destroyed in front of my eyes. No entry, and Rin still in position. Turns into an entry onto Rin, no longer in position. Well dealt with there. And you've got, I can only imagine that's Rin getting overly aggressive. And having the shield on their back.
Fancying a gunfight, potentially. There's nothing else on the side of the
And there's no need to. There's absolutely no need to.
There's nothing that can force out, you know, the shield away there. So that is purely of his own demise. I don't really know what he's playing at there, because you may well just end up costing your team a site, well, round at least, where you should be quite comfortable given how the last one played out. Still, it's a 4 versus 4. There is plenty of time to work with here for Alpha with about 50 seconds on the clock. Already got themselves the Grimbees going on down and now starting to work their way in towards the default plant position. They've got these hatches for cover they need. Can they stop any C4s or smokes coming out there from the other side? I'm not too sure they can.
There's a real chance for them to win this. Good boy, though, manages to find Roby, and that's going to be a big loss for Alpha Team. He's been so influential so far, and the Bees are doing their job. They're pinging out those players, but there is nothing that they can do about it. 25 seconds left to go. No choice but to drop, and they're going to be punished as they do. Good boy manages to find one Bastion onto Mefe, 2 versus 3, and everything is in the hands of FearX right now. Taken down before the ace, but they won't mind because FearX surely are going to close this out. 10 seconds, chasing the kills, cannot do it. It's Nova with the shotgun from the back line, and Nova completes what has been a great day for him and a great day for FearX as they manage to get the win that keeps them in the major for now, and they move on to another game later today.
Against Black Dragons, yes, not an exciting opponent to face off against, but for now at least they can enjoy the moment. They know the work's not done, they know there is still more to come, but a 2-0 win, one they're not going to complain about too much. It may not have been in the fashion they wanted or the cleanest game, but again, we had to go through a few rehosts, so I imagine that also factored in as well, but they got the job done when it counted. And commiserations to Alpha Team too. Yeah, 2 subs coming into a competition is horrible. We saw, I believe it was Lost doing it. Remember they brought on the cardboard cutouts to their 2 players before. They at least made a little bit of light of it and had some fun. And for these boys as well, it's a good chance to get on the international stage. They'll have scrimmed over the last week or 2 as well, had a chance to play against some of these big teams, and that'll be experience they can take back home too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, they've put up a good account of themselves, that much is for sure. It looked like it might be a little bit closer, particularly through that first map. We went all the way to 15, but then when they got onto Bank, it was just a little bit of a step too far for them. FearX, you know, I think they've got, as much as they've had some good rounds there, they've got some questions to ask themselves before they play Black Dragons, because, believe me, that is going to be a notch up in difficulty.
That is what worries me a little bit, to be fair, is again, we've seen moments of brilliance from players. Not really. Admittedly, on Bank, I do think they play better as a team, but it wasn't the quality that says, oh, we can step in and beat Black Dragons. No. You don't watch that team like we did Falcons and think, oh, these guys could actually cause some real bother against some big teams here. I didn't quite feel that way about FearX, and they could yet prove me wrong, but questions will no doubt be asked. So just a quick recap on those stats for that game as well. Good boys, we saw getting a 4K in the close is what propelled him up towards that #1 spot. Moments of brilliance from different players, I think, throughout the entire game is the way that I'd summarise it, but here's the overall series. Good boy still standing up as #1 with Mefe coming in second.
Yeah, like you say, some good individual performances. Certainly, you know, maybe needing a little bit more out of, I think, Rin in particular.
Yes.
Much better on Bank, and hopefully that will lead into the
Except for
Black
that
Dragons
final
game.
round clash play.
Don't worry about that. You know, hopefully less of that and more of everything else will lead into the Black Dragons game. But yeah, kept very, very quiet for the majority of that first map, and they need to make sure that that doesn't happen. But overall, I think, you know, FearX, at the end of the day, they've beaten what was in front of them, and I think they can consider it a job well done. They keep themselves fighting here. They give themselves an opportunity to get through to phase 2.
Do have to go on and beat a big team though. And I know it sounds weird saying Black Dragons are a big team given they got 1 point in the stage, but playoffs and also against G2 earlier, they look pretty impressive. It's going to be a big hill in front of FearX, but we'll see how that game goes a little bit later. For now, we'll cut to a break, and when we come back, our next series awaits. See you guys soon.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my palette. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Finally, we are at our final set of elimination games, Sam. First of all, welcome back. I'm glad they finally let you out of jail. You stranded me with Rob yesterday, who I love in small doses, and when he's here for a long time, I'm reminded by how much he dwarfs me in stature, and I get a little self-conscious. But with you here, I'm very excited, especially as I just said, Sam, we're saying goodbye to 2 teams. And the first of which is we still have one half of the other elimination game going on the other stream. But the first 2 teams we have, we might be saying goodbye to one of our Brazilian teams, depending on if FearX can mount another upset 2 majors in a row.
Yes, sir. You and I get to be judge, jury, and executioner here today
well,
on
we're not
the
doing
casting desk.
I mean, we're really like, it's more judging. I guess the teams are the one more making the decision who goes home or not. If we could, CL Pharrell would be winning the major, at least if I was making the decisions. But at least here, we will be watching all of the matches as we go through. Of course, as I just said, we're almost done. We've almost got both elimination matchups set. Black Dragons versus FearX is one of them, but whoever wins that CL for Life and CAG matchup going on to the A stream right now, being casted by Parker and Jesse, will play Chiefs in the elimination match later on, which you and I will also be casting. But here's the bracket. As you can see, if you missed the first games of the day, you missed G2 and Falcons qualifying. G2 already exceeding the very low heights they achieved at last Manchester and actually making it out of Phase 1.
Yeah, doing a lot better this time around. Looked pretty solid against Black Dragons, especially when it came to that Consulate map. They had to actually rally back and get a big win in OT. So, you know, bodes well for G2 in their future here as they will move on to playoffs. But we still got a lot to figure out when it comes to this bracket.
And especially with Falcons, I mean, it has been a lot of individual performances that have spearheaded that roster success. Hashom in the 2 maps they won yesterday. Dove has been a really standout performer, new player, I think, on a lot of people's radar, a new player coming on to Falcons as well. And Robbie, their Italian pickups, also been performing very well on that roster. But of course, they already qualified. They're not the teams we're going to be seeing today. As you saw, the matchup we will have is Black Dragons versus FearX. Now, I'm sure Black Dragons would not like to be in this spot, considering the resurgent performance they had after not winning a single match in the Brazilian group stage, not even making playoffs. They pulled a Liquid like last stage, and after having an abysmal groups, came and stormed through the LCQ. And what really was, I feel like, Sam, in the end, even more so than Furia, they looked like the best team the whole time.
They really did. They really did. I mean, you and I, fortunately enough for us, right, got to see Black Dragons play up against Furia in the last second of that last chance qualifier. And they looked fantastic, really. And not only that, but Ask rallied the team in a completely different way. They looked really motivated to get a victory there today. And he's been so good here as well. Thank you for saying that, Carter, because I wholeheartedly agree. I think Ask has had a huge bounce back, especially from what has been happening with Black Dragons and post his experience on Liquid. I think that he's gotten himself and this Black Dragons roster into a very good spot.
And especially when he was on that Liquid team, you know, it's always been the core of Nesk, Palu, and then eventually Lagonis, who obviously has become a very important valued member of that roster. The technically resets his, I believe, longer tenure. And then you had Ask there, and, you know, he was kind of the first one to fall once Liquid started making those roster changes and took a bit of time to get back in the spotlight. Did a stint in Tier 2 on Escalina do Bubu, which a lot of the players on this team came from that roster. Also, Vidaking from FaZe. It's a pretty, not an org, but a lot of really, really talented young talent have come through and now obviously are at the major. Nux, Florio, Gudo, all were on that team as well. But Ask really shining, in my opinion, far higher than he did on that Liquid roster and has really led his team to success. FearX, though, still looking to have some of that success. They did achieve a stunning upset at the last major, beating G2, but they still did not make it out of Phase 1. They won that first game in the lower bracket, lost the second one. They, like G2, are actually looking to try and ascend higher and make it and win this final match to get it.
Yeah, they're very hopeful here, and it's been a lot of new faces for FearX over these last couple of years. Kind of a different change of pace for them, as they're very dominant domestically, Carter, but when it comes to international play, they're always the bridesmaid, never the bride. And usually they're pretty far down the bridesmaid list.
I was about to say, I don't even know if they're at the wedding
Yeah.
half the time. Like sometimes like the invite just comes a bit late. Like, teams that, FaZe is like a bridesmaid team, right? Never winning anything, but FearX are just still trying to even get their spotlight at the point. We do have the maps, of course, for what we are going to play in this series as well. And as we can start out, we'll see Clubhouse and Bank Band. I do like the Clubhouse band first off because, I'm not saying it's a bad band from Black Dragons, but I casted FearX on Clubhouse yesterday against Chiefs, and boy, were both teams silly on that map. But what interests me more, Sam, is what we're going to see from the picks, because both these teams have played series earlier today. Both these teams have played, FearX in their case 2 maps, Black Dragons in their case 2 maps as well. And we will see a repeat right off the bat. Black Dragons lost Consulate to G2, up 5-1, lost the map in the end. They pick it again, clearly confident what they can do there.
Yeah, it is their second highest preference when it comes to things. As of right now, their first is Lair, but they actually ended up making it through the ban phase, but just not really feeling too confident on it. Instead, they'll go to Consulate, which is kind of a bastion for Brazil as well. This is a map that's really favored this region throughout the years, so not exactly the worst thing to bring out against FearX. And FearX is actually going to go with Cafe, so some interesting stuff either way you slice it.
And we will have Lair as that decider for our final map. I was thinking to myself, like, you don't necessarily want to risk picking Lair because of how lopsided it can be on the defense. You don't want to give the team the opportunity to pick the other side. Then again, they pick Consulate, which is literally the exact same story there. And it's going to be a factor because obviously, as you can see, FearX have picked defense on Consulate. It's not necessarily the same on the decider, but Black Dragons will be starting the attacking side. That is where they let the victory slip away against G2. So maybe starting on that side should, in theory, be a bit of an easier team going against FearX. Maybe you're able to get 2 rounds instead of basically none that they got earlier. Mm-hmm. And we know they can defend. 5 rounds against G2 on Consulate is still quite good. That will be the map we're starting out on first. And could be a bit of a rough run for FearX. As you said, this is a very, very high preference map for Black Dragons. They played it quite a few times, and the only real losses they have in the past couple months are to FaZe and Liquid, who at this point are looking like the 2 best teams coming out of Brazil. If those are really the only 2 major losses and everything else have been a close game, 7-4 victories and a 7-5 loss today, I think Black Dragons are going to feel really confident. Probably why they made it their pick, but I think they're still feeling very, very comfortable even with the loss earlier. Yeah,
if you think about it from their shoes, right, you don't really want to break out something that you have good experience on, like Lair, but something you haven't utilized yet at this event. And Consulate, you already played it earlier today. Everything's already been set in motion. You knew what worked. You knew what didn't. Now you get to come back into Consulate, try and, MacGyver things up against BNK FearX. Makes your life a little bit easier once you've already been using those tools, earlier on in the day.
We'll see how closely the ban phase will parallel that earlier game between Black Dragons and G2. Of course, we likely will have a shield ban either way, even no matter who banned it earlier. Black Dragons will be the team that decides to ban the Monty. We are likely not going to see FearX. Even if they were to make it deeper into the tournament, if they win this series and move forth, we are likely not going to see shield bans from them because Nova's resurgence as a player, we haven't really seen at this event, but in the South Korea League, his resurgence has been playing Monty and Blitz like more than 50% of the rounds. They play on the attacking side. They want to keep the shields up as many as they can, so it makes sense that Black Dragons will take down at least one. Azami Valkyrie bans moving on beyond that, and 50% similar to what we saw earlier in Black Dragon's game against G2, but with the Ying being gone, the Azami being gone, I actually think, sure, you maybe want the Ying, but I think Black Dragons are probably feeling better about attacking into these set of defensive bans than they did earlier when it was Valkyrie and Fenrir. Just the Azami being gone is like, for most teams, I imagine it's like, don't have to bring a DMR or explosive to shoot those Kibas. I'm happy.
Yep, exactly. That's one of those things where you're not only helping out yourself, but you're kind of helping out the enemy team as well on offense, right? It's one of those things where people really just kind of want to get rid of that necessary evil and make life a little bit easier for themselves. But here we go, Carter. I wasn't here yesterday, as you referenced earlier, so we had to have Manic step in. But my very first game of the Montreal Major. Very excited here, especially with Black Dragons and the story that we've gotten to see, and really just see them kind of bloom as a team in that LCQ. We kind of referenced it earlier on, but it's something that cannot be understated because their second stage, folks, it was, for lack of a better term, just piss poor. There was not a lot of things going for them at all. And a lot of the rounds that they even got, it was like, oh, you're waiting with bated breath. You know what I mean? So it's definitely something where they've made a very valiant effort to bring themselves back.
And one big reason that we saw from that dramatic drop-off was Ask and Hornet were putting in the work. It was unfortunately the 3 rookies that really dropped the ball in the regular season. But how did they make that comeback in LCQ? I mean, we're talking like 20 points, 30-point improvements from the rookies in their EPS between the regular stage and the LCQ. Just an unbelievably, just undeniable improvement, but specifically from Gudo. I mean, going from one of the lowest-rated players to the highest-rated player through the LCQ, and now catching Good Boy very early on, peeking out of the art single. With the lineup we see right now, and the site being CEO, it's looking like we will see, probably, Sam, a bit of a quick rush at some point.
Yeah, and honestly, that is a perfect domino to start with. Getting Good Boy removed downstairs, opening up a lot of different plays, especially over towards the CEO office. Don't have to worry about that Nitro Cell being downstairs any longer. And in fact, no more Nitro Cells available to this entire squad. You do have some stop utility with the smoke. You do have those impacts you could use for a little bit of verticality, but at the end of the day, Black Dragons are well within their right to get a plant down here.
I was actually about to, I was thinking to myself, I was like, well, we don't have a Buck or a Deimos on the board, and usually when the rush comes in from CEO side, you have those 2 operators because you can swing around the corner, that cubby right there. Then if you don't have anybody down below, they can C4, but nope, all the utility we baited on the opposite side, and the Amaru instead goes into connector. Ask will start things off on that hop into bathroom.
Oh, terrible.
The Blitz sprinting right into the Goyo, trapped in connector. The Amaru will actually go down, not with the diffuser though. Just still trying to cause chaos. It is Nux with it, but doesn't really matter at the moment. The Rin will finally hit his flank. Black Dragon just completely take control of the bomb side, and Fearex don't really do a damn thing about it.
No, great initiation there from Ask, at least for the call to swing on in there. He also gets that big pick as that player transition from front desk into bathroom. But the main bread and butter of that round is BD getting that big pick downstairs inside of the closet, then adjusting themselves to the execute up top. And in fact, they really weren't going for anything aggressive over towards CEO. All of those things just made you really think that they were, especially with the Gara hook coming in. But instead, what it is a full court press on the top floor. Carter, they just want to kill everybody.
It's funny because Jesse and I were talking about this yesterday. CEO has genuinely become one of my favorite bomb sites to watch because not only are just, the basic Amaru rushes into CEO window when Amaru has the diffuser, or into connector window when she has the diffuser, not only are those so interesting, but the fake outs teams will do. Despite really all the same operators being involved, it gets so nuanced because I was thinking there, okay, they'll bait the utility CEO and the Amaru will go in connector window, plant the diffuser. That's a variation we see a lot of teams do. But this time it was almost like a double bait. They put all the utility on one side, then the Amaru goes in connector, but then actually the execute really was from CEO, and it's the Blitz coming through yellow that had it. So just a bit of an even deeper change, not completely unseen, but even more complex variation of that rush than we often see, and Black Dragon's already doing better on the attacking side than they did earlier. Another win, and they will completely move beyond that G2 game before.
Yeah, I'm going to throw it downstairs, and I mean, I'm already seeing a couple of things that are a pretty big gap here for B&K Fear. And really the biggest thing is here, Carter, so we've got 0 wall denial. I mean, absolutely none. Their biggest play here was that Mira player, really exploit that we just saw them try and go for, and nothing really came to fruition. You're not able to get rid of that first exothermic. You're not able to get a Nitro outside to thwart any other game plan going on. Instead, it's just a free wall for Black Dragons at less than a minute worth of time into the round.
Mephi getting a bit aggressive on the Visa's single window. Damage not exchanged either way. Not only have Black Dragons opened up the garage breach early, they have immediately taken control of Secret, opened it up within 30 seconds, and moved in within 50. There is another player, Demic, also looking to pay some attention to these Secret players. The castle, too. 3 players on this opposite side, and the first kill comes by the breach. Gudo just pushing in, or no, able to find one on the back side. And there's just so many players exchanging shots back and forth. Mephi will land the trade. So many resources put on this Visa side. Fearex will finally find one that maybe will stop things, but that's the kill that needed to happen. Nova's just insult to injury at that point. You could have taken that 4v3 for Fearex, fallen back to site, and feel really good about your chances of winning this round. Now that you've made it a 4v2 and Hornet is spotted at the bottom of Spiral, he might even have to think about retreating.
A rough situation for Black Dragons right now. Down 2 bodies in comparison to what Fearex has to offer. And not really too much going on in the info department either. Demic's going to pick up Nux. It's going to be down to Hornet to try and bring this back across the line, but highly doubt that happens anytime soon. Has a fight here with Mephi, but honestly, this is just all semantics at this moment in time. This is more than likely a Fear X round, but we'll focus on what they did really well there. And the main thing is that they focused on this server side. I was really, really worried with what Fear X had to really give to us in that, round here, especially initially with what we had for wall denial and a million different ways that Black Dragons could more than likely end up attacking Garage, but none of that came to fruition. Instead, what we saw was Black Dragons trying to attack server and Fear X doing a very bang-up job of being able to step up to the plate, take these gunfights, and shut down Black Dragons as they try to get more aggressive on this basement bomb site.
It's something I think that is a bit of an underrated element of a good basement defense. It's not even having 3 people server side. It's just having one guy there early on. When you open up the breach, most teams, you're going to know if they're rushing breach side pretty soon after it gets open.
Yeah.
It's very rare that you're going to open it up, wait 30 seconds, then do the rush. It's usually kind of a 1-2 punch, breach open, sprint in. So if that doesn't happen, if there's not an immediate blitz in your face, put somebody on that server side, as a lot of teams do, but it at least allows you to say, okay, are they going for that quick rotation backside? And if they do, sure, they might be trying to get the vertical destruction. It's possible, but it could also mean that the breach is just used to try and catch anybody rotating in the site, and the bulk of the attack will come from the back. And if you take that gamble and you put 3 players there like Fear X did, you might end up winning the round. They made that gamble, and boy, did it pay off. You still need to win the defenses on Consulate. They're what you should expect, but recovering after that first attacking loss and now going back to CEO, we'll see if Fear X can start running up the score and make round number 1 an anomaly overall.
Consulate defenses are known for their stoutness, known for their ability to shut down the offenses very early on as they enter the building. And that's what Fear X will look to exploit here. They want to try and get in front of Black Dragons. That's why you see the Clash pick come in, Carter. That's why you see the extension over towards admin side. They want to make sure that Black Dragons, no matter where they end up donning the shores of Fear X, they're aware and they can valiantly fight back. We're going to have that Clash in once again. He's going to be trying to assist here with the CEO position, just getting some extra information. I love this addition of Pulse downstairs, too. You and I have talked about this op ad nauseum when it comes to this map and just how potent he is, as he can see through all 3 floors with that cardiac sensor.
And it allows you, just by moving to this opposite side of the map, you can immediately call if it's going to be an admin take or not. I mean, obviously, teams will open up the CEO window. They'll open up the connector window just for sound and phantom pressure, but the moment you send that pulse to the opposite side, odds are nobody's hunting you in basement in the first 30 seconds. And if you're able to see people in admin, you see 3 people over there, which the pulse did. You know it's going to be an admin take, and you can rotate the utility accordingly. They already had the deployable shield pre-set up, but the Clash likely, too, will start rotating to the opposite side and applying pressure there. One big impact the Clash has is probably just dissuading Black Dragons from switching to that shield, even if they decided to back off. She's one of the main counters for the shields at this point, since the impact changes, since C4s aren't exactly... They might kill a shield instantly, but getting it around that shield, the shrapnel damage around it, can be a bit difficult. Gudo now creeping up the spiral stairs. Will try to accelerate the admin push, but Demic's ready for it. You got to make plays like that. We've talked as well about how you can get stuck in this vending position for ages, and with a play like that failing, it's going to be difficult for Black Dragons, even with the 4v4.
Well, Ask will fire back, calling his own number as he puts himself on Deimos. Be able to get the shot, and so far he has been the saving grace for Black Dragons time and time again with this roster. Not to say that other players haven't been performing. Specifically, Hornet has had a very good set of series so far here in Montreal. Well, looks like Black Dragons are going to be a little worse for wear, and they're actually going to end up losing Ask as well. 2v4 on this top floor assault that Fear X have done a very good job of delaying and denying outright as these kills are coming in hot and heavy. Sub-minute remain now as some Bs are going to go on to Clash, but not going to do too much for you at the end of the day.
No, especially as the Clash is just relaying the intel of one of the 2 remaining people, now the only remaining person actually on Black Dragon's lineup. Warden holding the angle on the door as the defense is hoarding towards Florio. Cutting off every avenue of retreat. The Clash as well. Just a heavy reminder that there's not really much Florio can do at this point with the toxic canisters, whittling his health down. Second by second, 15 by 15. You still got that one attack on the earlier CEO round. You can take some solace in, but Fear X are showing there are not going to be any pushovers on this defensive side. We saw yesterday in Fear X on Skyscraper against Chiefs, a shocking 1-5 side swap on their defenses. Only winning 1 defense against Chiefs, and even though it came down very close, Skyscraper's kind of like Consulate in that if you're dropping those many defenses, the odds of you winning that series are just so small by the time you get to the second half. So Fearx being able to at least mitigate that, maybe recover from that shortcoming yesterday, as they've now won 2 defenses in a row and will give the third bomb site a try. At this point, if they are able to accomplish that rotation, Black Dragons might have started out strong, only, I think, losing 1 or 2 bodies in round 1. But if Fearx win 3 in a row, and these rounds have not looked particularly close since the first one, might be time that Black Dragons could take an early tactical timeout.
Yeah, most definitely. You do feel as though you need at least 2 offensive rounds going in your favor here on Consulate. So they're not that far away given those circumstances, right? But the big thing is here is that Fearx has looked very dominant inside of these last 2, and they still have a lot of options, a lot of positive options here on Consulate, as this map has some pretty solid bomb sites across the entire board. There's not one that's really all that much of a slouch. I mean, obviously a lot of people not liking Split all that much, but it doesn't mean it's necessarily bad at the end of the day.
No, it's just if you have a site like CEO and Basement where with the changes, it's a lot more narrow of a map. There's a lot less windows you can hold from the outside. It's just harder to get in the building. It's just harder to take fights and hold cutoffs.
It's very congested.
Exactly. You actually have to get into the building and take control, which is probably why the shields are, I think, the shield changes are welcome.
Especially Blitz. Blitz has completely changed the way that you can take Consulate. Monty obviously does a lot of the same, but he's a little bit slower in comparison, right?
Yeah, the movement changes help overall, but just that flash with the movement changes makes Blitz a little bit better on this map, and especially because Monty seems to be the main one banned of all the shield operators. But even then, you might be able to get that shield inside of the building, but take the yellow skylight. While Black Dragons won it, you got to worry about connector, yellow stairs, bathroom, 3-way crossfire you could find that you might have to clear early on. In this case, get somebody printer, get somebody inside of blue, get somebody behind that deployable shield. If you want to take control of the top floor, there's usually at least 3 angles watching the one doorway you can walk in through. And Nux might be moving to that blitz. Lowest rated player so far of the tournament on a very important set of operators. He will need to break through this stalemate.
We're back to the checker hallway. So one thing you always have to worry about with Consulate, especially when it comes to these top floor assaults. You have a player moving up inside of the manager hallway. What a shot from Hornet. Rin just keeping their face where it doesn't belong, and they'll end up getting gunned down for it. Didn't even delay all that much time either. And a nice little discovery here from Ask, although a lot of damage, it seemingly goes on to him, at least from the screen flash there. Actually very minimal at the end of the day.
Hornet with another one, just single-handedly dismantling this top floor as a 4-man hold up top. Nux actually losing all of his HP to the Nux falling too. A reversal from Fearx. The guns coming alive from the 2 survivors of this Black Dragon's top floor clear. Gudo grasping at straws, moving deeper into CEO, and Fearx making the right call. They'll rotate back, but a nice find from Gudo, watching this vertical angle. The Warden and the Maestro need to be careful on this retreat, and you can see they are very aware of that angle. They were the ones that made it after all. We'll leave Nova in a bit of an awkward spot, actually sitting prone beneath the art window right now, and there's a bit of a sitting duck for Florio. The site's actually clear, Sam.
Plenty of time, too. Active drones for Gudo and Florio as well, so we can get a head count at some moment in time, and that's exactly what Gudo's going to go for. When you have time like this, folks, you want to be able to exploit it to its fullest, and that's how you're going to find Demic over here inside of the side hallway. A lot of people just try and rush in, especially in a 2v2. Not something you exactly want.
No, good firebolt placement right there, choking off the retreat or entrance for both these players inside of the site. This will give Florio ample time to actually get in with the diffuser, but the intel is still lacking. We obviously know they're bottom yellow, but Gudo's still concerned. They're elsewhere. A 2-man retake, and the Capitao reacts in time, tagged up on the exit, but the Capitao's done his job. He's allowed the diffuser to go down. Demic on the wraparound will fail to find his mark. Now the ace down below has moved into his post-plant position, evaded all of the vertical angles he is now well aware of, given his time spent researching on the top floor. Air jab doesn't really matter in the end. Gudo knows his position and allow him to get the kill. Black Dragons look like it had slipped from their grasp, but a second attack comes in the 2v3.
Yeah, they keep it calm, they keep it cool, they keep it collected at the end of the day, and that's the biggest thing there. Black Dragons, well within their right to still try and clutch things out, and they use every single piece of their arsenal in order to do so. Good information game on top of being able to get that firebolt down to hold up the hallway, whilst they're also getting the case in. Very well done from Black Dragons. Fearx, though, they try and respond in kind. It's just too little too late. Sending those 2 bodies up yellow, the plant's already gone on, and also a lot of red flags there for BD as they were encroaching on that position, and they played out extremely well. You know, they run off over towards the bathroom area, able to keep themselves alive, able to stave off their elimination long enough to make things really murky for Fear X. I mean, in a perfect world for them, Carter, they get there just in time as that plant goes down. They kill the Overwatch and more than likely get that player as they come off the plant, but none of that came to fruition in the slightest.
I also think, you know, some of a bit of a difference between the LAN and the online environment. I think if we're maybe online, maybe you see the Warden actually try to cross that single door. You know, the combination of ping and the reaction time, maybe just allowing him, even if he's tagged, to make that cross from bottom yellow to more towards the bottom spiral side and then get another angle inside of the site. But with how actively Black Dragons were holding that cutoff on the vertical on LAN, he probably would have reacted and taken him down pretty easily. Just bit of a difference you might have to concern yourself with. Black Dragon stuck on that side and the retake just not working out whatsoever. They will get an elusive second attack on that tertiary site. Basement now unlocked as well. That is where Fear X will go back. We have a bit of a roam again. Vigil all the way on the top floor and Mephi holding yellow stairs to allow him to retreat. This can be a pretty strong, at least combination of positions that allow Fear X to play aggressively, then get safe passage back. We'll see how much attention Black Dragons pay to it.
Have the Vigil back in for Good Boy. You in play too, just to try and assist with this Doke utility. We've been seeing that a lot nowadays, and you know we haven't been seeing too much. A rush, and wow. What an answer for that, Carter, as Mephi is going to catch 2 immediately off that phone call. Very well done from him.
I think we just briefly saw as well that was Diffuser blown up on that skylight drop as well. Now, you're on the top floor, so it's a bit difficult, but look at this call from Black Dragons, realizing the situation they're in. They immediately fill that space.
What a shot.
Nice shot from Nux right as the F-Naught triggers, but there's somebody spiral, and he will be able to get that trade. Good Boy aware of the backside push now. Well aware at this point. Gudo just mechanically better in that instance. Ask bringing it back too. The fight that is left in Black Dragons after these early setbacks is more than commendable, but the cold reality of the Diffuser stuck on yellow stairs is very, very real. But now with the 2v2 in a minute 20, they've got time to figure this out.
Yeah, it definitely makes you worried after what we just saw out of Black Dragons. Boiling this down to a 2 versus 2 more than likely bodes well for them. Okay, still at the top of yellow, and not exactly the cleanest look from them as they really have to just try and beat Fear X over the head with pretty much just brute force at that moment in time, try and get these kills back into a positive way, and eventually they'll do that, but now it's going to come down to where they want to try and put this case. We do still have the 2 remaining Fear X members sitting on the bomb site, waiting patiently for Black Dragons to try and show up. We are going to have Ask working his way down yellow. This is going to be the moment in time for them to try and open things up as this smoke grenade will come in from the Jackal.
I'll block the angles to allow Ask the way in. Default still up.
Wow,
We'll give that
shot.
information, but what a heads up by Ask. Swings around the corner, anticipating the retake attempt. Mephi taking a little bit of damage. Gudo creeping through, but that's just an engagement that favors the mute. Oh! A quick peek double to finish that one off. A round that changed hands many times over its course, but Fear X winning a key moment to stay positive on the defense.
Solid stuff for them. They've been able to at least compete with Black Dragons, even in moments like this where BD are kind of able to get themselves back into the round. They're still more than capable of winning things out, even when it gets down to a pretty nitty-gritty round like what we saw in round 5. But this is where the rubber truly hits the road. Round 6, some potential here for Black Dragons to try and make this 3-3. Fear X will definitely be happy at the fact that they've been able to at least mitigate the score line, at least make it a tie ball game when this half swaps, but you have to be worried for their future as Black Dragons has looked more than consistent on Consulate defenses.
And especially when the main performer for Fear X is Mephi right now. Obviously 4K in that round, he was the one that hit that double C4, hit the 1v2 at the end to save round 3, but he was also the one all the way back on basement who I believe was the Oryx running around that not only got the trade on the guy playing server, but then walking back up, took down the guy cutting off his rotation on the Visa single window. A double kill in that round might be half of a 4K, but those were 2 of the most important kills in that round. Obviously 10-2, 5 KD at the moment. The best performer for Fear X by a country mile, and the impact of all of those kills cannot be overstated. It has gotten Fear X this 3-2 half, as Black Dragons seem destined to win that round. Going into the final one. Back to CEO, back to this top floor. No Amaru, no shield either. They have moved away from it on this bomb site after that first half, after that first rush. We'll see what the changes they make, as it seems maybe actually it's just an admin take 2 times in a row.
So muted. I did see him bring the trigger back out there for that breaching charge. No mute there. Interesting.
Just patient, I suppose.
Yeah. There we go. Ends up clicking that. I don't know if that was just a visual glitch on our end or what, but I promise you, I saw him bring out that remote trigger. Either way, they will end up getting that window open, and it's clearly looking like an admin take once again here from Black Dragons. No shield in play, as Carter had said. Looks like they want to try and work their way in via the staircase as well as these windows for now. We'll have Nux positioned to try and get a couple of these Roteros in and try and blow up a little bit of this utility, making their jobs and lives a lot easier when it comes to their inevitable execution.
The barbed wire on Spiral is certainly important to clear, but Furex were aware of the possibility of somebody lurking up that staircase last time. The Warden just checks it. I believe it was Demic that round. Just checks it, catches the guy walking up, and Black Dragons were stuck just to try to brute force their way through vending. So clearing that utility is good, but Furex are more than aware of that Black Dragons want to take that position, want to cut off that rotation in the long desk spot. So you'll have to do a bit more than that to catch Furex off guard. The Deathmark trackers might be the solution. Now getting some vertical play as you move past the halfway point of the round. Flashbang might go in, but I'd assume it's just baiting utility. Now, as I say it, the cage targets all utility going out, but again, another double C4 from Furex. Diffuser dropped like a lead weight outside a connector window, will plummet to the floor, and Florio shot right out of the building. 2v5 as this execute has just completely fallen apart for Black Dragons, excuse me. The round has completely come together for Furex, a flawless one to end their time on the defense with a lead after that early start from Black Dragons.
It's a 4-2 half on their opponent's map choice, but are they going to fall into the same potholes that we saw Black Dragons start to trend into? The biggest thing there for me, Carter, is the lack of intel from Black Dragons in a lot of these openers. They're kind of flying blind, and they're getting punished a lot from just decent positioning from Furex, and even past decent positioning. Some of these positions that we saw from Furex weren't even all that good. Like the player over on yellow, that's something that you should know 100% before flying in through the skylight. Things like that are just going unchecked by Black Dragons. And not only is it punishing them, but it's punishing them in a very severe way. 2 big kills out of 1 Nitro cell, that's something that seldom happens. That's why we get so excited when it does. But to have that happen now in 2 separate rounds, that's something that you cannot allow, especially from this perspective.
And especially because when you are attacking the CEO site and you, instead of going just straight through admin or straight through yellow, but you're going from one of the repels, one thing every team does is they take an extra 30 seconds to put in, like, let's say 40% of their Grim Util, some of their Candelas, an EE1D, to bait out the utility and bait out a C4, especially because you can hop back out if there's a smoke, at least on the CEO side. But if a C4 lands, you're rappelling into the window. You can't escape from that. And Black Dragons didn't really take the time to bait out that util. They threw it all in, and as a result, lost, again, as you said, 2 bodies to those C4s. Furex will get a lead on the defense. You asked the question, will Furex fall into some of the same potholes as Black Dragons? I agree, but will they fall into the one big pothole, which is just the attacking side? Like, there's a lot of the same issues you can run into, but how many times have we seen teams? I mean, we saw it earlier today, up 5-1 on the defense, and because this map can be so difficult and it requires the attack to do so much, you struggle. And Nova going back on those shields, he's 5-4 right now, but even though he was pretty solid on this in the Korea League, he has been less than stellar on the shields in Montreal so far.
Yeah. You and I have had a little bit of a discussion about Nova, and you never really know what you're going to get out of him. You're either going to get a Nova life game where he seems like the most unbeatable opponent, especially when he's on shields in the world, and then you'll also get these games where he just simply cannot muster a single play. But oh my goodness, what a moment we have here. Nux is accidentally going to kill Gudo. Ass gets 1, but now Furex, they are all over BD across the board. And exactly that, Carter. What the heck is even going on here? It's all to Florio. He's going to get 1, but the jig's up. We all know you're on the mid floor.
I don't even really know what happened right there. I just saw the blitz run into piano. I'm like, oh, they're going after like the one guy there. The entire team just died. Florio. Gotta be careful now. Good TCSG player is a fearsome one to face. 2 very, very solid kills to cut the manpower from Furex in half. And he is just moving completely free inside of the site. No head holes on yellow as well, so while he can't get aggressive, he can creep awfully close to this door frame. And if Furex don't take the time to drone, Florio could go unspotted in this position. We're using exothermic for soft destruction. That is how much we are being careful.
Hey. sometimes you got to do what you got to do, right? That's what you have at your disposal. That's what can make those vertical holes. And hey, if that's the only way we can do it, then by God, that's the way we'll have to get it done. FearX, they're going to take their time, Carter. I was really hoping, because you guys have 4 drones active right now. If you didn't drone, I was going to be pretty angry with you, just to let you know. But instead, we'll get this Florio inside of a 1v2 with 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, we'll tag up the Maverick as he comes in, but Demic with a very well-timed drop. Towards the end there, I really appreciate that thoroughness from FearX, because not just were they droning out the Thermite to get that information, we see 1 drone on the Cafe side and 1 drone on Spiral. Basically putting 2 drones in a position where they know if that Cade moves. They have completely isolated him. If he wants to leave that double door, they will have intel on it. And if he shoots that drone, they've got the Spiral one as well to know if he could have crossed in a cafeteria. It's one thing to see a team be patient and do that, but to see them ISO it, it's just very, very nice. Especially when FearX are looking to overcome at least a theoretical hurdle on their attacking side. They've won 1 round, and logically, the moment you have let that 3-round lead escape, you are now down 2-5, you've lost the first defense. Black Dragons will take that tactical timeout. They were able to stave it off on their attacks by winning round 4. Of course, lost the next one. 2-4 certainly manageable. But now, Sam, FearX are 1 round away from match point on your pick. You got to figure this out.
Yeah, you got to call a timeout here, Carter. And that's exactly what we're going to get. And you guys can all see as clear as sunlight during the day. Ask and the coach and everybody else in between all turning towards him to see exactly what they can kind of pull out of their hat. Because as of right now, they're putting a lot of value in their potential to hold down the map. And what we saw inside of that last round is that FearX are not fearful in the slightest. In fact, if they can get 1 domino to fall, it really seems as though they really know where the rest of those cards are being held. And they get a lot of kills at the drop of a hat, really, Carter. It was a pretty important round there for FearX as they have fully set Black Dragons under their back heels, and we'll see where things go from here. But as of right now, FearX, even in comparison to the maps that we've already seen them play, look like a completely different beast.
And with just 1 round victory, this map has gone from pretty standard Consulate fare between a team might be their pick, but still getting 2 solid rounds of the attack, nothing to worry about. And just 3 minutes later, now we are in a whole lot more of an interesting position where FearX have taken that lead, and the onus is on Black Dragons to mount this comeback to win CEO as they move up to the top floor after dropping basement in round 7. You're going to have Nova back on that blitz. We know it. FearX know it, but hopefully, more importantly, Black Dragons know it. And how will they account for it? Not a lot of Legion, of course, but the Malusi, the Grzmots from the Ella, and the F-Knots from the Fenrir. A lot of traps to make sure that Nova cannot get control for free like he did last time.
Correct. And that's the big thing here. That's really what we want to focus on for FearX. How are they going to try and process this map, where they're going to start, and really what is that kindling for them, right? Black Dragons that last time around put a lot of value in the mid-floor, and why wouldn't you? It's a basement bomb site that a lot of that verticality plays extremely well into the offensive hand if they're able to get control of it, but instead Black Dragons goes punished left, right, and center. It makes their life very difficult because of that. Are they going to try and pull value back towards the site? More of a turtle setup might be something that they try and look into, but for FearX, you can tell, at least as of right now, a little bit of patience all up until this moment here.
Ooh. Gotta be careful. Remember, we
They're
saw what
go
happened when you didn't bait out that
Uh-oh.
utility, so there goes
Oh,
the
it's a Twitch drone! Rin!
That is goated from Rin right there, and the diffuser goes down. That is
Wow.
so excellent from FearX. You just cannot account for that for Black Dragon's setup. 2 players face that blitz. There's not a lot he can do after that. Man disadvantage is a little worrying. Mephi the only one outside on Repel, and Good Boy anticipating somebody to go hop out the art window. The call is likely being given. Mephi, you don't need to watch that. You can look towards yellow. You can watch the CEO window. Good Boy will do his work. Take down Gudo. That lets Mephi fully focus on the top floor. Hornet completely gives up on the run out.
This is the round.
The indecision has given FearX it. Match point now in their hands. What a play from Rin. We have asked a lot of questions of him at times, but with 1 shock drone, he has given FearX match point.
A lot of people ask me, Carter, and a lot of people have asked me across the years, what separates Rainbow Six Siege from a lot of different games? And I always say it's creativity. They give you a toolkit, they give you a huge sandbox to play with, and it's your job to understand what you can do with these tools. And that's just another one right there. You and I have never seen anybody operate around that bomb site in that way. In fact, that's why both you and I were like, oh, you're swinging in that window. That's crazy.
It's funny. The only other time I've seen it was coincidentally on Consulate, but it's a different site. There was a match in the NAL where Bolo on Twitch was like shocking Zoto canisters on Twitch as they got thrown in. But, you know, the Zoto canister hits the wall, freezes it stationary. Like, that's cool that he was that proactive and got it in a hidden spot, but, like, you got to track the C4, react in time to shock it, and the fact that Rin, of course, got it in that position, but that's a bit harder and more dangerous utility to miss if it goes awry. Just an unbelievable play from Rin right there, and now up 6-2, denying Black Dragons a comeback after their tactical timeout. We really might have a 7-2 if FearX can just keep their cards playing.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, honestly. Like, I did not see us at this score line, and neither did I see FearX kind of go into the casino and just be like, I love winning, and just keep it going. You know, and that's the big thing here. At least that last round, not a lot of gambling, not a lot of things where you really had to worry all that much, but you definitely needed some positive reaction out of Rin there. And if you didn't get it, you more than likely lose the round by just banking the case there inside of the actual bomb site, so life would have got a lot more difficult for them. But speaking of difficult lives, look at things from Black Dragon's perspective, folks. They have to go for 4 perfect rounds here up against FearX, who have been very patient with their delivery so far.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter if you're on defense. A 4-round comeback, no matter what, is just like, oh, God, we don't have our tactical timeout either. Like, it's just going to be a weight that is hanging from your neck for the rest of this, especially as this is your pick. Like I said, this is a map that Black Dragons have really only dropped in the past 6 months to Liquid and FaZe, the top 2 teams in the Brazil regular stage, our first and second place teams. But still, they will mount a very impressive fight early on in round 9. A 2-piece from Gudo and Ask. There might be a trade, but Black Dragons needed this. They've got the case in their hands. I don't care what vertical control you can get with that revolver, Mephi. That diffuser is in the hands of the defense for the moment. You'll need to reset to find a way to get it back.
Stun out. Fully blinds his opponent, but doesn't want to push off of this, at least for Mephi's sake. And why would you? You got a lot of verticality to play around here. This revolver could be the saving grace for FearX on this round, especially as Ask is so dangerously low on health. Rin's going to get a big pickup here onto Nux, and they know that there's a body around here. You can see how fearful Black Dragons is being, as they do not want to try and give up these bodies at such a critical moment.
Especially with Ask so low. I mean, look at that HP. 7 health remaining. Of all the players you'd want, it would be him playing close with that shotgun. Maybe the best chance to win a fight with that low HP. Mephi hops in. Just encircles him with that shotgun. But every single shot lands and does not go to waste. But Hornet, equally so, able to find Good Boy on that rappel. And now Mephi has a whole lot of work to do. He'll need to be 15-3. We'll need a straight 5-0 KD to finish this off. And Ask can make it easy for him. Ask could feed himself, get a little too cocky, and just one shot from that revolver. 1 of 6 will do. Prone on the floor, that is how you take the advantage away. The surprise factor will keep Black Dragons alive, but a strong opening, too. We'll give them 1 round out of 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's a terrifying prospect for Black Dragons right now, as FearX, time and time again, have been complicating these rounds to the nth degree. This is just yet another example. Just, you know, things not working out for FearX in the way that they wanted to. If they end up getting those 2 big picks up top and they don't really, you know, end up getting those big volley of frags back, then we probably have a completely different round on our hands. But instead, this is what we have, and Black Dragons are capable of keeping that case locked up on the top floor. A valiant effort, especially from Ask, as he was dodging everything and the kitchen sink there inside of that connecting room. So making life a little bit easier for them now as a breath of fresh air, more than likely amongst the bench of Black Dragons, but still a lot of work to be done here on Consulate.
Still a bit ironic that was a exposition defense, as all the action taking place on CEO. I mean, we saw that bottom floor like literally one singular time, it felt like. They are able to get that victory as we move on to round 10. Holding on to this top floor, you can run the shields. The shields are very good. That is undeniable. But just look at this Black Dragons lineup. 4 trap operators and a smoke that is very good for countering that blitz as well. Catching him in the toxic canister, slowly whittling him down on HP with each throw of the smoke babe. And so FearX will move away from it. And it has to be said, this is where they start to get a little bit weaker. It's always been sort of their weakness on attack, that they're a bit slow. They struggle to problem solve a bit. And to be fair, On that bank game, we just saw they did quite good at losing key operators and then rotating to execute around to get new map control, to solve the problem, to get a big play and speed up the pace to fix an issue. But still not having that shield on how difficult a map like Consulate is to attack Sam. They got a gap. They've got a buffer. Still might be a bit difficult.
Yeah, most definitely. You still have to hit your mark, and that's the thing. Although you might have 3 rounds, there is a world where Black Dragons is able to pull this back. There's a reason why they selected this map, and it's because of how potent the defensive side is, and obviously they are banking on the fact that they can make this defensive bastion work. And, well, what a better way to test it than being asked to go flawless, practically, through 4 rounds. FearX trying to recreate themselves, and, oh, I think Mephi ended up getting stuck or something there.
I was about to say, I imagine he was probably stuck on, like, drone or the rappel bug or something. We don't have to see the rappel bug anymore, at least I think, but I think that was the reason why, and if you can't get on drone and he's stuck, you just got to send him to cams yourself.
Look at the horizon, Mephi.
No kill number 14 for you, unfortunately.
What's that thing that Gibby says from iCarly? How's my hair, Sam? It's good. It's real good.
A lot of lines Gibby has. That's also the line from The Wire, but anyway, that's beside the point. Look at Judo going for this swing. Oh, nothing Devin can do at that point. Gifted a 5v4, and they'll get technically the actual opening pick. Just swinging on into the admin side, and we'll know somebody is bottom Visa as well.
Oh.
Just so difficult to deal with, especially in a man disadvantage. You got to feel for FearX right now. They'll try to push forward. Nova will fire off the close swing and will find one. And because he fired that off, he will get away scot-free. They also know this player's behind the shield. Excellently placed nade, but Florio with the flick. Good boy tries to get him on the fall off, and it just does not work. Smoke canister, final one going out. Maybe even pre-placed on that door, not entirely sure. Nova will just creep forward. Hope that Black Dragons give him an engagement. Gone 6, hits the computer monitor in front. Insult to injury, Black Dragons now 2 rounds in a row. Maybe a timeout from FearX, only because if you lose one more, well, you've only got one more chance to close this in regulation.
Yeah, very true. I don't know if they just let this one go through, just given the circumstances of how that round opened, right? That little bit of an issue there.
There is a pretty big asterisk on it.
Yeah, so I think that's the biggest thing here for me, but still plenty to be done. And actually, they're going to take it right now, feeling, very similar to what you were pointing out there. FearX have to try and get something going for themselves. They have 2 rounds in order to do so, but might as well use that timeout here to try and discuss what you could bring to the table, not only in this round, but the round post that. So Black Dragons now will have some time to discuss things as well, as their coach now has access to the bench, and I'm sure they will be having a very similar conversation. Look at how similar the score lines are for these BD members. 3 players at 8 kills, Florio with 6, and then Nux bringing up the rear with 3. Across the board, they've each been able to find their timing, find their mark, at least in a couple of these rounds, but nobody really boiling to the top. We did see Ask there for quite some time, having a heck of a game for himself on that offensive half, but since then, things have kind of cooled down.
Certainly so. It should be noted, by the way, that, of course, if you're not familiar with the FearX squad, the coach behind them is Dark. We are approaching almost a year for him on this roster. He joined after the Atlanta Major, and he is from Brazil. He is Brazilian, and big reason I imagine why when you saw them winning certain rounds, he was the most vocal of all of them, yelling at Black Dragons. But of the incremental successes that FearX have had, a lot of them have come after Dark, making his entrance on the team at SI, taking a map off Furia, the eventual world champions at that event. Then, of course, beating G2 at Manchester. And now in this spot, finally fighting for what feels like just the first real achievement that FearX, previously Sandbox, have had in ages.
Yep.
Making not even a deep run, just a run in a tournament. That is what they're fighting for right now. And if you get a win on your opponent's pick, it feels a whole lot more real than if you even just win yours. They'll pause, they'll wait. Very early peek by Hornet. Just barricade it back up. Not entirely sure what angle you can even really see right there based on where he was. Maybe he was trying to run deeper, but...
Not really one for run-outs, I'll be honest. Usually the guy that's like, dying potentially in the first 15 seconds of the round? I don't know.
Yeah, you and I are not really comfortable with the gambles like that, are we?
No, I'm not a gambling man when it comes to stuff like that in Siege.
No, if you're going to do it, Ella pistol would be the pistol you use.
True. Love the red dot on that thing.
Can we add that to every pistol?
I think they actually ended up doing a pseudo version of it when they did the SMG for Clash, and then they also brought it in for some of the reflex sight as well. It's just a little bit bigger. That's the biggest thing.
We'll use the boogie drone, cover the sound a little bit while also getting some vertical destruction. You'll be able to look down on anybody looking to actually retake Visa later in the round. Electroclaws will go out, but this is not a heavy roam by any means. And one player maybe playing aggressively by yellow stairs, and one pushed a little bit up Visa, but that is it. Nobody from Black Dragons are looking to get aggressive. And Sam, I honestly think probably a good idea for a team that at least has a reputation for being sluggish. Don't give them that.
Yeah, most definitely not. Not exactly something that would bode well for you, especially as it kind of be a bit of a Kickstarter there. One of the boogie drones in, and potentially the last one going down for Good Boy. So line that up and start to play the verticality downstairs for the garage. Any denial? Yeah, we do have a little bit. Ask is going to have the wall denial, and Nux will be here to assist with that, as those Zoto canisters will be ready and waiting for this wall to try and have any play from FearX. And they've taken quite a bit of time here, Carter. Still outside the building for all intents and purposes, as they will just now be finding their way in on the piano side, as well as the teller side, trying to get a little crunch going on this mid-floor. But the only thing they're really going to get from this is verticality and some wall access, and it's not coming in good timing.
No,
not coming in good timing at all.
It's just the unfortunate reality of an operator lineup like this. If you have the Tubarão and the Cade, it's gonna slow down any attack, and if you're a slow team, it's gonna punish you for it. It is not gonna make things easy for you at all, and especially for those Zotos. Not only can you just throw them on a wall, but even throw them on a door to make it harder for the attack to push in. But Methy with that shotgun at close quarter is actually probably better favored against Hornet than you would otherwise think somebody pushing down Spiral, but Nux there for a pretty quick trade. Nova might rotate across as the bulk of the attack coming from the opposite side, but the Clash is bought in yellow. If you're going to shock any player, the guy with the diffuser is the exact prime candidate for that electricity. We'll rotate around, but oh my god, the timing on that one. Nova will actually find his way in. Unknowingly, Florio gives him an opportunity, and there's nobody close to deny this. Good Boy's able to get the kill, make that two, as long as the Buck acquires very important control. Ask might land one,
wow.
Make that 2 shots. Unbelievable pre-fire from the Cade. Will rip the head off of Demic, but Methy falls back. The vertical control in the Clash make this very difficult for him to win, but the shield could block that verticality. Very importantly, he will creep forward, and they have to react in time. Ask covering, he will drop. He wins that fight, but he downs the Clash, and it does not matter. The veteran 4 kills for Ask to save Black Dragons on, let's be honest, some pretty bad luck.
And you can see the relief on Ask's face. All of his body language says, I was not supposed to win that, but somehow, some way, we did. And blood pressure has to be through the roof right now for this bench over here. But Black Dragons, they are catapulting themselves towards an overtime, and they've gotten it down to one last round. One last defense, and then there's some potential for them to try and take this in OT. But they got to cross that bridge first. Maximum regulation, and off the back of some solid FearX antics. I mean, I really liked what we saw out of that offense there, especially with the fact that Good Boy was just putting people to the sword left, right, and center as they were trying to regather themselves around the yellow pillar down low. But it all came down to Ask and some Clash play, and fortunately enough for them, able to get it across the line.
And ultimately, like, Nova, I really thought was going to struggle getting in yellow, but just some things you can't predict. The moment Florio decides to back off is the exact moment Nova decides to run in, and the Clash is like, I was just there. Like, you weren't supposed to come in. Like, I was waiting here for 45 seconds for you, and it's the kind of things you can't predict, but it's the kind of plays that Ask has been able to pull off in moments like that. The round that got them the victory over Furia was them struggling to attack on Skyscraper, slowing down, reaching a stalemate, not knowing what to do, and Ask walked up main stairs, won 2 fights in that position, I think got a 3K overall, but made a play like that just on the opposite side. They needed him to show up, needed somebody to go big, and consistently Ask has not only been that player with high impact kills, but with massive individual plays like that. He is just the star player on this roster right now, and 12-7, I mean, the only player actually positive for Black Dragons at this point. Very clear who the MVP is. 3 defenses in a row now. Good Boy will try to use the element of surprise to his advantage, moving into the main lobby early. See if anybody will give him an angle or rotate in front of him.
I really like this, too. This mid-floor bomb site usually begs the question as to how the defense is going to hold on to that top floor and how the offense is going to deal with that. But FearX have quite a bit going on here. You have that unit to try and deal with the top level, but you also have the Nook to try and sneak in, slip through the cracks, and get a nice play going on for that mid floor. Potentially some big pickups. A flash comes out from the Buck, or rather the Blitz, and 2 big kills going the way of FearX. 1 remaining player at this top level.
Well, nobody remaining at this top level. No, Ask is still alive.
Yep.
You came through for Black Dragons last round, my man. Your number will be called again here. Florio is alone on the site. And Ask with a very difficult situation presented to him upstairs. It's such a hard spot because you want to fall back. You know it's likely you're not going to win it no matter how hard you try, but he'll call up Florio. They will walk through the breach and try their best. Will spot the Lion. The quick peek actually working out. Gets the long angle on Yellow 2. Will down 1. Some chaos spurred in the FearX lineup, but Nova sprinting past will finally cut him down. A 1v5 must happen for Black Dragons to secure their pick. Will find one. No!
No!
He gets too confident. Hits the kneecap, not the head. That won't get the job done. FearX explosive in round 12 to secure the key to their opponent's pick.
Wow, oh wow, Carter. Was not expecting this. Was not expecting this at all when we sat down for Consulate in between these two teams. I thought we were going to see a very dominant map here from Black Dragons, but that's anything of the sort. I mean, Ask is really the only positive thing that we see, minus his KD spread, out of Black Dragons. Everything else is everybody just really grasping at straws and trying to catch up to FearX. He was really the only one that was constantly neck and neck with these players and trying to make the most out of these situations. But past that, it was the FearX show and really showcasing just how positive this team has grown to be. I mean, these last couple of events, things exactly haven't been all that great for them. I mean, they predominantly finished like, what, 10th place across a lot of these different events. So
we might be talking about 20.
Yeah, it's been a little rough. I was trying to give them a little bit of credit, but you know how things go.
10th is like a deep Swiss run, and they've not been in Swiss in like years.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So we're going to get the stats up here for you folks. You can see exactly what happened inside of this map. And Mephi, the biggest player here for FearX, but across the board here, specifically Mephi and Nova, that duo making a lot happen here.
Yeah, maybe not a career Nova performance, but a good one.
Yeah.
Which very controversial player, as Vanek said yesterday, very controversial player in the community, but you can't deny he showed up today on that shield when FearX were succeeding. Even if he was not getting kills, he was making space. 92% cost. But I think it's also undeniable that this was the Mephi Nova show. As you said, I mean, a little bit more shoddy impact on the way down. Good Boy did have some moments. Rin, obviously, it's not registered in the cost, but I think that Twitch drone is worthy of 10% on that CEO attack, to be honest with you. But Black Dragons overall, this is a team that I think we can say, if you're thinking about what's better, the coordination or the individual performances, I think you're going to say they do a lot better in the latter than the former. And so when you have 4 players going negative, only Ask is really able to get positive. And let's be honest, at about 12 and 8, 4 of those kills were in that 1v4. Without those, he's only 8 and 8. It really was a bit of a struggle overall for Black Dragons, and now they've lost their pick because of it. We have FearX's territory of Cafe up next, and they might make Phase 2 for the first time right after this. map we just saw, I mean, like, what do you even say? Like, I get FearX beat G2. I get that this team has potential, but a win like that on Consulate, we really could have had a 7-2 on Black Dragon's pick, Sam. And the fact that we are here, I don't want to get my hopes up because I've been there for this team at moments like this before, but FearX might finally make it out of Phase 1 after ages, barely even cracking it close.
Literally ages. I think the last time that this roster, or at least the start of this roster, was in a really positive way, a really positive tone, was all the way back in like 2019 when they weren't even under their own organization. It was like Mantis FPS.
And like, if you want to be generous, maybe when they were C9 in like 2021.
Yeah, maybe. I honestly, at this moment in time, there's been so many bad versions of this team that I've just like lost the plot as to when they were actually doing good. Just because like they've just routinely showed up to these events, have not been able to really find their stride, and have been sent home time and time again. And it's something that they've been continuously trying to work diligently towards and trying to break this terrible, vicious cycle that they've been a part of. And today, that might be this moment here on Cafe, a clean 2-0 up against the Black Dragons, let alone this roster of Black Dragons, but a team that took an entire best of 3 of one of the best rosters in the world that we have to offer for 2024 and kept Furia at home. So would be pretty inspirational if FearX was able to get this done, especially in a convincing way like a 2-0, but we will just have to see. Do not let that deceive you, folks. I know that says Bank, and I know it says Clubhouse next, but that is not the case here. We had Consulate first, and we'll be playing Cafe as our second map choice.
Which is a bit of an interesting map for FearX that it is their pick, because in recent history, they've only played it twice and lost it both times. In the Korea League to Mir, and then also as well to NIP all the way back at SI, but while NIP have certainly struggled, they have always been a really good Cafe team.
Yeah.
So if you're, like, sure, you lose 7-3 to NIP, but a lot of teams have lost 7-3 to NIP on Cafe in particular.
Who would expect the grueling team to work well on the grueling map?
Exactly. Like, they might struggle on a lot of other things, but the utility map where everybody's slow, well, NIP will succeed just fine there. But FearX up 1-0. And Black Dragons, I think they are very aware, and I think the pressure is starting to get to them. We saw them in a similar moment to this, actually, in the playoffs in Stage 1. We thought in Brazil, all the way back in March and April, that this team had the shot to qualify back then, and they just collapsed. First round of the playoffs, lost. LCQ out of the picture, didn't even make the finals. And now, while they might have made it to the major, think about how they were reacting after some of those rounds. Not screams, not cheers, but sighs of relief. Ask taking a deep breath, holding his chest. Black Dragons, it is clear that the pressure is starting to get to them. Not to say they can't recover, but their comfortable territory is gone. They're on FearX's turf to save.
Absolutely. And I think that's the big thing here for FearX. They've faced so many insurmountable moments that now it's just like, all right, well, we can kind of just play our game. There's really no pressure in a situation
What are we
like
going to do? Get eliminated?
Again? Oh, no. It's almost like we've been here before. So, yeah, there's really no pressure for them in that regard, Carter. I guess that is one luxury of having a situation like FearX have had for the last 4 years. I know that's a crazy amount of time in esports terms, but I guess that is the one positive thing that you can pull from that. They're not fearful of going home because they've had it happen to them so many times that now in a moment like this, they're probably giddy at the end of the day to just be like, oh my gosh, there's actually a moment where not only can we make it out of Phase 1, but we get to do it up against a really solid Brazilian squad, and let alone that fact. But now it comes down to our map choice as well. A lot of things boding well for FearX and their fans at home. I know that this roster has had fans for years internationally, and this might finally be their moment here to shine.
I guess if you even want to be specific, I wanted to check real quick because I think they actually made it technically out of groups at SI, and they did, but they went out immediately. And also, SI is a bit of a different format, but still when it comes to majors, this team has struggled, and still this team made it out of groups, but then went out immediately in the 13th to 16th place spot. They are still looking at these international tournaments to make a more compelling run. And just to even talk about, before we get into the op bands and the nitty-gritty, about what this means for Korea, a region that has really struggled for a long time. D plus Kia, for the briefest of moments, seemed like they could be one of the first APAC teams really to make a compelling major run all the way back at Sweden, one round away from actually making that final, beating FaZe. And we've yet to see a team really live up to that. D plus Kia fallen off, or Sandbox, now FearX struggling to enter the spotlight, and Talon might have led the way. But really, if FearX are able to make this run, we're starting to look to D plus Kia to say, what can you do? Is the Korean scene finally, not saying they're going to win, but is there finally some development in what has been one of the most struggling regions in the history of Rainbow Six? We'll have to see, and FearX could make that argument right now on their pick of Cafe. Rin looking to get aggressive outside of the Christmas window. Once he's shot at, not much you can do.
Rin?
Never mind, he's
Rin?
going for seconds.
And thirds at this point. Gave the initial look, window gets broken a little bit, pops a couple shots, then comes back to see if there's anybody that he can potentially remove from the map very early here. Nothing doing for FearX, but setting a good precedent. We are not going to allow you to take this map in any sense of the term. Mephi's so very aggressive here. Might get two. Knows this player's still outside.
Oh, my Lord. He gets it!
BD, what are we doing?
Talk about a team not feeling the pressure. Mephi and Rin going for the double swing outside of the building, and now Hornet in a double crossfire. Hornet banks the nade around, and Rin says, all right, if I die, you are coming with me. 4v2 as we just reach a minute into round one. FearX, if they came to play on Consulate, they have come to win on Cafe.
Well, just from that, you know what the conversation was from Dark during that in-between break, huh?
Do not let up.
Do not let up, and just don't, in any sense of the term, just keep your foot on their necks. Like, you have to keep this pressure up. It's getting insurmountable for Black Dragons. This anxiety is building, and the last thing you want to do is come into a map like Cafe and be like, all right, we're just going to let them go through their natural clear and get this burn going and all this stuff. No. Immediate pressure. That's what you're looking for, and that's what they've gotten. It's now down to these two remaining players for Black Dragons, Carter, and it seems like an impossible task.
And think about what it means for Black Dragons as well, who are clearly, at least by my reading of their body language and their tones, seem to be a bit rattled by the pressure when right out the gate, a team that for a long time was a laughingstock in Rainbow Six is ego-peaking you and winning every single fight.
Especially moments like that.
Yeah.
Like that was an alien situation for them. They would never do something like that, and now they've found nothing but success with this round off that aggression.
Exactly, and just FearX again proving that, all right, good one might be caught a bit lacking on that bomb chassis. The Nook stealthing quite well into the site. But FearX still with that lead, still performing very well in this round. Florio will hit the drop, but needing to break that barricade. They'll know he's here, but Ask has got a really important position. These Yokais are very important for this round, but a nade going deep will force them to cross.
Oh.
But not only does he make it out, he makes it back in. He can go back on that Yokai drone and try to stop it from planting behind the B bomb chassis. I don't believe he shot it. No, maybe he has. He will go back to Flick. We'll try to move into Freezer, but the diffuser will go down. The time is far too low. Demic will take the coverage, and now it's a 1v3 for Florio. We'll see the Yokai, the intel relaying to FearX where he is, and this man is stuck in Freezer, full reinforced. Two-piece for the Goyo. Everybody from FearX coming to get a piece of the action in that 3v1. The counter defuse succeeds. FearX with the first.
I mean, just what a call from Dark. I love everything that we see, the discussion that must have been had in between these maps really showing off in that first round, Carter. And that's exactly what you need. I mean, I know we already kind of crossed this bridge, but it's the entire story of round one. FearX getting on the gas, getting in the faces of Black Dragons, and not allowing them to have a single sector of the map without at least giving up a body or two. And FearX get away with that flawlessly, practically. They end up losing, what, one body to the four, or rather three, that we see out of Black Dragons. That is exactly what you want out of a defensive start here on Cafe. And now it's going to lead into Black Dragons having a lot of questions. Are we going to have FearX be on this aggressive tone for the majority of their half? Are we going to see them slow things down? There's going to be a lot of soul searching for BD going forward into this offensive half.
Yeah, literally the only two deaths they have. I mean, you have Rin getting naded, who then traded his own death by taking down the guy that threw the nade at him.
It's so beautiful.
And then you lose that Warden, who, the Nook is just lurking up long hallway. They probably evaded any cams they had in that position. No barbed wire as well, and dies. And it's like, okay, well, we have 4 people alive. So really, you dying helped us, because now we know where that Nook is. So everything to be gained from the deaths, the very few that FearX suffered. And starting out on the defense, maybe it doesn't mean a lot to anybody else, but for them, just to start off with a win to keep that momentum going from Consulate, they're going to feel very good. And I also like you start off with those spawn peaks last time, and They're still roaming, but nobody's trying to get overconfident now. We do see a little breakage at the windows, but Rin's not going back for a second or a third peek. Mephi's not in a position for a run out right now, but we'll see what Furex decide to do later in the round. So any intel they might have with the Valkyrie on the board could influence plays like that.
Love this pacing change that we're seeing from Furex. This is exactly what you'd expect after that initial round, but that's the issue here for Black Dragons as well, folks. This is not something that you can go, oh, they didn't swing us off the window, so obviously it's going to be a turtle setup. They're going to try and play this closer to the site. They're not going to be as aggressive.
It's not black and white.
Exactly. You still have to go through the motions, don't you, Carter? You have to do that discovery. You have to get these drones in and try and figure out how Furex have set up this top floor. And a little bit more of an aggressive motion here from Rin as they'll fly out, I do believe, the dining window, but make it back in safely at the bottom of white.
And nobody there to actually cut him off. I kind of got worried that somebody might already be in reading, but Black Dragon's fully focused on the cigar side right now. Good boy, peek after peek, peek. Well, Nate will go out, but he will get back up, thankfully, with that stim pistol. And, IQ, Nux. I don't know about that one, buddy. Really a silly decision there, especially now that Rin has killed the guy on white rappel. Black Dragon's just fumbling a stalemate and now giving Furex the lead after Nova went down. Such an important operator on that smoke. I mean, this is a bit of a rough spot. Gudo will try to push forward. The Doc playing a bit further on Pixel. He'll make his way into Freezer. Find two inside the site. And Mephi's on the opposite side. It's just Demic inside a cocktail who's got to hold on for dear life. Flashbang goes in. Oh, everyone's just dead. Black Dragons looked awfully silly there for a second, but everybody else, especially Gudo, able to land the shots and keep their guns up.
I mean, that was really the only thing that they could do, and to be honest with y'all, that was not going to be great at the end of the day.
If that didn't happen, it's looking rough.
Yeah, and even given that circumstance, when your only option is, hey, my Gridlock's going to crouch walk into Freezer and try and kill the guy in bathroom, things are not looking up for you. They're not looking up at all. So Gudo, very fortunate at the fact that not only is he able to remove that bathroom player, but gets the flick onto the ladder as well. So he's able to get that big pickup on the second player too, completely blowing the doors off of Furex and what they'd already built up for that round.
And I also want to say as well, kind of like going back to Nux's play, sprinting into the dock, you know, I think that is a lot of instinct and emotion taking over that moment, realizes it's the dock, realizes it might not finish him off. So he sprints into check, but as we saw, Gudo walk through, you know, the Freezer rotate hole, but that angle was watching the IQ as she crossed as well. It's very possible that Demic, the Aruni playing cocktail, could have just taken down the IQ anyway, even if she got that trade. So obviously, you know, at least in that case, the IQ gets the kill, but still really giving yourself away and walking right into the defense when, you know, it does suck that you might not get the kill, but maybe should have played it safer. I think also as well, if we never really did talk about the op bans, but on that side in particular, the castle, with Black Dragons banning that, you've basically taken out one of the two big categories of cocktail defense, right? You bring a castle, you extend into stage. If you don't have a castle, it's pretty hard to do that. You kind of got to play on Pixel, unless there's an Azami, which Furex also banned, so not much you can do. So Black Dragons know a lot of what Furex are going to do on that site, but still, even then, the emotion getting the best of them in certain situations.
Yep, very representative of that moment right there. The antsiness in full display.
One Mozzie pest disabled.
Drone. And yeah, we don't get to see all that much Mozzie anymore, but he did get some recent buffs, so makes him a little bit more potent as to what he was in previous patches, and that's why you're going to start seeing him a little bit more. Might start getting back to the mute Mozzie method, I like to call it. Not so much in this round. We won't have the mute in to try and deny any walls or any info utility from coming through. We'll have the Evil Eyes, though, to kind of assist in that regard. I was going to say a decent amount of damage from onto Ask, but a new screen flash that we've gotten in these recent patches kind of doing me in on that. It's going to get down to the 4 versus 4 here, though. We're going to continue to try and get a pickup on this top floor.
And good boy, the player playing aggressively in Pixel shut down, but Ran actually going to retake the position. Our Black Dragon's aware of this.
All on timing.
Yeah, Ran hears somebody confusing, and I think Ren actually baited by the sound a little bit, but Hornet not letting up off the pace. Will almost find 2. Maybe even a 3rd could take that fight as Demic starts moving up the white stairs. Hornet cuts his losses, falls off. Gudo is just in reading room, though I think the site might actually be mining. To be honest, it doesn't really matter. I mean, he's just watched 2 people rotate down white, though the moment has actually evaded him. Headhole opened up in the laundry wall, and Mephi is still caught off guard by it. Gudo has just found these gaps 2 rounds in a row to make an even situation. Black Dragons favored. Demic low HP will have full intel on 1 very briefly. Spray will bait Gudo into peeking, but the trade is right around the corner. Black Dragons with the first time in a long while since round, 1, maybe 3? No, round 1.
Yeah.
The start of this series.
Yep.
Finally have a lead again.
Gotta feel good. Gotta feel good after that. I think the admin might have told the coach as well. Like, are we already having a timeout? Oh my God, Fear X. They're gonna call a tactical timeout. For a split second there, I thought the admin was like, "Hey, you're yelling kind of loud, man." Like,
No, you can't do that. They can have a decibel monitor sitting there. It's a bit too high.
Yeah. Better keep that down. Dull roar. That's what we're looking for. But no, Fear X is going to call their tac timeout. And why wouldn't you? These last 2 rounds have been very shoddy. And the reason for that is mostly these gaps that have been discovered by Gudo. I mean, we go back to the previous round, not even the one that we just saw, but the one before that. And it's exactly what I said it was. Gudo, all he did was crouch walk into Freezer. This is something that we should have covered. This is something that should not be allowed, but he still gets away from a 2K in that moment and proceeds to kill the last player in that round as well. These are things that FearX cannot allow to exist on Cafe defenses. These are things you must nip in the bud. And that's what they'll look to do on these rounds as we continue on to our second quarter, if you want to call it that, of this game.
Maybe not really an operator you can easily incorporate onto this site, but when we see Cocktail or Reading Room or Mining again, maybe one operator you could bring is the Mira to maybe alleviate that problem.
Yeah.
As basically, aside from this site, defending Cocktail plays a role, or having a presence in Cocktail or the third floor plays a role in every other one on this map. And given that mining is viable, it might be something worthwhile to do. You place a black mirror on the Cocktail side. You can not only contest the long angles into stage if you want to, but you can also just stop anybody from walking up long bar or walking and finding a gap in Freezer like we just talked about. So I'm curious if they will make that change later on. Should address, by the way, the good boy prone inside of the site just now, likely trying to hide the Maestro. We saw a lot of changes. What we've resulted on is not really anybody, aside from the nades, I suppose, that could deal with that Maestro, but we have seen a little bit of Brava action, a little bit of Twitch action in the previous round from Black Dragon, so their only option will be to destroy those Evil Eyes.
It'll be pretty rough for them. A lot of info utility here for FearX, especially with these Valkyrie cameras working their way in. Pretty creative spot there for Ren.
The light makes it so difficult to see. Remember on Oregon, you used to be able to, like, throw it. Maybe it was on the old one, and it would basically just, like, meld with the light bulb,
You can still do that on Clubhouse Basement with the light bulb that protrudes from the top of Dirt Tunnel.
Yeah, it's super cheesy and annoying, but I do love that. It just makes it so difficult to spot.
I still use that one, and honestly, that that camera spot for Valkyrie on Clubhouse has been around since, like, 2018, 2017, so
Ooh.
that one's got some gears to it now, but an oldie but a goodie, folks, so feel free to take that from my arsenal and add it to yours. A minute in here, though, for Black Dragons as they are looking a lot more confident in these clears.
I see some damage exchange. Obviously, Hornet lighting Neffy up on that vertical angle down to the bottom of Red Stairs, and as he tries to catch up to him, there's actually a hole made in the floor. Not sure. I believe that might have been from a C4, as certainly one has been used right there. I think it was actually an impact grenade from Demic. We'll light Hornet up just a little bit, then a C4 will put Florio at a very low HP, so Black Dragons just softened a little bit as we move through the mid-round. But all they're doing is trying to acquire vertical destruction. At this point, they need to make a decision. Do you want to go Freezer? Do you want to go Bakery? Usually at this point, you'll go Freezer. But there might be some VIP pressure you have to concern yourself with, even though there's no deployable shield.
Ding, ding. That's the biggest thing right there, right? That VIP position is of the utmost importance if you do want to try and go for that Freezer attack, mostly because they can encroach on that Freezer wall. They can also try and assist with some things working their way in from booths or brown stairs, wherever that secondary swath of players are going to try and work their way in from, because you don't want to be a one-trick pony. You do not want a one-fronted assault when it comes to Rainbow Six. 9 times out of 10, that does mean that things are going very poorly for you. We'll have to see what Black Dragons can potentially produce. It's looking like the Freezer job is coming pretty quick, but they have an answer for this white position. It's actually going to be the Osa here, going to try and shield things up and make life a little bit easier.
Ooh, Evil Eye will be revealed, but what a shot right there. Oh my god, there is a second behind that ops blocker. Nade will go in. They've got more than enough time to deal with this, so that Evil Eye should go down as a result, and Nux just moves on in with the diffuser. This is the man with the diffuser. Smoke grenade goes out, but oh, it goes a little too far. Not even a little bit of damage done to Nux. Nova will land a successful retake, but they are ready for it. Downed on the swing in the Freezer. Rin might find a nice frag, but Black Dragons with a strong lead. Good
Wow.
boy. Might land that one with the Bailiff, but we've got vertical destruction. Unfortunately, that Black Dragon should be able to hold. Or even maybe they can drop Freezer if they want, as Good Boy now reaching towards the end.
Oh!
What? You're kidding me, man! How do you get away with that? You know he's there! There's only one spot he can be! You've got an angle on that position! What are we doing?
Oh my god. Oh my god, guys. Oh, Black Dragons, what are we doing here? That's rough. Also, that was almost bingo right there. That was almost a bingo square out of Carter.
Don't worry, Manic already cursed.
Did he really?
He didn't say that, but that was. I almost had to put a quarter in the swear jar.
Oh,
after what just happened that round. That was woo.
Well, you're definitely going to be cleaning that laptop screen, I can tell you that.
Oh, yeah. I can't even see it. Thin film over the top now. So,
get it out. Get it out. Get it out.
Oh
Come
my
on.
God.
Walk over here, sit down, talk to me. What's
I
going
can't,
on?
No, if I sit down, I'm going to explode. I'm going to combust, Sam. I'm literally, the fire is going to emanate from me, and it's going to consume me.
Oh, Lord. Oh, man.
Oh, my God. I mean, rounds like that happen. It really is a bummer, but, dude, I know it's a bit of a deep angle, but,
We're still in our first best of 3 of the day, too. After that round, I already need a beer. This is ridiculous.
I'll say this, though. I will say this. Obviously, that is an insane and unfortunate loss right there from Black Dragons. And even then, let's be honest, even though I might have laid into him a little bit, that pre-fire comes half a second earlier. He probably does land it. Probably does win that round. Still did come very, very close. And at the same time, everything before that was Black Dragons.
Yeah.
So far, they have looked like the better team on this half, and that might have been a crazy moment right there, but really, this should be 3-1 with how these rounds have gone overall, and we really still need to see a more compelling argument from T-Rex.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you. Black Dragons has done a really good job of presenting a solid offensive assault and made life much easier for themselves in a lot of different instances, but inside of these last rounds, specifically this one, as of right now, the picks are not going their way. They're going to end up losing to Ask. That's been their best player thus far throughout the series. They're going to try and work their way in through hell. Rin's going to get another big kill. And that's the thing, folks. What are we doing, Black Dragons? This is why you've been making me angry throughout this series. We don't know that anybody is in pillars. We don't have any of this information readily available, but yet we are trying to execute onto the bomb site. That's just very disappointing. I'm just going to be honest. That's not what you want to see, and it's not going to find you any success on a map like Cafe. This map is very congested, although it is large, given the fact that it's 3 stories. So Hornet's going to get a nice kill to try and bring them back into the good graces of the Siege Gods, but I highly doubt that this works out.
I highly doubt as well, though I gotta say Furex are being a little liberal with the angles they're taking right now. The guy in train poked his head out for a second. The guy in red did too.
Oh, come on.
And they've got time to make this
Oh
work.
my
Oh my
goodness.
God. Demic might put him to about 1 HP,
There
but
we
he gets
go.
punished for it. Good C4 from Rin, pre-placed. That was the guy Pillar. Now the guy Train. That Hornet is hunting down to make this a 1v2. We'll move further into the red hallway. Oh my lord. Okay, hold on. No way.
Stop it.
He's such low HP. Surely this is an easy kill for Rin to land. Flashbang will go
There we
out.
go.
It doesn't even blind him. Lands on the opposite side of the table. Furex guarantee themselves a tie game, and sometimes we kind of wish he did more. But that round, I'm not complaining for the performance Rin put in.
What a game here from Rin so far. And honestly, out of the games that we have had so far for Fear X, this has been the best showing that Rin has had. So very excited for him and what he's been bringing to the table for Fear X. But speaking of fear, you got to be fearful for Black Dragons and what the hell has been going on these offensive sides, because, man, it is not a good look. This is the same team that was so dominant up against, Furia in a lot of different moments inside of their best of 3 to close out the LCQ for Brazil, that honestly I thought that this was just going to be more of a pretty easy moment here for them inside of this first phase here in Montreal, but instead we're getting the exact opposite. Fear X is challenging Black Dragons in a lot of different ways, and really the only thing that we've seen them pull lever-wise is hero plays. They're just trying to go for these big sweeping moments where they just beat Fear X over the head with some crazy play, but yet a lot of these things are going awry. They don't have the information. They don't know where these players are, and let alone that fact, Fear X is punishing them left, right, and center from these different areas.
I will say, though, to provide a little bit of a counter-narrative, I think at the same time, you could make an argument that Fear X have really relied a lot on that as well. I was literally about to say, how many times in the rounds that FearX have won has the big moment really been, wow, look at all those kills they got early on, but specifically outside the building. Either spawn peeking, usually outside of the snow door, actually, both times now. It's where Mephi got both of his kills all the way back in round 1. It's where Rin just got most of his kills in round 5. And then aside from that massive clutch and counter defuse in round 4, it has been FearX that they're able to get a lot of kills early on at an entrance to the building or outside entirely. That is where they've succeeded. When it's come to actually just like playing the defenses and repelling the Black Dragon's attacks, once they are in the building, once they do have that intel, it has been very, very difficult. So I do agree that when it's come to some of the faster plays, Black Dragons seem to be going a bit half-cocked. When FearX do let them get set up, they need hero plays to bail them out. C4 goes forth, and
oh my God.
The third double C4 kill for FearX this game. Ask will land the trade, but Good Boy is already worth his weight in gold. I would do it. Rin, the intrusive thoughts win! The voices command it, and Rin will deliver. Ask the only one left. 2 kills for the ARX. Z-Ping right on 1, just a little bit above the Maestro. Nova will move deeper into Train, actually just move further into the round. 4-2 for FearX. That clutch going a long way to give them a lead at the swap.
Wow, just wow. What a defensive half there from FearX, shutting down Black Dragons in a lot of different instances, but mostly when they were getting highly aggressive to start off the round. That last one kind of stands in stark contrast to what we had been seeing. I will definitely say that that was not the most crazy aggressive round there from Black Dragons. They were just trying to deliver on that top level, but who really delivered at the end of the day, Carter? It was FearX. Just getting kills left, right, and center, and especially yet again a warhead essentially in the pockets of FearX. Yes, it's actually just absurd. I have never seen this level of success with nitro cells in my damn life.
Have we even seen a C4 just get 1 kill?
Nope.
Like, I'm actually trying to remember, have we seen this entire series a C4 just kill 1 guy, or has it been 2 every time? 3 times. Oh, we did just get 2 rounds ago.
I don't believe him. No, I'm kidding.
And apparently, we did get 1 kill. However, the fact that it's happened 3 times is kind of crazy. It's a little weird.
Yeah.
And FearX, well, they don't really have a whole defensive half of it, 'cause it just happened on the final one. It has, though, I will say, even in that case, all the times FearX were successful, they managed to get a lot of kills before Black Dragons even entered the map, and it's not a strategy you can necessarily always bet on, but hey, it happened 3 times, and add in a 1vx there, and you've got a 4-2 half. We'll see how they are on these attacks now as Black Dragons, who are probably feeling cheated out of a couple wins in 1 through 6 overall.
Yeah. I don't think there's a way that you don't. Just a lot of these moments. Perfect time, perfect place for FearX. For Black Dragons, just an unfortunate set of circumstances that they have now fallen to. But doesn't mean that they're out of it just yet. Cafe is a map that predominantly leans towards the defensive side. This top floor can get a little antsy for the defense that has quick access from the roof, from a lot of different angles too. FearX will look to exploit that. Black Dragons will do their best to try and put a few obstacles in front of them. Already have done a decent job inside of this first minute, but it was mostly FearX just seeing if Dragons wanted to try and go about things in a very similar way as to what we saw from FearX in their first round with those more aggressive swings.
I realized we never actually saw Mira from FearX on that side. It's like,
yeah,
oh,
we also
didn't
see Dokkaebi. I'm like 90% positive. No, I lied. I wholeheartedly lied directly to your face.
But that's the thing. It literally didn't have an impact. It's like maybe they got the clear, but overall, it just FearX were just shooting them at the beginning of the round every single time. Ask will find one. The Mephi trades it out soon after. The Black Dragons will bring those mirror windows immediately, and you can see why. They can put pressure on the stage side. Ooh, Nova hits that rappel. It's so risky.
Man.
You just haven't cleared pallets. You haven't even got close to the site. I've seen that a couple times this tournament. People rappelling into that white window when they really shouldn't be, or at least they should take the time a bit to make sure that pallets is clear, because they just swing around and you're so worried about bathroom, you're so worried about everywhere else. Demic, oh, hello, there's
no
somebody
way.
close on white stairs. These are common positions we know about. Does he? Oh, no, he doesn't know. Trying to flash up above. Hornet and Nux both get 2. Mephi on the opposite side of the map. Suffering from FearX players, not really giving the respect to some default positions held by Black Dragons. Black Dragons, I mean, they maybe struggled to pick up some must-win rounds on attack, but here, from the beginning to the end, it was round 7 for them, through and through.
Solid patience from them as well. Don't go for any spawn peaks. Force FearX to try and deal with this map clear. And every single step of that map clear, they're punishing them. They're punishing them left and right. I mean, constant bodies falling off the board here for FearX and never really able to get anything going, even post-valiant effort. Especially from what we saw over there on the white windows. I mean, a little bit too aggressive as we saw that swing in through the hallway, but nothing that FearX can't build off of. I mean, if you're able to get some players over in Christmas, maybe you make a situation where you can trade some things out, that might end up going a little bit better for you, but as of right now, it's a little bit too disjointed for them on this offense.
It feels like a bit of an unnecessary risk, especially since you did have not full stage control as there was a mirror window setup, but you had done some work to clear out bathroom, that's why they put the utility there, so you could just allow somebody to rappel into stage. And while you got to be concerned about the mirror windows, at least it's safer than hopping into white, where the only way out is up the hallway or down the hallway, and either way, they can shoot at you until you get beyond their sight, or you just take the fight with them. Cocktail will go Black Dragon's way, or the first bomb site will go Black Dragon's way. Will go to the mining as the second choice. This new defensive squad, mirror windows back in play in likely the exact same positions, save for no freezer mirror this time on the left side of that wall. I'm actually curious where she is going to put that last one, because everyone puts that one on the freezer wall, like back towards Cocktail, but in this case, we'll decide to put it far back as well.
FearX going to make their way to the roof of Cafe, the traditional starting point for this map. Even when it comes to a basement bomb site, really just want to make sure that life is easy for you and then you're able to get some information on the full breadth of this map, let alone that fact, but a lot of the times verticality playing into these bomb sites is going to be a perfect example of that. That's why Black Dragons is standing so tall on this top floor. You've got to have some semblance of control over Cocktail, and Hornet going to take a lot of damage, but he responds in kind as Mephi will be down to 28 HP.
Kind of fine with that. If you're Mephi, guy's playing close to my door with a shotgun.
That's blitz too? What the hell just happened?
So I'll give Nova credit for some good performances on Consulate, but I will say the Nova I saw yesterday, that was happening a little too frequently. Moments where I'm like, you're blitz. How did you just get shot? I don't know if he overextended or what. I'm assuming he had the diffuser. Is that's the reason it's so deep? I think there was maybe just Florio dies to the same position. They are just not respecting this long angle. Walking around Cocktail, taking 1v1s with everybody. Not necessarily a default position, but I can tell you, I've been shot from that angle. Opposite side. Playing Cocktail, somebody takes stage, and then you're just lit up on the Cocktail balcony because you're not playing careful.
Yep.
This time it's the opposite. They're not aware of that deep angle all the way by the balcony, and two people die from it, and then Florio just gets a third for good measure on the retreat. 5v2 now. Seems like maybe a bit more even with the damage Mephi and Hornet exchange, but now I really don't know what FearX is going to be able to do.
Yeah, no. For all intents and purposes, this is most definitely a tied ball game. I mean, FearX don't really have a candle to hold to the light of Black Dragons at the current moment. And yeah, it is a 2 versus 5, but it's a quad kill for Florio as he gets that pick up top and does have the potential for the ace up against Good Boy. Good Boy has made his way closer to the bomb site. Going to see this player side of the area. Good Boy will take him down and also hop over. It's going to be Florio for the ace. Congratulations, my friend.
What?
Yeah, and a heck of a round for him. Just really no respect on that top floor and what Black Dragons could potentially deliver, and boy, did Florio deliver. 3 kills across the board, and let alone that fact, but also taking out the blitz in a pretty disrespectful manner, I would say. The only way that I could really break that one down is it more than likely flying into the bomb site, just not really paying attention to that mirrored position that we saw from Florio.
Yeah, just moving into the top floor. You know, they want to establish the early vertical pressure onto the mining and train section below, and to be fair, I don't think it was really like a Nova-specific failing. I mean, we had 2 people blissfully, well, not even blissfully, painfully ignorant of that long angle from the Aruni. The blitz, I'm assuming, died to it as we didn't see the actual kill, but considering where the Aruni was the entire time, she only left the Cocktail side once she was leaving the Cocktail bar entirely, and that's when she got that 3rd kill on the exit. So Nova might have died in an important operator, but FearX as a whole either unaware or not respectful enough of that angle held by Florio, and he gets an ace on top of that. Didn't even really need to. I mean, really, the 3 kills he already got would have been enough to, like, all right, you're the MVP, you got the round for Black Dragons, but you will get all 5 as a result. Black Dragons now poised to take the lead with the strength of these defenses so far. Cocktail looked good. And while it might have been an individual play from Florio, it was still an overall strategic failing from FearX that enabled him to get that 3K positioned just right.
Yeah, pretty discombobulated. They had a general understanding of what the setup was up top, but I don't think that they knew how valiantly Black Dragons is going to fight for it, specifically Florio, obviously. Been a lot done in that regard. Now FearX forced to go back to the drawing board. And what do they cook up, Carter? Well, something that we don't see all that often, Akali will come into play.
Is Lems playing? What is this?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Nova won't actually end up playing this, and this is somebody that can seemingly make one of the craziest plays you'll ever see in your life, but in the same breath can also fall to pieces and be the very first domino to end up falling for FearX. So we'll see if that ends up being the case here inside of round 9. But this is definitely the time for FearX to try and right their wrongs.
We'll go a long way to counter that Clash. She's so strong right now just because kind of ever since Zofia fell out of favor and before Ashe really re-entered the meta, there weren't a lot of operators that could deal with her where you felt comfortable parting with that utility. Capital Firebolts, for example, could be good for taking her out, but that means you won't have them for the execute, possibly. Callie, you fire one bullet, and you're going to push that Clash back real quick. She's going to get very, very nervous very, very fast. And she can crack those mirror windows as well. So not something you can bring all the time, given the sniper's long range. But in this case, it will serve its uses alongside the Ashe to crack that second mirror window, disabling both important bits of utility on this cocktail side. FearX might need to start speeding things up, though. Minute 16 seconds, and it is still a full 5v5. Not even taking damage, I believe. C4 sent over through the top. Good boy will find one. It's the Clash now, left alone. Want to get this Callie in a position, try and find a way. The Hornet will be the gun that the Clash cannot hold. 4v3, FearX still maintaining that lead. The Clash looking to move back, will wait, try and find any bit of information. Will even still hold a little bit longer. So I wonder if some people actually forgot about her as Nova with the SMG-12. Looking to push down white.
A little scary here. Asko popped the hole in. Oh, he ends up finding Rin.
That's ridiculous.
What a moment out of the secondary shotgun. Gets it down to the 3 versus 3. And FearX have worked so hard to try and make this moment, but the remaining utility is really harsh. It's making it to where Black Dragon's more than likely favored here, although the verticality in favor of FearX.
Yeah, I mean, no EE1Ds, no flashes, both your nades gone. You got the smokes at least, and you popped this Goyo, so you could maybe smoke off Laundry. But even then, I'd be careful smoking off that cross. Somebody might get a bit too deep, a bit too fast. Nux rotates into the position, switches the SMG-12. Matthew with the spray will cut him down. Nova on the entry finds another, but Hornet retaking up top. And they react to it. Look at them rotate, moving all the way from reading. And Matthew will be able to put it down at 000, completely unaware. Hornet, no information going his way. A late rotate by FearX, and it might just save them the round. Pushing down 4th. Will peek that close angle.
Crazy.
Sees the edge of the body, but Mephi reacts quicker. FearX pull a round out of a hat and retake the lead when it seemed all for naught.
It was necessary, Carter. It was a necessary thing, and FearX were able to get it done. Now, what's the big difference between this offense and a lot of the rounds that we'd seen previously? Well, the biggest piece to this puzzle is the fact that they were able to at least stay equal with Black Dragons whilst also trading out for map control. That was a huge deal for them, and also let alone that fact, but their ability to work their way into the bomb site and use those impact EMPs in a very creative way, Carter. I know that you caught it, but for some people at home, those impact EMPs are actually yet another way of dealing with Clash. If you're able to splash one of those against her shield, she's just another person with a shield staring at you. She can't try and shock anybody. She can't slow you down, and let alone that fact, you might be able to actually encroach on her position, smack that shield, and get that big kill. So instead, Black Dragons try and respond in kind. They try and get that big moment there with the pocket SMG out of the Clash, but nothing doing for them. And unfortunate circumstances, but something positive for FearX. Finally on the offensive half, will proc this timeout from BD, where they're going to have a bit of a discussion as to how they can try and thwart FearX's game plan from here on out.
I think it's important to keep in mind that most of these rounds have been close for FearX. I mean, Black Dragons have certainly been very, very competitive on Cafe overall. That round in particular, sure, FearX were able to have that man advantage for quite a long time, but it was still really, really close in manpower the entire way through. And on that attacking side, I think a couple different decisions are made, and Black Dragons could very well tie the half or even come away with a lead with how close their attacks were. They win 2 defenses. They look very, very strong on both of them. And now FearX have the lead, but this is the issue with dropping that pick. This is the issue with losing Consulate, just going down 1-0. It can be really, really close, but as long as FearX just are 1% better in a couple rounds, they could close this out 8-7. They could close it out 7-5. Black Dragons need to be more than what they are right now, and I think that's why they take the tactical timeout. It's not that they're playing bad, but it is just that FearX are competitive enough to win rounds when they might not have a right to otherwise. Still been good defenses so far. You've had good success overall. Bar Cocktail and Fireplace all going your way, or Mining, excuse me, all going your way. And so now, I believe it's actually the first time we've seen Black Dragons go kitchen so far.
Yeah. Something that FearX are well aware of. The blitz working. Being able to take space throughout the map will definitely make life a lot easier, but Demic also working in on the fuse. This is a map that, or rather a bomb site that plays very heavily into the favor of cluster charges. We don't get to see him all that often, but he's definitely become more of a known quantity here in the last year, given the buff that shields have gotten, and the fact that Fuse does have one of those shields. He's had one since the very beginning of Rainbow Six Siege, all the way back 9 years ago. And that piece of utility, if you really want to call it that, has been the biggest piece to his puzzle.
Oh, he's not even aware. Florio's really looking the opposite way. Smoke canister goes out. Demic gets the control for free. It is a slaughter on the first floor. Hornet fired a couple shots through the smoke, and he's out of ammo! But with a quick draw, one shot to the head, John Wicks entered the building. 2v4 now, and Mephi at 18 HP. Hornet has just saved the round for Black Dragons and maybe even denied FearX match point. As Rin has the vertical angle, but they do not have diffuser. Ask is sitting on it like a nest egg. FearX will need to take some time to figure their way out of this 2v2.
Now life has all of a sudden became very difficult.
Oh, what are you doing?
That's the timing! Ask! Oh, I think he was trying to reinforce the rotate. Try and make their lives a little bit easier over on the coffee side, but they might have just given up the round, Carter.
I think we're just overthinking it. Like, I get the play, and if it works out, you know, it's a lot easier to hold Bakery, but you are so exposed, and you know their top floor. You know they're up there. That's where Rin got some of those kills. That's where Rin was firing shots.
So many angles to worry about, man. So many angles, and that's the big thing there. I'm in total agreement with you. That's a risk that you're really just not willing to take in a circumstance like that. When it's down to a 2v2 and your life is basically gold. I mean, very rough.
It's very rough. Rin just around the corner, trying to give information to Mephi. This is a good use of the Zoto canister. Don't even see the pre-position. You'll down him. Hornet might just be the man to save this for Black Dragons. As Mephi moves further up small bake, he'll have to hit that barricade. He'll give away information. The DMR hits like a truck, but one shot from a pistol would be his undoing! And the headshot is good enough! One bullet to save it. Black Dragons almost sell their dreams away, but Hornet, the man of the hour, keeps them in the game.
I know we've been singing the praises of Ask a lot for this BD squad, but you know who's been a very close second for this roster? It's got to be Hornet. Hornet, time and time again, has not only been consistent, but he's been concise in the way that he's been capable of delivering for Black Dragons. And yet another moment there. Look at how creative he gets with those Zoto canisters as well, folks. I know we talk about it all the time when it comes to breaching and the fact that he can ice down those exothermics and the rest of the hard breach utility, but something that we don't see all that often is them utilized in gunfights like that, where you're able to really slow down your opponent and make it to where they are not such a quick target to deal with, and that more than likely gets him that kill onto Ram. I mean, Ram not able to really work that angle in the way that they want to, and it ends up getting taken down by that DMR on a very tight angle from Prep. A huge moment there for BD, a huge moment there for Hornet.
And I just want to highlight Hornet as well. I mean, he's a bit of a strange player in that I think a lot of people, even some casual viewers, are probably very familiar with his name. You have heard him before. He's been on a lot of teams in Brazil, and when you're thinking that to yourself, you might forget the fact that this is one of his only international events in his entire career. I wanted to check to make sure, because, I mean, it's a pretty important stat, so I wanted to fact check real quick. But yeah, Hornet has been playing in Tier 1. He's played for Black Dragons before. He's been playing for 5 years.
Yep.
This is his first international event, I believe. Such a tenured player. He's played on Ints, Black Dragons, Keyd Stars, Last Stage, the team I thought might very well qualify to a major. And yet Hornet, despite being a valued member of all of those rosters, he still has not been able to get the spotlight that he deserves. And 14-5 right now, he's been a rock for this roster when some of the more rookie players have struggled. He's the player keeping Black Dragons competitive right now, not just in that round, but like I said, 14-5, barely anybody positive on this side. They're actually wishing they got that round. Nova almost quick enough to land that kill, but he's the only one that takes damage in the engagement. Very cheeky drone on Cocktail. We'll see the Aruni moving around. But Fearx still have a lot to do. Still a lot of work to try and take match point.
A lot of time still left in round 11. Fearx trying their best on this top floor, trying to gather information and see which way they can try and work themselves into this puzzle. This entire top floor has been set up to the absolute hilt. See the laser gates, the mirror windows, let alone that fact, but the Wamais to back that up too, making life pretty difficult for this offense as they are being begged to clear out some of these harder positions. Think of the things like Pixel, think of things like Cocktail when it comes down to it. All things that are question marks for Fearx at the current moment as Black Dragons are starting to look for some responses that they could build upon here in the dying moments of round 11.
You don't even need to respond to anything. I mean, nothing's happened. You're trying to preempt things, be proactive, but Fearx have not put forth any sort of argument.
Oh, no way.
As starts walking
There's
up, and Nova's just unaware. He's been at this doorway for like 8,000 years, and Diffuser just dropped at the top of the staircase. Demic will fall down off the roof and immediately get that trade, but Ask is fine with that. You've taken away a Twitch, and more importantly, you've just taken away a body. You were already off-site. There were already 4 players here. Fearx were needing Nova to set up to start taking Nubalk and put this case down. They just hop over the balcony, and they've not even droned Hornet. There is no information whatsoever. We are flying blind in round 11. Mephi will pop off the barbed wire just to get traded. Black Dragons have started smothering Fearx, and the consistency finally pays off.
Really bad moment there for Fearx. Not the way that you want your opening portion of the round to go there. If you can even really call it that with the given timing that we had left, right? Sub-minute, Fearx tries to work their way in on that top floor, trying to gain access via Cigar. But instead what we get is a flank from Ask that is essentially a powder keg for the rest of Black Dragons to blow Fearx out of the water. And they don't really have anything to try and, you know, get themselves back into the race inside of that round. Fearx not really capable of finding a pick. Didn't really have any map control to their name either. In fact, once Black Dragons carves them out of the Christmas side of things, a lot of Fearx just fly in through windows, hatches, and skylights, and they get punished left, right, and center. Nothing really to be done for them in that regard, especially as it all boils down to one lone soul trying to bring things back across the line for them. And yeah, we've seen some solid things out of these players in the past, but really the only clutch moment that we've seen go off without a hitch was Ask in the basement of Consulate. And past that, it has been a very difficult thing for both of these teams to try and make the most out of those moments. And now Black Dragons, speaking of moments, looking to take away the entirety of Map 2 away from Fearx on their map choice and push us on to Map 3.
It's just been a rough cafe overall for Fearx. This game could very well be over for Black Dragons. I mean, it could be a 7-4. Think if that pre-fire lands just half a second sooner on that kitchen attack for Black Dragons. They have won Fearx's pick, and we're talking about the trends in the overall series that we watch and how it sets up for Map 3, but Fearx have really only been competitive in a lot of those rounds where either luck or timing or even patience and composure and skill have gone their way in individual localized moments. On these defenses, Black Dragons have looked better. The first 2 rounds looked really good. They drop reading, in all fairness, but that was still a late rotation and a good call from Fearx. But aside from that Hornet clutch, all of these defenses, Black Dragons have looked better. Black Dragons have looked better on this second half. And somebody who's really struggled is Nova so far. 10-9 on the last game, but with those shield plays he had on Consulate, he was very high impact, very needed by Fearx. Here, 3-8, constantly dying with a diffuser, constantly failing to create space. They might pop the mirror window, and Florio might take a lot of damage. Fearx will fill it soon after, but Black Dragons still leave the roam on relatively their own terms.
Some reinforcements still to apply as we'll be shutting down a couple of these angles. Obviously decently late into the round, but that's one that can definitely make things a little bit easier as you do have those angles played over towards white, but you don't really want them to play those back in on itself. from that landing towards the top level. So end up using that reinforcement to take that angle away, but it's still a 5v5 as we get down to the last minute. FearX have been able to negotiate top floor control and some information on the bomb site, but that doesn't mean that Black Dragons don't have a lot of responses still in the tank.
There's still 5 players on the board. You can rotate the Solus down below to deny the plant 2. No impacts. You got the shotgun. You can still use that verticality to your advantage. And with FearX taking so long, a benefit you have, you can just start ratting. You can try to catch them off guard. Again, Nova shot in the side. Cade baiting the blitz in. And like a Venus flytrap, swallows FearX inside of Dining. Matthew will find an important couple kills, but Good Boy up top, all he can do is relay the information, and Ask is unmovable inside of Train. Good Boy finds him, and the only hope is the low HP. 1-player pillar, direct information, the vault drop, the sound cue comes out, a must-win fight for Good Boy. Starts sprinting, can't even win it. 1 bullet does the trick, 7-5 for Black Dragons. Map 3 in the cards, and FearX's chance might have just slipped away.
And it's unfortunate for FearX, really. I mean, Black Dragons having a very solid understanding of these defenses and exactly how FearX is going to tick. From the very start, constantly at the necks of FearX and making life extremely complicated. Rin not having too good of a time here, as you can see. FearX getting up from the bench, but a heck of a game for Ren at the end of the day. I do believe he ended up 13-10 or 14-10, one of the two. But either way, just not the results that they were hoping for going into the map choice.
And it's a lot of that map is, especially on FearX's attacks, is further evidence of the phenomenon that not only, you know, did Rob and I see yesterday, but also that we saw very briefly on Consulate because it was overall successful. But if Nova is not able to have impact on that shield, a lot of that old FearX starts coming to the forefront. The slowness, the lack of problem solving. We did see quite a bit of it on Bank and even in some cases on Consulate, but there are just moments where if they take 2 minutes, 2 minutes 15, and are going into a 5v5 execute, and Nova's not able to get a kill or push an anchor out of a position, he just gets shot in the head like he did quite a few times throughout that game. I mean, it just seems like FearX struggled for responses. And if you want to take a look at the stats, I mean, Nova lowest rated player for FearX, and Rin's efforts, Mephi's efforts as well, not as good as Consulate, but Rin's efforts especially, all for naught in the end.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. It's feast or famine right now for Nova here at this tournament, and we just need more out of the shield play. I mean, we've been beating this horse for what seems like ages now, given the current iteration of how shields have been able to be played due to the patch and just how potent they are. And with that being said, you need more out of your shield player, just bar none. You need more out of Nova in a situation like this, and it's a 7-5 victory for Black Dragons, but just think if Nova has impact in a couple of these rounds that we see on offense out of that Blitz shield, we could be seeing a clean 2-0 victory out of FearX. But that's going to do it, folks, for Map 2. We'll be back with Map 3 after a short break.
ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils m'étrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Je fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive les rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
Well, FearX had it so close. A strong victory on Consulate and a very close scoreline on Cafe, but undeniably Black Dragons hit their stride on that second half, and now Lair will be the decider if FearX get to push forward finally for the first time in ages, or if Black Dragons will make good on that LCQ run.
Pretty crazy world we're living in right now, honestly, especially with the two maps that we've seen. I really thought we were going to see a little bit of a better FearX on Cafe.
Yeah.
But to now have it all end on Lair, that's where things are going to get pretty odd.
It is kind of funny in hindsight, considering, because I brought this up, at least based on the available stats I had. I mean, I was only able to find, two FearX games happening in the South Korea League where they played Cafe, and they lost both of them. Lost both of them in regulation. And two domestic opponents. One to a domestic opponent, then one to NIP, months ago, all the way back in February. So clearly feeling more confident on that map now, and it was a closer scoreline, a better result comparatively, but still a regulation loss, and Black Dragon just overall looking like the better team on Cafe. I suppose you could say the same. FearX certainly looking like the better team on Consulate, but as we go to Lair, this was an important map for Black Dragons in the LCQ. It's their highest preference map, and it's because even though they never played it, they never banned it basically a single time in the entire stage, brought it out in a key moment, and were able to begin a lot of that LCQ run with a victory on this map. So, of course, it's comfortable territory for FearX, but it has a lot of meaning and a lot of positive meaning for Black Dragons.
Yeah, most definitely. And that's the most worrisome thing about the situation that we have currently in the server. FearX are definitely not on even ground, especially with the fact that Black Dragons gets to start things off on the defensive side. This has quickly became a very worrisome prospect for them, as Black Dragons can start off with an absolute just crazy half, something like a 5-1, and just make their life very easy on the offensive side, where they've looked to be the more put together of these two teams. Now, granted, a lot of these offenses for both teams have not been all that great, but Black Dragons have them by a decent margin, I would say.
And, this is another map that Black Dragons did play earlier, important context as well, played it against G2, and was another case where they had a very solid lead on the defense, and then, unfortunately, it slipped away. Though the funny thing is, they also ran to the score on defense the first time we saw them play Lair in the Brazil League in the LCQ against Keydstars, and it was a 5-1 defensive half, and they were able to just win enough attacks to, in the end, a minority, but still enough, to close that map out 7-4. So both times we've seen Black Dragons play this map, it has been 5 rounds of the defense. One time, they were able to win 2 attacks, and that was enough. The other time, well, the other team gave them a run for their money on their defenses. That was G2 earlier, and it was a close 7-8 loss. We'll see what FearX is able to do. They've got some good results on this map as well, but again, a lot of it is against those domestic Korea League opponents. I'd certainly say a victory over Challenge they were able to achieve is something very good to look at, but Black Dragons, the emotions are hot. They've got the momentum. We'll see how FearX are able to do. Like you said earlier, they've been in this position before, but it started to gnaw at you. Was Cafe your moment? It was your pick, and did you just let it slip away?
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing here. We won't have that answer until we get into layer, but just imagine the stress, the weight on the shoulders of this Fear X roster. This is something that's been an insurmountable thing time and time again. And yes, you've had your moments where you've been able to punch through the clouds, but even then, it's been a very quick and very gloomy day past that, right? So they're looking to kind of right these wrongs that they've had on a year-to-year basis here on layer. A fresh-faced map here for the competitive scene, but something that we've grown to, I would say, kind of love a little bit here in the last 6 months, you know, and I will be the first one to tell y'all, I did not like this map. I really didn't. And to this day, I still really don't like the basement all that much, but that's besides the point. It's something that's definitely grown on me, and one that will be the ending of our best of 3 here today.
And something that FearX need to be comfortable on. They need to like it. They need to love this map. They need to eat it morning, day, and night if they want to come out on top over Black Dragons. Both these teams might have a decent enough record. The Black Dragons won the previous map, and they had a narrow loss to G2 on this. And with G2 making an improvement, qualifying to Phase 2, overcoming that hurdle they faced at Manchester.
Okay.
We're in a bit of a different spot right now, and Black Dragons might just be the favorites. Attacking bans will come out. A Deimos ban, and when you're thinking about that second floor, how many soft floors there are, I wouldn't want to deal with it either.
Yeah, most definitely not. And also with such a large map, Deimos kind of narrows your vision in a good way. You're able to track an operator, you're able to work through the map, and as long as the person, you know, piloting Deimos has good comms and a good understanding of the map that you're on, you can more than likely communicate where that player is and just make your life overall easier. Monty, Deimos, Kaid, and Tubarão will be our bans here for layer, and especially those defensive bans. I think we're going to have some things held up in a very solid way, a way that definitely assists the offense, especially when you think about how many exterior walls layer has. A lot on that mid floor, a lot for the top floor bomb site. Tubarão makes all of those easier to play around. To not have him makes things a heck of a lot easier for that offensive side.
Yeah, Tubarão, I mean, obviously was released in a very strong state, and I feel like as teams have gotten more comfortable, I feel like with every stage, every event, I have just seen him integrated more and more into lineups, especially where exterior walls play a very important role. But I have no numbers to back this up, but just feels like Tubarão has played a lot more on this map than he necessarily is elsewhere. Not that he's played little on other maps, but it feels like there's so many sites, especially that second floor, but even this bottom floor as well, with how big it is. I mean, just look at how many rooms are on this floor alone.
Yeah.
The bomb site is tucked into like the bottom left corner, and then you've got ventilation, you've got missile, you've got all these places you got to go through, and even if you want to go direct, the defense could be sitting in any one of those spots to mount a retake and take a long angle. So getting rid of the breach denial operators will just make it a lot easy to open up the exterior walls on the top, middle, or bottom floor. One player we got to see, Sam. One player we need to see have an impact is Nova.
I knew you were gonna
This
say
map is large. It is difficult to take the control of, and if you have a shield player who's playing these roles and not having that impact, it hurts any team, but it will hurt you that much more on layer.
Yeah, just know if at any moment in time you're like, oh, kind of a dunk moment there on Nova. No, well, yeah, but also you have to have more. You just do, folks. Like, he needs to find more value out of these shields. If not, give it to somebody else, man. Like, you're just clearly not cut from the proper rug in order to make this happen. So we'll have to see if he can get things going on here, but that's definitely something that I will most definitely be staring down here throughout this series. And it might start off early here as Nova's already working his way in through garage and staring down Missile Hallway.
I will back up. Scared for a brief moment as it seemed he was a bit separate from the rest of the team, but he will join the pack.
He's already up
on the opposite side. Thankfully, I think there are some people behind him. Yeah, explosions being set off, breach charges being detonated.
4 bodies downstairs.
Yep.
Where's our 5th player? Are we upstairs?
Yeah, saw him upstairs earlier. I believe the plan is probably... Oh, no. Demic likely going to backstab with those Candelas.
Could be a big moment here for Fear X. There we go. This player over here inside of the Arsenal side. Hornet's got that hatch open for the immediate retreat as well, or the potential to try and shut down a player moving through that door that we did see below. Fear X, very quick to the punch initially to gather map control, but now they're going to slow things down, try and get some info game going for themselves, and try and set up for this execute off the back of not only Blitz, but also this Ying, and it's going off very awkwardly right now.
Yeah, just 2 players falling immediately. Demic immediately smoked back out of the building. Nova walking into a goo mine. Every single player, aside from Mephi, it seems, meets some kind of obstacle. He'll trade with Nux and Gudo. Nova downs 1, but all the angles favor Black Dragons. You saw the indecision from Firax despite all that execute utility and the shield. They were very unsure of where to push exactly. Nova moving from the left side to the breach. Demic rotating on the back. They knew the numbers that faced them if they wanted to move into the site, and they were just never able to clear things out. And even with the utility, Black Dragons were just able to cut them down the moment they walked through their crosshairs. First defense will go Black Dragons' way. Remember, they've played this map twice this stage, and they have won 5 defenses every time. That has not always been enough to guarantee them a win in the earlier case against G2. But this is a team that over 2 plays has been so strong on this starting side.
Yeah, 100%. And it's really worrisome for Firax right now, Carter, mostly because even with that execute going off in a certain way, right, they really weren't all there and ready. We got to see that from the perspective of the Ying, and we're just not actually sitting at home plate prepared for the situation that we're pushing for. Firax kind of go in half-baked, and they get blown out of the water because of that. Black Dragons have a lot of these different instances completely shut down. We don't see a lot of active play out of Nova as he's been boxed out by utility. And then it comes down to just kind of a half-hearted offense where it's a 2 versus 4. You're trying to make the most out of the situation, but let alone that fact, you still have presence on that mid-floor that you can't even deal with. It's a fleeting round that you're just grasping at straws trying to bring back across the line, and it would have taken a massive error out of Black Dragons for that to happen.
Kind of round you want to start out on, that you controlled from 3 minutes to 0. Not a single time it felt like you were disadvantaged.
Yeah.
Not a single time it felt like you were the underdog. It was your story all the way through. They'll go to the top floor where could be the same story. Not having the tuber out, not having the Cade. Won't even bring a little bit of hard breach denial. No bandit, no mute whatsoever. They'll allow those walls to be open, but they'll bring a lot of the same tools that are left available. No Azami, oddly enough, but look at all those traps. The Gurjamots, F-Knots, and the Goo Mines. Basically the trifecta perfectly meant to counter the Blitz with the smoke. To do that if he wants to, then also just deny any plant going in. So I imagine this is a lineup we'll see quite a bit on layer, and also probably just quite a bit throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, and this could be picturesque for Black Dragons as well, given the circumstances of Firax's lineup. This is clearly looking to try and poke and prod around with the Rotero drones, break up all this utility, Carter, and then go in for your execute. Get those smokes down, get that Blitz in there and playing actively, and then those Candelas as well. It all bodes at least well for Firax if they're able to get the execute going off without a hitch, but that's the big thing there. Black Dragons have a lot of different obstacles that they can place in front of this roster, and Demic, I mean, he's just lost here inside of the Sky Bridge. He gets gunned down, and Firax, once again, were discombobulated. Things are mistimed, and it's starting to go wrong.
It's just going wrong massively, though. Ren able to find a couple big frags, and yet Black Dragon still the better by the end. Gudo with the Blitz taken down, and good boy finished off. Firax hit the go button. They call the execute, and while it's not the reason they lost the round, I think a lot of it is summarized by the fact that Demic is lurking Skybridge, aware of the guy Green Hall, but never droned, never aware of the guy playing his trade on Green Stairs.
Yep, 100%. And very similar to what we saw from the first round from Firax, right? Somebody kind of gets in a scuffle, and then all of them feel as though it's a necessary thing for them to try and get this execute to go off, even though some people are ill-prepared. And yeah, they're able to at least get 2 big kills onto Black Dragons, but the immediate response, Carter, huge frags pouring in from the blue side, and that's where things just completely start to fall off the wagon because Firax don't have map control. They don't have man advantage. What do they have that's positive for them? Well, it's really actually nothing. At the end of the day, they have to try and work their way in and make the most out of a situation that's already boiled over, and now Firax are down 2 rounds due to very similar circumstances. Yeah, again, they were able to get some kills at least initially there on that kind of second volley of players working their way in, but it was too little, too late, and it really wasn't coordinated. Black Dragons finding a very easy way back into that round, especially in the kill department.
We'll see them change philosophies now. 2 rounds, it has just been, alongside the shield, an entire focus on bringing execute operators. Capitao, Grim, Ying. So many bits of utility that you use to close off positions, make it difficult to swing, or even take an angle at all. If you're just sitting in a corner with a shotgun, you get blinded by 8,000 Candelas. It's like, all right, cool, I don't even get a chance to play the game. I love that. But now, that's not worked. 2 rounds in a row. So they will switch. None of those operators present. This is almost looking like a year 3 lineup. Sure, we've got the Dokkaebi and the Blitz, but Sophia, Thermite, well, now it's happened. It's happened again.
What, Nova? Where are we putting ourselves that we're getting this punished?
I want to say this, by the way. Nova playing, I think, like 48 rounds on Shield in the South Korea League had north of a 70% cost between the regular stage and the LCQ. And he did have a solid map on Consulate, but this is somebody who plays Shields not like once or twice or flexes onto them. Nova's playing Shields all the time. He played it, again, almost 50 rounds on attack, Monty and Blitz in the South Korea League. And if your Shield player is just constantly dying to these positions, I get you get unlucky sometimes, but it has started to become a very problematic trend on potentially their final map in Montreal.
It's unprecedented how valuable Shields are in their current iteration. And I know we touched on it throughout our previous 2 maps, but with Nova having these constant moments where he's just falling off the wagon, he's not able to make the most out of what's presented to him, it's just caused a massive gap in FearX's ability to take these offensive rounds. And yet we have another situation here where he goes down, no real chance for them to try and work themselves back in, at least as of now. Are we still trying to get this exterior wall? No, this is a different one here. I got worried there for just a split second, but they're going to put that down. End up getting that open here now as we get down to the last minute.
Oh, hello. Hornet switches to the shotgun rapidly. Not much Rin can do right now, aside from maybe try to hop out that window. Taking the fire. That's actually Good Boy on the opposite side. Rin is instead moving from Old Bridge, trying to pinch this mute stuck in the hallway at the moment. Second Dokubi call goes out. No capitalization.
No
We just
way.
forgot about the breach. I mean, Demic trying to play double duty, watch the door and the breach, and it's taken advantage of. Good Boy finally dies outside of the single doorway. Tactical timeout's got to be coming after this round. You got to be winning these attacks on Lair, not because they're easy, but because they're necessary. Ask. Just a spray transfer. 3K, 3 rounds in a row, and remember the Black Dragons, a Consulate that was sighing after rounds. The energy is back. The passion is there. They know the wind is at their backs. They know they are the favorites on Lair.
Insane stuff here for Black Dragons. Just really playing their game and not trying to put too much value into these, certain moments. Just trying to keep things close to what the strategy is and making the most out of it. A lot of these different moments that we've seen from Black Dragons has really been the downfall of FearX on their side of the fence. It really hasn't been something where Black Dragons has done something so grandiose that it's caught FearX off guard. Again, a lot of this comes down to FearX just purely being discombobulated, being disconnected, and not being capable of finding a way back into these rounds post, really, Carter, I'm not trying to be mean here, but just mistake at the end of the day.
And, if you look at that round in particular, if you're going to just go with the normal breaches, utility burn, bring the Twitch to destroy any bulletproofs, bring the Zophias to destroy any, other bulletproof utility, all right, that's fine, but if you're going to bring the shield, that's kind of the main operator you're looking to tip the scales when you're actually going for that execute, because otherwise you're just relying on flashbangs, smokes, and whatever utility you're able to clear early on. And if you lose that shield immediately, well, you don't have the Grim that you've been running for 2 rounds. You don't have the Capital that you ran in round 1, or any of the other operators that make an execute easier to navigate. So if Nova just dies unceremoniously to like I was about to say another C4 kill, but they've actually mostly been from FearX, funny enough. But still, like a C4 kill from a shield at the beginning of the round, your team's kind of screwed at that point. Like, there's only a mute jammer, but once they open the breach, all they've got is the secondary utility. They don't have any primaries except maybe the concussions to try and actually work that 4v5 out, especially when Black Dragons realize that they don't need a peek.
Yeah. And even given that circumstance, they picked the proper moments to do that too.
Yeah.
FearX just mismanaging a lot of these different moments, and it is clear as day when it comes to this score line. Not only a 3-0 when it comes to the overall round, but just look at the players here. Everybody showing up and showing that they're more than capable of taking it to FearX. And we're going to have yet another round that could end up going awry. Nova showed that blitz for quite some time there, but eventually rests on Twitch. And let alone that fact, we have the Glass in too. FearX have went away from the shield strategy for now.
They have just been trying everything so far. Fully leaning into shutting off angles and giving information to the blitz to push into the site. All right, that didn't work. Let's try just a bit more normal operator lineup, a bit more standard operator lineup. All right, that's something at least. Doesn't necessarily come from the utility. Even a Dokbi call necessary, but Good Boy gets it.
I will say this, though. Probably the most aggressive swing that we've seen from Black Dragons thus far.
Probably.
So, see if they can potentially build off of this, as FearX hasn't exactly been gifted, but definitely something that they'll be happy that came very quickly into this round. A nice opener, as they'll be able to take down Nux. Round 4 could be in the cards for FearX.
That could be. think of what they tried to do before. Obviously, the shield is gone. But didn't it look a lot like what we're seeing right now?
Yes,
4 guys down below and then struggling to figure out where to push. Sure, you're in a 4v5, but you've got 2 shotguns likely controlling both of the main choke points on this bomb site. And they're probably going to win that fight if you end up trying to take it. Nova will cross, taking a swing with the 417. Pre-fire lands on Ask. Gudo only 1 kill, and he'll push for more. Catches a guy with a Selma in hand, but on the switch to the AK-12, Demick somehow comes away with that one. It might not necessarily be pretty, and Black Dragons aren't making it easy, but FearX might just fight back and get their first attack post-timeout. Nova info on another, the Grim and the Z-Ping doing wonders for the information. C4 will be the end of him, but FearX have more than enough manpower to close this out. And the time as well, 55 seconds. Hornets got to try to catch some of them off guard. FearX need to make some kind of mistakes or timing needs to go his way. That's one. Barricade broken down, but good boy, patient, aware, and conscious of the fact he might be swung. And that'll pay off. It gives FearX their first after, let's give them credit, a round that they began and ended on their terms.
Yeah, very positive note there. A very good understanding that Black Dragons at some moment in time is going to want to take that fight. It happens a little early. It happens inside of the first minute. Nux, his gunfight ends up going awry, and it favors FearX entirely, especially after Nova switching over to a gun, switching over to that 417 of Twitch, finds 2 big kills in that round. And, I mean, that is the biggest round that we see out of Nova throughout this entire layer thus far. Might be something that they continually try to lean into. Don't trust that attacker pick just yet. As you can see, some things already shifting. Nova might still lock in that blitz, but honestly, I think it might be worth going away from it. Might be on a round-to-round basis as to what the bomb site is, as to, you know, if they do feel comfortable with that. But as of right now, Nova made his presence known in that last round in a very considerable way. Why not try and give him a gun?
417 especially, I mean, it used to be kind of a joke of a gun, but now alongside the other DMRs, quite a powerful weapon to use. But
yes, sir.
He's sticking it. He's going back with the blitz.
Okay, so what do we want to see here, Carter? Really what we want to see is we want to see them build up around Nova properly, right?
Yep.
A lot of these different instances, we see Nova work his way in and end up getting gunned down, blown up, whatever you have, really, in that moment. We need to see FearX, no matter what happens to Nova, build off of that moment. Whether it be a refrag, whether it be them taking map control, something has to happen that's positive with this blitz.
And if you're going to, since it is an R6 room defense, if you're going to try to send the blitz from operations and aid it by a backstab from Newbridge, which even though it's a very different operator lineup from that attack, you could still do the very same thing. We need the proper intel. Cut off those flanks, get a drone green stairs, so if somebody wants to walk up, they'll be able to do it and know they can well and truly only focus on the guy playing close in the hallway. But Black Dragons are doing the same thing again. They're aware that they might try to go for that backstab. So they've got 2 players there again, not on the stairs, but around the actual entrance to the site itself. So it's something they need to be worried about, especially as one player is close with 2 players are close with that shotgun.
Yep. And that's the thing as well, you know, for Black Dragons in this operator lineup, they've practically brought the exact thing that you would want when dealing with a blitz. You've got a lot of trap operators. You also have those Dreadnought mines in. All of this is going to complicate things, but all of a sudden, FearX with some big kills. A very patient Nova will help in practically droning out this player inside of the deep site.
Almost died to the C4, though. He's at 48 HP, and we've seen players a couple times this event reveal their feet a little too much. Look at that angle, just barely tagging Mephi on a tight angle to the doorway outside of the site. Gershmont will hit Nova. Shield gets exposed very briefly, but he'll back off to safety and move outside to regroup. Rin watching this window, likely calling. There's nobody actively swinging, but as we can see, Gudo is close by. This blitz is going to make a hell of a lot of noise, and the goo mine hops in. He's in a tricky spot, and again he dies. Rin outside of the window. Not a whole lot he can do, but Black Dragons are ready for that rotate. And again, the diffuser's trapped inside the building. Mephi keeps the advantage. Mephi keeps it alive, and Rin shuts it down. The blitz again, I can't call it super impactful, but the guns around it give FearX their second.
And what did I say, man? That's all we needed to see. You don't need to see a crazy amount of success out of Nova when it comes to that shield, Carter. What you need to see is the offense building around them, taking map control, taking gunfights, and being successful in their rights, right? Or rather, in their own right. And that's the big thing that we saw out of Fear X there. They were able to get those 2 big picks all off of just kind of that big moment that we saw out of Nova. A very patient moment there in the hallways. He's just staring down his opponent, gets to get that info to his team, and they make the most out of the situation. I think the only thing past that was a huge moment for me for Fear X was once that happened, post that moment, they slow things down and they re-engage in a different portion of the map. That was a huge moment there for them, and although the Blitz ends up dying, they're capable of keeping all those different active angles that nip Black Dragons right in the bud and bring us to the scoreline.
Yeah, the fact that they're able to keep control of those rotations that happen once the call comes that the Blitz is coming from the opposite side over by Bathroom. Black Dragon's able to keep a lid on things.
Memorial or something. I'm trying to remember what that... It's got all the paintings, and it's got a name very closely associated with that, but my mind is enigma right now.
It is important to note that this will be the first time that of the 2 times Black Dragons have played so far, and they will not have been able to win 5 defenses. Though technically, I will say they won 5 defenses with overtime involved earlier, so that number might have a bit of an asterisk to it for the G2 game, but still... There's a possibility of a tie game going into their attacking half, and that has been the struggle for them on every single time they've played this map, and is often the struggle. Fear X have a bit of a better result in that Talon game. It was dominant attacks and defenses, a 7-3 overall, if I recall correctly. And so are they going to be able to manage that here, attacking basement for a 3rd time? They were able to win it before without that Blitz, Sam, and Nova's like, I think I'm back. I think I can do it again.
Yeah, 5 out of the 6 rounds of offense, Nova will be on the shield. And funny enough, his most impactful round was more than likely the Twitch with those 2 kills. That last round, impactful in a different way, but not really able to find any numbers of his own. But Fear X, looking a lot less fearful in this regard. And here we go, Nova.
Here we go.
Oh, that is such a bad moment.
Stop giving him the
He
diffuser.
doesn't get the flash off. That's the biggest thing for me. We're not using the Blitz utility, and we're just giving him free insight into our ankles. Just please shoot me in the legs. I want to die, apparently. And Black Dragons, although they do get that pick onto Nova, they're actually going to end up at the bottom side of this man count as they lose 2 bodies of their own.
But these kills, these successes are happening in spite of the Blitz. They are not happening because of it. They are happening in spite of the Blitz going down. And he's got diffuser every single time. Like, these plays are happening constantly where he just gets caught out either by luck or by a misplay with the diffuser. And so they're dropped into comfortable positions, at least now because of the gunfight, you've got control of it. But Nux through the floor challenges Demic on the vertical angles. You don't really have an easy way into the site. You can use that hard breeze charge at least to open up a small hole in the wall, but no Grim, no Capitao, no smokes. All the flashes on Mephi have been used.
Oh, they got it.
Well, that's good.
Yep.
We'll take what we can get.
Exactly. I was a little worried there for just a split second. I saw that Mephi didn't have any secondary EMPs, nobody really having any utility to try and deal with that 4th right, but instead it'll be the angle up top that will be able to take it out. Now Good Boy breaking up a lot of these floorboards, making life a little bit difficult for these Black Dragons members that are still residing inside of the site.
Pop the Vulcan pack on the breach. Gurjmat and smoke canister prepped. Send on to what they believe will be the execute coming down bottom yellow. After the diffuser pushing in, they'll move forward. Though it is a bit of a rotate, a bit of a different position. Ash completely blinded, keeps swinging, and Rin keeps killing. Fear X won't stop winning. Round 6. It was not pretty, but 3 in a row. By God, they somehow tied the game.
That's crazy. That's just absolutely absurd, especially with the value that we've gotten out of Nova's Blitz shields. I mean, they're practically playing the game with some cement shoes, honestly, and somehow, some way, they're still capable of pulling things across the line. Obviously, the circumstances of round 6 a little bit different from what we'd seen previously, especially given the fact that they were able to trade out Nova for 2 bodies on the side of Black Dragons. That definitely made things a heck of a lot easier for them. But besides the point, Fear X able to use a lot of that map presence, specifically that verticality, to make life difficult for Black Dragons. Then the swings start to come in and find a lot of these big moments. Black Dragons able to at least split things even. Stevens is 3-3, but a lot of those rounds seemed more than, inside of their control before slipping and going the way of the orange.
And is it going to be enough? I brought this up on Consulate that even though Furix are playing it close, because they had a couple heroic moments, it might be enough just to close it out 8-7 or in a close 7-5, and really that's what's happened here. I mean, Black Dragons overall, like you said, the Blitz was just not doing it, and maybe not necessarily lead shoes, but the fact that you have such a powerful operator that is just not having an impact. You're leaving so much on the table, so much potential energy unrealized and unchanged into actual progress. And you still got a 3-3. You still got 3 attacks. That's commendable in its own right and is really the individual performances from Mephi, Good Boy, and Rin that have made this a workable final map, that have stopped Black Dragons from running away with that lead on the defense and now put them in an objectively difficult position. Mirror window will get popped right as the breach opens up, and he shoots it. Wow, that is impressive from Mephi. Opens it up, finds the edge of the exothermic. Didn't even need an impact. You are giggling for the rest of the round at that
down.
one.
What?
All right, well now we overcooked it a little bit.
Yeah, that was we just didn't need that. We really didn't. And Rin's gonna end up going down, but hey, at least the mirror windows are gonna persist.
Think of what Black Dragons were doing. They were contesting Skybridge by just playing there aggressively, but closer to the site. They didn't need to peek those windows or anything like that. I think Rin just getting a little, I don't think too cocky, but Rin, I think just overthinking it a little bit.
Yeah, most definitely. Probably thinking that there's an easy pick out there as they were just able to thwart the game plan of getting that main breach open. Probably somebody waiting right outside of that, just loitering around, but obviously not the case. It's going to be the roof player instead that'll gun down Rin and give the advantage over to Black Dragons. Although a lot of different ways for Furix to still stand tall here. Some solid defensive options still lie in wait for BD.
Spotted by the drone, bottom rocket. Thankfully, you can teleport back with the other Scopos robot. Ultimately, I will say, even though it is a 4v5, I mean, Black Dragons have generally been incapable of opening up these meaningful and impactful breaches. Ask has uses other exothermic, but the wall to operations is fully reinforced now. If the other wall is opened up, you still are well short of where you wanted to be before. Summer Charge will land to make that better, but Furix are in a position as good as you can be in the 4v5, especially with this Scopo still out on the roam. Might have been spotted, but it will be a thought in the back of Black Dragon's mind as Reed takes Skybridge. And honestly, the important thing here, Sam, I think it's just the fact that, well, never mind. I was going to say it's clear, but again, somebody swings the window from Furix, and somebody goes down. A 4v5 is winnable, but now a 2-man deficit as Black Dragons are going into the execute. Somebody's got to go big, and it seems that person's got to be Mephi. He loses that key fight, but it's still a 2v2. Nova Demic going big. Nova needed to perform, and he said all the shots he needs, but Kudo creeping up right outside the bathroom will reveal his position, and the shotgun will be his end. Furix take the lead. The first time this map, and maybe the most important round with how close that came.
Yeah. Definitely some antsiness there at certain moments, but able to get it across the line nevertheless. The opener going to Black Dragons, the round going to Furix, and it's going to be an immediate timeout here from Black Dragons after their first round of offense, as there was a lot of value that ended up just being squandered from the first minute and 30 that we saw. Black Dragons just not really able to make good on their promise, especially when it came down to the execution there, Carter. We see the phone call come out, and none of the gunfights go their way.
To be fair, I did not know you could shoot the exothermic from that angle in the mirror window. To be fair, I'm gonna give Ask some grace. I didn't know you could do that. I mean, obviously you can shoot the exothermic, but I don't know, just the angle you place it that close, the open the mirror window. It's unlucky, and I think that is a bit of a different situation if you're able to open that up earlier on. But still, as you said, they try to push in, and Furix just completely win every fight. I mean, it is really funny that Nova, every round this man has not played Blitz, he's gotten at least like 2 kills.
Yep.
On the 417, on the SMG-11 now, and this guy's not got many kills. He's only got 5. All the times he's not played a gun, he is basically averaging at least 2 kills.
Or all the times that he's not playing a shield.
True, yes, all the times he's not playing a shield. Also, you got to point out, I mean, Black Dragons at this point now have won every opening pick, and they are still losing the game. They were able to convert it in the first 3 rounds, but aside from that brief interruption in round 4, Sam, I mean, Furix they've been able to recover these, and it's been, I guess at this point, the whole team with what we just saw that round. Demic was really the only guy that we hadn't seen start performing in that late round, because even Nova had it a couple times, but with him getting involved, I think another double kill for him as well that round. Furex are literally just winning this by being clean and hitting their shots and bringing back and recovering these deficits.
Yeah, and just playing on good pace as well. I mean, there was a lot of different moments there where Black Dragons were prepared for them to get more aggressive and go for these swings, and yeah, they were able to get some kills because of that. But once Furex recognized what the situation was, they slowed things down to a grinding halt, forcing Black Dragons to try and go for these executes. And although they had a lot of really good utility to try and work off the back of for that execute, Carter, it went completely awry. I mean, you have EE1Ds flying in, you've got dope calls flying in, and nobody able to make anything positive off of that information game. But yet again here, folks, we're going to have another kill going the way of Black Dragons. And I am not kidding, only one opening kill throughout this entire game going the way of Furex, yet we still have the round count that we do.
I've seen many a man on this map fly too close to the sun at the bottom rocket door, and they fall as a result. Candelo will go in. The good boy lost his life earlier, so the Vigil not going to waste as much time as you would like. Will Furex be able to recover another 4v5? That's the big question. One player up top watching that hatch and the other 3 down below. We saw the Black Dragons, or sorry, Furex, when they were just trying to almost kind of default and just like kind of probe for that information on the bottom floor, figure out where to push. They really struggled. Will the blitz from Nux have a bit more impact than Nova did?
All quiet around the map. Nux waiting for the call. A decent amount of damage as he'll get tagged in the foot. Ask with a nice kill onto Rin. He'll try and close the gap. Nitro Cell right off the front of the shield and able to make some space off of that too. A nice kill here. Can he get the second? He won't be able to. And this execute looking very clean for BD.
There's nothing it feels like Furex can do. If the last round was a great recovery with the gunfights, I mean, I'm glad they're getting excited because it was a pretty unenthusiastic round, it felt like, from everybody involved. They hit the Finka boost, the Blitz pushes in, and, well, the Blitz Nux knows how to use his blind. Nux knows how to use that. Nux can use that utility, blinds him, takes the fight, almost gets the second. It's a pretty clear cut and dry round, and one that we really didn't see from Furex on their side. They just had to wait for Black Dragons to swing. And to be fair, they did win those fights when they were on the attacking side, but that was Black Dragons realizing that they could use the Blitz to create pressure, to get kills, and use him very, very effectively in that round. Only for 1 kill, but still the space he created behind him and the pressure he laid before him, very, very strong, especially when you consider the fact that, I mean, if you've only got 3 players on the site, a guy dies in the first 40 seconds. As long as you just maintain that advantage, it really isn't a complicated round after that.
No, just got to keep it rolling in a positive way. Don't try and get overzealous. Don't try and do anything that's, high flying at the end of the day. And that's really what we saw to Black Dragons. They kept it very clean, very close to the chest there, and were able to deliver at the end of round 8. Now looking to do the same in round 9, although a different cast of characters will be selected for this. We did have the Blitz there for quite some time on Nux, but instead he will move on over to the Maverick. And this could bode extremely well for them, as Maverick is one of those operators that does a very good job of dealing with these exterior walls, and this is going to be one of those situations.
Well, Black Dragons are kind of different from Furex in that while Nova is like a hard shield main this stage, Nux is the guy who does play the shields. But Black Dragons as a whole don't really play the shields all that much, at least not to the same degree that Furex have. Nux will be that guy, but he will pick up a gun more often than not. The shield is really something that Black Dragons used in more focused, specific situations. Whereas Furex obviously is a mainstay of their attacking lineup. So Nux making this rotation, not shocking. They'll bring the breach as if he's not playing shields. This man is playing something with which he can open up a reinforcement. And how he'd be able to do that, as it's a first floor site. They'll look to full clear the top floor, and seems to be a bit of a roam presence, but a lot of players scattered right now. Nux just outside this window. You almost see that look players get in their eye when they're right at the window and decide to vault in. And, well, maybe we should have thought better. Ask able to land that trade. But how many times this series overall have we seen the guy with the diffuser hop in, get aggressive, die, and then diffusers are stuck inside the building?
Yeah, and let alone that fact, but it's Nux. I mean, that's the biggest thing here. I think the only reason that they risk that at all is they've more than likely sussed out the fact that Furex have no wall denial. So that makes it to where Nux is just kind of a moot point. Just another guy with another gun, as those Selmas will be able to do that job instead, and they'll more than likely end up getting that wall open. Black Dragons trying to make some progress on this top floor, have made their way up green stairs. These smokes constantly pour in from Nova to the point where he's actually used up all of these in this area.
Gonna have to rely on those C4s now and the Clash as well, though, who is on the top floor. Nade thrown behind, but Rin doesn't really care. We'll just move around them, navigate, and Florio gets this diffuser down entirely uncontested.
Wow.
The player, Good Boy, even tries to fight on the site. Florio falls off, kills, and then just moves on. Gudo ready for all this recovery. Rin might style on him, but it is a bland round from FearX. Black Dragons with like a staircase and a hallway. Mount, set up, and complete and execute with very little response.
Yeah, it's pretty poor when your entire strategy is playing the top floor so you can have verticality to try and shut down a plant, and not a single person even shoots at the guy entering or planting the bomb.
The attack is literally just like, oh, cool. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, thanks, guys. I really appreciate that. I mean, you might as well put lights like it's a landing strip for him to enter that site.
The
it's
site
crazy.
is that way.
Yeah, exactly. You know, for a long time when it comes to game development, we had that conversation about yellow paint, right? I mean, just put yellow paint all over that entire area. Just be like, it's yours. This is where you want to do it. Just put it down right here.
Yeah.
Craziness.
And especially if you're going to have players up top, I mean, I get the possibility, you know, if you have the Clash on site and you lose that vertical control, she's in a bit of a difficult spot, but you had 3 people up top. Maybe you put that Clash down below?
Yeah.
Because once the call comes out that they're going for that breach, I mean, you don't know necessarily that they're going for a direct hit. To be fair, Ask did rotate in earlier on, get a kill from the opposite side, so they were definitely probably concerned about some backside presence, but the Clash isn't really doing a whole lot on that top floor, especially when she's stuck in that narrow hallway. She can't swing across the breaches, move across rooms. She can either move forward or back, as evidenced by the fact that she just got naded from behind in the front. There was really nothing she could do and got trapped for the duration of that plant. So I think just a bit of a misallocation of resources from FearX in that round. And Black Dragons, even though they've had problems with the attack in the past, FearX are really just not giving them any issues that they have to solve.
No.
Aside from that first round, I guess.
Yeah, and really that's the biggest thing right now. When you have rounds like what we just saw out of FearX, where you go, okay, you're playing the split site, or rather you're playing it split, you're playing it on the top floor to try and cover the bomb site. There's just no, teeth to this bite out of FearX, and that's really the issue. Just no good understanding of where these players are positioned, no solid angles to try and shut down anybody entering towards the bomb site. It's just all very half-baked out of FearX, and Black Dragons are well within their right to be able to take that round, even with minimal map control.
This is a similar situation as well. If you just saw Hornet walked up operations because it's full reinforced and nobody's actually playing there. So Black Dragons have, as these rounds have gone on, have rotated, even in the first attack, showed that they really just wanted to do directs, get the reinforcements they needed open, then go in for a diffuse plant. So if you already have operations and you can open that breach up pretty soon, yeah, sure, it might be a 5v5, but if one kill goes your way or you're able to push that Clash back, Black Dragons are already rapidly approaching the position where they could mount and execute, and I think more importantly, just start wasting util. And I know the smoke is not in Nova's hands, but FearX have been awfully liberal with these smoke canisters, and now that Black Dragons are kind of setting up on their terms, I'm kind of getting concerned.
Yeah, I'm a little worried too.
And at 15, that comes out.
Yeah, FearX, they've been able to at least whittle down the timer and keep even man count, but a lot of utility still to be had on both sides respectively, especially when it comes to Gudo and those Bs. And this could create enough space for them to try and get a plant down. You can see a lot of this building up over on the far side of the room, over towards that outside breach. Nova trying to find some solid position over here for Sky, but he might go for the full rotation. We'll have to see how this works out, but at very minimal time, Black Dragons have got to try and find a place to plant, and it's got to happen now. Ask with a nice kill as this plant continues to try and go down.
C4 goes out, it goes through, he's shot, he might get it off, but it doesn't deny what needs to be happening. Clash down as well. They've got the time to pick up Rin as all Black Dragons are retreating, so it will be a 4v3, but only 2 guns in all likelihood alive. Mephi now creeping down, Hornet ratting on bottom rocket. I love that. Waiting for the retake and the face check bottom floor. Demic will spot one, hopping into the memorial window, but on the fall off, he's down. There is nothing FearX can do. Rin is stuck in this corner, sitting on the diffuser. There is no counter argument. There is no method to this madness. It is just Black Dragons getting 2 rooms, a plant, and a round victory 3 times in a row.
Yep. Set up the crossfire for the main breach. get yourselves inside of operational, get a nice little breach over on that side too, so you can hop, skip, and jump through that rotation, or rather reinforcement, Carter, and then get that plant down. And that's the biggest thing there. FearX knew that plant was going down. They had zero way of countering it that was actually active. If any of you noticed, a smoke did eventually roll into that area and try and prevent the Capitao from actually putting the case down, but it was too little too late, man. We knew what this entire strategy was from the very jump out of Black Dragons. When you see that main breach go off and you see them breach over on the terrace side, Carter, they're more than likely going to be going for a plant on one of those walls. And FearX just do not move their chess pieces in a proper way to be able to thwart that game plan.
And really just, we had the Cade Tuberal ban, and even though FearX were able to get 3 attacks, Black Dragons have just been able to play around that lack of breach denial far better than FearX were able to. They struggled to get those 3 rounds across the line, and Black Dragons, all of these past 3 have looked really easy and really uncomplicated for them. Especially, think of what, usually if you're doing a direct take, and it's on one of the, second floor bomb sites or first floor bomb sites, assuming there's a basement, one of the first things that you need to drop if you're low on time is likely a guy going down below for the C4, just because you maybe take too long to open the breach, take too long to get the diffuser, you got to bait out the smokes, but you're just out on time, you got to hedge your bet. You just got to go in, right? But Hornet was down there for like a minute. They had more than enough time to wait for Nova to get that C4, and so even though he gets the kill, Hornet can just get that trade. Black Dragons got everything they wanted with time to spare, and that just seems to continue to be the case. Nux going back on this blitz, bringing back that shield. We'll see what they do, but I hope FearX get the game plan that they are not going to try to full clear here. They're just going to try to clear out their little portion of the map and move in off it.
Yeah, get the necessary things, Carter. You don't have to go farther than that. And that's the big thing when it comes to Rainbow Six in general. It's so very easy to overcook a strategy and be like, okay, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. We're going to end up getting these far angles and have somebody try and flank in on the rear. You don't need to do all that. You really don't.
Sometimes you do, but not always.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a perfect iteration here. Black Dragons have a very good understanding of what these map bans are doing overall to this situation, and they're making the most of it right now. Some solid information on this Mira, and oh my, Good Boy's not even able to get away from the frag grenade.
Both those walls, the exterior and the interior, soft. The nade doesn't in. Rin will refrag, but the blitz goes in. Bye-bye, buddy. You are done and dusted. Oh, another one! Mephi can't hit the feet. Quick movements from Nux will keep him alive and full clear that top floor on match point. They say no direct for us. We will clear your own. We will give you that response. You're going to regret ever thinking you could hold on to our 6 room. Final 2 players have a crossfire on green stairs. Black Dragons will reset and drone to find them.
Terrifying prospects here for FearX. There's so much time remaining, Carter.
A whole minute.
And that's the thing. It gets to a sub-minute. A lot of people get antsy, especially when you're a little bit fresher to Rainbow Six.
Oh,
this is practically like an infinite amount of time, folks. That's the big thing here. But hey, what a moment. They're going to be able to get rid of the blitz, and Smoke will be able to at least exist for a little while longer. But Demic, he gets caught off by Gudo. They have the entire bomb site to themselves as more than a good recognition moment here from Nux as he discovers both those players off the bomb site.
Not much you can do at that point. Once Black Dragons make the call, they flood in. Oh, a nade lands. Nova put very low. The entire tournament riding on his shoulders. And Florio just outswings him. Consulate looked so good, looked so positive. And it was just a slow decline afterwards. Black Dragons qualify to Phase 2, but FearX failed to make it out of Phase 1. 4 majors in a row.
What a beautiful moment here for Black Dragons. You can see the emotions on all of these players. Just that feeling of relief. As everybody will fly in. Even Cherry Gun, CEO of Black Dragons, will fly in there and give a hug to all of these players. Unfortunate scene here on the FearX bench is once again so very close to making it out of play-ins, but just a hard moment to swallow here as they played up against a very feisty Black Dragons that struck the iron while it was hot, man. They exploited FearX to the absolute fullest there on layer.
And I think you can tell, really, that there's a bit more heightened emotion for the FearX there because based on the improvements they've been making and based off Consulate, that really felt real.
Yeah.
It felt like they could actually make that qualification to Phase 2, and even though it was close on Cafe, the fact that they were keeping competitive, they were able to land those hero moments, and even on Lair with those attacks, the fact that they were able to have the gun skill, have the timing, and the ability to bring 3 attacks on Lair over the line despite the fact they really did not have any good setup and were constantly working out of a 4v5. And they get to those defenses, and it was just clear that, sure, FearX weren't maybe being super proactive, but Black Dragons just had a better game plan and knew how to execute it better on those attacks. They left nothing to chance.
No, they didn't. They took advantage of a lot of the different situations that were put forth by FearX, and the biggest thing was the information game. I mean, we saw in a lot of different instances there, especially inside of the dying moments of that last round.
Yeah.
Blitz discovers both players on the top floor, immediately feeds that info back to Black Dragons, and where are they,
Mate.
Carter? They are in your home. They are stealing your food. That's what they're doing. I mean, it's crazy, man. Just eating porridge right out of the the vat there. So
Sight was looking just right. in round
exactly,
11.
exactly. So cooking and cooking well for Black Dragons. Although, you know, it didn't start off great on their map choice, they were able to get their job done at the end of the day.
Indeed they did, and Black Dragons will, at least for the moment, make good on the promise they set in LCQ. They still got a lot to match the heights Liquid reached, because, I mean, poor group stage into a top 4 finish at Manchester is a pretty damn hard streak to beat.
Yeah.
And I think Liquid are starting to look like genuinely one of the better teams in the world right now, so we'll see what improvements Black Dragons can make. I think there are still some flaws, some chinks in the armor that they got to worry about, but nonetheless, Black Dragons looking at least in a good position when everyone is performing.
Yeah.
Because look, think back on Consulate. What was the big problem? Ask was there. Hornet was at least competitive. But it was, unfortunately, the rookies again, specifically Florio and Nux, struggling to pull their weight. And as we get to Lair, this time around, a much better team game. Gudo wasn't carrying like he did in LCQ. It was Hornet this go around. Maps 2 and 3, Hornet was really good. But finally, that floor was raised for Black Dragons, and usually when that happens, that is enough to get things figured out in the end.
Yeah, 100%. And, yeah, I mean, it was really Hornet throughout this entire series that made the most of this situation. As for FearX, though, a lot of Mephi, a lot of Rin, but then it falls off a cliff after that, Carter.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest thing there for me, and especially for Rin. I feel so bad for Rin.
Too.
I mean, Rin constantly puts a lot of emotion, a lot of things into the server whenever they end up playing. And today, just the team was not good enough. Even though Rin had a lot of really big moments there, you could say the same for Mephi, but just the team overall not able to get it across the line.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, I mean, well, you know, obviously we can take a look at the stats. Rin in particular, that map, it wasn't really great overall from FearX. Definitely the piece that shined the most in what was a very dark period of time as we got to the second half of that game. Hornet again having a really, really strong performance. Overall, you know, I think over the course of the series, as we'll see, likely Mephi probably the MVP overall. Rin maybe in second. Yep. Mephi and Rin as the two to follow up. I want to highlight, by the way, 18% cost from Good Boy on that map right there.
Yeah.
Definitely. Obviously, we kind of highlighted Nova because the shield ops he was playing, but I mean, that is almost egregious. 43% overall in the course of the series. Hornet, obviously, the MVP for that side, or for Black Dragon side, but man, the thing I'm honestly, like, it's not even the stats that I keep thinking about, Sam. It is the fact that that really did feel real. Like, that really felt like FearX were really going to finally break from that lost streak, that this could be the moment that against Black Dragons as well, they beat G2 last major, that this could replicate that moment in a qualification match to make it to Phase 2. And honestly, just the fact that they didn't, like, I'm bummed as much as them. Like, I think they have made so much improvements. They are looking so much better than the team they used to be, and I don't know. I hope we see them again, because it seems this team is slowly improving, and I think they've got it in them. We'll just have to be next time. That is our first qualification or elimination game done, and we have one more coming up next. It is Chiefs versus CAG right after this.
as Black Dragons lead 5-3. They want to execute quickly. That's the key takeaway from that attack timeout. They want to move fast. Black Dragons giving up a lot of space for free. They need to capitalize off of that. Those are the words from Coach Bodega here ahead of round number 9. The storage window, again, very vulnerable to fast executes, to fast takes. The only way to deny a plant there is upstairs in IT, which is easily denied, downstairs inside of assembly, which is easily denied, or in the site itself, which has a window staring at it. Makes it very, very awkward to deny unless you have a C4 or a toxic babe of some sort. So we'll see if CL for Life can find that gap, if they can find that execute. They want to go fast, but so does Ask. And with the Scorpion, he doesn't quite hit the shots he's looking for. No spawn peak, but no damage taken, so we'll forget it ever happened.
I'm sorry, the drones boosting just always make me giggle still. I don't care how long it's been in the game for. It's just always very funny. Very funny to me.
I love it when the Echo drones do it. That's my favorite.
Yeah. Why not? Be quick.
Just like CL4L needs to be this round.
According to Packer.
And Bodega.
Packer having the worst game so far of his Tier 1 debut. Admittedly, it's not going to get much easier for him on attack. He finds a lot of success as a defender.
Yep.
I mean, you're going to lose the drone. You might as well tase somebody, right?
Sure, sure. I mean, opening the walls now, this is very default from CL for Life. That's what they kind of wanted to do. Packer down below. This is exactly what Ask did just a few rounds ago. You should be able to remember how well that went for Black Dragons. It went exceptionally well. So if they can replicate that success, CL for Life can actually get some legs underneath them, get some momentum going. They currently have the Warden tracked. It was the Smoke previously. This time it's going to be the Warden who's in sight. That's the one you want to clear out, right? That's the guy who's not going to get flashed. He can see through your smokes. If you take him out of the picture, then there's nothing really stopping you from jumping in the storage window and planting. But not finding him just yet. It looks like Packer might be going up the cargo stairs instead. Nuxka is taking plenty of damage on that Warden, despite the fact that no tracks have come out. He retreats now, the jump in from the IQ, an immediate jump out from Uzi. Trying to bait a C4, but nothing being brought.
Down goes Packer. He's slaughtered by Ask, and there have been a lot of kills for CL4L. They're happening when they're looking in the wrong direction. Ask is just feasting upon this team. Another round, another double kill for him. It's all up to Bino in a 1v4, and the magic that has surrounded CL4L feels like it's slowly fading. Two lined up, Ask gets his third kill of the round, and Black Dragons move on to series point.
Words being said about playing together and playing fast, none of that happened that round. You go very slow, and then when there's 60 seconds left in the round, Packer solo walks up the cargo stairs, doesn't use any of his Deimos utility, immediately dies to Ask.
But he coming from tellers. I mean, I thought Adam was going to go that side. Adam was dead. Yeah. Can we all clear top? Can we all clear top? Yeah. Let's all just go, like, open Aqua door, like, we just gotta play together, man. We gotta play trades. We haven't traded a single round. We're just all dying one by one by one.
Ask finding both Packer and Adam by playing inside of Tellers was the key kickoff of that round that helped things go well for Black Dragons. Now they lead on match point. One round is all they need to go face G2 in a promotion match. Winner of that will, of course, make it into our second phase, the Swiss phase of our event, where they will be playing with all of the best teams in the world. CL4L, if they lose one of the next three, they'll be down to face Kag Osaka in the elimination match. The loser of that game finishes dead last. Never where you want to be. They're going to clear top. I got to say it, Parker. Packer, a little bit less excited. I'm starting to get tones of frustration in some of these.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, you can even sense it in the way that they speak to each other. It's totally different when, you know, you're doing okay and you're turning around and saying, yeah, it's fine. We just got to be better. But you've allowed Black Dragons to win 3 in a row at this point. Oh my, and Bino missing that pocket EMP, none left.
That's tough. That's really tough. They have an IQ too. They didn't need to guess. They didn't need to gamble. They took a couple extra seconds to move Adam down to the basement. They could have just spotted out the claws, and then you know exactly where it is.
Even experienced teams do this, though.
They do.
Even some of the most experienced teams that we've seen forget to shoot default cams. They forget to use their gadgetry. We had times where there'll be a soft hatch, and a Buck will walk in, leave it, and then a Hibana will X-Kairos the soft hatch. Why? Teams just sometimes forget. In the heat of things, there's a lot for you to mentally keep track of. A team like CL4L is obviously going to be feeling the heat at this particular moment, and they're bound to make more mistakes because of it.
You're absolutely right. They said we got to clear top floor as a team. Packer was begging with his squad to do just that, and they're attempting it here. Dealing some damage. Baguto wins the fight eventually. Uzi falls the first one here. He might be done in this game if his teammates can't clutch up in the 4v5. Everybody on Black Dragon still playing around this top floor. There is Guto inside of Cargo. A trade for Adam would be massive to start pulling this one back, but he rotates down the staircase now. Hornet does as well. It is only Ask who remains in the mid-floor inside a cafeteria. There he goes, running out on the Mozzie. Been a popular operator today, but at the moment he is... Honestly, he's pretty committed at this point. He can still go down the vending stairs, but he's quite isolated away from the rest of his team. If they can move quick enough, they might be able to find a pick onto him and equalize it. That does assume they know where he is, of course.
Uzi having a really rough go of it as well. Nobody other than Adam really having a great match here on Labs. The numbers were okay until the second half came into effect, and then since then, it's been quite downhill for CL4L. Packer, a big kill. They need him motivated. They need his head in the game. He's starting off strong. Now it's Ask, though, to go under the radar. Diving down below the soft destruction done on the wall, squaring up to the door frame. 30 seconds remain, and Black Dragons now find themselves in a very good spot, and it will only get better. Another round where Ask gets a double kill, and just like that, the match is over.
I don't like the fact that we freezed on that, and it reminded me and just let me sit the fact that CL4L have been eliminated, and I wasn't able to cast them a single time.
Yeah.
I couldn't cast Packer. I couldn't cast Giddy. I couldn't do any of that. They're gone.
They are, buddy. I'm sorry.
They're gone, Sam.
Yeah.
And now we got to say goodbye to another team. One more as the overall day. As we just got done with our, I guess, first elimination.
Yep.
Well, no, technically third on the day overall. You're in Eyes first at these final two games. But the decider matches that we have just seen, Fear X, we said goodbye to them. And Black Dragons, the Brazilian LCQ team, have made their way forth. Two of the big three regions got their LCQ teams. G2, Black Dragons, CL4L, unfortunately, the odd men out there. But who will make it from our final game? We have Chiefs, the O's Hope on one side, and for once, a CAG that is actually looking pretty competitive in this tournament so far.
It's true. It's very true. So we'll throw up the bracket here for you guys and show who has already qualified and who has not exactly had the best of straights here, as they will be sent home if they're not inside of that list. We're down to just Chiefs and CAG, whose lives hang in the balance. As for everybody else, they're done and dusted. G2, Team Falcons, and Black Dragons, the only ones to make it out of the thick of it so far. Now it's just down to Chiefs and CAG once again to try and figure out who will be our last team to make it on to playoffs.
And I mentioned that CAG have been looking pretty strong so far. I mean, obviously, G2 pushed to 3 maps in both of their games, but the first map that CAG played against G2 was a dominant 7-3 victory. They were undeniably the better team, and they had a lead on Cafe the second map, and unfortunately, as is growing to be a trend amongst a lot of these teams from Japan, Korea, they're now reaching the point where they're competitive, but they are struggling to close out these games. And that was a series like that. There were opportunities on map 2 to finish it off, to beat G2, and CAG unfortunately failed to realize it. But going into the series later, they dropped down to the lower bracket. They were able to beat CL4L today. Say goodbye to our NA underdogs, the T2 team gone. But overall, with the record that CAG have so far, I mean, obviously, we had some great individual performances from specifically Shoereap on the first day, like 22 kills in his opening game. But the series, obviously, was close against G2, a 2-0 victory just now. And you got to think back to Manchester. 1 round away from eliminating BDS. This team is quickly and maybe even quietly becoming a team you got to worry about.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, CAG has always been one of those teams that you have to worry about them, but you only really had to worry about one major factor, and it was their offensive sides and how they could build up around Anaton and his shield play. But now they've got a lot of really solid players. I mean, look at these EPSs across the board. A lot of these things quite positive. A lot of these costs looking pretty good as well for their overall performance so far at this event, and looking to build off the back of that. But you can most definitely see in Anaton that he's been making the most of what we've been having with shields in this last year. Blitz and Clash, his most played ops as of right now.
It's a meta that is just built for him. He made, alongside Cyclops at the time, that debut onto the international scene, pulling out some of the most insane Monty movement we've seen, and in a funny way, playing Monty how a lot of teams wished they could play him right now. Most teams used him as the human drone before, but he was really the one that was bringing out the movement, the quick peeks, the gunplay that nobody really used on Shield except Blitz, and Blitz was really a niche pick back then. And now when we still have a small amount of op bans, but 3 operators with shields that are all to some degree a threat, you can't just ban the shield away from Anaton anymore. If you ban the Monty, he'll pick the Blitz, and if you ban the Blitz, he's got 2 other options to fall back on. The other side, we have Chiefs, which played against FearX yesterday, won 7-4 on both maps. But today, they looked awfully weak. In moments yesterday as well, there was a lot of sloppiness from Chiefs. You could see the inexperience, but against Falcons today, lost 4-7, lost 7-0 the next map. And Falcons are looking good. They've got some strong individual performances, but with this veteran talent, Tex and Oda specifically, you got to be doing better than that.
Yeah, it's also just absolutely gutted their defensive win rate. They're currently sitting at a 27% defensive win rate, which is just absolutely atrocious. And honestly, I'm just going to look here real quick just before I do say this. That's actually the worst by percentile half that any team has is Chiefs' 27.27% defensive win rate.
And funny enough, it's only by a hair because FearX also have a 27.8% defensive win rate. So both teams struggling on the defense, and they did play each other yesterday. And part of the reason I think that is, of course, we saw a lot of defensive struggles. Well, let's be honest, just struggles in general from Chiefs today in their earlier game against Falcons. But yesterday on Skyscraper, they got a 5-1 attacking half. And it was their defenses that actually proved to be the big problem. Even the same on the previous map of Clubhouse. They were able to get a 3-3, and it was the attacks that won them that game. So as we see what maps we could go to here, I want to see, are these maps going to be more attacker-sided, more defender-sided? Because if the defenses are going to be a problem for both teams, or sorry, for Chiefs in particular, if you are going to a map that is even hard to defend, we might start to see a lot of trouble for Chiefs in particular, but for CAG as well. I mean, it's a spot where Chiefs might have qualified over Gaming Gladiators, but they're the undeniable favorite for me in this matchup.
All right, production. Let's see what's behind door number 1. It's going to be Clubhouse initially. What's our second choice here? Let's see what we got going on. It's going to be Consulate. A lot of defensive bastions will be provided inside of these first 2 maps. Carter, how are you feeling about this, especially with Chiefs starting off on the defensive side of Clubhouse? You're already pinching your nose. I'm a little worried. Folks, he looks stressed.
I'm sure a lot of you, if you watched the games yesterday, are well aware of probably what I'm thinking about right now when I'm thinking about Chiefs on Clubhouse. There was a lot of silliness. Defenses were actually, by and large, fine from Chiefs. The coordination on the attacking side, it was lacking.
That's a way to put it, yeah.
Even if they ended up winning it on that half, there were quite a few rounds where, I mean, they would have the Thatcher up, Bandit spotted, they know he's on plat wall, and they just couldn't open it. Or they send a Monty in, and he's by himself, nobody covering him in rafters. So when I talk about, Chiefs looking a bit nervous, not having ironed out all the kinks in their roster, Clubhouse was the map out of all the ones, at least I've seen played so far, where it seemed to be the most problematic, even in the game they won. Following it up on Consulate after, because it's Chiefs' picks, Cyclops are obviously going to pick the defense to start.
Yep.
And CAG might have weaker attacks right now, but they've at least shown the life on both sides, whereas Chiefs just seem to have this thing around their neck where these defenses, they are constantly giving away openings, constantly letting the attack get in, and CAG just aren't really having that same issue, even if the attacks are a bit difficult to come by. then you got Lair as the decider.
Yeah,
like-
I was honestly just about to lean into that too. We have a pretty interesting map pool here, all things considered, especially for these teams and how they've been performing. KAG, even though we sung the praises of their offenses and what they can do with those shields, they're honestly not looking all that great. A 37.5% win rate, 6 out of 16 of the rounds that they played on offense is all that they've been able to muster. Although their defense is looking a lot better, a 53% defensive win rate, one of the higher ones that we have. Only 2 other teams actually positive when it comes to that, and one of those teams being CL4L actually that ended up getting sent home, but Black Dragons being that other roster sitting at 75. As we start to warm up the servers here, folks, be worried about what Chiefs can produce on this defensive side, as they have, at least so far, had the worst defensive win rate that we've seen inside of our play-ins. But as for KAG, their offenses have not looked all that good either. It's going to be a mid-off to start things here on Clubhouse, Carter, but once we switch sides, I think that's where things are really going to get antsy.
Well, I also think that, if you're looking at KAG, it's a bit more of the expected picture. As teams start becoming more competitive, as they start getting that experience, it's very likely that the attacks are going to be what lags behind the rest. You have to have a bit more coordination. You have to go to the defense while they wait for you to push in. You've got to use utility to create openings, while ultimately the defense not only gets to put forth the setup that you have to react to, but then they really get the ability to react to what you're doing a lot better because they're waiting for you to leave a gap in the information. They can flank a little bit easier. But for Chiefs, sure, they have a positive attacking win rate. I don't know how well that success can be replicated, because even in what we saw yesterday, they might have had a 5-1 attacking half on Skyscraper, which is undeniably impressive, but it came from abusing a mute ban and picking Lion, Dokkaebi, and Deimos into it. And even in those rounds, it could have been a 3-3 or even a 2-4 that they lost. A lot of those rounds were close. A lot of those rounds were 1vx's or just barely beating the clock. So sure, Chiefs might have a high attack, low defensive win rate going into this match, but I am a bit worried that attacking win rate is a bit of a red herring and more of a case of small sample size than genuine high-quality attacks that merit that 66%.
Yeah, and that's honestly what I'm really worried about as well. I think it's been one of those situations where, just given the fact of the sample size, right, they've been able to at least show something in that regard, but it's definitely one of those situations where it could just all be hot air, right? And that's really what we're looking into here. Is Chiefs actually going to be able to stay on this warpath when it comes to their offensive sides, or have they just been simply blowing smoke this entire time and, been able to pick up some of these easier rounds against some of these opponents? But we'll just have to see. Only time will tell as we'll get into round 1 here. We won't even see Chiefs on that offensive side until 6 rounds later. It's going to be KAG to start us off once again, ladies and gentlemen. And our bomb site of choice for Chiefs, it's going to be downstairs to kick things off.
And I also think that as we see the op bans come through, you might be wondering, why the hell have Chiefs banned Maverick? Well, it's actually the main operator they've been banning throughout this tournament so far. At least in the games that I casted yesterday with Rob, it was pretty consistent as well. On Skyscraper, they banned the Maverick and the Mute, and shock here, maybe not banning the Harbreach denial, but banning a strong operator on the defense. The Mirror they take down. Again, maybe not like the number 1, 2, or 3 candidate I'd pick on this map, but if you don't have the Black Mirrors by dummies anymore or on Church, attacking this very site is a lot easier, but of course they are defending to start, and they have the Azami. That also makes this site so much better. You just set up a fortress around the AK position. There's not a lot you can do. For the KAG side, banning Deimos and Cade. The Cade, I think, is pretty self-explanatory. Can't get the hatches. Garage wall, probably not something that's going to be electrified all that much, if at all. But the Deimos as well. Chiefs tried to play a lot of it yesterday. They were always running Lion and Deimos, and then Dokkaebi, Lion, and Deimos. So banning that is a key element of their attacking strategy, taken off the board.
A little bit of an extension over towards Swamp. Little area there next to Lounge. These drones in here for KAG as we'll start to roll around on this mid-floor and start to discover what this bomb site setup is for Chiefs. They do know it's downstairs, but they don't know the full extent of the positioning of these Chiefs players just yet, and that's what they'll look to try and close in on. A lot of these Chiefs members already making some solid moves to try and set themselves up for success, but we might already see an aggressive peek here out of Seeker. I thought this player was just going to try and wait idly by to see if anybody tried to work their way in from that lounge space, but doesn't seem like the case as of right now.
Once that hatch gets opened up, you got to be careful that they might just try to hold it for 15 seconds or so, try and catch you retreating back down to the bottom floor. Tex plays it safe, especially with his kit. He's got the shotgun and the C4. Seems to be he is the blue player on this setup, so don't take the gamble, especially since a lot of you are anchoring, especially with these traps. You want to have all that utility.
Yeah, not worth it, especially in a setup like this. Every single one of these bodies remaining makes it to where CAG has to figure out a way to bunker bust this bomb site. If you give them a freebie earlier on into this round, then they know that there's going to be a pretty obvious gap somewhere along the lines, or even if you do cover all your bases with your remaining 4 players, as soon as they're able to get another play going on, then things are more than likely going to go awry for the defense. So instead, Chiefs will play things back into the bomb site, and Quiz will actually be the first one to take down Chibi.
Now, Quiz didn't exactly have the best statistical performance yesterday, but there were a lot of plays that I think could have had a lot of impact, and he just didn't really get the timing right, or didn't go his way, unfortunately. But he was making a lot of moves that I really thought were quite impressive and impactful if he were able to just be a bit lucky, unfortunately, on this map in particular. This time he gets the opening pick. We get a follow-up. Now CAG in the 3v5. I was thinking, all right, they seem relatively safe right now, so how are they going to deal with these Vulcan packs? How are they going to deal with these Kiva barricades? What if it goes too late and they run into an EDD or a C4? Well, now that they're in a 3v5, it's a lot more of a difficult position, and I'm not really even thinking about those things anymore. I'm just trying to figure out how they're going to get down to this bottom floor and make it out alive. They'll sprint into the site and immediately pick up the pace, but Anata just stops firing halfway through the fight. Shiraneko might get the trade, but the damage is done at that point. CAG just cannot accomplish anything at the moment. Boogie drone thrown as a Hail Mary to cover the rotate, and Chiefs have got both angles covered. First round for the defense. First round for Chiefs.
Solid patience, able to find those moments pretty early on, all things considered, for that bomb site into the round, as Chiefs make the most out of these situations, not only through true gunfire, but also the nitro cell picking up a player from CAG too. And when it's a 3v5 into the basement bomb site, 9 times out of 10 you are not winning that round. It just complicates things too far, and that was a big thing there. Chiefs were more than knowledgeable of the situation that they'd put CAG into, and what do? Well, they just play the entry points and see where you're going to show up.
Yeah, pretty simple, cut and dry. Turtle defense punching a little above their weight, and able to close out the 5v3 as you hope any team would be able to do. Move up to CCTV and Cash now, and it's not Chiefs that are attacking, but I do want to see it from both teams, given some of the shenanigans I saw yesterday. Balancing these EMPs while a bandit is on the board. I know there's a 2-row as well, so breaching is going to be difficult. I thought actually sticking that fuse might be a good idea.
Go. That's what we needed to see.
But I do like these shifts overall. Look at that. Oh, we actually do have the fuse coming through. See, I really thought that once you drop off the fuse, I was like, surely he doesn't get picked back up by a different player. But no. And he's got the AK-12 as well, so no shields. But I was going to say, with those Zoto canisters, unless you're going to try to do what some teams, I guess, have been able to do, which is throw the Twitch drone in and just shock it as it comes up.
Yeah.
Cluster charges, probably a bit easier to deal with.
I like the cluster charge play, but I especially like the addition of Capitao here. Not only does he have the secondary EMPs that can help free with the wall carder, but you also have those arrows that can seriously assist with dislodging the bandit as well. Although given the circumstances of what Chiefs have brought to the table, it does get a little bit more difficult, as we do have Pyro on that Tuberal that makes things a lot harder when it comes to trying to break open this wall. Let's see how things go here, though, as CAG begin to try and deal with this electrified breach.
There was a bandit trick, it just wasn't on the exothermic. It actually destroyed the cluster charge that Shiraneko had put down, but now as the Tuberao Zoto canister goes out, I believe, yeah, they have to use a second one to disable that cluster charge. So this is the benefit. If you throw the Zoto canister on the wall, it can't get the entire radius if you put it up top like Shiraneko is doing. So you have to throw the second one, and he's got more cluster charges than you have, Zoto, so they'll put it right back, and ooh, do think it gets destroyed again, unfortunately, so we'll try to put it down, but the wall gets open nonetheless. So a little bit tricky, takes a little bit more time than normal, but a minute 20 seconds, certainly a workable round. Yeah,
they made things messy enough to where the defense really couldn't stand tall up against the wall. You're worried about those cluster charges, you're worried about any other pressure being built upon by CAG. Instead, they choose to back off, but also for all things considered, right, they did do a pretty good job of delaying out time. We're about halfway through this round with that breach getting opened up finally, and I mean, at some moment in time when it comes to this bomb site, it's gonna get opened. So everybody's used to playing with that potential obstacle in their way from the defensive perspective, and we'll see how this continues to roll on as we've lost 2 players.
Blackright able to pinch the Azami as the Firebolts land beneath CC window, but then gets traded as Tech swings aggressively on the plat wall breach, and now Garage giving a lot of trouble to these attackers, actually. Oda just peeks up. Oh, my lord. Making a name for himself. There is absolutely no reason you should even let him get that kill. He has already steamrolled you on top of rafters. 2 double kills in this round, 1 for Oda, 1 for Tex. The veterans doing the shooting, the calling, everything on CCTV. JBC will step in the goo mine, reveal his position at R90. 1 player falling back will make it past the green door in time. Jigsaw will get the 5th. 3 players fire back on Chiefs. And boy, oh boy, the breach gets open. I'm thinking, oh, we're good. Then Oda had other ideas.
Yep, yes indeed. And these defenses looking a lot stronger than what we'd seen thus far from Chiefs. 2 successful rounds back-to-back, and it's already going to proc a timeout for CAG as they really haven't had a snowball's chance in hell in either one of these rounds. It's been pretty piss poor across the board, and we're really looking for them to have a solid opener here. We really want to see them not only get the entry, but make a solid consideration towards the site, and that's been the main thing, Carter. Maybe they haven't been able to get the opener, sure, but have they been able to even take a step in a positive way towards the bomb site? Absolutely not.
No, and I think, unfortunately, the reality of a lot of teams now, it used to be, when you think back to like 3 years ago when Wamai, or not 3 years ago, but 4 or 5 years ago when Wamai gets first introduced, we see a lot more teams start really focusing on holding rafters for a long period of time. Now that you have all these options to deny projectiles, it used to really just be kind of the Wamai or one guy by himself.
Yep.
Now it feels like as that position has developed, it is a lot more common now than it was then to play a second guy there. You can have another guy pop up and shoot to aid Oda. You can have a guy throwing traps, throwing Kibas, throwing a whole lot of stuff. But another important consequence of a second guy playing that position is you can't just throw the firebolts on top of the normal position and dedicate it entirely to that one guy. You might decide to use a firebolt to take down that other player, but that means because one more guy, just over time, has naturally, the strategy has involved 2 players instead of 1. If a firebolt is more likely to get used, and you only got 2 of them, and it's your main way of dealing with that core Garage player on the rafters, you might end up having enough util. So what are you left with? A Monty, too scared to walk into goo mines, too scared to walk into dread mines, and very little utility to actually deal with the player right in front of you.
Yep, 100%. Making life difficult for Anaton as Chiefs. And let alone that fact, but even the players, like you said, they're to try and assist him with that situation. They don't have the utility, and at the end of the day, they're not up to snuff in the gunfights to be able to take any of that away from a Rafters player. Making the most out of this situation right now is Chiefs, and they've got to be happy as clams, man, when it comes to the fact that they already have that timeout pulled away from CAG, and now this is just a train that potentially can roll on for 4 other rounds if they start on the right foot.
The clams are not happy when they see me coming. That's all I'm going to say.
I could say the same. I'm known to...
Shellfish hate to see me roll up.
You and Parker rolling over to the oyster bar, huh?
Oh, my God. We would drain the Massachusetts Bay of oysters.
They're very tasty.
So
very
delicious.
Tasty, but,
love the fact that I live in the interior.
Speaking of salty treats, by the end of this, CAG might be a little salty themselves, just depending on how this goes.
We're only 2 rounds in. There's time for CAG to recover. They were able to open the breach.
Where is... thank God.
I was about to say.
Oh, my...
Oh, man. No. Come on,
guys.
Guys.
Carter.
Come on.
Carter, I'm getting frustrated. It's happening.
It's okay. It happens.
I need to breathe.
You lose an exothermic, you still got the Selmas, and you actually have 2 impact EMPs from Chibisu. Sure, Thatcher's unbanned. You could run him, but you didn't. It's unfortunate. But you play the hand you deal yourself. So now the EMPs come out, and look at that. Exothermic opened up, Jacuzzi wall open. We still got 1 minute and 45 and 3 Selmas. I see this as an absolute win.
You're being a very good therapist right now. I really appreciate that.
Myers Briggs calls me the diplomat for a reason.
I'm definitely not using that. That is not the case. But yeah, there is still some positive things going here for CAG, and yeah, they'll be able to use that Selma and those impact EMPs to break open construction. But the biggest issue is right now is timing. let alone that fact, but the fact that KAG has squandered a few of these angles. You think of the things that you could build on, upon over on the master balcony. A lot of those windows giving you immediate access to these positions, and although some keep barriers in the way, you can just shoot those in Common Day Siege. It makes life a heck of a lot easier in comparison to what it used to be, and something that I was hoping we could see KAG try and exploit, but nothing of the sort. Instead, we're down to a sub-minute here and starting to coil around the bomb site, sure, but no damage done to Chiefs in a lot of different ways where they can try and step in front of their opponents.
Oh my God.
As Shu will get a big kill.
Oh, Shu. Oh, no! Doesn't get the second. Crosshair placement so good there, and he just whiffs the spray. But KAG overall winning the duels they need to. Very briefly, the round reaches an equilibrium, but KAG still maintain their advantage. Ace close around the corner. Oda will take the fight. Shots go wide. He can push even further as the hard pings come out. The Grim is ready for it, but very low HP. Chibi Su's able to land the pre-fire. I was very confused at how they were going to clutch that round out with literally no map control whatsoever. But my, oh my, they have found a gap in cash, and they plugged it expeditiously.
Yeah, somebody's got to be the spearhead. And it just so happens to be our player pushing in from cash directly into construction and completely catches the zombie off guard. A huge moment there for KAG as they're able to bowl over Chiefs. And yeah, Chiefs are able to respond in kind in some instances, but not in a potent enough way to be able to actually pull things back across the line. KAG making the most out of that situation. I think the biggest moment there for them inside of round 3 had to be when they were able to get Tex on the floor. As soon as they're able to down that clash, that opens up a lot of opportunity for them to be aggressive and try and get this case into its home. Get it planted down and try and make the most out of this situation. That's what we see out of KAG, and it bodes a, well, not a flawless round, but a very potent round for them at the end of the day.
That was the main reason why I was confused to how they were going to do this. I was like, I mean, you can just try to win a round off gunfights, but with that clash right there, how are you going to get through that? You just don't have the util to make it happen. But they're able to downer and also get the kills elsewhere to create a very favorable situation for them overall. First attacking round, they win. Gym bedroom going their way, but now we go back down to basement where this round was kind of a whole lot of nothing, unfortunately. Despite the fact that Chiefs were pretty much entirely turtling on the site, somehow got 2 kills onto KAG while they were on a completely different floor. That's going to happen sometimes, especially when you can't exactly always predict without an IQ where those C4s are going to land in kitchen. It still goes to show the fact that KAG were playing very slow, not on the bottom floor, and yet still somehow managed to go to a 5v3. So that's one player peeking below the feet holes of the castle barricade, and again, they weren't turtling this time, Sam. They were playing full-on aggro, and they have accomplished the exact same margins they did before. Sheeran Echo, as we leave the early round, will at least pick up 1, but really it doesn't matter all that much with Black Ray on literally 1 HP. Well, not literally.
Yeah.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, very, very, very.
5 HP.
Very close.
1 bullet.
I mean,
he's going to die if somebody shoots him.
Yeah, he's essentially 1 HP, right? 1 shot, as we like to say. He's been dinked. He's been gushed, depending on what FPSs you play.
Ooh.
But
Okay.
what a position here for Sierra. Be able to gun down Cairo. And that's exactly what we need to see out of KAG here. You need to bare your teeth and try and get yourself back into this round. And really the only way you're going to do that, Carter, is by killing your opponent. You have to find these kills. You have to find these openings. And that's one that KAG will be very happy with.
Oda in an interesting position as well. O tries to take the fight with the guy Chan, and Anaton's able to land it. Of course, able to punish that aggression, or maybe too late positioning from Oda. Stuck inside of the bathroom, but he's able to get it done. Sheeran Echo, by the way, bit of an odd player for me on this roster because I was first introduced to him at Atlanta last year on CGL, where he was easily the best player on that team, and since then, he's consistently been bottom 2 for KAG, basically all the way through up until this stage. Even in Japan, when everyone's getting above a 100 EPS, he still finds himself at the bottom. So to see him have this impact is very, very nice. I hope to see him make it more consistent because finding this, not only getting that kill on the Azami, but now finding his way down blue to make this a 3v3, and now a man advantage. You're still going to be worried about Black Ray on low HP, but with these Candelas behind you, the E1D as well, you might be able to just start pushing forward, utility landing, but nobody moves beyond the blue hallway for the moment. Jigsaw will creep closer on this smoke grenade. Yesterday, he was so good at this in the late round positioning in ways that the attack just could not predict, that the attack did not expect, won't be able to get a kill for his efforts there. Just tags up the Lion. Smoke grenade goes out, but it might just do better to hide him. Tex kills the backstabbing pressure, and now as the rest flood on in, Anaton downs one, and it's all on Jigsaw. Brought back from across the pond in the 1v2. He's oh so trusted, and to land one shot, I think he can do it.
Well done to Jigsaw. I mean, it's a scary moment there. A scary prospect any way you slice it. Keg, they did enough to be able to get themselves back into the round after the early aggression out of Sheaves on the mid floor that gifts them practically a perfect round if you're playing downstairs in the basement. Keg able to find those picks, able to work their way into blue and get a player off of the bomb site as well just to make things a little bit more palatable. But what did Sheaves do? They stay true to their guns in the truest sense of the term. A lot of positive gunfights finding their way into Chiefs' hands. And the most coming down there to Jigsaw in the dying moments as he handles that 1v2 with such grace. Very well done to him. And Sheaves now lead by 2 rounds as we continue on into round 5.
Very impressed with them finding a 5v3 on both basement defenses, but in entirely different ways. Playing passively, using your utility, or just maybe peeking a little bit and finding a kill, and then entirely playing aggressive that time. Obviously, they started bottling it a little bit, unfortunately, giving it away and making it a 2v3. But they still close it out. Still a 1vx. Maintain their lead by 2 rounds. Going back to CCTV and Cash. Took a little bit of time for CAG to open up the plat wall, but nothing major. Really the big problem was seemingly a lack of full utility to clear out that garage position. The Monty had goo mines and dread mines, but mainly the first in his way. The Capitao used a lot of his utility to try to clear out the other player in garage, aside from the one that ended up being the core problem for them. And then Chiefs did a good job swinging overall and just keeping CAG at bay and winning the fights when they took them. Operator lineup by the whole, Sam, I mean, we got the Capitao again.
Yep.
A lot of stuff has shifted hands, but they could very well run into that exact same problem.
Yeah, no more secondary EMPs for the Cap, but that's because Monty has them instead, so we'll just be able to bring some extra hard breach. And you guys have heard me talk ad nauseum over the years about redundancy when it comes to your offensive lineups. And look at all that there, Carter. You got exothermics, you got Selmas, and you got secondary hard breach too. If anybody goes down, you're still going to be able to get a wall open, but what's happened here?
Oh, the exothermic, I was about to say. So they got the second Zoto canister off, like right as the exothermic reached its apex.
Oh.
And I think literally it is just like when it reaches that point, the explosion is so instantaneous that even if you put that bandit battery down, it just explodes before the electricity can actually render in the game.
The bandit batteries actually turn on post the exothermic turning itself back on for the fuse timer.
Yeah,
So that's exactly what happened right there. Good catch.
What can I say? I really am quite something. Still have one Zoto canister, and it seems to actually... Wow, CAG have actually just fully rotated to a con push. You're actually going to be happy you have one of those Zoto canisters still because, as I mentioned yesterday, and Sam, I mean, you've watched a lot of these clubhouses, been the map that it is for a long time.
Yeah.
You're only pushing through one doorway, maybe the con breach as well, and if you don't take garage, if you haven't cleared red stairs, you're in kind of a tricky position. They haven't opened this breach, and yet the firebolt goes in. Jigsaw was playing there yesterday, so that's a good bit of counter-stratting from CAG, but, I mean, you still can actually get in con.
No, and they have Quiz downstairs too, Carter. This is so good, but I don't think the CAG knows. I don't think they have any idea at all that bandit battery is still there. They're actually just dead in the water. They can't get this wall open right now. There's only one more secondary EMP for Shu. He's going to toss that down now. He's waiting for the Selmas to come out, and Texas is like, do I have to shoot it?
Oh.
He's not going to. Instead, he's playing for the bodies.
I was about to say, well, not only is he playing for the bodies, he's just playing for that C4. He actually throws it up. Oh, used it a bit early in Black Ray. Shiraneko, Anaton just clear out the site. I don't even know what the hell just happened. Everyone from Chiefs tries to take fights, and I think they're regretting it at this point. Cairo quick peeking the breach will regret that one too. And Tex now just running up onto the top floor. Monty spots him, fused down. There is nothing you can do at this point. Honestly, good shot on Anaton right there, but Chiefs had a winning hand, and somehow it just disappeared in a moment.
It's all down to CAG still having those active angles around what they were trying to accomplish inside of construction, right? Chiefs are trying to catch them off guard with probably some more aggressive swings that we get to, end up seeing. We didn't exactly get to see them because of the positioning that we had to kind of witness everything that went down, but that's more than likely the case here. As Chiefs, once again, just trying to catch CAG off guard in one of those high-intensity moments where you can kind of swing through and make a big moment happen, but instead what happens? KEG is more than prepared for that, and they find 3 bodies in less than 5 seconds. That's the entire bomb site, all except for Tex, I do believe, that was sitting over there trying to challenge the actual breach that we saw for the main wall. But it was all KEG all day. I mean, yeah, they didn't exactly have the easiest time getting that construction single panel open, but everything around that, just green lights for them as they work their way into the bomb site.
And the broader problem that KEG have had so far with these attacks is their time management, their broader strategy. But one thing that's going well for them right now is actually something that, at least bearing out in the stats, you don't often see, which is you have kind of a top 3 echelon of players. You have Shureep, Anatan, Chibisu, then a bit of a gap, and then usually Black Ray and Shiraneka rounding out the pack with a decent amount of distance between those top 3 and those bottom 2. Shureep obviously doing a bit, not great right now, but it is at least amongst the remaining 4 a lot closer on KEG than it might otherwise be, and even though they are struggling to put these rounds together, they're hitting their shots consistently enough that it is bailing them out of difficult situations. I mean, getting that 5v2 there is insane with the little control they had. Oh, I mean, read like a book there. That's Logi Hatch. Like, it's not like you're fusing an off spot. Cairo was ready for it, and Shiraneko is regretting that one.
Yeah, I'm glad you said it too, because that's just not something that you really expect to get away with in a situation like that.
Also, like, what utility is... I know the cluster charges propagate kind of widely, but I can't think of a lot of utility in Logi. I'm like, gotta fuse that at the beginning of the round.
Yeah, I mean, there's just not really a lot of things you build up around that hatch. Yeah, you might have some things like maybe a roll of barbed wire underneath the hatch, or maybe a dreadnought mine or something around there. But that's really it, Carter. Past that, you're really hoping that one of these things takes a solid bounce and goes over inside of gold and does some serious damage.
And also maybe you should probably place that cluster charge later in the round when people around Logi or Khan are actually focused on the push as a whole. Like, I don't know what's happening right now where the Monty's actually in.
Yep.
Then maybe, think about it this way. You push these people back, they start rotating into Khan, and then you place the fuse charge down and then detonate it. I mean, to be fair, maybe that's what he wanted to do. Place it there, leave it late, then activate it. But even then, I'm trying to read into it and think of it, and you still place it in a very calm moment of the round where they can react and we'll just take you down. Cairo, again, unread in the position. He's tagged up Shuri. Thank God the Ash gets away. He'll move forth, but...
Come on, that's twice. 2 people putting utilities on something soft and get immediately done up because of it. I mean, KEG are falling apart at the seams here.
I mean, they'll try to pick up the pace, and the Monty just pushes in deep into the side. But, yeah, there's Vulcan packs. You're going to be forced back and tagged up by the fire. It's 20 seconds. You can't push into the site with still 50 seconds remaining, but it just goes to the point that the utility, the gunplay, everything for Chiefs is just a little bit better than KEG in the hold, not only in this round, but as we've gone through this half and now approach this final round, stuck inside of Khan, Jigsaw with the third. That's the player sitting around metal balcony gone. I don't even know what you do at this point.
You know, I think you made a really good point earlier on inside of this round, and really, it's kind of in a vacuum because this has been the biggest round that we've seen it be a massive proponent of what's going on, right? But a lot of this feels mistimed, Carter. A lot of this feels as though they just don't have a really good understanding of what the positioning is for these players. But little antsy there. Chiefs will be able to win via numbers in the dying moments of that round and have a 4-2 split here for our half. And what a half it was. But just to kind of finish my point there, KEG just not really having things in good timing and just honestly not good layering at the end of the day. I mean, you know, a lot of those different positions that they ended up taking up and a lot of different ways that they implemented their utility across that map, across the board, was just not positive. It was not something where you really thought they were going to be able to make the most out of the situation, and they end up going punished for that time and time again. And obviously the 2 big ones being Fuse on the roof and Ash on the window for Metal Stairs.
And when you look back at the attacking rounds that they won, you know, the first one being that gym bedroom attack, and the second one being the CCTV cache one, a lot of the story there was just them hopping into the site and winning the fights that they took, but not a lot of utility setting it up, or if there was utility intended to set it up, it didn't have a factor in the end. That gym bedroom attack was mainly just breaching, and the only execute op was the Grim, which was important, but I think the guy pushing Khan probably still hits that gap even without the bees there.
Yeah, 100%.
And on CCTV as well, you had really no execute utility. Sure, you had the Capital, but again, there was no utility used. They just shot everybody pushing in. That's commendable. That's good. But when Chiefs have won those fights, there has been no structure, no plan that KEG could fall back on that could then bring that man advantage back.
Oh, man. Last time we saw a play similar to this, Carter, it was Canadian inside of Kitchen, and I believe he was still on Dark Zero. Quiz is going to be able to take down Chibisu.
Poor guy. Never stood a chance.
Yeah, dude. Life is hard in this current iteration of Siege for roaming defenders. I mean, if that Blitz gets around you with another hot gun, life is just nothing but good. Like, or everything past good, rather. It's just not exactly going to go your way. So, unfortunately enough for KEG, they will be presented the bad news pretty early on into round 7 as Chibi will go down.
They literally see the Mozzie despite the Mute Jammer and the Mozzie Pest, so you can't dread it out now. And I mean, I guess you got to be concerned there could be somebody in there, but where are we even dying from, guys? I mean,
the hell did Tex just do?
Sheeran Echo, the Mozzie was off site. Oh, did he try to? I guess he tried to push Secret, I guess. Well, that's unfortunate, I guess.
Well.
And then now the kitchen hatch is just open for free. Think about, I mean, I know Cade's not on the board, but could maybe had some impacts if you wanted to switch up the lineup a bit, burn more time, but you decided to base everything on that roam of kitchen, then 2 people die anyway. The Mozzie's got to rotate back at a minute 50, and look at that. All of Dirt is soft, too.
Sorry about that.
Oh, it's fine. You can share knees.
I went to motion towards
knees.
Carter. I just smacked his knee.
They say I had the best knees.
There are some pretty good knees now that I take a good look at them. And you know what else is good?
Nothing's going on.
Everything's good for Chiefs.
Just nothing's going on.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing going on if you're CAG. In fact, this is probably the worst thing that could happen to you with how their strategy was set up. I mean, everything
Guys,
is begging you to hold on to kitchen.
We're going to roam. We're going to waste time. We don't even need to win a fight. We're going to burn time. Oh, it's a 3v5. We're going to have to rotate back a minute into the round. We open kitchen hatch. We left Dirt soft. Guys, we put ourselves in a bad position. I think we've trolled a little bit.
Uh-oh.
They just drop. I mean, yeah,
no,
you just drop sight at that point. And
no!
Ooh, hold up. I actually want to see this from Tex. He got both those kills. A little bit of a spray transfer had to happen there. Look at that. Oh, it just peeks the other angle. Less impressive than I thought. But hey, still a double kill. Good job for Tex. Kind of wishing we still had that tactical timeout for KEG. Admins, can we actually just give them a second one? Because I really think they need it right now. This is their map pick.
Man.
This is their map. They were banning the maps, and they were like, life's on the line. I hear Lynx is going to hype us up, that they're here to play, that they're competitive. Took a map off G2. Beat Lynx's favorite team. Beat his favorite team. Just want to say that again. And now what are we seeing? On their map pick, the attacks are very lackluster. If you miss those shots, it could be very well be a 6-0 with the structure they had going into them. And now the first attack we see,
oh, Lord.
They try to set up a roam, and then 2 of them die immediately. Now, it's good for Chiefs to play that aggressive, but because you lost that so early, now you just feel like an idiot for opening that up.
Yep. Well, yeah, and that's the thing about harebrained schemes like that in Siege. You're either a brilliant brainiac that we're all going to praise for months to come because you did the craziest thing that nobody really goes for on, said bomb site, or you're a fool. That's the only 2 options. And this time around, better get your jester clothes on there, my friend.
You know what? Maybe Shirip gets like a quad kill there if the rest of his team doesn't get shut down and lounge in secret.
I think for me still, it's the fact that we have all those mute jammers and all those Mozzie
You
pests.
can still see in the kitchen.
Oh my God, Carter!
It's like, hey guys, there's a Mozzie in there.
It's like, so we haven't set this up in our own server and had our coach try and drone this guy out before. Like we haven't done anything to try and see if this actually completely stops the drone game. No? Okay, that's fine. Well, you know what? We'll pull it out when we're essentially down to 1 stock at the Montreal Major. I think that's a great idea.
Well, same situation that Chiefs, or the same op lineup they used to employ and try to unsuccessfully open up the plat wall yesterday, or at least after a lot of effort, and seems to be going a lot better, actually, than it was last time. If that Zoto canister was not there, that Exothermic would have gone off successfully, and the 2 rounds used all 3 of them before we even got to this point, before we even reached 2 minutes. So, to compare, I know I said it, the Chiefs had a lot of bad coordination opening up this wall yesterday. That is like 120% better than what we saw yesterday. They actually do it in a reasonable time. And all the utility they waste, all the Zoto canisters, of course, only 1 bandit battery up still. We'll see what they do now, but looking a lot better than their attacks on this site yesterday.
And she is already looking to try and enter into the building and try and get some considerable map control. Who is this? It's going to be Cairo. He ended up dropping down that hatch. We saw him earlier waiting to try and drop into Logi as Chiefs begin to coil around this bomb site. I'm going to have a player on essentially every single entry point trying to get in through windows and breaches as well as the construction area. It's up to Chiefs to try and use this last minute to its absolute fullest.
Based on the trajectory of this round, assuming Chiefs are able to open up the con wall, which Bandit Battery right there, so you got to be careful. But it does still have an exothermic. He did not place it just now. So if they're able to use a nade or something. Ooh, Cairo able to cut down Chibisu, getting aggressive on that green door. But this breach remains elusive. This Bandit Battery still there. Nade thrown over, C4 sent out in response, and you lose the very guy that was about to open up that wall. That is a tough pill to swallow, unfortunately, and I don't know if Tex has the time to place a hard breach charge down. Well, certainly not. He's dead. His time has run out. 3v3. And with this breach closed, you're praying, I think, Quiz will try to lurk up red stairs or hop in the window and get a whole bunch of kills in a very small amount of time. The Azami is very trained on the window right now, and maybe the red stairs player as well, but no way!
Stop it. Stop it right now.
gets hip-fired, and he's got intel on the second.
Oh
Quiz
my God.
pre-fires
Oh my
and
God.
opens up round 8. That's the kind of plays I said. The timing didn't work out yesterday, but there was a whole lot of potential in Quiz, and we see it right there.
Just get the hell out of here, man. What the hell is that? Oh, man, I wish we had replays right now.
You call it luck.
Oh my God.
I call it divine intervention.
That's really all it can be, dude.
You read the Bible, Ringo?
Phew. I don't know who Chiefs were praying to, but they were praying hard because there's no other way that Quiz wins that gunfight. He is not getting that scope up close enough to his face at all. And I promise you, a millisecond more, and he ends up dying to the pure gunfire that we see out of our Tuberal. But instead, what do we get? A hip-fire headshot from Quiz, and something that completely blows the doors off of CAG after they did such a good job, Carter, of delaying things out. They even knew where Chiefs wanted to try an entry from. They even knew that there was some potential for Nook to try and work up the red stairs, and none of it goes their way.
Think about this, though. CAG start defense on Consulate.
But it's not their map choice.
CAG start defense on Consulate.
Before I say this, let me check this really quickly, because I don't think that CAG have a great
Don't
history.
worry, I'm going to tell you, Consulate is defender-sided, Sam. Don't you worry, I'll save you the time.
Let's see.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I really thought there was going to be more of a fight, especially on their pick. I'm honestly kind of surprised at how poor CAG are looking on both of these sides. I mean, we still have Consulate, which they did have a good result on earlier in the tournament, but, like, they looked strong today against CL4L. They had a really good performance against G2 that they let slip away, that they were really in control of to start this tournament. And this is almost looking like a different team than the one I've been watching so far. It really is surprising. Chiefs are obviously playing well. They're taking fights confidently. They're winning them. They're fighting and getting good control, but it is just CAG will try to do things, and it just doesn't work out. At least you get away with that rotation right there. You're happy about that one.
Yep.
But still something that Chiefs didn't need to win.
Such a scary prospect right now for not only CAG, but all the fans at home. Huge deficit stands directly in their face, and really, what do you do about it in a situation like this, Carter? I mean, you got to get the ball rolling in some regard, but you don't want to try and play too aggressively. You want to try and go back to the strategies that you're the most comfortable with, things that you think will be able to get around across the line and at least get you in the good graces of one bomb site. And that's what CAG are hoping to do here on the basement. They've been able to keep themselves alive, although it's been pretty close. But as soon as I say that, the caster's curse comes through and Jigsaw nukes Anatim with a frag.
We have had like more nade kills in 2 days than we've had in like some tournaments.
Yeah, what the hell is happening with that, by the way?
Since the nade change. I don't know. I think people might just be better at banking them and cutting the timer in half, maybe. But I don't know. It has been kind of weird, and that's the Maestro you take down as well. So Evil's a little less impactful than they were before. Really, all is riding on this blue player to stand tall to hold this position. I mean, if he falls down, and with the kitchen hatch open, you're going to be able to play the man advantage. You'll be able to drop into the site. You'll be able to use the bees as well to cut off a lot of those angles with the flashbangs going in too. Cairo does fall. That's very important. That's the blitz gone, but Chiefs still maintain that advantage. Even pushing deeper into the site. Tex cannot be stopped. Breaching double digits this round, though it's all he'll get. It allows his team to enter the site, allows his team in round 9 to close the book on CAG on their own pick. Leave the final bit of work in your star players' hands, and it is an easy 7-2 victory for Chiefs on a map I really thought we were going to see more from CAG.
I really did. I really did as well. You know, especially given the circumstances that it is their map choice, I felt as though they should be confident on at least one of these sides, and nothing really doing. I mean, just looking at their stats across the board, it's just not a great showcase, especially at the moment in time that we've reached. I mean, this is the 11th hour. You have to be able to hit your stride, and you have to be able to do it well. And CAG, they simply just, they can't dance, man. They got 2 left feet.
It's not like they're coming off a really hard-fought, heartfelt, victory as they're here, but a really difficult game against CL4L. It was a 2-0.
Yeah.
CL4L, I love the guys, kind of started collapsing at points in that series, and CAG did 2-0 them and kind of just diffed them at certain points. Not obviously, that takes effort, that takes will. You're not going to be fully charged going in this game, but man, that looks like they were tired. Like, that really, I can't say this enough, that could have been a 7-0. The only reason CAG were able to pull those 2 attacks over the line was, to be fair, winning 3 fights and not dropping a single body, which is a feat that is still impressive, but it goes to show that if these players, who were still struggling to hit shots at any point, just hit 4 to 5 shots less, or 4 to 5 less kills, Chiefs might have won 7-1, 7-0 even, because there was no fundamental structure that was propping up those attacks.
Yeah, and I think you make a great point, especially if we look at that round where they go for that spearheaded construction where they catch a zombie completely off guard. Just think if Chiefs are prepared for that situation at all as they bully their way in through cash. That's more than likely easily a 7-1 in that position as they're trying to pull the man count back across the line at that moment in time too. It's just a really poor situation for CAG right now, and especially if that's what we're going to see on a map that they feel as though they can win against Chiefs on. I am very scared for what we're going to see on Consulate.
In an odd way as well, the warning, the caution I gave to everybody about watching Chiefs in this game, hearing their strong attacking percentage and saying, hey, be careful, that might be a red herring.
Yeah.
What actually ended up happening was their attacks yesterday were a red herring. I'm not saying they were insanely good, but yesterday they were very sloppy. Today they were just competent.
Yep.
Today they got the walls open, got the control they needed, the time they needed.
Clean.
They played off each other well, and that was enough to beat CAG today, or beat CAG on this map today. And it was actually CAG so far with the performance they've had, that at least on Clubhouse, they just did not show up. They start defense on Consulate, the next map that we have, and they got to show up there on a necessary side because it's Chiefs' pick, and every round counts. We'll see Consulate right after this, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Well, that didn't go well for CAG. It did not go well. Just be honest. Let's lay it out there. Let's just all be honest with each other. It didn't go well. Some people might dispute my sentiment that I believe that could have been a 7-0 or a 7-1. But even if I believe you are a diehard CAG fan, which you're right to be, I don't think you could really make a credible argument that a 7-2 was... that anything more than that was possible with the way they were playing on that map.
Yeah.
And that's going to haunt them going into Chiefs pick.
Yeah. In fact, there could have been a whole heck of a lot less depending on how those other rounds went. I mean, you and I kind of talked about that in the ending moments there of kind of our pseudo-analyst desk at the end of map 1. But Chiefs, they've got to be happy as hell, man, because that game was pretty easy peasy at the end of the day. There was just not a lot of struggle that CAG put forth into the court, man. And it made life very easy for Chiefs at the end of the day. Didn't really have to sweat things too much, and now they move on to their own map pick in the likes of Consulate, which could provide a whole heck of a lot of different instances where they can practically achieve the same thing.
Of course, it is difficult to entry on Consulate, and they will be starting on that attacking side. I think just in this case, having Jigsaw on your team, potentially going to just be a lot more impactful because of how good of a player he is, how good of an entry he is. So him being able to have a factor in this game could be a massive recipe for success for Chiefs as they do start on what is typically the harder side. But with the lethargy we saw from CAG on Clubhouse, the attack's not great, and the defense is even more so. They would hold out on the site, and then Chiefs, to be fair, would maybe take a little bit too much time, have a little bit too little control. Would still manage to get Tex into a position where he gets a 2-piece, Ode in a position where he can pop off, Quiz in a position where, with a little bit of luck, he's still able to completely pull back around that seemed Chiefs were going to lose, and going to lose at pretty dominant margins. Well, maybe not that, but still going to lose without much of a real say in their overall fate by the end. So as we get to Consulate here, as you are starting out on the defense, this is not only a necessary time to start winning back the vote, but also the best time to do it. You are starting out in the defense. It could be a little bit easier as long as you weather that first storm. As long as you don't let Chiefs shock you in the first round, you might be able to calm down and reassert yourself.
Yeah. Now, obviously, it's a lot of doom and gloom for CAG right now, given the circumstances of what we saw on Clubhouse, Carter.
You don't think they're happy with Clubhouse?
Probably the farthest thing from, I would say. But there is some positivity pulling, or rather, driving on over to Consulate. Chiefs are going to ban out Blitz. They'll be taking that away from Anaton, so only be the Monty available for offense. But the big thing for CAG here is that they played up against G2 on this map, and they looked very solid on the defensive side when it came to Consulate. So there is some green lights here for CAG. I don't know if they're going to be able to land this plane, but at a bare minimum, they've got some decent air to start off.
I'm literally, Sam, I'm holding on to that G2 Consulate game between CAG and G2 like Bruce Willis in Evil Dead 2 when he's holding on to the plank. He's about to get sucked into the portal.
Yeah.
He's literally pulling him back, and both his feet are in the air, and he goes, he falls back. That's literally me right now. Like, there is so much hopium coursing through my veins. That is entirely because of that performance on Consulate, which was the first map they played at this whole tournament. I know they can do it. This team is looking better, especially with the performance we saw in Manchester. Like FearX, though I would say a step above. CAG have been starting to finally put the pieces together, making some roster changes, making some play style changes that have been paying off. And I would hate to see the journey end here, especially after a poor map like that, but then to see a map, even if it's 8-7, that they beat G2 on. They beat G2 on, who are looking at least maybe a little better than that previous roster towards the end at least.
They're looking more proficient for sure.
You'd hate to see them go out like this. You'd hate it. I would hate it at least.
Listen, I'm right there with you. You know, and that's the thing. When CAG are performing, they're a roster that is not to be trifled with. They can do a lot of different things, and they're pretty creative across the board. Even with Anaton. Anaton does not need a shield to find success, guys.
And let's be honest, they got great players.
Yeah.
I mean, Anaton is definitely probably, I would think a lot of people would agree, is the best player on this roster. But right out the gate, Sharif dropped 22 kills.
Yes.
Like,
to go from that to what we just saw
Yeah.
in Clubhouse is a pretty stark contrast.
wait, that was Bang, not Consulate. Silly me. Apologies,
But still, I mean, the point still stands. You have an incredible record, even on Bank. Bank's a hard map to clear. I mean, there's a lot of different ways that you can get punished, especially if you aren't, all encapsulating. The defense can get away with a lot of different antics.
They can.
And Shoe Reap still with a 22, what was it, like 22-9 or something like that? Just an absolute demon on Bank. But still, I think the point still stands. KAG had a very positive notation to start things off here for this entire tournament. And now it's came down to a very poor map up against Chiefs. That was their own map choice leading into Consulate, where, yeah, you get the favorable side, but things are starting to become worrisome. But
I love this.
You sing his praises, and he shows face. Shoe Reap will take down Tex, probably the most impactful player from the last game.
Oh, absolutely the most impactful player. The veteran member, formerly Tex.Fnatic, making the comeback, making his first international land in quite a long time. The first to go down on the striker. Candela going out, and he's like, oh, God, there's a Clash looking at me. He's really disappointed by that, especially as he's calling over his buddy to play close on the blue doorway. And, of course, he got somebody, in this case, a Malusi, playing behind the shield on Vending Machine. Taking this position is difficult. Taking in a 4v5 is even more so, especially when you've already used 2 Candelas. Both of your frag grenades from Jigsaw are gone. Your best shot is quick peeking with an Ash Charge to destroy that shield, and I just don't think that's happening.
Yeah, let alone the fact that quick peeking's kind of impossible right now, given the position of those Banshees. You're going to have to be practically picturesque in order to not get tagged by one of those and either give up the goods or make a gunfight very easy for somebody when that thing does slow you down. Kandala in, it'll get soaked up by the magnet, and Chibisu is just going to stare it down.
Yeah,
he's going to get full-whited, but nobody's really there to try and grab the reins in a position like that. You can see Chiefs are trying their best to find a way into this top-floor bomb site, and it looks like they want to try and build up at least one player around yellow. Oh, very scary there for Jig for just a second.
It's a pretty easy read for KAG to be like, well, they're not clearing admin. They're going to rotate, so let's start looking towards yellow, looking towards Spiral, and what do you know? They find somebody. Jigsaw's got it back down, and as he starts cresting the top of it, they lose another teammate. Fortunately, Quiz goes down. Cairo will finally find one as Shironeko falls, but think of all the utility that's still in the way. Think of the Clash that's still on the board, and Shuriep still riding behind the vending machine, never leaving. Jigsaw will give some respect to that position and will win that fight. So still in a disadvantage, but Cairo coming out of the smoke. Fodder for Chibisu's secondary. Only 1 kill for Jigsaw, and Clash is hunting him down to give that information. One player around the corner might just be able to land the shots. 417 is awfully damaging when you land shots like that. There really isn't a whole lot you can do. Hold on. Except maybe find 1 frag. He's not winning the round, but nope. Can't even find one beyond the one they initially got. Look at the energy. They're getting back into it. They went around, and it was very good. Did they have to do a lot? No. But did they need to do a lot? No.
No. Just had to play into the hand that they're dealt, and especially after Shoe Reap gets that big pick initially, it was all just down to playing Consulate, how the map begs you to. Play into that utility game, play into that denial of space overall. Any way you want to do it, whether it be through shooting at your opponent, laying utility down, whatever, you want to try and hold onto that map control, and that's exactly what we see out of KAG, Carter. I mean, name one area of the map that Chiefs took that was actually important. They never got a hold of anything. They don't get a hold of checkers. They don't get a hold of front desk. There's nothing really going on for them in that regard. They're constantly kept at the gates by KAG.
You know, technically speaking, admin is important because if you're doing an admin clear, you gotta start somewhere.
That's true, but I wouldn't even consider that the true gate to that top floor bomb site. You already know what I'm going to say. It's got to be checkers, and they were never able to cross across that tollway.
No, that is true.
And that's where we're stopping.
That's where I'm stopping.
I concede.
Yeah, it's like that's a fair point. Got me on that one.
Oh man.
I will. I've never met a hill I wouldn't die on, but sometimes you got to lay down your sword.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And KAG was more than happy to just rest with sword in hand on that one and just see how Chiefs really wanted to try and finish out the rest of that round.
Mozzie
because a lot of their utility, a lot of their value already soaked up inside of those opening moments, and we might have another moment like that right here. Shoe Reap, time and time again. That's already 2 in a row. He's going to take out Jigsaw, and nobody is home for the Chiefs.
I'll hold it there.
Oh, God, Tex, come on, man.
All right, well.
Mismanagement of this situation. It is so poor for Chiefs.
It's like that Simpsons meme where, like, I don't remember his name. I'm sorry, anybody that's older than me, but, like, what's the grandpa's name?
Oh, dude, I did not watch Simpsons. I watched South Park growing up.
Yeah, that. that makes sense.
Let that one speak for itself. All right, I'm just going to shut up.
It's like the meme where he walks out the door, then immediately grabs his coat and turn around.
Oh,
The joke really doesn't work anymore because I don't know the character, and it took a long time to explain the meme. Either way, Shurip killed 2 people, and now again, it's like I don't really know how Chiefs are going to find a way out of this round. They have a lot of the core pieces. You got the exothermic. You could maybe, I was about to say, open the garage wall so there's no hard breach denial, but now you've lost Quiz.
This is really bad.
This is not going well.
This is really,
it's going
really
very
bad.
Great pre-fire. I love that pre-fire. That pre-fire, the round-defining moment for me. Nothing else happened in that round other than that pre-fire. Stop the count. We did it.
I'm not going to laugh.
You can laugh.
I'm not going to.
You're allowed to laugh.
Nope.
I'm a funny person.
Yeah, but then, like, I'd be doing too much for your ego at that point.
All right.
See, now
Come on, it's not all right and on that one job.
You just burned me on. I opened myself up to you. I said I watched South Park growing up, and you said, "Of course you did, Samuel."
Yeah, of course I'm gonna make fun of that. You think I'm not? Either way, point being, similar to a lot of that clubhouse, just not a lot has happened from Chiefs. Unfortunately, they try to get into admin, can't move past checkers. Try to rotate, and they rotate so late that CAG are just ready for it. Round 2. I mean, like, what do you even say? They tried to clear admin. They didn't catch the Mozzie in there, so Jigsaw dies. Hey, maybe you misdrone it. Maybe the Mozzie gets a timing.
Yeah.
Who knows? But then winning that second fight with the guy on Repel, I mean, you've lost 2 players within 40 seconds of starting a round where you were going to try to full clear the top floor on a basement defense. That is just kind of an irrecoverable position, especially when CAG start playing, start pulling back to the site, and then they win a 3rd fight.
Yep.
Like, what are you going to do?
Yep. That's my biggest thing for Chiefs inside of that last round. They were trying to accomplish way too much across the entire map, and they weren't kind of bringing things back to bear in the one portion of the map that they wanted to start off on, which was admin. You have that player over on the manager window for hallway, and then it's just Jigsaw alone on an island in top admin to try and figure things out, let alone the fact that you had no idea that Mozzie was there in the first place. And yet again, another pick coming out of CAG, and it's all just these aggressive antics that we've seen this time in through Secret, and he practically gets away with murder.
All right. To be fair, obviously, got to check everything, but, like, I wouldn't expect that either. Like, I would not expect a Soulless running the shotgun to open up a hole in the wall and to shoot me printer window. CAG are starting to reach a point as well, but they are genuinely ratting in a very successful way. It is not being accounted for by Chiefs, and it is one of the main ways that, not that they're winning these rounds, but they are just setting themselves up in such a strong position. You really couldn't tell based on the way they're playing that they just got smoked on their own pick. They are playing confidently. They're energized. They are just ready to go.
There we go.
Shurip takes that fight, and he doesn't even care. He knows he's getting traded, but he wants to do every bit of damage on the way out. Puts Quiz in a bit more difficult of a position, and Anaton will fall back as a result from it. But look at this again. Another successful early round from CAG. 3 opening kills in a row. It has been such a strong start for them on Consulate.
Yeah. Obviously it is Consulate defense, and this is something that we've seen them find a lot of success before against a much stronger opponent in the likes of G2. But it just goes to show you how this map ticks and how difficult life can be even if you end up losing 1 body early on, let alone 2 to 3. And that's the reality that we've constantly been seeing Chiefs live in. And yet again, we're going to have it here again in round 3 with that opening kill coming at a moment's notice as soon as we practically start the round. So now CAG will try and rest on all of the value that they've been able to pick up throughout this round thus far and see if they've done enough to try and close out Chiefs in the dying moments of round 3.
And that value should be pretty high. I mean,
wow.
All right, never mind. I was about to say, well, Chibishu's ratting in art, so if he just sits there, I doubt Chiefs will clear him, but he decides to rotate out, and it's in front of the hatch, unfortunately. So Chiefs get the 3v3, but now we're really looking more towards the yellow player. You don't want to overplay your hand here. You don't want to push too far, because even if they set up this flank drone, sure, you're spotted, but now just staying alive, you're going to be a bit concerned. Blackray even pushes forward, hits the flank, and takes down Oda. I think maybe even thinking that, as did I, that the Soulless was the one flanking when that just was not the case. CAG are playing aggressive, they're playing confidently, and gotta say, sure it's constant defense, the bounce back is impressive. Bounce back is really impressive. This is just a completely different play style, a completely different team than what we saw in those clubhouse defenses.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think this is something where CAG just feel very comfortable when it comes to their Consulate defenses. And, I mean, obviously, thus far, they've had a very strong strategy as to how to deal with Chiefs Esports, let alone the rest of the pool. I mean, this is very similar to what we saw them pull off against G2. Obviously, weren't opening up every single round with an opening K, but, you know, doing their most when it came to holding down these bomb sites. And now with a perfect site rotation, they've procced that timeout by Chiefs. And I think this is a perfect time to take this because we've kind of already touched base on these opening moments here for Chiefs, but you just have to put more value into these opening moments. You have to be able to take control of the area of the map, especially on Consulate, that you want. If you don't have the bodies there in order to do so, and it's going to be one of these 50-50 gunfights, if that ends up going the defensive way, you have hamstringed yourself in such a serious moment, and we've seen what comes to fruition when that happens. It's a perfect defensive side so far for CAG.
Perfect defensive side rotation, and never less than 3 players alive at the end of the round. Yep. Rounds 1 and 3, we had at least 3 players alive from CAG, and in the second one, I believe there was 4 as well. No flawlesses, but CAG have not really faced too much trouble. These early rounds have just been so strong that they can afford to drop a body or two and still feel comfortable closing out the round. With a perfect site rotation, certain things will unlock. They defended CEO first, and unless they want to go split, which they do not, they will now go back to the top floor bomb site. Chiefs tried to clear admin last time. They failed to clear admin last time. So what are you going to adjust now? Attacker repick could change things, but things are looking... There we go. I was about to say awfully similar to before, but Cairo will bring the Amaru. Now, they're going for something different.
Striker in. Frag grenades and EMP. Ying as well as Amaru. All signs point to a quick window play. That case is currently in Oda's hands. I really want to see what Chiefs opener is going to look like. How are they going to try and set themselves up for success? Is it going to be the admin clear again? Or are they going to try and flirt with something like yellow? Or maybe something like what we see over on the single balcony? Just have to try and see what will go on later on into this round. But as of right now, Chiefs doing their due diligence when it comes to clearing out admin, getting a good set of info in here and making their life a little bit easier. Although Shureep very close to being capable of swinging through and getting in the face of Chiefs as they try and enter this map.
Hopefully expected from the side of Chiefs at this point. I mean, we've had 3 rounds of CAG contesting every point of entry on a map where you don't really need to do that to succeed, and they've been doing it anyway and doing it successfully every single time. So I think Chiefs, aware of that, are playing a lot more further back, away from those repels, not even taking those fights, instead just doing the normal clears. Opening up the cubby wall, hard breach charged, used. We'll see where these Candelas land, but more importantly, see where this Amaru lands. I mentioned earlier that the CEO attack is so interesting because you can use all the same 5 operators, but just plug the pieces in different spots. As the Candela goes out, it seems like they're just baiting a bit of utility. Another smoke canister goes out, I believe, though it's not detonated just yet. Right? Actually, I don't know what that was. I thought I saw him throw something.
It was a proximity sensor. I heard the beep.
Oh, silly me.
Yeah.
They threw the prox alarm.
It happens. Don't worry.
Here we go. Goyo on the window. Diffuser gone. Oh, not diffuser gone. Well, the round is
gone.
Well, that's unfortunate. I felt bad in the moment. I was like, oh no, the Amaru's going in. Like, it's about to get really exciting. And Oda will find one moving into the cubby wall, but CAG still hold the entire site.
Yep.
They've got the full control. They can rotate the clash around still. That's a nice
Stop
shot on
it.
Black Ray. I'm starting to believe a little bit, Oda, especially as Quiz starts hitting
Stop
this
it.
backstab. Even though the
Stop
Banshee's
it.
triggered, the Clash has got to pull out her gun. Oda cuts
Oh,
it down. Oh,
come
happy
on.
feet.
Oh
Gotta
my
move,
God.
my friend. He's crouch walking away in a straight line. Chibisu now left like, guys, why'd you have to leave it up to me in the 1v1? Oda's got no Candelas.
Oh, Lord.
Chibisu misses the shots. Oh, the damage dealt to the defender. We start putting this diffuser down. He falls off, but we know Chimisu's got no utility for this. He's just got to
No
swing.
way.
He's got to
No
take
way.
the fight.
Stop
You're
it.
planting right in front of him, Oda. I get you're worried to cross, but
Oh, man.
it's such an easy shot to land, and that round almost slipped out of CAG's hands. But it really should have gone their way anyway.
Really should have. Really should have. And that's just kind of insult to injury for Chiefs. I mean, obviously, they've been just battered and bruised throughout this entire offensive half of themselves. But to fly so high but just burn up in the atmosphere, right? I think that's the biggest thing there. And just really not capable of pulling things across the line. And, like, I really hate to say it because I know it came down to a moment in a 1-versus-1 where, Chiefs overall were not supposed to win that round. But Oda, man, Oda, you already tagged the player. You know you tagged him up a couple of times. And, yeah, it's an SAS operator. They more than likely have that M590 that they can kind of use. But you have the T95, man. You can just soak down any angle that you choose. And instead, he flirts a little bit too much with the case. In fact, I think that he was just like, I'm going to just try and stick this and hope I can get the plant down. Yeah. And that was just not the play there, Carter. Sadly, it was not.
Yeah, and when you're in a 1v1, it's going to be difficult to kind of like keep your head straight in moments like that. And it very, very well could have worked out if he. I don't think he was going to stick it in any world. I think the plan was probably like, okay, I'll try to bait it, and once I hear the sound, I'll fall off and shoot him because I can retake the angle really quick once I do that. But when you're in a 1v1 like that, it's really hard to see at times what the right move is. And in this moment, could have been Chiefs' first attack, but after the tactical timeout, it is 4-0 for CAG. And that was still a 2v4 that Chiefs had to win. They needed Oda to get those 2 kills, needed Quiz to hit that backstab, and, well, frankly, needed Anderton to walk in a straight line, exposing his feet the entire time.
That was craziness.
There just needs to be so much more improvement on this attacking side for them to stand a chance on their map pick at this point. I mean, they might have good Consulate defenses, but we're kind of trending towards a 6-0 at this point with how dominant these rounds have been. Even still, 4 rounds left post-execute on CAG's side. Shuri pushing in will get flash, but Shiraneko running out of the Visa double, I think.
Got
just
to be
shoots
kidding me.
Jigsaw in
You've
the
got
head.
to be kidding me.
Quiz running in for the 1v1. I mean, the droning, the comms, the coordination, it just is not there. 5 rounds in a row. CAG of the opening pick.
Yeah, and, it just goes back to what we were talking about previously, Carter. You're setting up for an admin offense, but you have nothing to try and stop CAG from going for some more of these aggressive antics. There's nothing on the main door downstairs. There's nothing to stop that player from existing inside of admin, and they get away with 2 big kills.
And what's funny is Quiz had a drone in front of him, but he was literally like walking on top of that drone. It like when he died, it had just almost reached the door between printer and admin. There just wasn't enough time to even find that information, and unfortunately, didn't end up mattering. Oda, again, good in these late rounds so far. Very low HP, but we'll be able to find one, but Shiraneko, to be fair, just ratting in a corner. Tex completely unaware of that, understandably, as Shiraneko just making a good move, realizing it's low time. They're not going to be able to clear these off positions. Odds are they're going to be a bit off balance. I can catch them off guard if I do something like that. It's what Jigsaw was doing really well yesterday on the defense, and in this case, they just do it here. Anatun hears the exothermic be proc. He's like, all right, that's a freebie, 1v4. Cairo with the boss G.
Practically flawless.
It's just Clubhouse all over again. Just the teams are different.
Yep.
5-0, and there's nothing. There is nothing going on. Everything the Chiefs are trying to do, they are droning, but they're following drones too closely. If they are droning at all, CAG are hitting the shots. Chiefs cannot fire back effectively. They try to go in for these executes. They Amaru in. They don't know a Goyo pack is on the CEO window, so they lose a lot of that HP to the fire and then lose the fight anyway.
Yep.
There is just nothing going right for Chiefs right now. The executions, the setup, the gunfights, the droning, the utility, everything is going wrong on their map pick. And it's literally like I'm watching CAG on Clubhouse. But the only saving grace CAG had was in 2 rounds, they won important gunfights. Aside from Oda and Quiz in round 4, Chiefs have not even been able to do that. CAG have been the ones hitting all of these shots. 1-5 Cairo, 1-5 Jigsaw, 2-5 Quiz, 0-5 Tex. Oda is the only one consistently performing, and this man is left in unwinnable situations most of the time. Just nothing is going right.
No, not at all. When your best round is a practically 2 versus 5 that you boil down to a 1 versus 1, something's going very wrong. And especially the fact that this is Chiefs map choice, you'd really hope to see some better offensive standpoints, but we just have not seen anything. I mean, the cliff notes of their offense so far is we cannot clear admin to save our lives.
No.
And really, when it comes down to it, we just try and find these, these side entry points to the bomb site to try and make the most out of a situation that's already gotten murky. So for Chiefs, coming down to this last round, we're really hoping to see something that is positive. And really, at the end of the day, Carter, they desperately need this round. A 6-0 defensive half for CAG spells a demise for Chiefs.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, CAG did not have a great offensive setup when it came to Clubhouse, but it's so very difficult to get a perfect side no matter what map we're talking about.
That's now 6 opening
Stop
picks
it.
in a
Where
row.
is the
We have
droning?
not even droned yellow, and you're hopping down the skylight. The only reason you've won that fight is because shields are impossible to kill nowadays. You got your one. You got your freebie. There's Cairo with something. He's able to find Shironeko moving around yellow stairs. It is a middle floor defense. And now we actually have some semblance of control on the top floor. We still have Diffuser. And we've got a minute and a half to reset. It's not going to be easy, but look at this. They smell blood outside of B-Said. They smell Quiz going for this lurk, and from behind, Black Ray just takes his head clean off. Chiefs, for the briefest of moments, had maybe a path forward, and they take it away with that flank. Nice shot on the Boss G. Cairo will even it again, and now we move into the site. Plan on this mirror window, and this is a very good spot for Cairo to cover, actually. And because they've all rotated over, he can spot the one for a very brief second.
Oh my
long
God.
haul, but switching angles, switching weapons. He's got to break the secondary. How do you win that? Lady Luck give you favor. Cairo takes down Shoe Reap, and we might just have an attacking win for Chiefs. As the Monty bullies, batters, and bruises the cap can against the Miro window. 6-0 denied, but you can tell Chiefs know that one round does not make a victory.
Man, that Dokkaebi had me sweating, Carter. just all the different inputs. I'm like, just stop touching buttons. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, my God. Thank God as well that Doke was running flashbangs, because if she was running anything else, she's dead. She's so dead to that Legion, it hurts. But instead, we get a successful Chiefs round off the back of just some utter craziness. I mean, that was a wild one there for round 6. But fortunately enough for Chiefs, and fortunately enough for their fans at home, Chiefs will be able to get that one-round buffer to keep CAG off of map point. That's sometimes all you need.
6 opening deaths. But
I would like to remind you
one round
of what happened.
I see a way. I see a narrow way through.
You see a gap in the clouds, huh? You're flying high.
What were you going to say? I'm sorry.
No, you're good, brother.
Oh, I decided
You
to.
remember that?
I just, I was doing a bit instead of. Shout out to Oda. Oda's doing it.
Yeah, he is. He is. He is really doing
Oh,
well.
dog.
Hey, dog.
Tex also got 2 kills that round. First 2 kills of the map for Tex right there.
I also just noticed that Chiefs have like they have Jigsaw and Quiz. Like you're getting tested by like 2 completely different things.
Well, that's fun. I actually didn't think about that. That's really funny.
That's pretty funny. But
Yeah,
to bring it back to Barris to the point I was going to make earlier, this is the exact score line. I'm like 90% positive as to what CAG had up against G2 on Consulate. And then things did not exactly go the way that you'd want them to.
No. It was Black Dragons who threw. They threw the 5-1 lead. Okay? A lot of teams can throw, okay? A lot of teams have the ability to bottle at this event. I know it can get confusing. We almost just saw it one series ago.
Oh, no, you're so right. G2 actually blew CAG out of the water on Consulate. It was 7-2.
I realized about halfway through, because I said it was Consulate at the beginning. I was like, oh my god, wait, that was Bank.
Yeah, no, so that's on me. Apologies.
It's fine. Because you want to know why it's fine? CAG are up 5-1 on defense anyway. They started out strong. They very easily could have closed that out in a 6-0, and all Chiefs could manage to do was bring back a very difficult situation with everyone performing very, very poorly aside from Oda, who's still getting, I think, some impactless frags. How are they going to start bringing these rounds back with the defense? Jigsaw will play aggressive. It's a good position for him. He'll send the C4 out. It won't find anything, but at least he's going to give CAG some concern. It's also a minute and a half, and they're only just now repelling into admin, so it is a very slow clear for the attack, and remember the Checkers hallway. Remember how difficult it can be. They've still got to cross it. They don't have a lot of time to do so.
You better pay your taxes. That's the thing. Do you have enough money for the crossing guard in Checkers? I don't know. I don't know, Carter. They do still have some burn in the likes of Anaton. No frag grenades for the likes of Shoe Rape, so it's really just going to be down to Cerneko and Anaton to try and deal with this positioning. Although they haven't lost bodies, they've lost a lot of time. The minute remains now. Some fires burn up, some bees in, as they'll know where this Warden is positioned for now. They know no one's around that vending machine, and Checkers was just simply a pastime for CAG. They're playing chess now as they take down Quiz, and this round's been completely blown open.
Oh, no. One player close to the right. Jigsaw in a bit of a tricky spot with CAG players circling. Chibisu down below. Shiruneko, Black Ray, everybody fights back on CAG. C4 goes out, and we're even landing shots on the utility. There is just nothing that can go right for Chiefs this game as Anaton aims to move us into the post. Tex gets one in a 1v5. It might as well be a flawless map point for CAG. And if you picked a map today, well, should have picked a different one.
Yep. That's the best way to put that. Nobody playing up to snuff. Just really finding their own caliber, any comfortability on any of their own maps. It's honestly just opposite day when it comes to our elimination matches here today. But CAG making the most of this as, yeah, things pretty scary when it came to the end of Clubhouse. But as soon as it switched on over to Consulate, they have looked like a completely different team, especially with how fitting those defenses were. I mean, just time and time again at the necks of the Chiefs. And they were not capable of doing much at all. This is not looking like the NFL Chiefs in the slightest, as they have a flawless record. This Chiefs, well,
do not understand that reference.
Not a football boy. It's very, very poor. Basically,
I heard Mahomes ain't Mahomes this year.
He's not, but the rest of the team is performing great. They actually haven't lost a game yet, and it's week 10.
See, my cousins and I have a joke that if you don't know football, but if you're talking to a guy who knows football, just say Mahomes ain't Mahomes this year, and odds are they'll respond to you very genuinely, like you actually know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, funny enough, you actually got it. He's actually not Mahomes this year. He's underperforming by quite a bit, but the rest of the team's fantastic. And then they made a trade for DeAndre Hopkins to the Titans, who's in the exact same division as them. So that's essentially making deals with Nazi Germany. That's how you can look at that. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad, man. The Chiefs, just to put this into proper context for you, the Chiefs are about to potentially win 3 Super Bowls in a row. So you're literally dealing with the enemy. It's the worst thing possible.
Listen, all I'm saying, we're down 1-6. Chiefs, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Because
well, that's a good pickup. Start things off with taking out Shoe Reap, which, I mean, he's been probably the biggest highlight player for me on CAG so far.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Shoe Reap has obviously been fantastic this series, though a lot of it, to be fair, was on the defensive side. And now, I mean, we got an opening pick. It's the first time we've actually had one this whole series for Chiefs. Actually have a 5v4. I love that. It's fine. It's Remadash. It happens. 5v4, likely a 5v3 right now as he just sees the edge of Chibisu. 1 kill going into this round. Your star player, to be for everybody, but your star player underperforming. Now Jigsaw finally starting to find his groove, find a rhythm on these defenses. Black Ray moving to fill that gap. Now left by the Brava, but again, it's another 1v1 that he's taking by himself with players around the corner, but they too realize that it is a disadvantaged position. They might find one, but Chiefs have wasted time. 1.5 minutes gone. They are pulling back, and they might find an angle in this Mav hole, but you've still not opened the breach.
A little bit of damage into Anaton, but practically barely anything at the end of the day. He's Swiss cheese to this entire wall, so has a lot of different holes to try and work with and angles to try and pick up yet another kill here as CAG is constantly trying to find a different way into this bomb site. We can see Black Ray working his way in through servers and past Anaton that we obviously know is on this other breach. It's all down to Cerneko, who we do actually still have over on that other farther side alongside his teammates. So we'll see what we can do with the dying moments of this round, as there's still a world where they're able to get a nice little entry kill here and open up this bomb site.
Ooh. That shot will reveal his position just a little bit, but Anaton is still the one that finds the kill. Quiz shut down, and the Goyo canister popped on that side. Tex prone. And a little bit of a crossfire, I suppose. It's a bit unorthodox between him and Jigsaw. But KAG have spent so much time just to try and get that pick, and now it needs to pay off. Now as they push into the building, they need to get these kills. He lands the cross. He pushes so far, but the pre-fire, it's too short. But the gunfights all go their way, and the aggregate KAG retain their man advantage. And Tex, the veteran, finds one, able to tag him up, fires almost all of his shots, but able to down one, run like hell, make it as far as you can! But on the prone, KAG wins 7-1 on their opponent's pick.
Oh my God.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a game.
We're going to layer again. It's happening. And what's the breakdown of that map? What's the crazy thing that we're going to say for color commentary?
I think that right there, actually. Just look at the spirits.
Yeah, look at their spirits. Look at how Anaton finished that round. I think that just is all-encompassing as to how this game went. Chiefs thought that they could compete, but some solid gunfights out of KAG and a great understanding of how Consulate ticks gifts them a 7-1 victory here. As it's split 1-1. Only one map separates us from sending somebody home.
And in a weird way, it's kind of similar to that Falcons Alpha Team game that Rob and I casted, where it is almost inexplicable, this just sudden shift in momentum. Not completely inexplicable, but we have Clubhouse, where very easily could have been a 7-0. Could have easily been a 7-0 if KAG were just missing some very important shots, but they lose 7-2, they get a couple rounds, Chiefs are able to move on. But then, suddenly we go to their map pick. Suddenly I'm thinking, oh my god, Chiefs 7-2, go on to their pick. They'll get maybe 1 round, 2 rounds on the attacking side, but then we'll see those defenses, and that's where things will really come together. And to be fair, I think you can agree. They gave KAG a run for their money.
Yeah.
They certainly did. But to see just such a dramatic fall-off, I mean, look at those stats. Only one player had an impact in at least half the rounds played.
Yep.
Oda had an impact in 4 rounds. When we said it felt like nothing was going on, it really was true. And it's hard to explain drop-offs like that in one map, going to your pick. It's so weird.
Yeah. I really think it just goes to show how difficult Consulate can be from the offensive perspective. And I really think that Chiefs just had so much pressure on themselves going into that defensive half, and the fact that they really only had 1 round that could go awry before things obviously became a really big deal for KAG to be able to take this map away from you. So I think a lot of that anxiety just really did not assist them in that regard, especially with the fact that KAG, time and time again on their defenses, Carter, were more than capable of getting these entry kills. And it's just so hard to fight from a moment like that.
That's exactly what I was going to say. And, like, the thing I really got to commend KAG for is just that, of course, you know, the bounce back in performance and result, getting 7-1 on that second map, but really just the bounce back in vibes, in the emotion. I mean, getting 7-2'd on your pick, elimination match to start out after you've had a really good tournament so far, it sucks. It feels like the world is against you. But to see them swinging right out the gate, winning these fights, being confident enough to take them in the first place, it's really impressive. And you got to give KAG that on that second map, the fact that they're able to come back in a way like that. But the game is not done yet. KAG did still need to come back on map 2 in the series overall to even put us on layer. But now with the momentum behind their back, we're looking to Chiefs on layer to pull things through. We'll see you then. let's be honest again. I was like, CAG didn't really have it on map 1. Let's be honest again. It's been an odd game. It has been a bit of an odd elimination game. To bring everybody up to speed, CAG picked Clubhouse. CAG then lose Clubhouse 2-7. Could have been a 7-0. Chiefs pick Consulate. Chiefs then lose Consulate 7-1. Could have been a 7-0.
Are we going to have a competitive map?
Well, I mean, by definition, we're going to map 3. Oh, you said map. I don't know. That's a really good question, to be honest with you. I mean, because, like, it's technically a competitive match.
Oh, my God,
We're
Carter.
going to the 3rd map. But when we're looking at the trend of this series overall, take a look right here. It might seem normal at first glance, right? Quiz obviously at 44% cost, not looking great, and I think CAG heavily benefiting from a really strong team performance on map 2. But we had a team, Chiefs, pick a map, and only one player got a 50% cost. I mean, that's like DEFCON 1. Like, we're getting worried about what map 3 could look like.
Absolute asinine, honestly. It's just one of those things that, especially leaning into a map that was your choice, you would never expect in a million years. But that's exactly what we got. And now we rest at the precipice of Lair and what that has to offer to us. And honestly, folks, I wish either one of us had an idea, but that's the thing. We really don't, because of what we just saw. We just saw 2 maps go back-to-back on both of these teams' respective choices, and they went completely awry. Not the way that things were game planned at all. A 7-2 victory for Chiefs on CAG's map choice, a 7-1 victory on Chiefs' choice by CAG. Now we come into Lair, a map that is predominantly defender-sided. Offense has a lot of issues with things, and both of these teams have had their own issues on offense for these 2, last respective maps. So really, it is anybody's ball game here as we go into Lair.
But hopefully, we've all got the jitters out. Hopefully, even though losing our picks might seem weird, hopefully we have ironed out all the kinks, and on map 3, we will see both teams at a competitive form. Because if we're sending one of the, even though he might have come from the LCQ, but one of the legends of Japan up against the only champion of the OS region, this is a matchup worthy of a competitive series. And while we might be on map 3, we want to see that competitive map that you mentioned at the beginning. Let's see if Lair will be that case. Ban phase begins. It's always funny when CAG are the ones that ban the shield. It's like, even you understand that it's worthy of a ban.
Yeah, 100%. Especially Monty, especially on maps like Lair. He's just that consistent pressure that can constantly be gaining you map control, and he doesn't really, at the end of the day, have to expose himself all that much. In fact, you have to bring a whole swath of utility to try and deal with him, especially if he's trying to play in that more, safe way. So we'll have to see what goes on with that, but as for the remaining band, it's going to be pretty cut and dry as what we usually see. Mirror removed, Azami as well, so these defenders won't have nearly as many fun tools to try and build up defensive bastions around the map, so we'll have to see how that goes. And as we get into round 1, Carter, if there's one thing that I can guarantee you is more than likely going to happen, just one. Not to take things away from Fresh and one of his favorite phrases, but I have a feeling that this map is going to be a bit honking at the end of the day.
It is. There's been NASA had their top scientists examine the first 2 maps, and they found decent to superfluous levels of honk in both maps 1 and maps 2. So hopefully on Lair we can chill out a little bit, can all hang out.
I doubt it.
And maybe, just maybe, if the stars align and the sun rises in the east, sets in the west, which it does. In hindsight, I think I should have said sun rises in the west and sets in the east. Either way, I think if we really put our minds to it, we can all get above 50% cost.
Let's do it together, guys.
Well, I mean, you and I can't because we're not playing, but I think...
Yeah, so therefore we're at 100% cost.
That's technically correct. I think overall, as we start on the R6 room defense, obviously you're in a zombie ban, but as you can see with the lineup they're bringing, it's just dealing with the fact that CAG are going to play shields, Fierce Mods, Goo Mines. They're ready for it. They've got the breach now as well. Pretty simple setup for the Lair defense. I'm more intrigued if CAG are going to struggle on this attacking side. Are they going to be able to start off with a victory? But really, I think I said this, but I want to reiterate it. I want to see Chiefs bring back the energy. Think about that first round that CAG won after that demoralizing loss on Clubhouse. But they got that first round, and it could have been the only one they got. But the fact that they came out with the energy to bring the vibes back, if Chiefs win a round early on, I want to see them bring that same energy to get their heads back in the game.
You've got it. You have to. When it comes down to games like this, things get very difficult, especially mentally, Carter. And that's the one thing. That's the one thing you can't teach, right? You can be amazing at a video game. You can be so mechanically gifted, but can you handle the pressure of a situation like this?
Oh.
And that's the big thing. A huge nitro cell onto Anakin. He will stay alive, but they don't have the Finka to try and bring health back to his resources. So he's going to remain on that 16 HP for the foreseeable future.
That C4 came awfully close to just dealing away with the Blitz entirely. So frankly, you might feel very lucky getting away with 16 HP there. How close that C4 came to you. We'll have to back off and rotate, though, as gunfire being shot over towards Shureep, who probably thought he was a little more secure in this position, a little less known. Might just be. Nice. Of course, you can see the exterior breach not opened up, so fully safe to Bandit trick the wall on the opposite side, facing towards Ops. Even the vertical angle as well to try to fight that Damos. That is where the gunfire is coming from. I was like, how is he shooting him rocket? But that's how.
There you go. First kill will go the way of the offense as Shuri will take down Jigsaw, but a lot of damage going his way, and for all intents and purposes, pretty even keeled in between these two, especially after Quiz gets a big frag here and can more than likely make a mockery of this mid-floor play that CAG have going on right now. They're trying to work their way in through Ops, trying to get one of these walls open to create a safe space to put this case down, but well, our Bandit of Tex is doing a very bang-up job of making that a moot point, as CAG does not have any utility to try and keep him away from doing this.
No. Even though they got the opening pick on a Jigsaw, it could be a 4v5, and frankly, you know, seeing if the Deimos didn't have an impact, I'd say C4s, Goo Mines are feeling good, but CAG are able to retake that advantage, and the Blitz still looms. Even though he's such low HP, he's able to get in, and they're not expecting it. Could be a lot of problems for Chiefs. Incoming, sends forth, uses the blinds, but such low HP,
Wow.
Ode is able to get that and fall off at the same time. Tex takes down Black Ray and Chiefs on the cusp of getting around when it has been so long since they've been able to acquire one. Pistol around the corner, Goo Mine does him in. What are the vibes like? A little bit more stoic. I heard a brief yell, but I see some smiles. I see a bit of relief as Chiefs get their first.
Yeah, working towards it. Just trying to keep themselves even-keeled right now, and especially after such a beating as to what they took, you know, they're on Consulate. It'll more than likely take them a little bit to get back into, you know, a proper mindset to be that cheerful when it comes down to things. Really, this is more of a, oh, thank God moment as you get that first round to go off with practically, you know, without a hitch. So as for Chiefs, though, a lot still to be said on this defensive half. I think CAG had a decent, you know, set of circumstances to try and push themselves forward there. I just didn't really like the op choice overall there, Carter. We did not really bring a lot of things to try and deal with Bandit potentially tricking things out. And you know what's going to happen as well, because you look at these map ban choices, and life could have been even more difficult for CAG. We have Tubarao available. Chiefs haven't even used that yet. And if we end up getting back to that bomb site, we'll more than likely see him. We could also see him on the mid-floor bomb site as well, as we do know that wall ends up coming out from, you know, one of these walls over here on the bunk side of things. So we'll have to see what Cheese really wants to bring to the table, but it can make life so much more difficult for CAG when it comes to this utility. Oh, sorry, bud.
That's fine.
Just dirtied your knee there. I'll dust it off
You
for
have
you.
hit my knee twice today. I do just want to make
You just got
that
good
known.
knees, man. I
At
can't
two
keep
different
myself
levels
away.
as well. I had my knees on my chair and now below the chair, and you've hit it both times. I mean, I am angled a little bit to the right, so I'll cut you some slack on that one. But you do
Well, you are in my bubble now that you bring it up.
Nah, all right, my bad. You are correct that there are a lot of operators that Chiefs can bring that can really throw a wrench into CAG's plans, no matter if they're running the shields or not. Just given how tight corridors Layer has, similar to Consulate in that regard, operators like Fenrir become a lot more powerful. The F-Naught can encompass a very, very wide area in these very, very small doorways. Jigsaw also has a lot of room to just slip away and sink into the background of a map as he moves around, cloaks himself with the ERC from the drones, and with the cover, with the architecture, to shield himself from view from the rest of the attack overall. CAG seem to be going for a full clear, and that's often a risky gamble on Layer. It is a big map. It is a dense map, especially as you're attacking the basement site. And with Chiefs holding the middle floor, a lot of time could be spent getting a whole lot of nothing.
Yep. That's the thing you always have to worry about on Layer. It's not if they're going to extend, it's how, right? Where are these players going to be positioned? How are they going to try and soak up some clock? That's why, arguably, this is one of Vigil's best maps, just due to the size and just how beneficial that ERC-7 backpack can be. You can practically appear as though you're on multiple floors all at one time. As long as that thing's on, Shoe will be the first one to kill somebody, and it's actually going to be Jigsaw. But at a bare minimum, at least he did waste quite a bit of time, already down to 1 minute and 15 seconds. And don't forget, Keg is attacking that basement level.
With how much time we've spent, the fact that you're able to get a 5v4, you can feel a little bit more secure. Despite the low time, still players moving around, though. Tex, I feel like, has been here the entire round, and he's not felt even a semblance of pressure, or at least that he needs to move at all. Quiz is a bit more fluid, looking to retake all this verticality now abandoned by CAG and try to backstab them later in the round. Somebody will fire some shots, and none fired in response. So while CAG have the man advantage, I think with this side, a 4v5 can be very workable. As long as the remaining defenders are cognizant of where they can be pushed from. Shurip on run side, trying to push in. Quiz shut down on the roam. That was the player we saw flanking earlier. Anaton is ready to deal with it. Only 30 seconds remain. You need to start pushing in. You need to start applying a bit more pressure and get Chiefs in a position to start putting the diffuser down. He's traded, but diffuser falls, and yet Chiefs are falling harder. They're falling faster. CAG speed into round 2. Tie the game early on. They're excited over that victory.
Yeah, just a lot happier, a lot more emotion out of CAG than what we see from the Chiefs bench. And, I mean, why not, especially after that round and how successful it was. Chiefs had a lot of things going on that mid floor, a lot of extensions. We had 3 players overall kind of all harbored inside of that mid level. And CAG was able to check all of the boxes across the board, whilst also transitioning into that downstairs bomb site. Didn't even need the case plant. Instead, it's a very patient look, as they know that Chiefs are going to have to try and kick up a dust storm to get out of this situation. And as soon as Chiefs tries to dawn the door of the offense, every single angle works its favor over towards the blue side of things, and they end up getting those big frags to close things out. And I think that's been the biggest piece for me for CAG's offenses so far. They don't try and go over the top with a lot of the different things that we see. They don't try and force these plants down or really anything of the sort. They take what's given to them, and that's really where it all stops. If you're going to try and frag out up against CAG in those dying moments, they're going to wait patiently for those gunfights. If you're going to give them a little bit of space to be able to put a case down, they'll do that too. And so far, it's boded decently well for them, all except for obviously Clubhouse.
Why did something go wrong on Clubhouse that I missed?
Yeah, something slightly.
I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, it was just it was not a great look.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah.
Whoever lost that map, hope they did some introspection and came back harder on the second map. It is a lot easier to kind of, by the way, in case people are wondering, you know, CAG are in high spirits, Chiefs failing to do so. It's a lot easier to forget a map loss when it happened first and you won the second. It kind of feels like you're 1-0 in the series, even though you are 1-1. You just had that victory. It was a 7-1. The feel-good moment is a lot more recent than it was for Chiefs to start this series. So like you said earlier, you might need a little bit more energy to get back into it. Breach will be opened. Electroclaw tricking an exothermic is very, very difficult. Often have to anticipate the timing on the charge before you can actually really bet on landing it. Even then, it could come down to a frame. It's very, very difficult, so CAG will be able to open the wall. When you have the OSA and that breach open, usually it indicates a direct take, and if that wasn't evident, it's enough. When OSA has the diffuser on this site, she is looking to plant on the opposite side. You see that doorway he was looking at right there? That is angling towards that drone. That is where they're going to try to put this diffuser down. Creeps in, and Shurip will already just get started. Everyone is focused. Chiefs are looking not the right way, as Shurip will back out. Cairo put to 1 HP as one of the talent shields is destroyed. They will have to take it up, put it in the site as Jigsaw retaking Rocket will cut down Black Ray. Feeling a bit more comfortable if you're Chiefs.
A little worrisome there initially, but nobody capable of holding that cross in a considerable way in order for this plant to go down at a shoe reap. We'll more than likely see him move this ballistic shield as well, as Tex will be able to take out yet another. They are desperately looking for this plant now, and they have to get aggressive. But Chibisu, he's good for one, not good for another, as Cairo will take him down.
Just the prep, the angles, it's all too strong for the Chiefs. They saw last round that CAG tried to be very minimal with that take, and this go around. The moment they see that OSA shield go down, the call comes out. The Warden sends the C4 initially. It was sent a bit early that time, but the Cade was literally prone beneath a pre-made a Rooney hole in the wall and already didn't have the C4 in hand, but had the lineup for it to throw it and land in about the exact same spot or out of the breach in the case that we saw. And even though the C4 didn't get anything, CAG didn't rotate, and Chiefs are like, all right, if you want to rotate, we'll react, but if you're not going to, we know where you're pushing from. There's only two places you can come. You can either come from the breach or the door that's right next to it. So we've got a DMR, a TCSG, SMGs trained on you, and once Jigsaw clears the rocket side, what CAG were probably hoping to cause chaos, to backstab and throw the site into disarray, well, Jigsaw can hold there and say, hey, guys, you're fine. Just hold what's in front of you, and I'll call if things change.
Yep. That's really all they had to do. I mean, you saw Chief standing pretty tall there inside of the bomb site, and that's because of how minimal CAG's control was overall. They're trying to get things to go off with that control over towards the breach as well as the door that Carter was talking about, and then just having simply like a pseudo backstab set up over on the missile stairs, right? Just try and keep control of that lobby space and maybe cut down a Chiefs member if they're trying to rotate back. But instead, the jig was completely up. They knew exactly what was going on in that space. Ended up, stop it, don't do it.
Jigsaw.
Oh, man. I knew as soon as I said it.
He got the opening pick.
I knew it. I knew as soon as I said it.
I'm very pleased with myself after that one. Very even performance for Chiefs throughout all these rounds, by the way. But yeah, you are correct. The jig was up. Not much you can do at that point, especially when you're committing so hard to that direct execute. Bit of a change in the CAG lineup. We got all execute ops now. No shield, but Ying and the Grim, the classic combo at this point.
The jig was up. They saw the quiz, and they didn't pass. There you go.
Did Quiz even get a kill that round?
No, I don't think he did.
I mean, he might have.
I literally just used his name as, yeah.
Well, mine was better.
It was. I'll
But
give you
on
that.
our 6 room last time, we brought up the inability really for CAG to try and navigate past Tex on that hard breach now, specifically the Bandit last time. This go around, the Cade might be a little bit easier, but all we've got are the Impact EMPs, no Thatcher. So if you're actually able to get to and execute, we have a lot of important utility, but still the threat of opening these walls with the Cade and the Tubarao brought by Chiefs is very, very real. Look at Jigsaw contesting this with the MPX, a position he would love to play, and doing so right now puts the ace to about half HP, and now they're like, oh, they're pushing ops. Let's get ready to stop them from breaching this wall for the rest of the round.
Wow. Oh, shoo. That's the one thing you have to worry about when it comes to verticality, folks. You want to be a good Buck player? Have that recognition. Realize that when you start to break open those floorboards, if somebody's up to snuff when it comes to a gunfight, they're probably going to want to influence that angle.
It's funny, because Shiri technically, I mean, maybe he didn't know about it, but that is where he was getting shot from in the previous round when he was Deimos down below. So maybe he just didn't recognize it or forgot about it later on, but we'll get punished for whatever lack of knowledge, whatever the cause was. Candelas and the Grims go out as CAG hit a heavy rotate to the opposite side. Jimizu jumps in. He's a bit delayed and just hops immediately back out once the goo mines enter his foot. Oda cuts down Shironeko, who I guess decided to commit to his play, his hop into bathroom. So you don't have those bees, but I hope the Candelas can make up for the difference. Just one. That's it. Still got 2 more. See Chibisu creep into bathroom, but Jigsaw holding the angle, and the Flores just is not aware. It's very separate, very uncoordinated from CAG at the moment. Black Ray was able to find Oda. That's just from ops. The wall is still there. The site is still firmly Chiefs. They will consolidate around this same position, but the player around the corner has a shotgun. Player could very well win this fight. The TCSG to the left. See if he loses his sight. Smoke grenade will block off certain angles as well, but we are taking our sweet time to throw these 2 Candelas. Finally, we move in, and Tex just played. Not even anti-flash. He still killed him through the blind. That's really unfortunate, actually. Chiefs win the round as a result. And, well, they are bouncing back quite nicely from just an absent performance on Consulate.
Yeah, 100%. It seems like whatever team starts things off on defense is the one that is the most potent, at least so far, right? And, I mean, given the circumstances of the map choices that we've had, that does make quite a bit of sense. But I don't think that either one of us thought it was going to be to this degree.
No, certainly I did not. And it's... I mean, for Chiefs, for me, it kind of makes sense with some of the warning signs I saw on the attack yesterday. But then I thought, Clubhouse is far easier to attack than Consulate, but maybe it's a different story now, and really it just was not the case, unfortunately, despite it being their pick, and despite you can readily anticipate that you will be starting the attacking side given the map you are picking. As CAG takes their tactical timeout as they try to assess what they are doing wrong or what they need to fix. You want to get one more round, at a minimum. 1-5. Sure, maybe it's possible, but a 1-5 kind of like an 06. It is good no matter what. It is always going to put the team that is up at an advantageous position and just win 2 fluke rounds at worst and close out the series in regulation. CAG have tried a few different things. They've tried opening breaches, focusing on that. Didn't really work. They weren't able to work around the Bandit. They tried going for full execute ops with the Ying and the Grim we saw right there. But with losing the buck down below, they try to go for a full rotate, and it seems like people are just operating on different pages, hopping into goo mines. Then you got to back out, actually, because, well, I don't want to die to the goo mine, but then people still commit. So even though they've tried all these different strategies, they've tried some shields, they've tried some execute ops, they've just tried going for the normal breach and plant, and it did work one time, that small direct take, but every other time they've tried these different strategies from directs to clears to rushes. It has just not worked. So how will they try to break from that game of musical chairs and actually manage to make something stick?
Do have the mute in here for Tex, and that could provide a couple of issues here for Sereneko. That's a big thing. It seems like they're going to lean into the utility game here a bit and also bring some solid, utility to try and clear things out, at least for bodily position. Things like the blitz, things like the Dokkaebi to give you that info. We'll see how that works out for CAG. We've seen time and time again these adjustments across all of these maps for the offensive perspective, and it seems like nobody really has had a solid circumstance to provide. We'll see if CAG can be that outlier and finally find some semblance of success. It would be a huge moment here for them if they were able to do so, as that means that they could stare down the barrel of an even half here on offense, but it's going to require a bit of heavy lifting on their end.
Likely the way it might unfairly fall on Anaton's shoulders. Just whenever you bring that shield, it kind of bends the round around it. Utility, drones, communication, all kind of goes into how can we best set up that shield, or how can we best make it work for us. So Anaton will receive a lot of focus, very capable hands for that shield to fall into, let's be honest, but still, you want to get that player in a position. You don't want to let it be squandered, especially with how strong he performs in this roster, shield or no shield. Want to make sure he has an ability to find an impact. Down below right now, Dokkaebi call will go out. Not all of them, just the first. I don't know you'll find a whole lot from it. Smoke down, instead rotates up yellow stairs, maybe to try to affect some kind of change on this roam, but Tex falls back. It's just Jigsaw and Quiz on the Vigil now, playing very, very close together.
And this aggressive play set up here from the Solus and the Vigil. Jigsaw and Quiz looking to see if they can potentially get a positive rotation up against this team, but they'll be really around the space. They don't really have to worry too much about that stairwell. They'll be able to make good on their promise with that roam to lay out a lot of time and make it back to the bomb site in a successful manner. No EDDs on the defense. That was a nitro cell that was thrown up to the roof that ends up taking down Chibisu. Now CAG, with very minimal time, are trying to pull the wool over Chief's eyes on this basement setup. This is not looking positive as of right now.
No, it's not, unfortunately. Thankfully, I guess the one saving grace we have is the main sort of time wasting, and there's just a guy there. All right, that's unfortunate.
That's the second time that's happened to our buck on offense.
Black Ray's able to trade it back, cut down Oda. I was about to say, there isn't a lot of actual utility on the site to really stop this case from going down. You've got the C4, that's been used. You got the smokes, those have all been used. Sure, you're low time, but as long as you're able to work around these gunfights, you might be okay. Vigil blinded, a two-piece for Anaton, setting him up for success nicely in the late round. They're still low time, and they find Cairo nonetheless. A 3K for Anaton, a 3K for the Blitz. 2 rounds on the attack to make a little bit more progress.
Yeah, and for Chiefs, I mean, you really couldn't ask for a better round from a defensive standpoint in order to try and make the most out of it in the dying moments, right? They deny a lot of time. They force CAG down to pseudo-low time execute. I mean, it's about 40 seconds as they continue to push themselves forward. The biggest issue is that Chiefs cannot win out a proper fight in any, considerable way. A lot of these skirmishes go the way of CAG, and obviously the biggest one being Anderson with that 2K. Even if that secondary player ends up killing the Blitz, that's a completely different story for the Chiefs, but instead, Kegs blow the doors off of Chiefs as they fly by in that round, and now reach round 6 with the chance to tie things up here at the half.
With the chance, but no, I'm not going to do it. I start getting distracted by the attacker repick, and I start wanting to talk about that, and they always change the core up I want to focus on at the end. So the wait.
Gotta wait 7 seconds. I mean,
I'm
30
gonna,
seconds,
I'm
right?
gonna be patient. Wait and
2,
see
1.
if they stick the OSA. So this is what I was gonna say. So, yeah, obviously, you know, they might be able to try something here, could change things up, but Chiefs were more than capable of countering that direct take last time. Which, bring in the blitz here, I am hoping that what they'll do, instead of just having one guy lurking backside, you can still try to do that same execute, but a shield might just be better equipped to actually cause that chaos you want to make.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely agree with you there. I think the other thing that you can definitely say about Osa, especially when it comes to this bomb site, she does make planting a lot easier, and she definitely makes you know, Overwatch when it comes to you know, not only the bomb site but your planter a heck of a lot easier too, because you have that shield to play off of.
Huh. Well, hold on a second.
And you look pretty quizzical right now. What's going on?
I do. You can obviously go pick it up, but the diffuser was actually with the opposite squad. It was in the Blitz's hands.
Might be a distraction method here with the Osa. They think you're going to go for the plant. They fly the blitz in, get some big kills, get this plant down, but...
What's up, big dog? Oh my god, he wants this so bad. Oh, the Blitz wants it so bad. They are fiending for this Aruni running around the middle floor. Will spot one, though, loses half his HP in the process, and Texas probably thanking God that smoke canister. I guess thanking Cairo in the end that smoke canister landed. Still the Aruni goes down, and Jigsaw shot in the back, trying to sprint away from Doom. The only damage dealt to Kag in that entire time is near lethal damage to Chibisu. With 2 players down on Chiefs, 1 to very low HP. Might seem small as well, but 1 toxic canister expended. I don't know, Kag really meant to get all that much in the first half of the round, but boy, are they happy. They did.
Yeah, I think that they knew that a target was there. I just don't think that they knew it was a target-rich environment, right? I mean, they walk down the staircase, they get a kill, and oh no, Edison. He gets soaked up by the players still being downstairs, but this is also a call to Kag, as they know that Quiz is more than likely still rummaging around down low. Chiefs do have some, you know, defensive standpoint still, but with a minute remaining, this is honestly anybody's ball game. They have the case. Oh my God, they have the case on the staircase.
I just kind of assumed they would recover it, but we've just had a full rotation.
This is terrible.
Oda and Quiz here. Quiz peeking outside the window. There's 2 right out there. Might have only spotted 1, but certainly knows that they're focusing on him from that position. He'll put himself in the beast. Doesn't really matter.
Oh,
but the mistimed prone. The C4 sent. Trying to fire shots into the OSA. He commits to the gunplay, but there was no right answer in that situation. A bit of a weird round, we can all agree, but Kag come away better for it, because they've just tied the game.
Wow. The most competitive map that we've had so far is Lair. As Kag figures out their offenses, makes life a lot easier for them when it comes to this defensive side. And Carter, they're, you know, I don't want to say they've done it just yet, but
Sam.
depending on how these defenses start off, man,
Sam.
this could be it.
I saw maps 1 and 2. It is not done.
This looks so different from maps 1 and 2.
I know, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I know what done maps look like. I watched map 1 and 2. I know when the map is done before it's done. I have a rehost, unfortunately. Sheer and Echo calling it. Not sure what happened.
He said rehost, and then he said why.
Oh.
I think he was also the same one that said why.
Oh.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Sorry, I came halfway through the conversation. I see I talk sometimes, but I get really focused on the things like not actually. I don't focus on the screen. I'm just like, I'm making a point. I get real focused on like a speck on a cardboard box or something, or like a desk, or like a picture.
I don't call that hyperfixation.
I guess. Either way, not entirely sure the cause for the rehost, but you are correct. It is technically a closer game, and I don't think that just because that we have a 3-3 attacking half from Kag, that it's going to be over, because we've seen teams be able to attack decently well. Chiefs were able to attack decently well on Clubhouse at the 4-2 half. We kind of needed to see them attack well. We didn't really need to see Kag attack well all that much just because they had a 5-1 and how dominant that scoreline can be. And let's be honest, those attacks were kind of slow and needed, similar to Clubhouse, the individual plays to bail them out. So, obviously in this case, Kag did go up on the attack, or did get a 3-3 on the attack, but let's see what Chiefs have to offer. To quote Jamie Foxx, well, let's see what the kid can do. That was Jamie Foxx quoting a movie that I don't know, so it really wasn't a Jamie Foxx quote. But
Yeah, well, I can definitely agree with that. I think it's one of these things where we at least have to give it a little 2-round course in order to see what goes on. But honestly, that was back to what I was saying. There is a round where this, because of what CAG has been able to pull off here, if these defenses are as potent as they've been on these previous maps out of them, specifically Consulate, obviously, then it's kind of said and done as to what's going to happen to Cheese and the overall result of this map. But obviously, that's why we play the maps out, folks. There's literally anything that could happen here, and it's really just down to preparation here for Cheese. Yeah, they didn't seem all that great on their defenses, but at a bare minimum, they were still able to muster 3 and make this a heck of a lot more playable at the end of the day in comparison to what we've been seeing throughout this entire best of 3 so far.
It's just a matter of circumstance that we faced that because you really, Chiefs lost a lot of that momentum on Consulate, that the intangibles just kind of favor CAG in this situation because you just won a map. You had the momentum. A 3-3 is close, but you're keeping it close. You're still being competitive. Whereas for Chiefs, because of that loss, it's a lot more recent. It was your pick. You know what this match means. It's a bit of a glass-half-full situation. The competitiveness is more gnawing at you than it is exhilarating for CAG, especially starting the attacking side. Moving into the side swap, Chiefs are going to start feeling a lot more of that external, or really internal, but emotional pressure. External as it relates to what's happening in the server, what's happening in the game. So how they're able to work out some things I think we really need to see. Jigsaw being good on the entry. On Consulate, he was having very little impact on that attacking side. Very little impact overall, but very little impact on that attacking side. A lot of it was left up to Oda to make sense of the pieces, and really nobody could get anything going on that attacking side. That's the recent history we have to look at, and ultimately, if we're comparing Lair to any of the 2 maps we've seen, does it play more like Clubhouse, or does it play more like Consulate? It plays a lot more like the latter, and a lot of the same problems that Chiefs had getting into the building are likely going to affect them here.
A lot of interesting things going on in this map, or rather map inside of this series overall. A couple of 1vXs for these teams, actually 1 respectively to each side. But the biggest thing that is a huge showing as to how these offenses have been going for both of these respective teams, there's been 1 plant by each squad throughout all 3 of these maps, Carter.
Planting is overrated. Let's all be honest. It's overrated. Furia showed us you don't really need to do that. Not that they were just running around and killing people, but they didn't need to plant.
It's a means to an end.
They saved us the time. FaZe planted. What trophy do they have? Just kidding. I love FaZe. See, I can actually make that joke because I'm a very, very public FaZe shill when it comes to their chance at winning this event. I called it win Manchester. That was wrong. But I've called them to win this event again.
I think it's proper. I think that ever since that moment earlier on in 2024 in Sao Paulo, they've had a bit of a chip on their shoulder. They've been constantly trying to figure out a way for them to, get back to a grand final and actually try and take it this time.
Since Sao Paulo, I would argue since Atlanta, since both times you're like, we literally beat Furia in every match we play them, and we keep losing to these underdogs that just get smoked in the finals. We lose to Liquid. They lose 3-0 to W7M. We lose to Los.
Yep.
They lose 3-1. And then, of course, as you point, I think the chip was magnified when they finally beat Furia, and they literally were up 6-1 and then lost. But we don't have to rehash some of the more painful memories of my life in the past year. Let's instead look at what might be a painful map for both of these teams. 3-3 on Lair, especially if Chiefs are able to mount a good fight on the attacking side. To make things very difficult for CAG, because it's a second-floor defense to start. CAG dropped off this Deimos very quickly from their attacking lineup, specifically when attacking this top floor, but Tex will give it a try this time. Specifically, I imagine, to focus on that Bandit and try to break through this oppressive Bandit 2-Brow combo.
Yeah. No mute jammers either, so those death marks are going to stick around, as Tex is already taking that fight through the flooring. No damage dealt to any party involved. Frag grenade out here, and it's going to be bounced off the wall. It will keep that Bandit away for now. Tubarao will throw down 1 of those ice canisters. Be able to make the most out of this situation for the defense. Should be trying to apply Bandit batteries decently soon, but it seems like they're more than likely just going to do their best to try and thwart the game plan as of now with these Zodos. Bandit battery will go down, and this is going to force our Deathmark man to try and get something going down here, but Deimos not too much. It's actually going to be Quiz that gets his first kill on the back entry as he'll take out the Bandit of Aniton.
Bandit of Aniton, Shiron Echo down 2. They tried so many different solutions for this office wall problem, and just sending Quiz up the rocket hallway is what ends up working out. Nobody on the opposite side, or if there was, they were looking away at the wrong time. The Chiefs, I certainly know who owns this top floor site at the moment. BlackRay might land that kill, but the diffuser's going on a world away. Fortunately, the Deimos body sticking a little bit out on the opposite side of that frame, but that's fine. He wastes time, really. Being a little bit too difficult to hit in that position. 1v3, Quiz might be on low HP just around the corner. That's a nice flick by BlackRay. And with that well reinforced, the only 1v1 he's got to worry about right now is actually the one outside of the breach. But he hops over, decides to try to play the long game, try to fight this Lion. And in the end, that might be the wrong call, because Jigsaw is just pulling further back into the site. They've got intel, but he needs to win this fight, and it just doesn't happen. Chiefs seem to be struggling for a very brief moment at breaking through the Bandit and the Tube route, but when all else fails, Quiz hits a flank, which I associate with him on this team now at this point, and it completely accomplishes everything they needed.
Yeah, that's really it. They had that huge distracting method downstairs with the Deimos as they're constantly flirting back and forth on both respective sides, trying to get something to go there. Either the Deimos dies or we end up, losing a couple bodies in this situation. But either way, we're trying to keep this wall locked up. We're trying to use all of our utility that we have at our disposal in order to do so. And Chiefs, they find an angle that all of a sudden becomes insurmountable for the defense. They're not even aware of this positioning over here on Terrace out of our Nook, and we end up seeing him get away with quite a bit there. That was a huge moment for Quiz as he was able to not pick up only one but 2 kills under the 2 players trying to hold down that wall. And from that moment on, it was very easy for Chiefs to try and pick up that round. Although a valiant effort from our lone soul out of CAG, but still a Chiefs round at the end of the day.
Still very much a Chiefs round indeed. And in hindsight, it seems pretty simple. Let's just play someone closer to Rocket Stairs next time. Or let's be aware of it, because it is a very direct route to solve the problem that Chiefs needed to fix. And so CAG, maybe somebody's supposed to play there, and they moved away for about 10 seconds. It's good problem solving, good realization from Chiefs, but at the same time for CAG, you're like, really that was the only way they had into that round. Maybe next time we'll try to put somebody there, but you will let an important defense slip away, and we'll see if Chiefs are able to make a trend out of so far just one small example. Not the second floor, I believe, instead all the way over on the first. That's actually so funny. Literally the last ranked game I played before I came here, I did the exact same thing. I accidentally vaulted over. I was like, oh, crap. I'll just run upstairs.
Yeah. One of those weird spots around layer for sure. I think I've fallen into the exact same trench. Oh, wow.
Is there even a hole in that wall?
I don't know if there was a hole, but there's definitely a hole in Shoe Reap now.
I'm squinting.
Yeah, those 308 rounds, man, they're not kind to the body.
I don't think so. Either way, Jigsaw very happy he came away with that one. 3-0 after the rehost so far. Really only playing the Lion on this team, and 417's a good weapon to put in his hands.
Oh, yeah.
Boss G creeping around. Go back on drone. Got the Nook close by, moving on the opposite side. We do see somebody.
Oh, perfect.
Briefest of second at the end of that hallway. Sheeran Echo knows he's there, and he's in a really difficult spot. Damos outside the window. Yeah, Quiz just walks up and shoot him.
That was so
just
well done.
Unaware he's on the drone. Yeah, very, very well done by Chiefs. I mean, these attacks are looking night and day difference from what we saw on Consulate. Even if the previous round was slow, solving these problems has been quick and decisive. Tex will be a little sloppy, get caught off guard by BlackRay, but CAG still a bit of ratting in them. It's still Chiefs with the advantage.
Holding on to this top floor, but being punished left, right, and center. Cairo able to take down Chibisu with that shoddy. Is going to be the Boss G here for him. We've been seeing a lot of people play with the Boss G, specifically on Vigil, as the DMR is usually pretty prominent on offense. But every once in a while, we see somebody don that mantle and make the most out of it, as that shotgun is extremely potent. BlackRay, he gets it
shot.
too, onto Quiz.
That's a retake of bottom green as well. That's important control reestablished by the defense. As the attackers rotated the opposite side to try and open these breaches, add a new angle to the process, Quiz is caught lacking by a very proactive CAG defense. That part of the map retaken. Sure, Chiefs still have the advantage, but Anton and BlackRay have linked back up. They can start communicating, but Cairo tries to find things, triggers the Banshee for a brief moment. Do they hear? Are they too focused? The sound cue didn't register. Another Boss G shot hits the floor. Anton downs himself instead, hits the prone and falls nonetheless. BlackRay will hear one hop through the breach, and Oda catches him off guard. CAG with a nice little aggression to make it competitive in the mid game, but the beginning and the end, it is Chiefs for 5-3.
And so far, CAG just not really having an area that they've been able to exploit to the absolute fullest. There's no advantage that they've been able to garner throughout these last 2 rounds. It's been Chiefs all day, every day. And even inside of that last round, yeah, Chiefs are able to start things off very well. CAG able to fight back in a certain circumstance, but Chiefs still have so much value to be able to use, and let alone that fact, just that man count really coming to fruition for them, right? I mean, a huge play for them, able to get that wall open and also have that player kind of flank his way into the bomb site, completely catching CAG off guard. I mean, Mute had no idea as to where those shots were raining in from initially. Ends up going down to the Boss G, and just the rest of Chiefs really showing up to do their due diligence to CAG as they're able to end up nipping that last player in the bud. Not even a plant attempt necessary. Just a play out of Furia's book, as they will kill you instead.
Sure, Chiefs would like that comparison.
I'm sure anybody would like that comparison, honestly.
Well,
maybe not right now, but overall, kind of speaks for itself as to how 2024 and 2023 and the late stages of 2022 went. Oh, man.
Early Util.
Fabian and Pengu had to be a little worried there for a while, by the way, about that, the whole Dynasty thing. I'd start sweating a bit.
I was holding out hope for Manchester, and then when I saw that didn't happen, I was like, all right, the legacy is safe.
Yep.
Nick's going to be very content with himself. 45 seconds in, or 40 seconds in specifically, but splitting hairs with these extra 5 seconds with how little can happen in the early round sometime. We'll start probing into operations, but Dokeby and the Lion and the Damo, so much intel you can gather, and there's no Mute actually on the board for CAG right now, just the Vigil who can evade those Deathmark trackers. Sitting very patiently, almost respect it. Dokeby call will go out too, but it's the Dokeby that goes down first. Chibiu's able to find him just roaming around that top floor. Might get the refrag onto the Mozzie, but I'd take Mozzie for Dokeby every day of the week. I'm more than happy with that. And Chibiu falling back afterwards, I think is just the right call. Who knows if you actually got the Dokeby, but 4v4 minute 15 seconds in, they're probably going to take at least 30 more seconds to fully drone you out and acquire control of that top floor. No point to press your luck. Fall back to the basement. They're going to take 8,000 years to move through that anyway.
Yep, your job's done. There's so many rooms on this map. As soon as you're able to show face and get a kill in that regard, you just pull it back to site and allow them to go through with that clear because of exactly what Carter's talking about. They still have to go through all of these motions and Jesus, Anakin, did you tape 2 of them together? Like, what the hell was that? He just nukes that man on the mid-floor, and now Jigsaw's down for the count, too. Uh-oh.
I say, Shirib's been on the top floor the whole time. He was sitting just like un-ADS'd in Memorial the entire time, sitting there waiting, and now he's gone down. Damage tech's up quite heavily to 29 HP. And you don't need to push it any further. Just like Chibiu rotated back, you fire a lot of shots into that Deimos, but you've only got 1 minute and 5 seconds left. The threat, the thought of you is far more important than actually you hitting this flank. That doesn't mean he's not going to hit it anyway. Shirip, a clean little spray transfer to finish things off and to keep CAG in the game.
That is absolutely absurd. That was a picturesque round when it comes to how you want to play defense on layer. If you can constantly be a thorn in the side of this offense as they clear throughout the map and get away with it, right? You sneak off to these different portions of the map, the top floor, flying up these stairwells, going over to green, jumping down, reinserting yourself into that, high priority area for the Chiefs. It just makes life a heck of a lot easier for you when you're able to pull off those antics. And that's what we see out of CAG here. They'll shore up the scoreline with their first successful defense off the back of a very vigilant Vigil on those top levels.
First successful defense, important phrase that you just said, as Chiefs have been able to win 2 attacks in a row, what is typically a decently defender-sided map. We'll see if this is the start of a greater trend for CAG as... Let's remember back to that first R6 room defense. This was probably around that was trending CAG before Quiz found a gap on Rocket Stairs, was able to walk up as Nook and take down one of the hard breach now players that have been causing Chiefs so many problems up until that point. If CAG are just a bit more cautious about this area, likely place somebody there, Chiefs will have to run into the exact same problem. Except there's no Bandit and Tuber this time, so they actually won't.
Yeah, and then I was also going to say there's really no utility that stands in the way of Nook trying to push up that stairwell either. You don't have barbed wire. You really don't have any traps to throw down that area either. You do have some yokais to try and oversee things, but What's that thing that Nook does again? Oh, yeah, hide from cameras. That's the whole thing.
However, she cannot hide from a shotgun, and there are 2 of them. One of them could be playing close on the corner of Rocket, and that's effectively the same thing.
Hey, that is fair enough. And I'll shut up after that point. But no, I mean, still, at the end of the day, if there is a gap to exploit, Nook does have the opportunity to, given the circumstances, as long as somebody isn't strictly overseeing that space with an M590. Oh, Shoe Reap. That's rough.
That was actually a really funny sequence of events. Tex was like, I think I can overshoot the Mozzie Pest. Could not overshoot the Mozzie Pest. Oh my god, there's a Vigil. Just a funny sequence of events. Get a 5v4 off the back of it. And a Mozzie Pest disabled. Really high impact early game from Tex right there. Spotted off Shiraneko as well, who is playing that Rocket side. She gets a little too aggressive. Jigsaw is just like, I feel like somebody's going to peek me. He prones. He's ready for it. 5-3 now in R6 room. No gap even necessary. CAG tried to rotate and play more aggressively, and Chiefs completely punished them for it.
Yeah, a moment like that can become pretty anxiety-ridden when you do have that death mark tracker on you, and you might try and make the most out of a situation getting that information on Deimos, but they played directly into that. They're holding the missile stairwell.
Especially close on Rocket Stairs. Like, I imagine, though, to be fair, Chiefs were actually very passive with that in situations like that yesterday. They could have just brute forced a guy death marked with the revolver. So if you watched the game yesterday, you might be thinking, I'm safer. But if you're just in the moment, it's a tense game, you're thinking this revolver is going to come around the corner at Mach 5 and I'm dead. So I understand the antsiness.
Yep, try and catch him off guard, but the shoe was on the other foot. Chiefs more than capable and strategically sound in that way. So be able to get away with a lot of value here inside of these opening 2 minutes. Take down Shiraneko, take down Shoe Reap, but now Chibisu fighting back. He's got that shotgun in hand, and it does absolutely nothing.
What?
Jigsaw lives. They gun down all of CAG. It's all up to Black Ray with 45 seconds remaining, but I highly doubt that he survives all that long. An immediate refrag from Oda, and this is the first pop-off of really any emotion that we've seen out of Chiefs in the last hour and a half.
I know my tone might be calm. I'm actually, like, he was not going to win that round. It was not going to turn the tides that much. That is actually the most egregious rob of a shotgun kill I have ever seen. He's like 5 feet away. The pellets hit him in the shoulder. You
gotta, hey, it's all about hopes and dreams. That's what gets loaded into the M590.
You think they're not dreaming right now? That was match point.
No, they're a little worrisome. They're begging the M590 to do its job, and it goes, no, I don't want to.
Well, either way, again, it wasn't going to win them the whole round, but feels kind of like a good summary of this second half at this point, which is CAG seem to be trying things, and they're just getting shut down by Chiefs at every turn. Let's reverse chronological order. That round, they try to play more aggressive. They play right in the Chiefs' hands. They're ready for the Vigil and the Mozzie. Round before that, they get a win, so it's okay. But round before that, what happens? Well, we have a series of events of things like, well, a guy just flanks up R6, takes down 2 people.
Yep.
Another guy flanks down Green, able to find a hole in the site, forces them to go for a retake, but they've still cleared out the site. They've got a man advantage. Chiefs can finish the round anyway. CAG have been setting these things up. They have been trying to hold tightly onto the site and trying to play aggressive, and each time that's happened, when they've anchored, they played close together, there's still a gap they forget about. When they try to play aggressive, Chiefs play passive, win the gunfight. No matter what CAG have tried, Chiefs on this attack have been able to find the weakness or find the opportunity, whether given to them or take it. And that's found them on match point. And while they really, really struggled on Consulate, the emotion might just now be coming back. But the skill, the success, it's been here.
This best of 3 has been a struggle for both of these teams respectively. But for Chiefs, it'll be a sigh of relief, a breath of fresh air, and a newfound existence, really, if they're able to take this away from CAG. As time and time again, it seems so close in these rounds as to how things can break away from one another. And so far, Chiefs have been able to bubble to the surface and make the most out of Lair. CAG just have not found enough success, specifically on this defensive side where Chiefs have seemed utterly dominant. And oh, Chibisu, that's such a risk. It's a risk he's willing to take, but one that immediately goes awry. Oh, man, the aggressive shot of the M590. Unfortunately enough for Cairo, he skirts the door frame right before that blast enters the space.
If the nerves are hitting CAG, you wouldn't be able to tell with plays like that. Black Ray not wanting to leave this 4v5 to exist and rot any longer. His luck will not go his way. No hope for the M590 at that moment. Chiefs still have that 4v5. I think at this point, Black Ray might have started their spirits high on Lair, even kept it solid at the 3-3. But now you're starting to think, now you're starting to worry at the heights we're able to achieve at Manchester and what that'll mean now. 1 round away from knocking BDS out, and now as Chiefs reset, it's you who are on the back foot.
Yeah, but has it disintegrated too far, Carter? That's the main thing. Has it gotten too far out of the clutches of CAG? So far, it seemed to be exactly that, right? Yeah, Jigsaw with yet another pickup, and it goes completely unanswered.
It might have to come down to Sheer Reap right here.
Huge
Smoke
play.
canister goes out, but somebody's watching this flank. A must-win fight for CAG. As 5 seconds tick off of that toxic canister, Cairo holding 2 shots. 2 shots, and the Vigil might be gone. The first one goes wide. He pulls back and waits. K1A a bit better, but the Vigil will think better of it. The Dokkaebi falls down, and that's Diffuser.
Oda?
Quiz hops in the window.
Oda?
Oda hops in the window.
My God.
They regain the advantage, but it's a 2v2. Shureep's found the moment, and now he needs the play. Quiz has recovered it, swings around, headshot found, even HP on both sides with Diffuser control for CAG, and time on his side. Only 12 seconds left in impact hole. The pistol, 1 shot around the corner, but that cost precious seconds. Precious time with only 5 seconds remaining. Jigsaw moves into the site. Patience, Shureep, you need to play it safe. Sprinting into the arms of Chiefs. They give OS the opening they need to knock out our first Japanese team from the Montreal Major.
Oh, Carter. Oh, Carter. That's just rough, dude. Now, before I get into this very somber song that we have to sing for CAG, rather. Very well done to Chiefs. Way to just let cooler heads prevail and make the most out of these situations. But, folks, when we talk about angst, when we talk about pressure and what it does to you as a player, that is just a hallmark situation to show you. That would be Exhibit A in my book for Rainbow Six Siege when it comes to how things can break down and around, especially with how much was going into that. I mean, that was do or die there for CAG, and you could see it not only in their gameplay, but you could also see it in their faces. Get the hell out of here, man. Tex, you're done. You're done. What time is it? It's 9:49 p.m., dog. We're not grittying after those first 2 maps. We're not doing that. Oh, dude.
Caught me off guard.
The last thing I thought was that I was going to watch a bald man gritty on broadcast today.
Oh, I'm crying.
Oh, Lord, have
God.
mercy on my soul, dude.
It's so funny. But anyway, to be serious again, that caught me. We were trying to set a somber tone, trying to give a eulogy to K. And Tex hit the gritty in the Monday morning.
Jesus Christ.
Anyway, good map from Jigsaw, 13-5.
I can't believe it.
Damn it, man.
Dude, Tex. You're ridiculous, dude.
Trying to do my job.
I can't, dude. Honestly, shout out Tex, because I kind of needed that. After that entire best of 3, I was just kind of sad. I was just sad as to how the hell everything had went, and then it comes down to a 7-4 loss for CAG. So, anyways, Tex, shout out you, shout out Chiefs. Congratulations on making the playoffs. Very well done to you as you're able to right all of your wrongs that we saw inside of those first 2 maps and make the most of it here on Lair. But as for CAG, Carter,
yes,
terrible moments, and you know, a moment that Shureep will more than likely be having nightmares about for the foreseeable future.
And you know, it's important context to keep in mind the fact that, you know, it was still 6-4 there. Chiefs were looking pretty good on their attacks. The comeback was not certain. But really, for me, what really makes that moment hurt so much more is not just the anxiety, not just the play that CAG have had so far, really looking like a bit of a threatening team against G2, even if they sort of collapse at the end of the series. Yep. We're in a moment where they could have won that series 2-0, did win the series against CL4L 2-0 earlier. It's just the fact that what we saw at Manchester that seemed to tee up a bit of a promise that they could fulfill in Montreal. I said it, and I'll say it again. This team was 1 round away from beating BDS, the team that was in the grand final, the team that was favored to win Manchester. Obviously, that didn't happen. NA on top. But it still makes the point. CAG have had a lot of promising moments. A lot of these Asian teams, whether it's, you know, Australia's not technically Asian, but Game & Gladiators and OS putting up a really good fight. Chiefs obviously qualifying to Phase 2 here, but CAG improving, FearX improving, Scar still being a pretty solid team overall. Talon in Korea as well having a good run last tournament. Going out in the 2-3 stage in Swiss, it seems like these teams have finally started improving, and to see CAG not make that Phase 2 when they did make a deep run last time is very, very sad.
Yeah, and speaking of Phase 2, folks, we finally have the list. We finally have the teams that will be moving on to playoffs. G2, Falcons, Black Dragons, and Chiefs Esports will be the names that we will see a little bit later on into this weekend. But that's going to do it for our bracket stage here, our initial stage of play-ins completely done and dusted over these last 2 days. I hope you guys really enjoyed it because, honestly, it was a whole load of fun. But to get into really the nitty-gritty of what we saw inside of that last game, for Chiefs, I mean, not exactly the greatest showcase from them, but they were pretty even-keeled across the board. A lot of players in the 90 EPS range, but Jigsaw at the top of the pile, +6 on the KD spread, and a 1-1-2 for his EPS.
Kind of something ironic about the whole Jigsaw thing. Not him necessarily performing well in this game, but Jigsaw has never made it to Phase 2 of a major. He played the first major with Bliss in Copenhagen, immediately got swept up to Europe, and then Fnatic or Koi never qualified. This is the first time he's actually ever made it past Phase 1. One of the best prospects out of Oceania in quite a long time, and Oda's got more major experience than he does and has made it farther than he has.
Yeah.
Despite Jigsaw, I think everyone agreeing, quite a good player that deserves a Phase 2 spot. So obviously heartbreak to CAG, and congrats to Chiefs for making it. And while that's it for Sam and I, we got something special for you. Because remember, there are 3 phases to a major. Phase 1 is not the end. And you got some Swiss matchups to figure out, to get excited about for 2 days. So we had some of our good friends draw the bracket earlier, and let's see what the matchups are in round 1 of Swiss.
Welcome everybody, it's Jesse, and I'm here with Rob from the Blast R6 League Ops team, and we are here now to rig the first round of the Swiss bracket, right?
Yeah, we'll get there.
Oh, okay. No, we're here, of course, to draw the first round matchups, decide who's going to be facing off first. We've got buckets of names, which are seeded appropriately, and we're going to draw these names to figure out who's going to be facing who in the very first round of the Swiss phase. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly. So we'll get some good matchups, hopefully, in Phase 2 and see some good action.
All right, so we're going to be starting with seed number 1 and working our way all the way down to seed 16. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct. So we'll start with the first bucket, which will be the winners from the European League, the Brazilian League, and the North American League.
Okay. Let's pull the first one and see who we get the number 1 seed for our first round of Swiss.
Is BDS.
BDS. Okay, all right. Grand Finals, the last major, they did the best in Manchester of the teams we still have. So I think fair. They've gotten the first seed.
And the next seed is FaZe.
FaZe Clan, okay. So Europe gets seed number 1, Brazil seed number 2. That just leaves 1 team. I've got a good guess at who this might be.
Our final seed is, of course, Sonics.
So BDS seed 1, FaZe seed 2, Sonics from North America seed 3. That's how it lines up.
Correct.
Wonderful. Now we've got the next 3 teams from North America, Brazil, Europe. Is that correct?
Correct. So this is the runners-up from the European League, the runners-up from the Brazil League, and of course the runners-up from the North American League.
Let's pull the first ball.
We'd have Team Secret.
Secret. Okay, Europe's getting kind of all the good seeds here, but that's the way it rolls. All random, of course. BDS 1, Secret, seed number 4.
And the next seed is Team Liquid.
Okay, so again, we're going EU, then we're going into Brazil. North America, getting the lower seeds here. Don't know what's up with that. It's all right.
And of course, then the final seed, Dark Zero.
Dark Zero, okay. Close finals against Sonics in the North American League. All seeds good, though, for the first 6.
Yep, and then followed up by that, we have seed 7 is the first seed team from the Japan League, so that will be Scars.
Excellent.
And seed 8 would be the first team from the Korean League, which is D+ Kia.
So seeds 7 and 8 already decided, no randomness needed. That's locked in from the start.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Then we're followed up, of course, by the third place team from European League, the Brazilian League, and the North American League.
Excellent. And this will be seed number 9 to start. They will be playing seed 1 to begin. Is that correct?
Correct. So seed 1 faces seed 9.
So BDS's opponent.
And that is W7N.
Oh, big rivalry. Okay, that'll be a fun one. We've seen them play recently.
We then have Space Station Gaming, who will face seed 2.
Okay, an exciting one. North America up against some Brazil action. We've got some really good matchups in our first round then.
And then, of course, Virtus Pro as the last seed from the pool.
VP up against Sonics then. That'll be seed 11 versus seed 3.
Correct, yeah.
Exciting. And then seed 12, something special again?
Seed 12 is the direct seed from the winner of the Asia League, so Elevate joins us at seed 12.
Okay, so they'll be playing against seed 4 drawn earlier. That was Secret, I believe.
Yeah. And then we are joined by our teams from Phase 1. So we've got the winners from Phase 1, which of course were G2 and Falcons from their respective sides of the bracket. And we have G2.
Okay, G2. Played a strong game today, I gotta say. I was casting that match with Parker.
And that leaves us Team Falcons.
All right, Falcons, of course, the last one. Who got those first 2 seeds from Phase 1?
Yeah. And then, of course, we have the second teams to come through from Phase 1. So we've got Black Dragons and the winner of the CAG versus Chief games, which is ongoing right as we talk about this.
At this very moment. Let's find out.
So we have the winner of CAG Osaka versus Chiefs at seed 15.
That could be exciting. I have no idea how far along that game is at the moment, but winner of that will play Scars. So that could be a big Japan rivalry in our first round, if they win.
And then the final seed of the Swiss draw, seed
anticipation
16, is, of course, Black Dragons.
Playing against D plus Kia in the very first round. All right. So that's all of our 16 teams. Now we know exactly who's going to be playing in the first round of Swiss.
Exactly. I'm looking forward to some good games, and we'll see who joins us in Phase 3.
Absolutely. Make sure you guys continue to check out all the action. Phase 2 with all of these teams will be coming back in a couple of days on Sunday. All right, guys, welcome back. Now that we know all the matchups in the very first round, I have brought in Tim to give us some thoughts on some of these games. Ace, of the matches that we have on the board in front of us right now, what's the one that you're right off the bat most excited about?
I'm immediately drawn to G2 Liquid. It's got to be. We saw it last time around in Phase 1. They met up really early on. This time as soon as they can. Phase 2, they're meeting up again. I think that's going to be a big one.
I think that one's going to be good. As a North American, I want to see some NA action. I'm looking at SSG Phase. That's a rematch, if you remember, from the Atlanta major quarterfinals. That was a big game that's like burned into my brain when they played on Consulate. Huge comebacks. Some good games. Any matches here that you think might be kind of blowouts? Any one-sided games?
Look, I think Falcons have done really well so far.
Okay.
I think they've done really well. They've come with the consistent 5. They've got the full roster. However, they're coming up against Dark Zero, I think, at the wrong time. Dark Zero playing really well at the minute between them and Sonics, 2 of the really sharp NA teams, and I think that could be a tough one for them.
That's fair, that's fair, that's fair. I'm looking at one where I think you're going to have some disagreements with me. I'm looking at Sonics VP.
We've already had some disagreements.
Yeah, we're going to have some more, though, because Sonics right now are looking like the top of North America. They play the meta so well, and Virtus Pro don't seem to play the meta at all.
Nope.
You think this is going to be a close game, though?
Look, I think that Sonics will win. I did say that. I'm not going to go that far, but I think it'll be closer than it maybe looks on the board. Right. I think you look at VP and think, yeah, Sonics should definitely do that. But VP have a real habit of raising their performance depending who they're playing against. Yeah. They're going to play their game. Sonics will be able to prepare for that because VP don't really change very much. But I think they're going to come out and do it quite well. And I think Sonics could have a little bit of trouble with them. It won't be as straightforward as you think.
I don't know if I agree, but there's only one way to find out. Of course, all of these round 1 games are going to be played on Sunday, the 10th. Make sure you guys tune in to check that out. Until then, we'll see you next time.